Cold, a chill that penetrates to the marrow. Enveloped by the bitter cold of ice and snow, Jiang Jin felt the frigidness engulf her entire being. This chill transcended ordinary pain, etching itself deeply into her memory as she hovered on the brink of unconsciousness. Visions of her parents, brother, and sister-in-law flashed through her mind, their faces twisted in sneers of triumph. It was they who had persecuted her, and by extension, had forsaken Feng, leaving him wounded and abandoned in this icy wasteland to await a cruel fate. Despite her relentless efforts to gather supplies as instructed by her family, despite the fact that she could no longer consume the food stored at home, they still refused her the simplest request, to tend to her wounds with the medicine they had procured and to rest for a couple of days. This family had grown utterly indifferent towards her. Seizing the opportunity, while Feng lay unconscious and she was too weak to resist, the four of them had banded together to hoist her and Feng like discarded refuse, unceremoniously casting them out of their home, as if fearful that they might survive the external cold and return to seek vengeance. They stripped her of her warm garments, leaving her vulnerable. Jiang Dabao had crushed her arm underfoot, anchoring it to the frozen ground, and only withdrew his foot after her agonized screams became trapped in her throat. Spitting at her, he declared, "Useless waste. Since you cannot even mangia Yu Feng, do not feign silence. I am aware that you are clinging to your phone 24 hours a day. Jia Yu Feng. Although today is Monday, your office does not commence until 2:30 in the afternoon, correct? You should still be at home now. Jia Yu Feng. While you await our arrival, I am currently bringing your brother and sister-in-law to view the house. Jia Yu Feng. If we arrive at your home and find no one present, do not expect me to acknowledge you as my child." Gazing at the chat screen, Jiang Jin's expression stiffened. Her fingers, however, gently tapped the keyboard, responding with a simple okay. With infinite potential at her disposal, she had been troubled by a lack of means to generate income. Were they not eagerly presenting an opportunity to her? As for their intentions of exploiting the situation, not a chance. Before the impending doom arrives, she intends to reclaim some of the interest they have been extracting from her. Chapter 2. The unwelcome mother-in-law arrives. Eyeing the relocation compensation with a creak, the door swung open, and 4 individuals surged in. At the forefront was none other than Jiang Jin and Apos' ungrateful mother, Jia Yu Feng. Upon entering Jiang Jin and Apos' abode, she seemed to have returned to her own home, effortlessly introducing the woman clinging to Jiang Dabao behind her. This is the master bedroom, designed in a minimalist and grand Italian style, much like the living room. Here lies the kitchen, fully equipped with all necessary utensils and smart home features throughout. This room serves as a viewing room, which can also transform into a nursery when you two eventually have children. Jiang Jin stood at the door, her demeanor cold as she observed Jia Yu Feng presenting her home to Jiang Dabao and Apos' girlfriend, Yong Yu. Yong Yu surveyed the residence, nodding in satisfaction. The location is quite favorable. This is indeed the most luxurious Tianhai garden in our Tianhai city, and it's a single unit per floor. I must say, I am rather pleased with the decor. Nothing seems damaged. It's clean enough to move in and marry right away. Moreover, this house is free of loans, correct? I would like to see the property deed. Upon hearing Yong Yu and Apos' request, Jiang Dabao quickly turned to Jiang Jin, shouting in a tone meant for a servant, "Hey, go fetch the property deed for my girlfriend, Yong Yu." Previously, Jiang Jin might have grown accustomed to their submissive demeanor, finding nothing amiss, but now, the very sound of it filled her with disgust. "What? Is that how you address me? Am I without a name?" Indeed, in the Jiang family, I am not known as Jiang Jin, but rather as Pandai, a name given solely for the sake of my younger brother. In his eyes, I possess no identity, and my life exists solely for Jiang Dabao and Apos' betterment. What are you dawdling for? Jiang Dabao, enraged by his sister and Apos' unexpected defiance, raised his voice a notch. Feeling embarrassed before his girlfriend, how could this elder sister be so inconsiderate? As he contemplated this, he noticed that Jiang Jin remained unmoved under his reprimand and turned his gaze toward their mother, Jia Yu Feng. "Didn't your brother ask you to bring the property deed? Are you deaf?" Jia Yu Feng glared at Jiang Jin, demanding an answer. Jiang Jin pointed at herself, incredulously asking, "Was that barking directed at me? I am no canine, unable to comprehend such language. And you, are you addressing me? Am I nameless?" Faced with Jiang Jin and Apos' sudden rebellion, Jia Yufeng and Apos' anger flared, her fists clenched. In the past, she would have struck Jiang Jin without hesitation, but in front of her future daughter-in-law, she refrained from losing her temper. After all, creating a negative impression of a wicked mother-in-law might jeopardize her son and Apos' hard-won relationship. Yet Jiang Dabao, likened to a dog, exploded in fury. "Who are you calling a dog?" Jiang Jin, unfazed by his anger, lightly waved her hand. "Ah, I hear the distant barking of dogs in the alley. I am not fluent in the language of canines." Just as Jiang Dabao was about to confront Jiang Jin physically, Jia Yufeng intervened, reminding him that they were there to negotiate for the house, not to fight. If they harmed Jiang Jin, their visit would be in vain, and they might even lose the daughter-in-law they had acquired. Suppressing her own anger, Jia Yufeng commanded Jiang Jin, "Pandai, fetch the property deed for your sister-in-law to see." Jiang Jin cast a displeased glance at the group and replied, "The property deed is right there in the cabinet beside you. Just open it, and you will find it." As her words fell, Jia Yufeng disregarded Jiang Jin and Apos' rebellious tone, turning to open the cabinet, where she indeed found the red document representing the property deed. She lifted it and presented it to her future daughter-in-law. Yong Yu accepted it, her dissatisfaction with Jiang Jin reaching a peak as she flipped through the deed. Upon seeing the name Jiang Jin inscribed on it, her expression shifted dramatically. "Jiang Jin? Who is this? Isn't the owner Jiang Dabao?" Yong Yu scanned the room, questioning Jia Yufeng. Observing her future daughter-in-law's sudden change in demeanor, Jia Yufeng quickly laughed. "Oh, it's a misunderstanding. Jiang Jin is the full name of our beloved Pandai. I will ensure that Pandai accompanies Dabao tomorrow to transfer the property into his name." Yong Yu, upon hearing this, glanced toward Jiang Jin, realizing that in terms of stature and beauty, she surpassed her significantly, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Jiang Jin, acutely aware of the malice directed at her, recalled how Yong Yu had often given her the cold shoulder in the past. "Transfer? Who agreed to transfer it to him?" Jiang Jin frowned, vocally rebutting, showing no regard for Jia Yufeng and Apos' dignity. After playing along with this family and Apos' charade for so long, they had finally arrived at the crux of the matter. "You, Jia Yufeng," incensed by Jiang Jin and Apos' retort, felt her chest heaving with indignation as she pointed at her, her lips almost spilling profanities. However, upon noticing her future daughter-in-law beside her, she swallowed her words and demanded, "Did we not agree over the phone? You were to show your brother the house, then vacate it for him." In response to Jia Yufeng and Apos' shameless demands, Jiang Jin shook her head. "From the beginning, I never explicitly stated that the house would be transferred to Jiang Dabao for free. If you want me to transfer it, very well. This property is valued at 8.2 million. I will give you a discount and accept 6.5 million in cash." Her assertive stance left Jia Yufeng momentarily at a loss. Had her daughter suddenly become possessed by some malevolent spirit? How had she transformed from a submissive figure into such a resolute individual? Seeking to persuade Jiang Jin, she turned to the seemingly indifferent Jiang Xingjian, her husband. Jiang Jin, amused by Jia Yufeng and Apos' gaze, found it laughable that her father, known for his serene demeanor, would forsake his carefully cultivated persona for monetary matters. That was simply absurd. Seemingly pressured by Jia Yufeng, Jiang Xingjian finally spoke up. "Pandai, our family has only Dabao as our sole heir. After your marriage, your maternal family will depend on Dabao and Apos' support. We are all family. Discussing finances can hurt familial bonds. So, this money should come from you." Jiang Jin, seizing the opportunity, countered with a direct hit to his weak spot. "If you want me to pay, then you should be the one to contribute." Jiang Xingjian, upon hearing this, turned his head away in disgust, his expression revealing his disdain for anything remotely tainted by greed. While internally he thought, "Pay? Impossible. My retirement funds are off limits to anyone." Jia Yufeng, witnessing Jiang Xingjian and Apos' refusal to engage, felt a surge of frustration. "Jiang Xingjian, why is it that you only become as pliable as rubber when I need you? We and Apos' been married for decades. Can Apos' to you be of any use this one time?" Jiang Xingjian, feeling humiliated by Jia Yufeng and Apos' words, coldly retorted, "You wretched woman, refrain from spewing your nonsensical remarks. I simply find it beneath me to engage with someone who has succumbed to the allure of wealth. Such a fixation on riches makes me question whether you are truly of my blood. Frankly, a daughter so consumed by greed ought to be cast out from this home to fend for herself. Seeing Jiang Xinjian and Appo's indiscreet outburst, Jia Yufeng hastily covered his mouth, anxious to prevent any further remarks that might provoke Jiang Jin, their cash cow, into severing ties with them in a fit of anger. Once Jiang Xinjian was silenced, she turned to observe Jiang Jin and Appo's expression, relieved to find no signs of disturbance. Thank goodness she does not wish to divide the family. Jiang Jin, noticing Jia Yufeng and Appo's sigh of relief, urged her, if you are unwilling, I shall sell it to an agency at a 10% discount. After all, properties in Tianhai City are snatched up the very day they are listed. Upon hearing Jiang Jin and Appo's threat, Jia Yufeng understood that her resolve to withhold the property from Dabao was unwavering. Anger simmered within her, yet she suppressed it, attempting to appeal to Jiang Jin and Appo's emotions and reason with her. You are well aware of our family and Appo's situation. How can we possibly come up with such a sum? Before she could finish, Jiang Jin interrupted, the demolition compensation of 5 million for the highway construction in our hometown should have been credited to your account 3 days ago, correct? With 5 million, you could acquire a property worth 2 million. Miss this opportunity, and it may never present itself again. Or do you hesitate to invest this amount in Dabao and Appo's marital home? Jia Yufeng felt her temper flare at Jiang Jin and Appo's divisive insinuations. This wretched girl was audaciously attempting to manipulate the compensation funds while sowing discord between her and Dabao. Yet, how did she come to know of it? As Jia Yufeng had kept this matter tightly under wraps, not even confiding in her son, Jiang Dabao. Chapter 3, One House, 3 Loans. Seeking out ruthless loan companies and banks for the property, Jia Yufeng directed her gaze toward Jiang Dabao. As anticipated, upon hearing Jiang Jin express her reluctance to spend money on the wedding house, his eyes fixated on her, eagerly waiting for her to relent. Jia Yufeng inwardly scolded Jiang Dabao for his lack of ambition. There was a golden opportunity to acquire a house for free, yet here they were, compelled to invest all the demolition compensation into it. How could her son fail to grasp this calculation? However, Jiang Jin remained resolute. In front of her daughter-in-law, Yong Yu, Jia Yufeng had no choice but to concede. So be it. 5 million, I shall purchase your house. Once the payment is made, we will transfer the ownership. Jiang Jin shrugged, opened the door, and signaled for the Jiang family to depart. Jiang Dabao, feeling humiliated as Jiang Jin dismissed him in front of his fiancée, threatened angrily, you better hurry and move your useless junk. Don't even think about stepping foot in this house after the transfer. As soon as he finished his sentence, the response was a resounding slam of the door, and Appo's, bang, and Appo's. Listening to the sound of the door closing, Jiang Dabao and Appo's expression morphed into one of grievance as he turned to Jia Yufeng, exclaiming, Mom, look at her, daring to slam the door on us. Hurry up and transfer the money to her so she can hand over the house to me. I want to chase her out just like this. Jia Yufeng initially planned to coax Jiang Jin into transferring the property first, but in front of her daughter-in-law, she had to suppress that thought, nodding repeatedly and assuring, Mom will send her the money right away, and tomorrow, she will take you for the transfer. After seeing off the Jiang family, Jiang Jin leaned against the door and slowly sank to the floor. Within a mere quarter of an hour, a crisp notification tone from her phone chimed. Ding dong. Upon checking her phone, she discovered a message from Jia Yufeng confirming the receipt of the 5 million payment. Following that, a flurry of messages erupted on her chat app. Jia Yufeng, the money has been transferred. Jia Yufeng, tomorrow, take your brother for the transfer. Jia Yufeng, the house is considered a family purchase for you, but as the elder sister, it would be inappropriate not to show some appreciation, right? In a few days, your brother wants to look at a new car. Contribute 1 or 200,000 to buy him a nice vehicle. A luxury car paired with a good house will give him face when he gets married. Jia Yufeng, awaiting your response. Observing the commanding tone of Jia Yufeng and Appo's messages, a cold smile crept across Jiang Jin and Appo's lips. She responded with a simple okay emoji. Buy a car? Let us see if you can find your mother tomorrow. Rising from the ground and tidying her clothes, she stuffed the property deed into her bag and stepped out the door. With just over 20 days until the first snowstorm of the impending apocalypse, she needed to utilize her time wisely. Tianhai Garden was indeed a luxurious estate. Shortly after leaving her home, Jiang Jin found a loan company at the corner of the community street, one that operated entirely outside the realm of legality. As she approached, she was taken aback by the cramped space, which could not exceed 5 square meters. How much could they possibly lend in such a tiny place? Nonetheless, curiosity compelled her to enter, as she had never been in such an establishment before. Upon entering, her striking appearance instantly captivated the 2 men inside, who promptly stood up. Their eyes sparkled as they regarded Jiang Jin. "Miss, are you here to apply for a loan?" One of the slimmer men inquired, approaching her with an overly courteous demeanor. Jiang Jin noted their obsequious smiles and mused. "Do loan companies always exhibit such amiability?" She nodded lightly, and the 2 men deftly began to outline their services. "Miss, our loan offerings are primarily secured loans. However, for esteemed clients like yourself, we can also consider unsecured loans. What would you prefer? Secured loans?" Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow, subtly revealing her intentions. Their eyes gleamed even brighter. A woman of means, a prime candidate for lending, had crossed paths with them today. The collateral would be the fully paid property in Tianhai Garden. Jiang Jin, unable to tolerate their sycophantic postures, placed a hand on her forehead and said, "Are you suggesting the fully paid property in Tianhai Garden?" The men were momentarily taken aback by her words, but their initial doubts were swiftly dispelled upon seeing the red property deed she produced from her bag, along with the name and registration details inscribed on it. "What is the purpose of your loan?" the slimmer man cautiously asked. Without hesitation, Jiang Jin laid out her prepared script. "I intend to use the property as collateral to obtain the maximum loan amount from you. Then, I will take the property deed to the bank for further mortgage. My company is experiencing cash flow issues, and I require a month to sort this out. The funds you provide will be repaid in full with interest within that month. If I fail to do so, you may reclaim the property from the bank before that." Before Jiang Jin could rise, the slim man pressed her back down, exclaiming, "Of course, no problem." They specialized in such transactions, fully comprehending Jiang Jin's intentions. With her gaze fixed on them, the 2 men wore ingratiating smiles and continued, "After reviewing your property type and size, we estimate its market value to be at least 8 million. Our policy allows for a 70 loan, amounting to 5.6 million. If you repay within a month, the interest will be approximately 400,000. However, as you know, high-interest loans are often illegal, so you will need to sign several additional contracts, with other payments made under the guise of handling fees." Listening to their pitch, Jiang Jin felt no trepidation. Higher rates were preferable. With just over 20 days until the end of the world, whether they would still be operational was uncertain, and repayment was an impossibility. Money borrowed by merit need not be repaid. After signing an abundance of documents, the 5.6 million was swiftly transferred to her account. Stepping out of the small loan company, Jiang Jin was momentarily dazed. It had been remarkably smooth. Upon checking her bank balance, she found a chilling total, 12,855. 888 yuan. If she were to proceed to the bank to secure a mortgage, she would have at least 20 million in her possession. With this thought in mind, she hastened toward the nearest bank. Upon presenting her property deed and expressing her intent to secure a loan, the eyes of the bank managers glimmered with greed. A fully paid unit in Tianhai Garden. Once acquired, reselling it at a premium would be effortless. Securing the deal would guarantee an impressive record. In no time, 7 or 8 managers surrounded Jiang Jin, eagerly promoting their services. Selecting a relatively handsome manager from their midst, she followed him to the adjacent credit center. "Miss Jiang, based on our comprehensive assessment of your creditworthiness, our bank is willing to offer you a loan equivalent to 90 of your property value. The loan term is set for 1 year, during which you will only need to repay a portion of the principal and interest each month." The manager handed her the prepared loan agreement for review. Jiang Jin cast a brief glance at the loan amount displayed above, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. With a swift motion, she inscribed her name upon the document. It was always the same. There was no need to peruse the repayment plan. After all, the apocalypse had arrived, and debts no longer mattered. The notification from her bank echoed once more, "Ding. You have received a transfer from the credit department of XX Bank. 7.3 million. Your current balance is 20,155. 888 yuan. She had just surpassed the 20 million mark. A sigh of relief escaped Jiang Jin and Oppos, lips as she noticed a message from Feng. Feng. Don't forget to go with your brother tomorrow morning at 9 to handle the property transfer. As the elder sister, you must cover the transfer fees. After replying with an OK emoji, Jiang Jin couldn't and oppose. Help but chuckle inwardly. Still contemplating the property transfer for tomorrow? Perhaps she should consult the unscrupulous lending company and the bank to see if they would actually facilitate the transfer of the property to her. Chapter 4. When the socially awkward Soldier King encounters terrorists. Having secured the funds, the next step was to rent an apartment and transform it into a safe haven. Jiang Jin, lost in thought, signaled for a taxi and set off towards the Southern City Welcome Garden community, where a certain individual she had long yearned to meet awaited her. In her previous life, after being robbed of her home and left homeless, it was he who had sheltered her, only for her to become a mere tool for a family of bloodsuckers due to her own actions in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Feng. This time around, I shall not let you down. Prepare yourself to be treated like a cherished flower by me. As she sat in the taxi, the image of Feng and Appo's cold visage and the hidden social anxiety beneath it made her chuckle uncontrollably. The driver, startled by her laughter, glanced nervously at the rearview mirror, only to be shocked to find that they were right next to the second psychiatric hospital of Tianhai City. In a moment of panic, he pressed the accelerator, racing through the city as if fearing that Jiang Jin would lose her composure if she remained in his vehicle for even a second longer. With a sudden screech of brakes, the driver, unable to contain himself, announced to Jiang Jin in the back seat, "We and Appo's VE arrived. Please take care." Jiang Jin opened the door and stepped out, leaving it ajar as the taxi sped off. She raised her hand, bewildered, and called out, "Wait, slow down. I haven't and Appo's paid yet." Hearing her mention of payment, the taxi slowly backed up. After successfully scanning the QR code the driver presented, the taxi bolted away once more, hardly stopping for her. Jiang Jin mused to herself, "I haven't and Appo's even input my password yet, and he and Appo's in such a hurry to leave. Is he being urged by another customer? The life of a taxi driver must be quite challenging." Little did she know that the driver was merely anxious about her potentially becoming unhinged and blaming him. Standing by the roadside, after entering her payment password, Jiang Jin looked up to see Feng, who was pasting rental notices. In a moment of surprise, she rushed over and tore down the notice he had just affixed. When Feng turned back to check the bulletin board, he was bewildered to find his rental notice missing. Hadn't he just put it up? As his thoughts whirled, he noticed the familiar paper in Jiang Jin and Appo's hand and was about to inquire, only to become acutely aware of her delicate, long fingers adorned with sparkling nails, causing his face to flush crimson. He stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts, overwhelmed by nervousness. What should I do? It has been a decade since I and Appo's VE spoken to a woman. How should I begin? Jiang Jin, well aware of Feng and Appo's disposition, extended her other elegant hand with warmth, breaking the ice. "Hello. I see you have a property for rent. Ground floor, 155 square meters, with a 500 square meter connected basement. I and Appo's am quite satisfied with the conditions. Can we discuss the price?" Feng and Appo's hand trembled slightly as he reached out to shake hers. After Jiang Jin finished speaking, he remained momentarily dazed, despite it being midsummer. Her hand felt icy, distinctly different from the rough hands of the men in the military camp. Jiang Jin, perceiving that Feng was lost in inappropriate thoughts, raised an eyebrow and gently reminded him, "It is quite impolite to hold a woman and Appo's hand for too long." Upon hearing her reminder, the so-called and Appo's cold-faced Soldier King and Appo's finally snapped back to reality, hastily releasing her hand with a flustered apology. I apologize. I was lost in thought." Yet, as those words escaped him, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over him, a feeling he had never experienced before. "About the price?" Feng pondered softly, finally comprehending. "Yes. We can discuss it. What monthly rent do you intend to offer?" Strangely compelled to rent the property to this sudden apparition, he would accept any price, even if it meant she could stay for free. In this suburban area, rental prices typically hovered around 3,000 per month, although her space was ample. Asking for 5,000 seemed unreasonable. "Let us settle on 3,000 per month. I will pay for this month's rent up front." As she spoke, Jiang Jin deftly took Feng and Appo's phone, unlocked it with ease, and added herself as a contact. Leng Feng stared at her actions, eyes wide with astonishment. My password. 6 zeros. Isn't that rather simple? I thought you set such a password to allow others to access your phone freely. Jiang Jin shrugged, playfully recalling her previous life as teasing. Leng Feng, feeling embarrassed, lowered his gaze, unable to refute her. He had a poor memory, and complex passwords were easy for him to forget. Yet, being so easily unlocked by someone he had just met felt rather humiliating. The money has been transferred. Jiang Jin waved her phone for Leng Feng to see. He gazed at the 3,000 yuan transaction, silent. Inwardly he pondered. Didn't Commander Lu mention something about needing a deposit for the rental? What is a deposit? Forget it. Just renting it out is good enough. As he contemplated, Jiang Jin seized the moment and inquired. Do you know a company that specializes in home renovations? One capable of making a house impervious to bombings? A large question mark floated in Leng Feng's mind at her words. A house that could withstand bombings? What was she planning? This was China, not the battlefield he had survived. Yet, despite his confusion, he found himself nodding in agreement. Muttering, I do have a friend who works in the military. He should be able to renovate the house as you described. Give me his number, quickly. Jiang Jin urged, as if they were longtime acquaintances. Leng Feng instinctively handed over his phone. As Jiang Jin dialed, he suddenly realized, Hello. You and Appos, re-renovating my house, right? Please hold. Jiang Jin replied to the person on the other end, then covered the receiver and turned to Leng Feng, asking, What's wrong? And nothing. Let us go ahead with it. After all, it's still my house, he replied, somewhat dazed. This was the first time in 10 years he had interacted with a woman, and it was the first time in decades he had encountered someone like Jiang Jin. He was utterly unprepared. Her casual query dissipated all his astonishment, leaving him with no trace of irritation, more effective than Commander Lu and Appos' strict orders. Regaining his composure, he noted Jiang Jin had already concluded the call. All right, it's settled then. Please bring someone to inspect the property this afternoon, and after we finish, let us sign the contract. Be sure to complete the renovations within 15 days. After all, the onset of the frigid apocalypse was only 20 days away. Completing exterior and structural renovations within 15 days would allow for additional time to enhance the comfort of the shelter's interior. Once she hung up, Jiang Jin noticed Leng Feng was staring at her with a blank expression. Approaching him, she gently waved her hand. Have you come back to reality? As the landlord, are you not going to show me the property? Leng Feng, rather dull and unresponsive, stood up, completely unaware that from the moment they met, he had been led by the nose by the other party. He didn't even know the other person's name. Chapter 5. The contrast of the Soldier King after inspecting the house. Jiang Jin turned to Leng Feng and inquired, It's noon, and your friend won't be here until the afternoon. Shall we have a meal together? Upon hearing Jiang Jin's question, Leng Feng averted his gaze, contemplating the flirtation techniques his comrades had imparted to him. Dining together upon first meeting might not be ideal, right? According to their teachings, one should wait at least a day before inviting a girl to a meal. If Jiang Jin were privy to his thoughts, she would undoubtedly question his friends. With such skills, how dare they mislead others? Noticing Leng Feng's turned head, Jiang Jin promptly grasped his hand and led him outside. Look, there's a fresh seafood restaurant over there. I've wanted to dine there for ages, but I never got the chance. Leng Feng, bewildered by Jiang Jin and Appos' enthusiasm, followed her as she hurried towards the seafood establishment. Upon entering the opulent hall, both were enveloped by the atmosphere of luxury. For Jiang Jin, this grandeur was somewhat commonplace, given her ability to purchase a property worth over 8 million at such a young age. However, for Leng Feng, who had grown accustomed to the mundane fare of military rations and compressed biscuits, this lavish spectacle was utterly astonishing. The intricately carved beams and the pure gold toad displayed at the counter seemed almost too exquisite to be real. Standing at the counter, Jiang Jin informed the waiter, please, and proceeded to follow him to select their lunch. To her surprise, Leng Feng attempted to lift the golden toad, only to discover it was firmly affixed to the counter. Overwhelmed by the watchful gazes surrounding him, he sheepishly returned to Jiang Jin's side. 2 Australian lobsters, 10 black tiger prawns, 1 king crab, 6 abalone, and Jiang Jin enthusiastically pointed out her choices to the waiter, given Leng Feng and Appos' substantial appetite. She felt liberated in her selections, knowing she could not possibly consume such a feast alone. Leng Feng observed silently, marveling at the names of the dishes. Australian lobster? King crab? I had no idea they were referred to like that. Until now, I thought my diet consisted solely of compressed biscuits and canned food. I wonder how these delicacies taste. As they settled at the table, Feng watched Jiang Jin intently as she busied herself with her phone. Leaning closer, he noticed she was posting. Question: what supplies should one stockpile after the onset of the Ice Age? Several responses caught his eye. Cheese tower. Naturally. One should stockpile compressed foods and canned goods. Their shelf life is extensive. I once opened a box of Soviet military rations that had been preserved for 80 years. And it was still edible. Confused. If it's the Ice Age, warm clothing is paramount. Invest in high-grade insulation. A full house insulation upgrade is also essential. Pointy head. Energy is fundamental. A generator for long-term heating would make the apocalypse feel like paradise. As Jiang Jin read through the comments, she found merit in many of them and bookmarked them for future reference. Suddenly, her gaze met Feng and Dabao's, causing him to instinctively turn away. However, since he was already leaning in, it was futile to hide. She remarked, "Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why do you look away every time we make eye contact?" In response to Jiang Jin and Dabao's inquiry, Feng, like a blank canvas, stammered, "No. It and Dabao's, not that. Your eyes are beautiful." After a prolonged pause, he finally managed to utter those words, prompting a delightful laugh from Jiang Jin. As they dined, Feng excused himself to use the restroom and made his way to the front desk. Reflecting on Commander Lu's advice that one should take the initiative to pay on the first meal with the girl, he approached the counter. "Hello. I'll take care of the bill." The waiter, already familiar with his earlier antics, printed the bill without asking for their table number. To Feng's astonishment, the total came to 3,858 yuan. 3,000 for a single meal? I could sustain myself on the new potato puree I bought online for a month with just 100 yuan. Disbelief washed over him as he exited the payment screen and glanced at the 3,000 yuan rent Jiang Jin had transferred to him, lost in thought. After this meal, we should be friends, right? Charging rent among friends seems a bit awkward. Especially since I've just returned from military service and haven't paid anything while staying at a friend in Dabao's place. As he pondered, a notification popped up on his phone. Ding. You have successfully paid 3,858 yuan. Current balance, 3,755,557 yuan. Upon returning to the table, he discovered Jiang Jin had finished her meal and was engrossed in her phone. However, a considerable amount of seafood remained, particularly the Australian lobster and king crab, which she had barely touched. With newfound abandon, he began devouring the exquisite dishes, realizing that their high price was justified by their delectable taste, far superior to that of compressed biscuits, canned goods, or even potato puree. Little did anyone know that he, a special forces soldier with a multi-million yuan retirement fund, was living such a humble life after purchasing 2 properties in the suburbs. Suddenly, Jiang Jin's phone rang, and her face lit up with joy as she answered. "Have you arrived? Great. I'll bring him back right away." After hanging up, she turned to Feng and was taken aback to find that he had polished off the entire seafood spread, reclining comfortably in his chair. Upon noticing her gaze, he quickly tugged down his shirt to hide his exposed abs, his face flushing crimson, resembling a bashful young bride, a stark contrast to his usual stoic military demeanor. "Let us head home now," Jiang Jin said, waving him over. Once they reached the front desk, and she learned that he had already settled the bill, she turned to him, only to find him beaming with pride, akin to a child awaiting praise for a good deed. Clearly, he has absorbed his comrade's teachings well. As Jiang Jin began to speak about future arrangements, she suddenly noticed Feng's expression stiffen. "You'll have to treat me next time." "How gentlemanly," she teased. Feng nodded earnestly, acknowledging her words. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Jin would not have entertained such notions, but given the impending apocalypse, keeping money in a bank account was merely a collection of cold digits. It was far wiser to spend it on enjoyment now, with the hope of supporting him later when the world turned upside down. Chapter 6. The warrior's good brother is a crazy lender? Upon entering the community, Jiang Jin immediately spotted a portly man with a beer belly approaching her, a briefcase in hand. He called out warmly, "Feng, you rascal, even after retirement. You don't think to greet your elder brother. If it weren't and Dabao's for this young lady calling me, I wouldn't have known you settled in Tianhai City after your service." As he spoke, he abruptly enveloped Feng in a bear hug. Following this masculine camaraderie, their playful banter ceased, and he turned to Jiang Jin, inquiring, "Arin and Dabao's You going to introduce me to this lady? Leng Feng, listening to him, glanced at his former comrade, who had clearly embraced a more robust physique, his expression a mix of complexity. Introduce? He himself was yet unaware of the man and Appo's name, only knowing he had transferred 3,000 yuan to rent his apartment. Other details remained elusive, even after sharing a lavish meal with her. Observing Leng Feng's discomfort, Jiang Jin graciously extended her hand and introduced herself with poise. I am Jiang Jin, a micro-business owner, with a social media account boasting 3 million followers. Hello, Xiongli. As mentioned over the phone, he replied, shaking her hand briefly before releasing it, displaying more courtesy than the emotionally obtuse Leng Feng. Unlike Xiongli, upon hearing Jiang Jin and Appo's introduction, Leng Feng thought to himself, so her name is Jiang Jin, and quietly took out his phone to search her online presence. To his surprise, merely inputting her name yielded a plethora of related videos. Unbeknownst to him, Xiongli and Jiang Jin had already reached an agreement and were walking towards the property with the engineer. Leng Feng. Xiongli suddenly noticed the absence of a footstep behind him and turned to see Leng Feng, still engrossed in his phone, and called out loudly. Snapping back to reality at Xiong Li's urging, Leng Feng approached the door, unlocked it, and handed over the basement keys. Watching Leng Feng retreat to continue browsing videos, Xiong Li mused, he is undoubtedly smitten. As a loyal comrade of 10 years, I must assist him. After the engineer assessed the property's dimensions and renovation feasibility, he whispered the price to Xiong Li. In response, Xiong Li candidly told Jiang Jin, the renovations will align with your specifications, Miss Jiang, with an estimated budget of approximately 25 million. However, since you were referred by Leng Feng, I want to profit from you. Let's settle on 22 million. Are you sure? Jiang Jin, upon hearing the quotation, did not perceive it as exorbitant but sought confirmation. The renovations must be completed within 15 days to my satisfaction. Absolutely. We will work around the clock, and I will even bring my own generator to minimize noise disturbances, Xiong Li declared proudly, puffing out his chest. While it may be challenging for others, he had the credentials of a soldier, well equipped, and with numerous retired personnel at his disposal willing to work overtime for a good pay. Seeing Xiong Li and Appo's unwavering confidence, Jiang Jin felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then said, however, I currently lack sufficient funds. I only have 20 million. Xiong Li and Appo's eyes lit up at her admission of financial constraints. I was just pondering how to assist my comrade in winning over a lady, and this opportunity has presented itself. He approached Jiang Jin, grasped the hem of her garment, and led her toward a nearby room. What are you doing? Jiang Jin was startled by Xiong Li's sudden movement. Nothing too serious. I just need to borrow your phone, Xiong Li replied, noticing her wary demeanor. He shrugged and pointed toward the open door, assuring her, the door is wide open. If anything happens, the engineer and my brother Leng Feng will be in immediately. Reassured by his words, Jiang Jin glanced back to see the door indeed ajar and the engineer waiting outside, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. With lingering doubts, she handed her phone to Xiong Li, wondering what he intended to do with it. Xiong Li swiftly waved the phone in front of her, and within 5 minutes, a flurry of notification sounds filled the air. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Satisfied with his work, Xiong Li returned the phone to Jiang Jin. Upon checking her banking notifications, Jiang Jin was astounded to see 18 million. No. Wait, it's over 38 million. How did I gain an extra million? Calmly, Xiong Li patted her shoulder, adopting the demeanor of a big brother. Weren't you just saying you didn't have enough money? This is all from the online loan I procured for you. I used your property deed and your impressive follower count as collateral, ensuring not only the renovation funds, but also future expenses for additional renovations. No need to thank me, he concluded, glancing toward the door where Leng Feng was still engrossed in his phone. Internally, he thought, brother, just wait for the gratitude to come your way. Once entangled in loans, it becomes as addictive as a narcotic. In time, when she finds herself unable to repay, he would appear as a gallant savior, and surely she would fall for him. Jiang Jin, momentarily stunned by Xiong Li and Appo's words, was not just taken aback by his outrageous intentions, but, rather, inspired by the prospect of a new financial avenue, online lending. When the icy apocalypse descends and order collapses, who will have the means to repay their debts? After all, currency will soon be rendered worthless. Perhaps it would be better to seize the opportunity to benefit the people. After all, She and Leng Feng are merely common folk, right? Wait a moment, Jiang Jin exclaimed, ushering Xiong Li out of the room as she began to manipulate her phone. Perhaps due to her quick actions, many companies failed to react in time, inundating her with predatory offers. Jiang Jin, adhering to her principle of leaving no opportunity untapped, exploited the online loans to their fullest extent, withdrawing every last bit. Ding dong, ding dong. The delightful sounds of notifications continued to echo in her ears as her bank balance swelled rapidly. Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 6 million, current balance, 44. 8 million. Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 2 million. Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 1 million, current balance, 9 million. In the name of lending, Jiang Jin was utterly consumed by madness. Within a mere hour, she had exhausted every accessible platform. She was on the verge of joining the ranks of billionaires. Stepping out of her room, Jiang Jin overheard Xiong Li telling Leng Feng, just wait. When she can't repay the loan, you'll swoop in to help her, a classic hero saving the damsel. She will undoubtedly fall for you. Don and Amp, Oppos, forget to invite me to the wedding. Listening to this, Leng Feng remained silent, slowly raising his gaze to find Jiang Jin watching the two of them, a flush of embarrassment crossing his face. Xiong Li, belatedly realizing the situation, turned around to glance behind him. Upon spotting Jiang Jin, he inwardly mused, my voice wasn't too loud. Surely, she must not have heard me. Meanwhile, Jiang Jin regarded him with a look of sheer incredulity, questioning, were you and Leng Feng taught by the same mentor in your pursuit of romance? What a grotesque display of chivalry. To lead a damsel into the treacherous path of loans, becoming a reckless lender, and expecting your comrades to come to the rescue? Moreover, do you truly believe that an 18 million loan can be managed as if your good friends were sunflowers capable of producing sunlight? Chapter 7. The Cold Front of Romance. With a lavish expenditure of millions, let us repay the loan. Cold Front spoke somewhat awkwardly. I have 3,850,000. I'll transfer it to you. I should contribute to renovating my house. Bear with me, Xiong Li. Xiong Li was merely joking with you. Observing Cold Front directly pulling out his phone to transfer money to Jiang Jin, Xiong Li couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Brother, your honesty leaves me at a loss as to how I can assist you. With the loan plan already halfway to success, Jiang Jin gazed intently at Cold Front, her large eyes lingering on him, causing him to awkwardly turn his head aside, unable to meet her gaze. I and Oppos, LL accept that money, Jiang Jin declared, raising her hand to shake her phone. Without hesitation, she sent her bank card number. Based on her understanding of Cold Front, this sum of 3,850,000 was likely his only cash reserve. However, she was determined not to take it without reciprocation. When the apocalypse arrives, she would repay him 100-fold. He must live a life far superior to that of the capitalist eagle. Ding dong. Another familiar notification of a received message chimed. Jiang Jin quietly opened the message, her eyes widening in astonishment at the figure displayed. Ding. Your account ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 3,855,557 yuan. Your current balance is 128,555,557 yuan. Raising her head, Jiang Jin looked at Cold Front in sheer disbelief. This amount could either represent 3 million or 385,000, but the figure of 3,855,557 yuan signified his unreserved entirety. Just as she regained her composure, she noticed Cold Front's slightly embarrassed confession. I'm sorry. I only have this much. However, I receive a retirement subsidy of 10,000 each month, and I can also find work. Thank you. Jiang Jin interrupted him, sincerely expressing 2 words, thank you. She believed in the notion of love at first sight, both in her past life and in this very moment. This unreserved trust was not due to Cold Front and Oppos' limited exposure to society, nor was it a sign of foolishness. Rather, it was as if he had instinctively lost some logical reasoning upon approaching her, reminiscent of those infatuated individuals online who could not be awakened to reality. Otherwise, given his capabilities and inherent disregard for life, how could he have suffered so wretchedly after the apocalypse, unable to even secure a meal, while allowing all resources to be consumed in support of a horde of starving souls? Their encounter in this lifetime seemed like a fateful entanglement, binding them tightly together. Cold Front watched as tears glistened on Jiang Jin's lifted face, causing him to feel flustered. With a clumsy gesture, he reached out, his fingers brushing against a tear that had slipped from her eye, the warmth prompting him to retract his hand. I and Appos, I'm sorry, please don't cry. I truly have only this much. Seeing Cold Front attempt to explain further, Jiang Jin extended her delicate, pale hand, taking his slightly rough palm and gently placing it on her face, wiping away the fallen tear. This intimate action made Cold Front and Appos' breath quicken, his heart pounding like a lost fawn desperately searching for an escape. Unbeknownst to him, this was the sensation of falling in love. He simply felt it was peculiar, yet comforting and joyous, though he could not articulate it. Meanwhile, Xiongli observed Jiang Jin taking Cold Front and Appos' hand with a pang of envy. Having retired 2 years early, he found himself devoid of youthful vigor and love, left only with a burgeoning beer belly. Yet Cold Front had just recently retired and had already found his own romance. How true it was that comparison breeds discontent. I won't disturb you any longer. Once you settle the project payments, I and Appos, LL take my leave. The first phase of construction will commence in 2 hours. With a hint of bitterness, Xiongli tone turned sarcastic. When his brother's relationship with a girl hadn't progressed, he was eager to lend a hand, but now that there were signs of advancement, jealousy crept in. A classic case of fearing his brother and Appos' hardships while dreading his successes. After the transfer was complete, Jiang Jin said to Cold Front, I will send you 10,000 to keep an eye on the renovations here and to purchase some cigarettes and alcohol for the workers. Understood, Cold Front replied with a serious nod, clearly taking Jiang Jin and Appos' instructions to heart. Jiang Jin waved her hand and said, I'll go purchase some supplies. We'll stay in touch. Watching Jiang Jin depart, Cold Front felt an inexplicable emptiness within him. The fawn that had been frantically searching for an escape now felt a pang of sorrow. If only Jiang Jin were still there. She could explain that this feeling was known as the pain of parting. Aimlessly wandering down the street, Jiang Jin suddenly felt a headache coming on. With nearly 80 million in cash, how was she to spend it? While pondering, she reopened the post she had previously published, astonished to find its popularity soaring. There were 4 or 5 trending comments listing essential supplies needed for the icy apocalypse. Nodding in agreement as she read their suggestions, she decided to edit her post with a new question and pin it to the top. In an instant, those browsing her post received a notification. Upon clicking, they immediately began offering advice. Muyu, how to spend 80 million. The icy apocalypse is upon us. I would head straight to the Tianhai food processing base and purchase their entire stockpile. Our Tianhai food processing base is the largest in the country, and the value of the goods stored there is easily in the tens of millions. I hear that Changsha will follow suit. I would definitely buy oil from the neighboring Russians, without purchasing at least 10 million worth of oil. How can life be comfortable? After all, oil is essential for heating and daily entertainment. Naughty fellow, 5-star hotels until death, Michelin 3-star dining to the fullest. They even puncture their tires with a power drill. When the icy apocalypse comes, just wait to die. Such a world would be too dull. Various suggestions poured in, and Jiang Jin nodded in deep agreement. A 5-star hotel could be booked since she currently had no place to stay. Beginning with 20 days would suffice. Michelin 3-star dining. While she couldn't finish it all, she had the means, in a time-stopped space. Whatever was prepared would still be available for her to enjoy. Booking 100 tables and spending 10 million would be worth it. After all, such an experience would be beyond reach once the apocalypse struck. Heading to the Tianhai food processing base, Jiang Jin hailed a taxi and stated her destination. She then pulled out her phone to contact the Michelin 3-star restaurant she had previously visited. After the call connected, she directly relayed her request. The person on the other end was left utterly baffled. 100 tables, at a total price of 10 million? Are you serious? The driver, overhearing, scoffed derisively. 10 million? If you had that kind of money, would you be taking a taxi? Young people these days really love to boast. Thinking this, he glanced at Jiang Jin through the rearview mirror, his disdain evident. With this outfit, she is probably wearing fakes. Real wealthy individuals wouldn't flaunt such large logos. Chapter 8. Acquiring the largest food processing factory in Tianhai at half price, miss. You just mentioned 100 tables, 10 million. I can't help but wonder what kind of business you are in. The taxi driver teased as Jiang Jin ended her call. Foreign trade, influencer marketing, Jiang Jin replied courteously, surprised by the driver's sudden inquiry. The driver scoffed internally at her answer. Influencer marketing? When did those hosts become so profitable? If it were genuinely lucrative, I would have heard of it. Yet, this woman seems unfamiliar, Definitely not one of those top influencers with millions of followers. Any industry can be respectable. It and Appos. It's all about making money, the taxi driver offered, speaking from experience. But the key is to stay grounded. You shouldn't amp. Appos. Flaunt your wealth the moment you get in the car. It and amp. Appos. Rather embarrassing. Take my advice and be a bit more low-key. Jiang Jin found the driver and Appos' comments bewildering. There was no need to explain anything to someone so dull. She chose to ignore him, manually tuning out his chatter. During the 15-minute journey, she busied herself with her posts. Upon disembarking, she swiftly paid and strode into the Tianhai food processing base. The vast space felt akin to an airport, though the imposing factories and warehouses signaled that this was not the Tianhai airport, but rather the largest food processing facility in Tianhai. A security guard noticed Jiang Jin and Appos' confident entrance and rushed over, clipboard and pen in hand. Excuse me. Visitor registration. May I ask which food processing company you are visiting? Before he could finish, Jiang Jin and Appos' audacious gaze rendered him nervous. His body stiffened, and he swallowed hard, unsure how to proceed with the registration. Just then, Jiang Jin and Appos' voice cut through the tension. Do you know the sales manager here? I wish to procure all the surplus stock from the entire Tianhai food processing factory. The guard and Appos' mind briefly short-circuited. Procure all the surplus stock from the entire Tianhai food processing factory? He could hardly believe his ears. He had heard from the sales team that the backlog was worth at least 20 million. If he could facilitate this deal, his commission would earn him a substantial bonus. His eyes ignited with enthusiasm, and he regained his composure, pulling out his phone. One moment, I know the sales team. As he dialed, he swiftly retrieved the visitor registration form. For such a significant client, who needed to bother with formalities? If someone else snatched this opportunity, he would be in trouble. Hello, Brother Wong. This is security guard Xiao Li at the entrance. Once the call connected, he introduced himself before relaying Jiang Jin's intention to procure all surplus stock. After a brief silence on the other end, Wong and Appos' tone turned serious. Xiao Li, you must be certain. This is not a matter to be taken lightly. If you are trying to deceive me or the entire Tianhai facility, it will be difficult for you to remain here. His warning was veiled, a caution against gullibility. As he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of a phone screen. The text message displayed a staggering figure. 8 million. Xiao Li exclaimed, his mouth agape. 8 million. Wong's brow furrowed with fury. Without allowing Wong to finish, Xiao Li shouted, Client. The client's bank balance is a staggering 80 million. I witnessed it myself. I am not joking. On the other end, the sales manager was momentarily stunned. If Xiao Li was emphasizing a major client and revealing such a substantial bank balance, even if it were false, he had to investigate further. After all, Xiao Li was not foolish enough to jeopardize his job, earning 15,000 a month. Wait for me. Wong's voice was urgent. If this is true, it could be monumental. You will be my right-hand man. As he raced toward the entrance, he didn't dare to hang up. The elevator ride from the 13th floor to the 4th took too long, so he dashed down the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor and spotting Jiang Jin, he was convinced of the authenticity of the situation. After straightening his attire, he approached Jiang Jin with respect. Good day, Ma and Appos. I am Long hitching from the Tianhai Food Processing Factory's headquarters. You can call me Xiao Wang. Seeing the stark contrast in Wang's demeanor from the phone call made Xiao Li inwardly smirk. Indeed, he is just a small Wang. Please brief me on the situation regarding the surplus inventory at Tianhai Food, Jiang Jin stated directly, shaking Wang and Appos' hand. If the price is right, I will transfer the funds immediately. However, the goods will need to be stored in Tianhai Food's warehouse for a month, during which I will require the warehouse keys. No one is permitted to enter without my consent, she added straightforwardly. Jiang Jin and Appos' decisiveness surprised Wang. May I ask your identity? I and Appos am an influencer, representing a top-tier agency, and I'm here to stockpile goods in advance of a sales event, she revealed, slightly embellishing her purpose. Wang's posture shifted lower, acknowledging her status. We will certainly provide you with the best pricing. However, we need to conduct a thorough inventory assessment. Could we exchange contact information? And I will update you once the assessment is complete? Jiang Jin frowned slightly. Can it not be organized within 2 hours? Wang, sensing her displeasure, quickly assured her, yes. We can have everything in order within 2 hours. We maintain strict inventory records. I guarantee we can finalize the pricing and have a contract ready within 10 minutes. I will also assure you of a 50% upfront payment, Jiang Jin added, recognizing Wang and Appo's earnestness. Wang and Appo's excitement was palpable. A 50% advance shattered industry norms. Most clients only offered 30% upfront, with the remainder contingent on returns. Few would be as forthright as Jiang Jin. While awaiting the inventory assessment, Jiang Jin transferred 10 million for her Michelin 3-star meal into Wang and Appo's account. Upon receipt, Wang confirmed Jiang Jin and Appo's seriousness and arranged for the restaurant to be entirely vacated for her private banquet at 9 that evening. What a jest! An operating revenue of 10 million, under normal circumstances, would take a month to achieve. Yet today, the counterpart has placed such a substantial order in a single day, compelling them to treat it with utmost seriousness. An hour and a half later, Wang Huching appeared before Jiang Jin, presenting the meticulously organized data, and respectfully stated, the total value of our accumulated inventory amounts to 48.55 million. Here is the list of goods and their respective prices for your perusal. Chapter 9. A Maverick's deal was the Russian chap's breakneck drive across town solely motivated by a desire to offload his goods? 40 million? If halved, my share would only amount to 20 million. Furthermore, the price he and Appo's currently quoting likely reflects standard wholesale rates, not the deeply discounted prices befitting surplus inventory. As these thoughts coalesced in Jiang Jin's mind, she lifted her gaze to meet Wang Huching's. His countenance, etched with a palpable anxiety, confirmed her suspicions. There was undoubtedly considerable room for negotiation. Mr. Wang, she began, if my assessment is accurate, the prices listed here are predicated on standard retail wholesale, correct? Wang Huching, visibly eager to please, nodded in affirmation. His demeanor was the epitome of deference. Lest any misstep on his part should cause this godsend of a customer to take flight. Indeed, he admitted, given that the surplus inventory is being bundled together, a sales approach we Haven and Appo's previously undertaken, the pricing remains negotiable. Then let an Appo's dispense with the oddments, Jiang Jin proposed, her tone decisive. Wang Huching and Appo's face lit up with undisguised delight, nodding profusely. This revised price was one he could authorize without even seeking higher approval. So, 48 million then? Jiang Jin responded, shaking her head. There seems to be a misunderstanding. What I meant was, deduct 8,550,000, making it a flat 40 million for the entire lot. 40 million? Wang Huching stammered, reeling from the sheer magnitude of Jiang Jin's counteroffer. A staggering reduction of 8,550,000. The woman was audacious, to say the least. Such a manner of conducting business was unheard of. There and Appo's no need for protracted negotiations, Jiang Jin asserted, adopting an air of urgency. Consult with your superiors. The proposal is this, 40 million for the entire surplus inventory, coupled with a subsequent delivery, within 20 days, of goods and foodstuffs valued at no less than 60 million. The terms remain consistent with the previous arrangement, a down payment of 50%, with the remaining 50% settled 30 days thereafter. Please, allow me a moment, Wang Huching implored, his hands trembling. The prospect of handling an order totaling 100 million was almost too much to bear. The title of top salesperson was surely within his grasp. In less than 5 minutes, a man identifying himself as the general manager of Tianhai Food Processing Plant was ushered into Jiang Jin and Appo's presence, accompanied by a freshly brewed cup of premium coffee, courtesy of his secretary. We accept your terms, the general manager declared, his face radiating elation as the contract was finalized. A pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Leng. Jiang Jin responded, securing the contract. Securing source goods valued at over 100 million for a mere 50 million, a veritable coup. As for the outstanding balance, what balance? By the time the due date arrived, the apocalypse might well be upon us, rendering contracts null and void. Upon receiving confirmation from the finance department that the transfer had been received, Mr. Lin felt as though he had shed 2 decades. Not only had the surplus inventory been cleared, but they had also secured a colossal order. All the tribulations plaguing Tianhai Food Processing Plant had been miraculously resolved. A stroke of divine providence. As he bid farewell to Jiang Jin, this harbinger of fortune, he recalled the warehouse leased by the Russian for storing his merchandise. It occurred to him, if she was in the business of procuring goods, perhaps she might be interested in acquiring this batch of Russian products as well. With this thought in mind, he broached the subject with Jiang Jin. Ms. Jiang, we also happen to have a consignment of Russian goods. originally intended for export to Indonesia. Might you have any interest in them? Jiang Jin, taken aback by Mr. Lin and Appo's inquiry, responded with a hint of incredulity. How is it that you have Russian goods in surplus? Why were these items not included in the surplus inventory records I reviewed earlier? Mr. Lin offered an apologetic smile, producing his phone to show Jiang Jin a video. As it happens, this matter made headlines some time ago. The Russian Minister of Agriculture, Alexander, encountered some setbacks, leading to a glut of unsold goods. They intended to redirect the merchandise, originally destined for European nations, to Indonesia, hence its presence in our country. The consignment includes a substantial quantity of canned pork and sausages. However, Minister Alexander was rather remiss, overlooking the fact that Indonesia is a Muslim country, where pork is forbidden. Consequently, the goods transshipped via China have been languishing in our factory and Appo's warehouse. If you and Appo's are interested, I can facilitate contact with their ambassador. I and Appo's certain they and Appo's be willing to dispose of the goods at a discounted rate to avoid incurring further storage fees. In essence, he was merely acting as an intermediary, seeking to curry favor with both parties, paving the way for future collaborations. Jiang Jin and Appo's eyes lit up at this revelation. Although the Russian bureaucracy was notoriously unreliable, their sausages were undeniably authentic, packed with succulent pork. Acquiring them would be a worthwhile endeavor. I and Appo's am interested. Very interested indeed. I was just fretting about procuring additional goods to diversify my inventory, Jiang Jin exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. A successful transaction here would certainly make your factory a prime contender for next year and Appo's shopping festival. While this promise was not enshrined in writing, it was more than sufficient for Mr. Lin. After expressing his gratitude, he promptly contacted the Russian ambassador. The ambassador, overjoyed to hear of a potential outlet, was practically ecstatic, promptly dispatching his official diplomatic vehicle to Tianhai Food Processing Plant. Please, do everything in your power to retain this client for us. Jiang Jin overheard the ambassador exclaiming in heavily accented Mandarin before hanging up. Mr. Lin couldn't and Appo's help but mutter under his breath, are all Russian diplomats this impetuous? He might frighten our client away. Meanwhile, on a thoroughfare in downtown Tianhai, a diplomatic vehicle bearing black license plates was hurtling along at a reckless speed of 200 kilometers per hour. A rookie traffic officer, dumbfounded by the sight, turned to his seasoned colleague. Speeding at 500% over the limit. Should we pursue? The veteran officer retorted, smacking the rookie on the head. 500%. Those are diplomatic plates, son. They have immunity. Even if you catch up, you can't issue a citation. But they'd better pray their driving skills are up to par. Or I'll have them thrown in jail for a few days, regardless of their nationality. Alert the other traffic officers to remain vigilant. In the event of an accident, regardless of nationality, impound the vehicle. At the entrance to Tianhai Food Processing Plant, the taxi driver who had previously chauffeured Jiang Jin was now engaged in conversation with the security guard, Xiao Li, while taking a smoke break. You know, mate, there are some real show-offs in this world. I picked up a passenger earlier, and the moment she got in, she started making calls to order food, claiming she needed 100 tables, amounting to $1 million feast. Can you believe it? That young lady couldn't and Appo's have been more than 20, so consumed by vanity. I couldn't and Appo's helped but call her out on it, and lectured her all the way. Listening to the taxi driver and Appo's account, Xiao Li and Appo's mind wandered. Someone in their 20s? He had just witnessed someone with a bank balance exceeding 80 million, the most cash he had ever laid eyes on in his life. Just then, a black sedan screeched to a halt in front of Tianhai Food Processing Plant, startling the taxi driver, who instinctively sought refuge in Xiao Li and Appo's arms, clinging to him tightly. It was merely 3 or 4 dozen centimeters away from a collision, a truly harrowing experience. After emerging from Xiao Li and Appo's embrace, the taxi driver, filled with fury, stormed towards the black luxury vehicle. The door swung open to reveal a towering European gentleman, clad in a suit, sporting a grand beard, and standing nearly 2 meters tall. With an imposing gaze, he looked down at the driver and coldly remarked, "Brother, you are obstructing the way." Chapter 10. The marvelous space rebound and physical enhancement. The taxi driver was startled by a sudden shout, his confidence instantly deflating. He found himself lowering his head, retreating a step while watching the foreign man close the car door and swagger away. As he observed the figure of the man entering the Tianhai Food Processing Factory, a wave of discomfort washed over him. How could he, who had narrowly avoided being hit, feel intimidated by that foreigner. This was the territory of the great Xia. That foreigner must apologize. With this thought, he resolutely positioned himself on the hood of his taxi, waiting for the foreigner to return, determined to reclaim the assertiveness he had just lost. Approximately half an hour later, a group of people strode toward the entrance. Among them, the very foreigner who had nearly collided with him. The taxi driver, seated on the hood, straightened his back instinctively. As the group approached, his eyes gradually focused on the woman encircled by them, and he gasped in astonishment. Wasn't Amp. Oppos. She the millionaire from earlier? Why was she surrounded by so many people? As they drew near, he heard the foreign man express his gratitude to the woman in Chinese. Thank you for helping us purchase and sell the goods worth 40 million. The foreigner will always be your best friend. Upon finishing, he extended his hand to shake hands with Jiang Jin before turning to leave for his car. The taxi driver, however, was left in a state of bewilderment. 40 million in goods? Could it be that she had orchestrated this encounter to play along with the foreigner? But that didn't make sense. He had only exchanged glances with the foreigner. So, they had indeed secured a banquet worth tens of millions? At that moment, the taxi driver's face flushed with embarrassment. Regardless of the circumstances, he had just been schooled by a billionaire beauty in his old taxi. How foolish he felt. If he had been more amiable, even just to add her as a contact on a messaging app, it would have been a lifelong boon. Lost in regret, the foreigner approached him, blocking the scant sunlight. With a furious glare, he said, "Sir, this is the hood of my car, not your toilet. Please step away." The taxi driver, startled, straightened his neck and sat up straighter, yet he could not escape the imposing gaze of the foreigner. The pressure was palpable. "You nearly hit me. You owe me compensation for emotional distress." Despite the weight of the situation, the taxi driver mustered the courage to demand reparations. The foreigner, upon hearing the demand, was momentarily rendered speechless with laughter. Here he was, a distinguished diplomat, being extorted by a stranger? As for the claim of nearly being hit, it was just that, a near miss. Why should he pay for something that hadn't even occurred? "Let us go to the police station," the foreigner declared in a distinctly Tianhai accent. "Today, I shall not be outwitted by your deceit." With that, he forcibly guided the taxi driver into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt and speeding off toward the police station. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Jiang Jin strolled through the Tianhai food processing factory with the corresponding warehouse key in hand. Just moments ago, she had spent her last 20 million, acquiring a batch of goods from the foreigner valued at 50 million. Their inventory was genuine and abundant. Of that amount, 10 million was the discounted price she had negotiated, while the remaining 20 million was due as a final payment in a month. However, by then, the ice-cold apocalypse would have erupted, and she would have no intention of paying the remaining sum. Warehouse number 15. This must be it, Jiang Jin mused, glancing at the number on her key and then at the large numeral spray painted on the warehouse door. Confirming her findings, she pressed the button. The electric roller shutter door rumbled open. Once there was enough space for her to enter, she stepped inside, switched on the lights, and pressed the button to close the door. Inside the expansive warehouse, various supplies were stacked high. Boxes upon boxes of instant noodles formed towering mountains. Upon closer inspection, she noted an array of flavors: tomato and egg, braised beef, spicy and sour, an abundance of choices. With a mere thought, Jiang Jin absorbed all the instant noodles into her space. This batch occupied 200 cubic meters, yet within her space, they barely took up a minute area, contrasting starkly with the seemingly infinite expanse surrounding them. Jiang Jin felt a surge of confidence. The warehouse was filled with an assortment of goods: small bread rolls, sausages, spicy dried meat, and marinated eggs, everything one could desire. After merely wandering through the vast warehouse, she managed to absorb the shelves into her space, including some forklifts used for transport. According to the contract, the other party could not enter the warehouses for a month after her inspection, and all ownership of the items within would belong to her during that time. She could confidently remove the goods, knowing that they would only spoil if left behind when the ice-cold apocalypse arrived. After clearing out the warehouse, Jiang Jin turned off the lights, reopened the large door, and stepped out with a sense of satisfaction. The provisions from this single warehouse would suffice for her hundreds of years to come. Not to mention, she had 2 more similar warehouses. In 20 days, 3 more of such scale would be added. The saying "a person with grain is not anxious" perfectly described Jiang Jin and Appo's current state. While strolling, she arrived at the entrance of the second warehouse, number 22, and unlocked it. Upon stepping inside, She was met with an entirely different sight from the previous warehouse. This one was filled with fragile items. Vinegar, cooking oil, soy sauce, an uncountable number of bottles greeted her. If the entire warehouse comprised these items, it could last a household a millennium. With another thought, she absorbed them into her space and moved deeper inside, feeling relief wash over her. Only the shelves at the entrance held seasonings. The interior was stocked with various dehydrated vegetables and cooked grains, lacking raw grains and flour. It made sense. As the Tianhai food processing factory was primarily engaged in secondary food processing, and raw materials like rice and flour would not be sold directly, as it would incur losses. After clearing this warehouse as well, Jiang Jin stood at the door, ready to open it, when she suddenly felt an inexplicable force erupting from the spherical object in her consciousness. The energy flowed through her body like a gentle stream, spreading through her meridians to every corner of her being, merging with her. It was an indescribable sensation of comfort. As the feeling faded, Jiang Jin noticed her pants felt looser. Looking down, she saw a stunning hourglass figure. Clenching her fist, the definition of her muscles became apparent, showcasing graceful lines and well-defined muscle groups. With another thought, Jiang Jin summoned a sausage weighing around 100 pounds from her space, lifting it with ease and feeling a significant reserve of strength. It was only when she called forth a weight of 100 kilograms that she felt a slight heaviness, but this was far from her limit. After storing everything into the space, Jiang Jin suddenly noticed a percentage progress bar indicating the usage rate of the space above. The displayed value read 1. He speculated inwardly. Could it be that as the space usage rate increases, it will continuously enhance my physical capabilities? If that is indeed the case, then maximizing this usage rate would render me invincible. Wooden and Oppos. Tiet? Chapter 11. Spatial Abilities. The overbearing sister-in-law exploiting my mother upon entering warehouse number 31, which represented the goods of the Russians. Jiang Jin was utterly astounded. As the rolling shutter door was lifted, several plump sausages, resembling thick arms, tumbled out. Jiang Jin picked them up and squeezed through the opening. Without waiting for the lights to turn on, she was greeted by the illumination from outside, revealing a scene that epitomized Russian romance, with items stacked abundantly. The vast storage space left her with scarcely any room to stand. The merchandise was piled high, justifying why the sausages rolled out of the warehouse. The value of these Russian goods, amounting to 50 million, truly warranted the praise of being high quality and reasonably priced. In comparison, the goods she purchased from the Tianhai food processing plant paled in quantity. With a resounding clang, Jiang Jin pressed the button, and the massive rolling shutter door began to descend slowly. Once the door completely cut off the external light, an idea struck Jiang Jin. A multitude of products swiftly entered her storage space. Russian bread, large sausages, and predominantly, pork products. They came in various forms, including a significant number of compressed refrigerated pork chops and smoked pork. By the time Jiang Jin finished exploring the warehouse, it was already 8 in the evening. Thankfully, her body had been strengthened previously. Otherwise, she would have been utterly exhausted. After she stowed away the last item, the utilization rate of her space surged from 1% to 2%. In that instant, Jiang Jin felt a smaller orb split off from the larger sphere in her mind, rotating gently around it. A wave of peculiar memories flooded into her consciousness. Observing her palm, she extended her hand toward the shelf and pressed down. A mysterious wave of light rippled from the point of contact, allowing her entire hand to pass through the shelf. Jiang Jin and Amp. Oppos. S. heart leaped with joy. Spatial abilities, teleportation. Contemplating this, she conducted another experiment, channeling the power of the orb throughout her body and walking directly through the shelf. In a mere moment, she traversed it, accompanied by that peculiar wave of light. A faint sense of fatigue washed over her. Jiang Jin mused. It seems that the use of this ability is linked to my physical condition. After several repeated experiments, a hollow sensation emerged in her. Do you not operate until 11 o'clock every day? It is only 8. Jiang Dabao attempted to reach for Yong Yu, but was deterred by her fierce glare. His hand froze in midair, reluctant to make contact with her. Observing Yong Yu's formidable presence, the waiter could only patiently explain. Today, we have a significant client hosting a banquet here. As you can see, all the tables are already laden with dishes. The banquet is set to commence at 9 o'clock, and we must vacate the premises. Upon hearing the waiter's explanation, Yong Yu could not suppress a roll of her eyes. Yet she proceeded to sit at a nearby empty table, showing no concern for Jiang Dabao as she placed her order. Jiang Dabao gazed at the prices noted beside the dishes, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. When Yong Yu concluded her order, he silently calculated that the total exceeded 10,000 yuan. This was being charged to his bank card balance. The thought deepened Jiang Dabao's and Appo's gloom, prompting him to discreetly message his mother. Jiang Dabao's, "Mom, please transfer 10,000 yuan. I lack sufficient funds to treat your daughter-in-law to a lavish meal." Upon receiving the request for money, Feng furrowed her brow. She had just received 650,000 yuan from the demolition compensation today, and it pained her to part with more. The notion that this money would end up in the hands of her extravagant daughter only heightened her displeasure, leading her to pick up her phone and send a message to Jiang Jin. In the taxi, Jiang Jin's phone suddenly chimed with several crisp notifications. Ding dong, ding dong. Upon opening her phone, she was taken aback to find messages from her overbearing mother, Feng. Feng, Jiang Jin, your brother and sister-in-law are short on funds for their meal. Please transfer some money. Feng, the money in my hands is all for you. As an older sister, you cannot refuse to assist your brother. After reading the messages, Jiang Jin scoffed repeatedly. The fact that he required money for dining with his wife had absolutely nothing to do with her. Why should she be obliged to provide funds? Chapter 12. The Elder and Appo's request denied. The younger one arrives. Jiang Jin, my bank card has a transaction limit today. I and Appo's am unable to assist. Upon seeing Jiang Jin and Appo's reply, Feng was incensed and began plotting once more to gain access to Jiang Jin and Appo's hidden savings. Feng, a limit? I didn't and Appo's give you the money to squander. You're an adult, can't you save? Feng, here's what you'll do. Transfer the money to me, and I'll keep it safe for you. Feng, when you marry, I'll use the money for your dowry, ensuring a glorious wedding. Jiang Jin, upon reading Feng's reply, immediately switched off her phone screen and ceased paying attention. Her intentions were transparent. Keep it safe? It would likely be spent on her precious son within days. A glorious wedding? She and Appo's be lucky if her mother provided 3 quilts as a dowry out of a rare moment of conscience. Having been reborn, Jiang Jin would never trust such an extremely patriarchal and biased mother. Inside a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Tianhai City, perhaps due to the exorbitant price of the meal, or because Yong Yu had captured some particularly flattering photographs, or perhaps because of the sudden message that had popped up, Yong Yu and Appo's mood had improved significantly. The resentment and dissatisfaction she felt towards Jiang Dabao for taking photos had diminished. She even offered a few smiles, which made Jiang Dabao and Appo's heart flutter. He failed to notice that he was absent from Yong Yu and Appo's photo album once again. After a dinner filled with photography, it was almost 8:30 p.m. The staff was growing impatient, as the manager had instructed them to cease operations to the public at 8:30 p.m. Fortunately, after photographing the lavish meal, Yong Yu finally paused her photographic endeavors and picked up her knife and fork. Jiang Dabao, who had been restraining himself, eagerly followed suit. Devouring the food on the table, Yong Yu cut a piece of Wellington steak and savored it. A look of contentment spread across her face. Seeing this, Jiang Dabao quickly followed suit, but he couldn't and Appo's stomach the rare beef, finding it difficult to swallow. Yong Yu chuckled at Jiang Dabao's predicament and pushed a special beverage towards him to help him wash down the steak. After Jiang Dabao swallowed, Yong Yu said to him, "See, we and Appo's, we're not arguing or fighting now, are we? ISN and Appo's, life better this way?" As she spoke, Yang Yu thoughtfully handed Jiang Dabao a tissue to wipe the sauce from his mouth. Jiang Dabao nodded repeatedly. He felt the atmosphere was much more relaxed, and he much preferred it to the oppressive atmosphere that had made him want to die. But then, Yong Yu and Appo's voice came again. "So, you won't let me down, will you?" Faced with Yong Yu's earnest gaze, Jiang Dabao averted his eyes. He dared not meet her gaze or make any promises. Living off the money he got from his parents each month and without a steady income, he couldn't afford to frequent such places, unless he could get his hands on the 6 million yuan that Jiang Panting held. With that thought, his eyes lit up. He turned to face Yong Yu's slightly aged eyes with faint crow's feet, and nodded emphatically. "As long as we get the 6.5 million yuan from Jiang Panting, we can live like this every day. I'll never let you down." Yong Yu smiled and nodded. The fundamental reason she was with Jiang Dabao was because she valued Jiang Jin and Appo's earning potential and the family and Appo's ability to extract money from her. Otherwise, Jiang Dabao and Apo's spending habits of a few thousand yuan a month would never have allowed her to frequent various establishments, regardless of who earned the money. As long as she could spend it in the end, that was all that mattered. If it had been a couple of years earlier, she wouldn't have lowered her standards so much. But as she aged, she felt her body rapidly deteriorating. Marrying into a wealthy family was impossible. Even the truly wealthy men would never spend too much money on her. Jiang Dabao was simply a last resort, a choice made out of desperation. I and Apo's am finished eating, Yong Yu said with a smile, and continued to take pictures in the restaurant. She was much more uninhibited than before, even pulling out the prepared dining tables and chairs to take photos on them. The staff watched, and only relaxed their furrowed brows when they saw that she wasn't opening the covered dishes. As for Jiang Dabao, after hearing what Yong Yu said, he ate even faster, devouring the food as if he hadn't Apo's eaten in days. He stuffed everything into his stomach. Only then did he pat his belly with satisfaction and think to himself, no waste. Check, please, Jiang Dabao said with a smile, and a waiter immediately approached, holding a prepared POS machine. He lightly scanned it over the payment code that Jiang Dabao presented. Beep, a continuous sound rang out. The PS machine displayed large words, insufficient balance, payment failed. Upon seeing the payment failure, the waiter's forehead throbbed with veins. He cursed inwardly. You come to a place like this without any money? You've really got some nerve. But he maintained a professional smile and said to Jiang Dabao, Sir, please check if you've used the correct payment method. It shows that the payment failed. Jiang Dabao frowned upon hearing that the payment had failed. He asked the waiter, Isn't it just over 10,000? It is over 10,000, the waiter confirmed. Jiang Dabao was puzzled. He asked again, Then why did the payment fail? Try again. Jiang Dabao stubbornly presented his payment code again and swiped it in front of the POS machine. The POS machine once again emitted the beep sound indicating payment failure. This time, the waiter was fuming. If you don and Apo's have money, you don and Apo's have money. Swiping it again one and Apo's change anything. As Jiang Dabao retracted his phone, he heard the waiter remind him again. Sir, please check if your balance is sufficient. If it and Apo's not enough, you can ask the lady over there to contribute. Our restaurant has already closed to the public, so please settle the bill as soon as possible. How much is it? Jiang Dabao asked the waiter about the price of the meal. The meal costs 820 yuan, plus a 15 service fee of 623 yuan, totaling 443 yuan. The waiter patiently explained. Jiang Dabao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the initial 820 yuan. He clearly had over 800 yuan in his bank card, which was definitely enough to pay for the meal. But when he heard about the additional service fee of over 1,600 yuan, he was dumbfounded. How could there be a service fee in a place like this? He had never heard of it before when he had eaten out. The waiter watched Jiang Dabao and Apo's shocked expression upon hearing about the service fee and cursed inwardly, Rube. But he urged, Sir, Western restaurants charge a service fee. It and Apo's standard practice. If you don and Apo's have enough money to pay for the meal, you can discuss it with the lady and pool your money to pay the bill. Jiang Dabao's face turned ugly due to the waiter's words. He lowered his head and frantically sent messages to Feng. But Feng was visiting neighbors, and her phone had run out of battery and was turned off. He could not receive any messages from him, and the calls were met with a deadline. This infuriated Jiang Dabao to the point where he nearly hurled his phone to the ground. The waiter, observing Jiang Dabao's exasperation, struggled to suppress a laugh. In his 3 years of experience, he had never witnessed someone dining in a Michelin 3-star restaurant without the means to settle their bill. An idea struck Jiang Dabao. He could request money from that woman. With this thought in mind, he swiftly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Jin. Jiang Dabao, transfer me 10,000 yuan. Don't say you're out of money. Your mother just transferred 650,000 to you today, and I saw it. Jiang Dabao, hurry up. I need it now. Jiang Jin, who had just finished paying the taxi fare outside the Michelin 3-star establishment, glanced at the message that popped up on her phone and smirked coldly. So, unable to get what he wanted from the elder, he resorts to asking the younger? How did I end up in such a family of beggars? As I've said before, if you want money, not a chance. It's the same for Feng as it is for you, Jiang Dabao. Chapter 13. The confrontation with Jiang Dabao, Jiang Jin, having grown up. Do you not know how to write the word courtesy? A child born of parents but raised without their guidance. Jiang Jin, figure it out yourself. Don't come to me for everything. I am quite busy. After sending the message, Jiang Jin prepared to enter the Michelin 3-star restaurant. However, at the entrance, through the glass window, she spotted Jiang Dabao inside, alongside Yong Yu, who was busy taking photos at another table. Clearly, the spread on that table was the meal she had ordered, and Jiang Jin frowned deeply as she captured the moment in a photograph. She promptly sent the image to the restaurant manager, who had added her contact information. Jiang Jin, is this how you run your restaurant? Allowing others to open and photograph my meal. I refuse to accept this entire table. I demand a full refund. If any other tables have been tampered with, I reserve the right to request a full refund for them as well. Caption: the moment Yong Yu opened the cover of the meal being photographed, the manager, who had been assisting in the bustling kitchen, was suddenly alerted by the notification and immediately perked up. It was 8:30. The esteemed client who had booked the table was due to arrive shortly. He could not afford to let this client leave dissatisfied. Moreover, hosting such a significant reservation at a Michelin 3-star restaurant was no small feat. He, as a mere manager, could not afford to offend such influential patrons. Upon opening his phone and seeing the message from the distinguished client, a deep fury surged through the restaurant owner. He swiftly extended an apology to Jiang Jin, promising to provide a new table while refunding the cost of the current one, effectively compensating Jiang Jin with the sum of 100,000 yuan, leading to a total loss of 200,000 for the restaurant, an intolerable situation for the manager. After securing Jiang Jin's forgiveness, he stormed out of the kitchen in a fit of rage. Where are the waitstaff? Is no one overseeing this area? Who allowed other guests to tamper with the meals? Faced with the manager and Appo's furious outburst, the waiter, who was in the midst of settling Jiang Dabao and Appo's bill, felt her heart drop. She quickly turned to see her manager pointing angrily at the area she was responsible for. There, the female companion of the patron who could not afford the meal was busily taking photos. She hurried over to the manager, respectfully apologizing. I am sorry, manager. It was my oversight. I failed to monitor the guest and Appo's meal properly. However, the male companion at that table has yet to complete their payment. The manager cast a cold glance at her and then barked, your salary for this month is forfeited. The waiter nodded repeatedly, not daring to argue. As she recognized the gravity of her mistake, offending a major client could very well result in her needing to relocate for work. The manager then displayed the photo on his phone to the woman taking pictures. Madam, by uncovering the lid on the meal, you have compromised the ingredients and Appo's flavor, rendering them unfit for consumption at their best quality. Consequently, the entire table and Appo's order has been cancelled by the distinguished client. Therefore, you will need to cover the cost of this table and Appo's meal. Having overheard the manager and Appo's reprimand of the waiter, Yong Yu was initially displeased. Yet when the focus shifted to her, she sprang to her feet. What? Are we not allowed to take photos while dining here? You have not posted any signs prohibiting it. The manager, seeing the woman growing desperate, inwardly scoffed. With over 40 years of experience, he had encountered countless situations. Dealing with such a customer, reasoning would only lead to negative publicity if her photos were shared online. The best course of action was to call the authorities. With that thought, he calmly stated, Madam, we are merely requesting you to settle the bill. There is no prohibition against photography in our establishment. However, since you damaged another and Appo's meal, compensation is essential. Please cooperate, or we will be compelled to contact the nearest police station for assistance. As he finished speaking, he swiped away the photo and opened the call page, revealing the emergency number. In an instant, Yong Yu and Appo's face flushed with anger. To pay for the meal, or the cost of an entire table. She had merely glanced at it and taken a few photos. How could the flavor possibly be affected? Furthermore, what kind of manager would be so unreasonable? I only opened 2 dishes. You cannot expect me to pay for everything. Yong Yu protested, her voice rising, attempting to negotiate a reduction in the compensation amount. The manager merely smiled at her, remaining silent, his finger hovering over the call button. Seeing that he would not relent, Yong Yu's frustration boiled over. Then I will pay half. You can still sell these meals to another customer. You will profit handsomely. Do not put your luck. Yong Yu, realizing the manager and Appo's steadfastness, widened her eyes and clenched her teeth in anger. Yet the manager remained unmoved, directly pressing the call button. Watching the phone dial, Yong Yu panicked. I will pay. I will pay. At this moment, she could not afford to be taken to the police station. Any delay could jeopardize her plans for the next day, resulting in significant losses. The manager, seeing her desperation, ended the call before it connected and gave a knowing glance to the nearby waiter. The waiter quickly added, "Madam, regarding the other table. The gentleman there may be facing a financial issue and has yet to settle the payment. You might need to cover that as well." Yong Yu and Appo's fury surged at this revelation. She turned to Jiang Dabao, shouting, "You Haven and Appo's paid for that table? Where is your mother? Did she not give you any money?" Jiang Dabao, already infuriated by Jiang Jin's earlier message, felt his blood boil further at Yong Yu's accusations. If he were older, he might have suffered a stroke from the stress. The pent-up frustration erupted. "What are you shouting about? My mother's phone is off. And how was I to know there was a service charge? I and Appo's LL just messaged my sister for the money." Yong Yu glared at Jiang Dabao, thoughts racing. How dare he speak to me like that? But this was not the time to confront him. Settling the meal cost was paramount. She then turned to the manager and asked, "How much do the two tables total?" 112, for 143 yuan, the waiter promptly replied. "What?" Yong Yu and Appo's voice soared several octaves. "We ordered 2 steaks and some sides. It could not possibly exceed 15,000 yuan. Why is this table 10 times that amount?" In response to Yong Yu's inquiry, the manager gestured for the waiter to elaborate, who proceeded to detail each dish and present the menu for reference. Yong Yu and Appo's face turned a deep shade of crimson upon seeing the prices. Over the years, earning money from those individuals had not been easy. How could she possibly part with such a sum to cover the restaurant and Appo's costs? With this realization, she turned to Jiang Dabao and demanded, "You need to ask your sister for 150,000 yuan. Pay for the meal, then transfer it to me. Consider it an apology, and I will forgive your earlier outburst." Jiang Dabao's expression twisted in disgust at Yong Yu's request, as if he had just tasted something foul. After being scolded by that venomous sister, now he was supposed to ask her for money? However, upon encountering Yong Yu and Appo's formidable gaze, laden with an implicit threat, he found himself swallowing his indignation in silence. Taking out his phone, he dialed his father and Appo's number. On the other end, Jiang Xingjian, upon understanding the purpose of his son's call, let out a disdainful snort and remarked, "Every day, you two siblings seem to be lost in a sea of money. I'll ask your mother to transfer the funds to you." Listening to his father's admonishment, Jiang Dabao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. This father of his, possessing more wealth than anyone else, instead of promptly transferring the money to him, insisted on consulting his mother first. This was an urgent matter. Without settling the account, he could not leave. Just as the tension escalated, Jiang Jin pushed open the shop door and entered with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 14. Jiang Dabao in jail. His wife running away at midnight. "Good evening, madam. Our establishment is now closed, and we are no longer accepting guests. You may wish to choose another restaurant nearby." The attendant at the entrance addressed Jiang Jin with polite formality. Jiang Jin shook her head and gestured inside. "I am here to attend the banquet of 100 tables. Upon hearing Jiang Jin reveal her identity, a sycophantic smile instantly graced the attendant and Appo's face as she responded, "Esteemed guest, please come in." Jiang Jin followed the attendant, her demeanor exuding grace and poise. Their commotion naturally attracted the attention of the manager, Jiang Dabao, and Yong Yu. Upon recognizing Jiang Jin, Jiang Dabao and Appo's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Ah, just in time. Could you settle the bill for me? It and Appo's 150,000. In his haste, Jiang Dabao inadvertently disclosed the amount Yong Yu had insisted he collect from Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin rolled her eyes at Jiang Dabao, choosing to ignore him entirely as she walked past him and Yong Yu, taking a seat at a nearby table. She lifted the lid from her meal, and a wave of fragrant steam wafted into the air. With knife and fork in hand, she began to indulge in the culinary delights before her. The manager exchanged glances with the attendant, who promptly whispered a few words in his ear. The manager's expression shifted from anger to delight, and he quickly approached Jiang Jin, unveiling the food on her table with utmost courtesy. Jiang Dabao, observing Jiang Jin and Appo's disregard for his request as she began eating, shouted once more, "I and Appo's am talking to you. Settle the bill for me, or else." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Jin placed her utensils down with a resounding clatter and addressed the manager sharply. "Is everyone here so lacking in manners? I come to dine, and instead of a warm welcome, I am met with loud demands for payment. Is this not a severe disruption to the dining experience?" The manager, beads of sweat forming on his brow, bowed repeatedly in apology, his demeanor resembling that of a servile figure from a bygone era. After pacifying Jiang Jin, his entire presence transformed. He turned to Jiang Dabao and Yong Yu, stating, "It seems we need to escort you both to the police station." Without allowing them a moment to react, he signaled to 4 attendants, who promptly ushered the 2 men outside while he dialed the police. Outside the Michelin-starred restaurant, Jiang Dabao, pointing through the glass at the elegantly dining Jiang Jin, shouted at the attendants, "How can you not recognize her? That's my sister, my own sister. She has money and can pay for us. Just check my ID. I'm Jiang Dabao, and she's Jiang Pantai. No Jiang." In his fluster, Jiang Dabao stumbled over Jiang Jin and Appo's registered name. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, Yong Yu, standing beside him, frowned in disbelief. Are they truly family? How can one forget their sister and Appo's name? Meanwhile, the restaurant manager regarded them with a cold smirk. While that esteemed guest may share the surname Jiang, you cannot simply assign names at will. Jiang Pantai? Hoping for a brother like you? That would indeed be a stroke of misfortune. When the police arrived, they disregarded Jiang Dabao and Appo's protests and swiftly took the 2 men away. It is only natural to pay for one's meal. Failing to do so while causing a scene among other patrons warranted their removal. A satisfied smile spread across Jiang Jin and Appo's face as she watched Jiang Dabao being escorted by the police, her heart secretly reveling in his misfortune. "Oh, how the tables have turned for you," she mused. "But remember, this is merely a small interest payment from you two." As the last table was filled, Jiang Jin closed all the curtains in the vast restaurant and dismissed the staff, relishing her second grand meal in this renewed life, illuminated by candlelight. The Michelin-starred dishes, though delicately crafted and small in portion, still left her with a great deal of food. With a flick of her thought, she packed all the leftovers into her spatial storage. Stepping out of the Michelin establishment, she leaned against the door and gazed skyward. The twinkling stars shone brighter than ever, a precursor to the impending icy apocalypse. Overnight, hundreds of stars would fall, plunging temperatures and heralding relentless snow. They were now radiating their final glimmers of life, thus shining brighter than before. Walking back to her 5-star hotel, Jiang Jin perused her phone for news while contemplating the usage rate of her storage space. It appeared that the capacity was determined by the quantity of items contained within. Therefore, before the end of days, she needed to fill it with supplies at any cost. Yet she had already exhausted her funds. It seemed nearly impossible to reach even 1% of her storage capacity with the resources she could afford. Suddenly, a news alert popped up. Shocking. The neighboring Sakura Country disregards global opposition and continues to discharge tritium-laden nuclear waste into the ocean. Shocked, Jiang Jin thought, how reckless. They only care for themselves, indifferent to the fate of humanity. It was no wonder that post-apocalyptic land would be inhabited by mutated sea creatures, a consequence of their nuclear waste disposal. An audacious idea struck her mind. She could traverse through walls, granting her the ability to procure supplies from the neighboring Sakura Country without expenditure. The thought filled her with uncontainable excitement. After booking her flight to Sakura Country, she lay down on the solitary king-size bed in her luxurious hotel suite, silencing her phone and drifting into a peaceful slumber. Approximately 10 minutes into her sleep, her phone erupted with dozens of notifications. Fortunately, she had silenced it. Only the screen flashed incessantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Dabao and Yong Yu had emerged from the police station, embellishing their account of the restaurant incident to their mother, Feng, over the phone. This caused her to hang up in anger, bombarding Jiang Jin with messages, accusing her of being cold-hearted and unsupportive during her brother and Appo's troubles, claiming she would be without family if he were to perish. As they walked back to the hotel, the atmosphere between Jiang Dabao and Yong Yu grew increasingly somber. Suddenly, Yong Yu glanced at her phone, which displayed a successful booking confirmation. A fleeting smile appeared on her face, but was quickly buried deep within. She turned to Jiang Dabao and declared, "I'm going home today." "What?" Jiang Dabao was taken aback by Yong Yu's sudden announcement. "You just devoured a meal worth over 100,000, and now you wish to leave? Am I to bear the cost alone? Wasted?" It was not agreed upon that. Jiang Dabao attempted to salvage the situation, only to be met with Yong Yu's cold countenance as she retorted, "How dare you say that? We have ended up at the police station because of this meal. And what about the betrothal gift? 1,880,000. When will you transfer it to my account? Only then shall we meet again. I am utterly disillusioned with you. Must you always impose losses upon me?" With that, Yong Yu raised her hand and hailed a taxi, leaving Jiang Dabao standing in a daze. It took him a considerable time to regain his senses. Gazing at the twinkling stars above, he softly murmured, "Wosen and Oppos. T had agreed that we would first purchase a car tomorrow and then use the betrothal gift to get engaged. So, have I truly overstepped today?" At 9:30 in the morning, Jiang Jin sat at the airport en route to the land of cherry blossoms. Opening her phone to see the barrage of messages from Feng, marked as 99, she dismissed them without a second thought. Just as Jiang Jin was about to order a cup of coffee, a familiar female voice reached her ears, "Zhang this time. As we journey to the land of cherry blossoms, I expect the cosmetics you promised me upon arrival." As the curtain of the first-class cabin was drawn back, Jiang Jin's gaze immediately fell upon Yong Yu, who was wholly nestled against an obese man. This affected display of affection stirred a profound sense of revulsion within her. It was a stark contrast to the superior demeanor she adopted at home, before her family, and especially before her parents and brother. As if they were eternally indebted to her for marrying into their family. It was as if she had deigned to descend from a higher station, even demanding that Feng attend to her by washing her feet. Before Jiang Jin's rebirth, she had dutifully obliged, fetching water for her ablutions. Yet, beneath that veneer of aloofness, she had concealed this scandalous behavior. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Jiang Jin activated the video recording function on her phone. Through the gap in the curtain, she aimed the camera at the scene unfolding before her. The phone's advanced camera capabilities captured the scene with remarkable clarity, zooming in to reveal even the finest details. "I heard you're getting married?" the man in the video inquired, seizing Yong Yu possessively, diverting the conversation from her words. Upon hearing the mention of marriage, Yong Yu's brow furrowed, and a look of profound disgust washed over her face. "I initially agreed to date him because I thought his family was well off. However, it turns out his financial support comes entirely from his sister, who is now embroiled in some misunderstanding with his family and has ceased providing him with funds. Yesterday, he couldn't and Oppos to even afford to pay for our meal. And I ended up at the police station. In short, I don't want to talk about it. It's too unlucky. At least for now. I have no intention of marrying him, Brother Zhang. Are you asking because you're considering marrying me? I've been saving myself for you." Her words elicited a series of hearty laughs from the man, while Jiang Jin was thoroughly repulsed. However, the more detestable her words were, the more captivating the spectacle would be when the Jiang Dabao family witnessed it. Considering her current state, clinging to the man, she would never be able to clear her name. As the plane took off, the curtain opposite Jiang Jin was drawn shut. She put away her phone and drifted off to sleep. Upon disembarking, Jiang Jin brushed past Yong Yu and the greasy man she was clinging to. Perhaps due to Jiang Jin's hat and mask, Yong Yu failed to recognize her. As soon as Jiang Jin turned on her phone after exiting the airport, a barrage of message notifications flooded the screen, the majority from Feng and her son. However, Jiang Jin had no intention of transferring money to them. With a few taps on the chat interface, she muted their notifications. Simultaneously, she posted a message on her social media account, announcing her arrival in the land of cherry blossoms. While waiting for her ride, Yong Yu and the repulsive brother Zhang reappeared, hauntingly close to Jiang Jin. Their nauseating display of affection caused Jiang Jin and Oppos' brow to twitch with disgust. She once again activated her phone and Oppos' camera, brazenly recording their interaction from behind. In the video, Yong Yu was plastered all over Brother Zhang, communicating in Mandarin. "Brother Zhang, are you serious? As soon as you divorce, I and Oppos, dump that idiot Jiang Dabao. Then, I'll take his sister's house, car, dowry, and demolition compensation and marry you. You can give your current wife the house. We'll live in a better one. But the company is off limits. We'll need it to fund our world travels." Upon hearing Yong Yu's proposal, Brother Zhang was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at her. However, a look of intense joy quickly replaced his astonishment as he praised Yong Yu. "Excellent. We'll do as you say. As soon as we return from this cherry blossom trip, I'll divorce that old hag. There's a 30-day cooling-off period, so you might have to put up with it for a bit. As long as I can marry Brother Zhang. I wanted Oppos. Mind enduring anything," Yong Yu responded, gazing adoringly at the man she referred to as Brother Zhang. Jiang Jin captured every moment with her phone and Oppos' high-definition camera. Only after the pair entered a taxi and departed did Jiang Jin lower her phone. She then headed straight for the cherry blossom Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji, straddling 4 prefectures, is a veritable haven of resources and a renowned tourist destination. Jiang Jin and Oppos' first stop was a luxurious hotel suite at the foot of Mount Fuji. During check-in, Jiang Jin once again crossed paths with Yong Yu. The two conspirators reeked of a foul odor, compelling Jiang Jin to turn away and hold her breath. After they had moved on, she mused to herself, this ill-fated connection is truly tenacious. I can and amp, oppos, T seemed to escape them. After settling into her room, Jiang Jin consulted a map and began exploring Mount Fuji with purpose. She meticulously examined the large shopping centers, stores, and even distribution centers, memorizing their locations and routes. As evening approached, Jiang Jin sought out a reputable cherry blossom private restaurant. 20,000 yen per person for 18 courses proved insufficient to satiate her appetite. The small portions characteristic of Japanese cuisine were partly to blame, but Jiang Jin and Oppo's body had also been enhanced by the space, increasing her energy expenditure and, consequently, her food intake. This amplified appetite allowed her to indulge in the world's delicacies. Exiting the private restaurant, Jiang Jin traversed the entire length of the street food stalls, sampling every offering, regardless of its appeal. Finally, her gaze settled upon a ramen shop, and she slowly made her way inside. Scanning the menu displayed on the table, Jiang Jin and Oppo's eyes were immediately drawn to the prominent extra toppings ramen. The price of this ramen was exorbitantly high, costing 880,000 yen per bowl, equivalent to over $4,000. Despite the numerous patrons in the shop, no one had ordered this particular ramen. As Jiang Jin pointed to it, the server was visibly surprised, asking her to confirm. You and Oppo's, saying you want to order this 880,000 yen extra toppings ramen? Yes. Jiang Jin replied, unfazed by the server and Oppo's reaction, simply nodding. The server then inquired attentively, and what about the noodle firmness? Extra firm, Jiang Jin responded, her tone still even. But the server's eyes gleamed with understanding. Her choice indicated a discerning palate. The addition of various toppings to ramen increases the dish's complexity, extending the eating time. Therefore, firmer noodles provide the perfect texture when consumed. As Jiang Jin saw the server off and prepared to remove her mask, she heard the server announce loudly, 880,000 yen, extra toppings ramen, extra firm. Instantly, cheers erupted throughout the shop. Although the cheers were in Japanese, they piqued Yong Yu and Oppo's interest. She turned to the greasy man beside her and said, Brother Jiang, this ramen seems delicious. Shall we order one to try? Upon hearing Yong Yu and Oppo's request, the greasy man glanced at the price and recoiled. 880,000 yen. That and Oppo's over $4,000. You want me to spend that much money on a bowl of ramen for you? You must be dreaming. The cosmetics I agreed to buy you were only a few thousand. I and Oppo's am not stupid. I and Oppo's am always shrewd when dealing with women like you. He merely sought a moment of respite, concocting a flimsy excuse to engage Yong Yu, spending a trifling sum. Moreover, he was certain that this bowl of noodles, priced over 40,000, would ensure that their expenses during this outing to the cherry blossoms would undoubtedly exceed 500,000. After all, people possess psychological expectations. If initial satisfaction is excessively high, subsequent contentment becomes difficult to manage. Thus, he addressed Yong Yu, stating, there is still much food left on the table. Let us not waste it. We can return tomorrow. Listening to his soothing yet empty promises, Yong Yu gazed at the uneaten dishes, feeling unable to protest and could only nod in silent acquiescence. With 2 bowls of noodles untouched in order to avoid displeasing her benefactor. This pretense was one she had to swallow. Jiang Jin found the situation amusing. That meal yesterday must have cost Jiang Dabao over 100,000. Yet he had cast her aside domestically. Today, she sought out a man she believed she could rely upon. Yet this man hesitated to treat her to even a bowl of noodles worth just over 40,000. Indeed, women must rely on themselves, both before and after the apocalypse. The money earned through one's own efforts and the loans obtained through one's own merit. Are they not all one's own wealth? After all, they need not be repaid. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Jin noticed the sky had turned dark and decided to rest briefly. As night deepened, she opened her eyes to check her phone. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Aside from the 24-hour convenience store, all large supermarkets had undoubtedly closed their doors. From her storage space, Jiang Jin retrieved a loose-fitting, black outfit suitable for nocturnal excursions. With a mere thought, she activated her ability to traverse, appearing in a secluded corner behind the hotel, focusing on the direction of the largest supermarket near Mount Fuji. Jiang Jin silently declared, The operation to plunder the land of the cherry blossoms has commenced. Chapter 16. The plundering of the geese and the crumbling cherry blossom on the pitch-black streets. The absence of honking cars and the rarity of passing vehicles enveloped the scene in an eerie silence. Jiang Jin traversed deeper into the darker alleys. Cloaked in a loose night attire, she remained imperceptible, her figure obscured from any prying eyes. Particularly in the land of cherry blossoms, modern infrastructure was not as robust, falling far short of that in Huaxia. Surveillance facilities were scant and pitifully inadequate. Unless Jiang Jin brazenly appeared at a major thoroughfare, there was little chance of being captured on camera. Yet even then, the clarity of such footage was questionable. In a matter of minutes, Jiang Jin found herself within a vast supermarket. The sprawling aisles and shelves beckoned her, and with little hesitation, she approached one. A fleeting thought flickered through her mind, and instantaneously, the entire shelf vanished, along with the myriad of beverages stacked upon it, all whisked away into her storage space. She continued her sweeping spree. Cigarettes, alcohol, gift boxes, trinkets, daily necessities, and sanitary products. Everything one could desire was at her disposal. In just half an hour, Jiang Jin had thoroughly ransacked all 4 levels of the supermarket. Even jewelry and clothing were not spared. Mannequins used for display found their way into her space, optimizing her storage usage. As fatigue washed over her, she paused in a corner, leaning against the wall to rest. She retrieved high-calorie snacks, shoving them into her mouth to replenish her energy. Suddenly, a hum resonated in her mind as the usage rate of her space surged from 2% to 4%. It was indeed a testament to the grandeur of the Cherry Blossom Nation and Appos' large supermarkets. Following this update in her storage capacity, a small sphere emerged from the central orb in her consciousness, rotating in a distinct trajectory, offset from the previous sphere and shifting vertically. The familiar pure energy coursed through her body, reinforcing and transforming her once more. This time, she could distinctly see her skin becoming smoother and more supple, reminiscent of the freshness of youth. It was no exaggeration to say it was as if she had regained the delicate skin of her younger days. Exhaling, Jiang Jin remained vigilant. The wrappers of her snacks were promptly discarded into her storage. As she sensed the newly formed sphere, a new ability blossomed in her mind: collocative movement. This power allowed Jiang Jin to leave an invisible shadow of herself on the surface while her true form traversed underground, sharing the sensory experiences of her surface form. Furthermore, her subterranean self could utilize other abilities as well. With a mere thought, she activated her new power, descending directly underground. She had previously scouted the area, discovering a large storage facility below, filled with frozen goods and accumulated stock. Typically, there was only one entrance for receiving goods, along with a replenishment passage above, both under surveillance. To pilfer from within would inevitably attract the camera's scrutiny. However, with her innate ability for spatial traversal and the newly acquired collocative movement, she felt at ease. Under the influence of her powers, Jiang Jin realized the maximum distance for retrieval had expanded. Previously requiring contact, she could now collect items from a meter away, as long as they were interconnected. Moreover, her speed had doubled. In less than 5 minutes, she had completely emptied the vast underground storage. Emerging from below, Jiang Jin wasted no time and dashed toward nearby shops. She toiled until 4 in the morning, only to find some convenience stores shuttered. Reluctantly, she extended her efforts, emptying the reserves of the convenience stores as well. After a night of relentless work, the commercial area beneath Mount Fuji lay barren, completely stripped of its goods. Even the hotel she inhabited had its provisions cleared out, leaving nothing behind. Lying in bed, Jiang Jin gazed at the progress bar of her storage space, now reflecting a usage rate of 7%. Curiosity gnawed at her. Why had her new ability not yet manifested? Could it be that each new power emerged only after a doubling of the previous usage rate? Contemplating this, she recalled the sequence of her recent augmentations. The first, a 1% rate enhancing her physical form. The second, 2% bolstering her body while granting spatial traversal. The third, 4% refining her skin and bestowing collocative movement. Thus, the next threshold should be 8%, she surmised. With this thought, Jiang Jin settled into her bed, savoring the fullness in her stomach from the feast she had consumed, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Jiang Jin slept soundly, yet the entirety of the Cherry Blossom Nation was in chaos. The police station was inundated with emergency calls. What? The commercial street beneath Mount Fuji had been completely emptied? Even the mannequins were missing? The computers containing the surveillance data had vanished too. The 24-hour convenience store had been closed for 4 hours, and now you tell me it was also robbed? The chief of police, observing the bustling officers fielding calls, slumped helplessly onto the floor, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. The sky was falling. The entire commercial area had been looted, a heist of unprecedented scale. It was easy to investigate, as such a massive undertaking would require numerous trucks for transport. Yet, the fact that such an incident occurred within his jurisdiction left him with direct accountability. The consequences of failure could lead to his dismissal, a mere light punishment in the grand scheme of things. He dared not contemplate the repercussions if this case remained unsolved. Given the prominence of the commercial area beneath Mount Fuji, renowned worldwide, various media outlets soon arrived, drawn by the sin of profit, vying to be the first to broadcast live coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, behind me is the largest commercial street beneath Mount Fuji. As you can see, this unprecedented robbery has left us astounded. The thief even took the glass from the windows, a level of audacity unseen before. Next, we will interview some of the employees working here. As the host stepped forward, he caught hold of an employee exiting the building and inquired, "Sir, what is the situation inside?" Faced with the question, the employee crumpled to the ground in tears, vehemently lamenting. "Those damn thieves even stole the savings I kept hidden at my workstation, money meant for gifts for my wife. 200,000 yen, saved over 3 years. All gone in a single night." Witnessing the emotional breakdown of the interviewee, the host attempted to manage the situation with a smile, while the camera panned back and forth. The online discourse was equally lively. Enthusiastic Huaxiao netizens. "This is merely karmic retribution for your misdeeds. The thief did well." Sakura netizens. "Do you have no conscience? This affects the livelihoods of so many people. Today, it seems those near Mount Fuji will have no food to eat." Indian netizens. "You cherry blossoms are the most heartless. How many lives will your nuclear waste dumping endanger? The entire globe. Thank goodness the Ganges is unaffected. Otherwise, I might have to catch an Indian in place of a lizard." The instigator of this chaos, Jiang Jin, rested for an entire day. As night fell, the hotel resumed its normal meal service. While dining, Jiang Jin gazed out the window, pondering to herself, "It seems that tonight and Oppo's operation must commence earlier. The nearby granary cannot be overlooked." With this thought, Jiang Jin made her way swiftly towards the outskirts. Chapter 17, Negligence under Mount Fuji. Where grain is scarce, what was referred to as a granary was, in reality, merely a hub for the distribution of goods. A portion of the supplies had been transported to the vicinity of the Mount Fuji commercial district to meet the daily consumption of the populace. However, a greater quantity remained within, for the notorious Mount Fuji thief had yet to be apprehended. If all the supplies were moved inside and subsequently stolen, it would surely become a source of amusement. Yet, this situation inadvertently favored Jiang Jin. Dressed in a loose night cloak, Jiang Jin navigated through the city and Oppo's shadowy corners. Occasionally, she overheard passers-by discussing the Mount Fuji thief with a mix of excitement and thrill. Thanks to her ability of spatial shifting, she was virtually undetectable. Indeed, this talent was well suited for a private investigator. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Jiang Jin noticed a substantial number of night patrol officers, armed with standard-issue handguns. They patrolled in groups. Hidden in the shadows were military snipers, including the presence of American soldiers. Clearly, they were well prepared to prevent another incident akin to the Mount Fuji thief affair. With such a high level of security, even the infamous Kaido Kid would struggle to empty the granary. Unfortunately for them, they were up against Jiang Jin. Mastering her spatial abilities, she entered the granary with ease, as if it were an unguarded realm. Utilizing her spatial shifting, she infiltrated the largest granary. Once inside, she was astounded by the sight before her. The granary was brightly lit, illuminating nearly every corner. Mountains of rice and flour were stacked high, with various beans occupying the remaining space. Yet, amidst these visible supplies, Jiang Jin spotted dozens of surveillance cameras. These devices meticulously captured the granary and Oppo's condition, leaving no blind spots. It was evident that significant effort had been invested to safeguard this primary granary. Standing directly beneath the food supplies, Jiang Jin concentrated. Countless grains surged into her storage space, causing its utilization rate to surpass 80% in an instant. But this was merely the beginning. This granary held the crucial supplies that sustained the entire commercial district beneath Mount Fuji. As Jiang Jin excitedly collected the provisions, the storage rate continued to soar, 90%. 100%. It only halted at 150%. Having vacated the main granary, Jiang Jin was engulfed in exhilaration, completely oblivious to the enhancement of her physical abilities. She failed to notice that in her consciousness, the sphere representing her storage space had split, creating a new sphere. With her spatial shifting capability, she also infiltrated and emptied several other warehouses, all without a soul being the wiser. Simultaneously, in the surveillance room, the few officers who should have been vigilantly monitoring the screens were engrossed in a card game. Jimbakuen, is it really all right for us to play cards here? A young officer who had just won some money questioned nervously. After all, if another incident of the granary being emptied were to occur, they would bear direct responsibility. Dismissal would be a mild consequence. The other officers rolled their eyes at his apprehension and grumbled, "Kikuzuru, don't you dare think about running off with your winnings. Besides, why should you worry about the grain? There are plenty of colleagues patrolling outside. Our presence here to monitor is utterly redundant. Who could possibly escape the eyes of so many? If someone had that ability, no amount of surveillance would help, and the snipers wouldn't be able to stop them either." Seeing their reactions, the timid officer could only lower his head and continue playing quietly. Within half an hour, he had amassed over 1,000,000 yen in winnings, while some officers lost all their savings, watching from the sidelines. Who will take a look at the surveillance? The winning Kikuzuru asked his colleagues. The others exchanged glances, showing no intention of leaving. Observing this, Kikuzuru pulled out 2 10,000 yen bills and declared, "Whoever checks the surveillance and returns to tell me, these 20,000 yen are yours." At his words, the previously displeased officers and oppos expressions changed instantly. They scrambled to the surveillance room, exclaiming, "I and amp, oppos, LL go. I'll be back for the money. And me, I deserve my share." The door to the surveillance room swung open. As they approached the monitors, they muttered, "Kikuzuru is such a coward. With so many patrolling outside, why would he worry about the granary being stolen?" One added, "Forget it. He is foolish and rich. After I collect my winnings, I'll get back to the table and win back what I lost. Yes, I must recover my losses. Kikuzuru is simply too fortunate." Amidst their chatter, they reached the surveillance screen, and the foremost officer, brimming with excitement, pointed at the display, saying, "I told you." The granary Kuden and amp, oppos, possibly. His words faltered as he turned around to behold the empty surveillance feed. Scanning the room, he saw that all the granaries were devoid of supplies. "Am I seeing things?" An officer exclaimed in disbelief, gesturing for a colleague to slap him. With a resounding crack, the stinging pain flooded his senses, confirming that he was not dreaming. "Quick, sound the alarm," he shouted to his colleagues. The others stood frozen, flailing their arms in confusion, unsure where to press, until, in a moment of panic, one of them lunged forward and pressed the alarm button. The moment the alarm was triggered, the entire granary trembled. Officers engaged in card games and other rooms abandoned their hands, rushing frantically towards the surveillance room. Upon their arrival, they found their colleagues in a frenzy, fast-forwarding the footage. Before their eyes, the grain disappeared into thin air. Piece by piece, it vanished without a trace. They appeared as if they were watching a video that had been tampered with, their faces reflecting disbelief. Simultaneously, some tasked with monitoring the grain opened the granary doors for immediate inspection. Staring at the vacant granary, they were left dumbfounded. Where is the grain? It's all gone. The supplies beneath Mount Fuji had been entirely depleted. I'm finished. My political career is utterly ruined. With the granary emptied, there will be no food reserves beneath Mount Fuji. The granary supervisor lamented in despair. Moreover, even if supplies from other cities were to arrive, there would still be instances where grain could not be procured. His helpless cries exacerbated the already chaotic atmosphere among the officers. They frantically searched the granary for any sign of a breach, yet all their efforts proved futile. The instigator, Jiang Jin, chuckled silently at the sound of the alarm. After utilizing her spatial shifting ability to distance herself by several kilometers, she emerged from the underground, standing in a shadowy corner. In her mind, the utilization rate of her storage had risen once again, reaching an astonishing 20%. At this moment, as Jiang Jin's body reached the ground, the pure energy accumulated within the orb of his consciousness erupted instantaneously, surging towards every limb and sinew. A new small orb emerged, joining the previous 3, resulting in a total of 4 orbs swirling around the central sphere, reminiscent of celestial bodies within a cosmic system. Once the enhancement of his physical form was fully completed, Jiang Jin was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sensation of hunger emanating from within. He promptly retrieved sustenance from his storage space to replenish his energy. For nearly half an hour, he did not cease his eating, and only when he felt a fullness in his stomach did he gradually reduce the pace of his consumption. As his thoughts brushed against the third newly appeared orb, the information regarding his new abilities detonated explosively within Jiang Jin's mind. Chapter 18. The Concern of Cold Front. Incitement and Short-Distance Spatial Leap. It is nothing short of a glitch in abilities. It differs from spatial traversal, allowing one to traverse through the very fabric of existence. It enables Jiang Jin to leap directly from the ground to the rooftop of a 100-story building, even spanning distances of 1,000 meters. Of course, the present limitation is a mere 1,000 meters. Yet, such a distance suffices for numerous endeavors. Jiang Jin suppressed the joy swelling within her and continued to touch the fourth small orb as new information surged within her mind. Astonishingly, it was a teleportation anchor point. As long as Jiang Jin establishes a teleportation anchor at a certain location, she could traverse back and forth between two places, albeit with a maximum of 2 anchor points. Nevertheless, that was adequate. Given her daytime repose and nocturnal undertakings, she would undoubtedly attract scrutiny from the Sakura nation. Her plan was to return to the hotel, travel to the vicinity of Tokyo, establish a teleportation anchor, and return. Daylight robbery. They would never suspect such audacity from her, would they? With this thought, Jiang Jin narrowed her eyes slightly. While consuming her meal, she employed the short-distance spatial leap, making her way towards the hotel. It was not that she wished to avoid taking a taxi. Rather, it was a matter of explanation. Without any surveillance footage of her departing from the hotel, appearing outside impulsively could easily raise suspicions. Should she be linked to the theft incident, being forcibly detained in Sakura, thereby delaying her return home, would be disastrous. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Jin immediately conjured 2 lavish tables of delicacies from the spatial realm and indulged heartily. Previously, she could not finish a single table and appos' worth of food, but now, she relished 2 tables, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. As she caressed her flat abdomen, Jiang Jin mused, where did all that food go? Suddenly, a series of and appos, knock 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 and appos, sounds resonated from the doorway. Cautiously, Jiang Jin rose and approached the door, inquiring, who is it? In response to her query, a voice outside quickly replied, police, we are executing official duties, and we hope for your cooperation. As the voice faded, the door lock clicked open, revealing Jiang Jin still within the hotel. The police nodded in acknowledgement of her presence, stating, apologies for the intrusion. Due to the extensive nature of the theft case, we need to conduct thorough investigations. We hope we have not disturbed you. With that, the police proceeded downstairs. The luxurious suite had only a handful of rooms. Evidently, Jiang Jin was either the sole occupant or the last to be investigated. After watching them depart, Jiang Jin returned to her room, securing the door tightly. Leaning against it, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I returned in time. Otherwise, had they searched and found me absent, it would have been calamitous. However, with this investigation concluded, she felt a sense of security for the time being. Being situated beneath Mount Fuji, they could hardly suspect her of involvement in the thefts occurring in Tokyo and other locales, could they? With this thought, Jiang Jin altered her plans for nighttime excursions. The city was likely under lockdown. Remaining in the hotel and observing the developments was prudent. She resolved to act during the daylight hours tomorrow. The Sakura nation's officials were in a state of turmoil throughout the night. The media, seizing upon leaked information, sensationalized the events with fervor. Anxiety permeated the vicinity beneath Mount Fuji. Amidst the various reports, netizens expressed their discontent towards the nation and Appo's leadership. Yamato Nadeshiko, does this mean I won and Appo's be able to buy food tomorrow? My household is on the brink of starvation. I can hardly believe that in the 21st century, people can still starve to death. Nakamura Hisashi, conspiracy. This is undoubtedly a grand conspiracy. What kind of force could infiltrate our Sakura officials, lending them credence and redirecting food supplies? I refuse to believe in such a flimsy excuse as food vanishing into thin air. Tokiba Kaori, I have a premonition. It's just the beginning beneath Mount Fuji. Soon, reports will emerge from all corners of our nation, one and Appos. They? The great thief of Mount Fuji is a ruse. In reality, it's you officials attempting to erase evidence of your long-standing corruption and embezzlement. I sent it? Upon waking, Jiang Jin stepped out of her room and hailed a taxi, heading straight for Tokyo. The utilization rate of her storage space was far from reaching its maximum capacity. She needed to make the most of her limited time. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Why must it be beneath Mount Fuji? She could go to Tokyo first, then Osaka, Kyoto. After arranging her itinerary, Jiang Jin closed her eyes. Just then, her phone vibrated with buzzing and oppos sound. Logically, she had blocked the peculiar family members. After all, while traveling, she had little time to engage with them. Who could be messaging her now? With that thought, Jiang Jin opened her phone. To her surprise, a message notification popped up. It was from Cold Front. Clicking on it, his chat window appeared before her. Cold Front. Are you in Sakura? Cold Front. It seems unsafe there. A major robbery has occurred. If you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me. I might be able to assist. Reading his concern warmed Jiang Jin and Appo's heart. In a foreign land, embroiled in such a significant matter, she cherished this sincere sentiment deeply. Jiang Jin, I am safe. I'll return in a few days. Please keep an eye on the construction crew for me. Jiang Jin, I'll treat you to a meal when I get back. After sending the message, Cold Front sat at the construction site, nervously watching his phone. He had already seen Jiang Jin's social media posts and commented beneath them, but she had not responded, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. Today, upon learning of the monumental robbery in Sakura, his concern for Jiang Jin peaked. After hesitating for nearly an hour, he finally sent a message expressing his concern. His palms had unconsciously begun to sweat. He had traversed the battlefields of Europe without breaking a sweat, yet today, merely sending a message made him anxious. If any of his former comrades were to witness this, they would surely mock him, but he had no time to dwell on such thoughts. At last, a ding notification sounded from his phone. Cold Front's eyes widened as he gazed at his phone screen. Upon seeing Jiang Jin's reply, he lifted his gaze to the workers in the room, nodded approvingly, and then composed a message to Jiang Jin. Cold Front. Understood. I'll keep an eye on everything. There will be no mistakes. With Cold Front's assurance, Jiang Jin felt a profound sense of security envelop her. Exiting the chat, she noticed the plethora of unread messages from Feng and Jiang Dabao, numbering over 99, which felt bothersome. Even her aloof grandfather, Jiang Shijian, had sent her no fewer than 10 messages. After much deliberation, Jiang Jin edited a message to Feng and Jiang Dabao, creating a group chat and sending it. Jiang Jin, I am in Sakura negotiating for supplies. If I secure it, I can sell everything through my reputation back home. And my brother Maybach will be taken care of. Upon receiving the message, Feng, who had been searching for her, instantly perked up. Jiang Dabao's eyes lit up at the mention of Maybach. Such a luxury vehicle would start at $1 million, and the thought of driving one was beyond his wildest dreams. Feng, hurry and finalize the deal. Once it's done, come back and sell the goods. Your brother's marriage cannot be delayed. Jiang Dabao, sister, are you really going to buy me a Maybach? I knew it. My sister loves me the most. If Yong Yu knew you bought me a wedding car, she would probably be overjoyed. Observing their responses, Jiang Jin couldn't and Appos help but smile. Are you still contemplating marrying Yong Yu? She is already on her honeymoon with someone else. Unbeknownst to you. However, it is for the best. The greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment. Jiang Jin and Appos' fingers gently tapped the keyboard, and a message regarding Yong Yu was promptly sent out. Chapter 19. Yong Yu and Jiang Dabao sever ties? Murder. Jiang Jin, retracted. The initial video recorded aboard the plane was dispatched by Jiang Jin, only to be swiftly retracted. However, the duration for which the video was accessible was sufficient for Jiang Dabao to have opened and viewed a portion of it. Predictably, Jiang Dabao immediately responded after Jiang Jin's retraction. Jiang Dabao, what does retracting the video imply? Furthermore, where and when was this video taken? In response to Jiang Dabao and Appos' inquiry, Jiang Jin feigned innocence, employing a divisive tactic. Jiang Jin, my phone glitched earlier, a mere misclick. However, it was filmed at approximately 9 o'clock the day before yesterday. Jiang Jin, the individual in this video bears a resemblance to your sister-in-law. But having only met her once, I hesitate to disseminate it and potentially instigate misunderstandings in your relationship. Jiang Dabao scrutinized the information transmitted by Jiang Jin, his fury escalating. His mind was inundated with recollections of the day before yesterday. Indeed, he had been incessantly messaging and calling her at 9 o'clock in the morning. Yet she had remained unresponsive, only replying upon disembarking from the plane, claiming to have been asleep. The video and Appos' timestamp aligned, and the face, along with the mole on her waist, were captured with sufficient clarity precluding any possibility of misidentification. Even with twins, it would be improbable for moles to be situated in the identical location on their waists. Compounding this with her resolute rejection of him that evening and her failure to respond throughout the night, Jiang Dabao and Appo's fists clenched, striking the adjacent wall with considerable force. Upon regaining composure, he retrieved his phone and addressed Jiang Jin. Jiang Dabao, release the video. Jiang Dabao, I demand a confrontation with that harlot. Feng was similarly incensed, her son and Appo's marriage being predicated on the continuation of their lineage. Should Yong Yu engage in promiscuity, the offspring would not be of the Jiang bloodline, potentially leading to the extinction of the Jiang family and the raising of a child for another. Feng, release it. This pertains to the very prosperity of our entire Jiang family. Jiang Jin, noting that the mother and son had ceased inquiring about the car, chuckled softly. She disseminated the initial video and subsequently deactivated her phone screen, disregarding the reactions of Jiang Dabao and Feng. Upon viewing the entirety of the video, Jiang Dabao was consumed by rage. She had remained chaste for that man, explaining why, even when sharing a bed, she had refused his advances throughout their relationship. Harlot. Jiang Dabao spat the word through clenched teeth. He then located Yong Yu's contact information and initiated a barrage of calls. Yong Yu, having endured a night of incessant disturbances and cooperating with inspections, slept soundly during the day. Upon awakening, she observed the multitude of missed calls on her silenced phone. Experiencing a throbbing headache. 999 calls. Upon examination, they were all from Jiang Dabao. Was he deranged? Even if he were unemployed, this was excessive. As she pondered this, another call from Jiang Dabao materialized, which Yong Yu promptly answered. A hoarse roar immediately assaulted her ears. Harlot. Activate location sharing. Upon hearing Jiang Dabao address her with such derogatory language, Yong Yu and Appo's anger, already simmering from the Sakura police and Appo's room inspection, surged forth. She retorted sharply, repeat that. Jiang Dabao, hearing Yong Yu and Appo's sudden elevation in tone, instinctively recoiled. However, reminded of his cuckolded state, Jiang Dabao and Appo's voice rose once more, shouting in his raspy tone. I said, harlot. Activate location sharing. I will not repeat myself a third time. Upon hearing this, a sense of unease washed over Yong Yu. Jiang Dabao had never behaved in this manner before. He would typically apologize upon hearing her raise her voice. Was he acting under the influence of drugs today? Despite her displeasure, Yong Yu remained confident. I am in Sakura Country. Sharing my location is inconsequential. What does it matter? She did not consider the possibility that her infidelity had been discovered. After all, Jiang Dabao was rather dim-witted and unlikely to uncover her secrets. Faced with Yong Yu's audacity, Jiang Dabao trembled with rage. She had confessed, admitting her presence in Sakura Country and betraying him. Consult the messaging application. Jiang Dabao uttered these words. As if all strength had abandoned his body, he collapsed to the ground. Yong Yu, hearing Jiang Dabao and Appo's instruction to consult the messaging application, was perplexed. What relevance could the messaging application hold? As she pondered this, she opened the application and discovered a single video sent by Jiang Dabao. However, upon viewing the video's thumbnail, Yong Yu was seized by panic. It was her. It was footage of her on the plane. She cautiously tapped the video, witnessing herself displaying her graceful figure and uttering flattering remarks to Brother Jiang. She was utterly discomposed, her palms drenched in perspiration. I and Appo's finished. I and Appo's finished. Her extramarital affair had been exposed, and her previous falsehoods had been thoroughly debunked in the video. Brother Jiang observed Yong Yu and Appo's fingers rapidly typing and deleting text on the keyboard, arousing his suspicion. He then noticed the video playing on Yong Yu and Appo's phone. Upon recognizing the surreptitiously filmed footage of his intimate encounter with Yong Yu, he frowned deeply. What is the meaning of this? We were secretly filmed in first class? In response to Brother Jiang and Appo's inquiry, Yong Yu nodded woodenly, her gaze meeting Brother Jiang and Appo's as she softly inquired, Brother Jiang, will you marry me? In response to Yong Yu's inquiry, Brother Jiang internally scoffed. How could I possibly marry someone like you? However, as they were traveling together, he did not immediately sever ties. Nodding in agreement, I will file for divorce upon our return. What has transpired? Are you being threatened by the individual who filmed the video? Yong Yu shook her head without responding. As night descended, Jiang Jin donned a fresh set of night black attire and utilized her spatial teleportation ability to instantly traverse from a hotel in Osaka to Tokyo. A subtle fatigue emanated from the depths of her being. Scanning her surroundings, Jiang Jin's gaze immediately met that of a homeless man slumped on the ground. The homeless man opened his mouth in alarm, attempting to cry out. However, Jiang Jin instantaneously materialized before him, her slender hand firmly gripping his neck. With a gentle exertion of force, Jiang Jin crushed his neck. She deposited the corpse into her storage space. The act of killing was not foreign to Jiang Jin, having been performed numerous times during the frigid apocalypse of her previous life. After all, venturing out to scavenge for supplies was a perilous undertaking, and the act of seizing resources and killing was commonplace, as everyone was fighting for survival. Now, committing murder, Jiang Jin genuinely perceived the magnitude of her power. Furthermore, the victim was an unfamiliar Sakura Country national, precluding any sense of remorse. Upon entering the Tokyo Trading Hub storage depot, a profound excitement illuminated Jiang Jin's countenance. Chapter 20. The sleepless night in Sakura Country and the cold front canned goods, military rations, and an uncountable array of daily necessities. At the thought of this, Jiang Jin swiftly cleared the surrounding space while sprinting through the warehouse. Vast quantities of supplies entered her storage space, causing its utilization rate to soar once more. 20%, 25%, 32%. Just a single warehouse in Tokyo had propelled her storage utilization to 40%. Within her consciousness, a new sphere split off, orbiting the original one. The pure energy spread throughout her body, alleviating the fatigue from her teleportation abilities. However, a sudden wave of hunger struck. Jiang Jin consumed high-calorie food once again. As her hunger subsided, her consciousness collided with the sphere anew. A clear message exploded in her mind: spatial barrier. It could completely isolate a certain area from the outside world, preventing those inside from exiting and those outside from entering. They could see each other, yet could not harm one another. Sound would also be unable to travel. If employed to protect her sanctuary, it would undoubtedly ensure absolute security. With this thought, Jiang Jin's spirit soared. She lifted her gaze, directly aiming at Osaka. With a mere thought, her figure appeared in a hotel in Osaka. Utilizing her spatial abilities, Jiang Jin quickly reached the vicinity of the commercial warehouses in Osaka. Gazing at the plethora of goods within arm's reach, she sighed with relief, silently declaring, "The operation to seize the nation begins anew." In the early hours, chaos engulfed the entire Tokyo, especially as police flooded the streets, conducting extensive searches. The disturbance left Tokyo and Oppo's residents and tourists in disarray. Some media outlets, sensing the tension, began investigating the streets of Tokyo. And upon witnessing the uncanny resemblance between the Century supermarket and the commercial district at the foot of Mount Fuji, they were utterly astounded. The internet buzzed with shock due to their live footage. Countless citizens of Sakura Country were awakened in the dead of night by friends and family, turning on their phones to see the trending news. Shocking. Tokyo and Oppo's billion-dollar warehouses emptied overnight. The mysterious organization has indeed struck at Tokyo. Sakura Country may face mass starvation. Who has stolen the national granaries? At this moment, Jiang Jin had concluded her previous operation and lay in her hotel room in Osaka, quietly browsing her phone. Clicking on a trending news article, she saw numerous citizens protesting in the comments. Oshima Masato. Damn it. Are the self-defense forces and the police utterly useless? With so many goods disappearing overnight, shouldn't you provide an explanation to the entire nation? Komuro Jun. What kind of organization could manipulate all of Sakura Country? One place at the foot of Mount Fuji is not enough. Must Tokyo be emptied as well? Is there a curfew in Tokyo? Can't you see the vehicles? Can't you investigate? Yin Yuan Yong. You're not even pretending anymore. If the capital Tokyo can be robbed, what else next? Kyoto? Or the fishing grounds of Hokkaido? Jiang Jin chuckled to herself upon reading the names of places mentioned in the comments, thankful for the insights on where to go next. Suddenly, a new hot topic alert popped up on her phone. Osaka has also been emptied overnight. What kind of power is behind this? 2 major cities in Sakura Country cleared in one night. Clicking to read more, she recognized the commercial district she had just emptied. Jiang Jin gazed at the vacant mall, satisfaction swelling within her. Truly, it was her handiwork, not a scrap left behind. The utilization rate of her storage space had soared to 56%. She was tantalizingly close to acquiring her abilities and physical enhancement at 64%. Moreover, Jiang Jin was eagerly anticipating reaching 100% utilization. She wondered if this magical space would undergo any new transformations. Below, the anger of Sakura Country and Oppo's netizens surged against the ruling party. Nishikawa Akihito. Damn it. I was in Osaka's entertainment district wondering why the self-service vending machines had vanished. Turns out that damn mysterious organization cleared them out. Sateda Ibuki. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tokyo and Osaka are so far apart. How could they possibly empty both cities simultaneously? There aren't enough trucks to carry everything. Furuya Tomomi. I might have seen it. I was responsible for monitoring the Osaka Mall, and I saw a shadow. It cleared everything inside the mall in an instant. Everything that passed by disappeared. Suddenly, a comment caught Jiang Jin and Oppo's attention. She quickly clicked on it and discovered that Furuya Tomomi had even shared the surveillance footage from the mall. Panic spread across Sakura Country. Strange. If previously people suspected the ruling prime minister and officials of corruption, now they were filled with dread that it was beyond human capability. And a palpable fear enveloped Sakura Country. Jiang Jin's heart raced. Thankfully, she wore a thick night cloak, preventing anyone from spotting her. But, did I look that impressive while running? She mused, eventually drifting off to a blissful sleep. In stark contrast, the entire Sakura Country remained sleepless throughout the night. In the city of Tenkai, Cold Front, supervising the workers, found his eyelids growing heavy. He squatted in a corner and succumbed to sleep. When he opened his eyes, he immediately noticed multiple trending pieces of information regarding Sakura Country. Upon seeing that Tokyo and Osaka had been emptied overnight, Jiang Jin's figure resurfaced in his mind. He took out his phone and composed a message. Cold Front. Perhaps you should return home. Cold Front. Things are too chaotic over there. I fear if you wait too long, you may not be able to return. He sent the messages and tossed his phone aside, pretending not to look at it. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he kept glancing at the screen, hoping to see it light up. After a while, his phone finally illuminated, and a smile spread across his face as he picked it up. However, it turned out to be a new trending notification. He contemplated putting the phone down, but worried Jiang Jin might miss his message, so he lingered on the chat page. After an indeterminate amount of time, he sent another message. Cold Front. Remember to reply when you see this. Meanwhile, Jiang Jin lay comfortably on the large bed in the presidential suite, enjoying a peaceful slumber. When she finally opened her eyes, Cold Front had already endured 6 sleepless hours, his eyes bloodshot. Upon seeing his messages, she immediately replied, feeling a surge of delight. 6 hours ago, based on her understanding of him, he had undoubtedly remained awake, fixated on his phone, waiting for her response. It was truly remarkable how he managed to resist messaging her for 6 hours in such circumstances, given his cool exterior and warm heart. Jiang Jin, rest assured. I am safe. I will definitely return before the project concludes. As Cold Front held his phone, he heard the sudden ding notification. Immediately, he turned his bloodshot eyes to the screen. Upon seeing Jiang Jin's reply, his unease began to dissipate. However, upon noting the time frame she provided, that sense of unease intensified anew. Chapter 21. The Return from a Stolen Nation. Forgotten romance of a Cold Front. 10 days have swiftly passed. In the vast land of the Cherry Blossom Nation, apart from large shopping centers, distribution hubs, and the fishing grounds of Hokkaido, Jiang Jin did not overlook military arsenals or strategic oil reserves. Everything was meticulously gathered into her storage space. At the airport, Jiang Jin, donning heavy black-framed glasses and casual attire, resembled a typical tourist. Adorned with various products purchased from Oppo's, legitimate stores and Oppo's, in the Cherry Blossom Nation. After passing security, Jiang Jin settled into the exclusive VIP lounge for first-class passengers, savoring a cup of coffee while resting her eyes. Within those 10 days, she had successfully plundered 95% of her storage space. Moreover, as she accumulated more items, she noticed a significant expansion of her storage capacity. Now, items of the same volume could be stored at an increased rate of 1% or even 10% more than before. Otherwise, it would be improbable for Jiang Jin to have utilized her storage space to such an extent after her heist in the Cherry Blossom Nation. A familiar voice echoed in her ears. Zhanggu, once you're back home, make sure to expedite the divorce. I only have you left. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Jin did not need to open her eyes to recognize it was Yong Yu. She had already boarded a flight from Hokkaido, yet here she was, encountering this pair once again. It felt as if they were haunting her. Jiang Jin turned her head aside, feigning interest in the view outside the glass window, while secretly experimenting with her newly acquired ability, the vacuum barrier. During her experimentation, a small bird suddenly flew to the window she was observing. As it attempted to fly away, Jiang Jin activated her power. In an instant, the bird was ensnared within a minuscule 15 cubic centimeters space, all the gases within extracted, rendering it a true vacuum. The bird struggled violently for a brief moment, its head incessantly colliding against the invisible barrier until it succumbed to asphyxiation, collapsing midair. Isolated by Jiang Jin and Appo's barrier. As Jiang Jin witnessed the bird and Appo's fall, she promptly retracted the vacuum, ensuring no one would notice the anomaly. The moment the barrier was lifted, the bird plummeted to the ground. Yong Yu, observing the once flapping bird now crashing down, was overtaken by a sense of embarrassment. In that instant, she drew a parallel between herself and the bird. Like that struggling creature, she too was desperately striving to ascend, yet ultimately met a tragic end. Was this a silent admonition directed at her? Yong Yu pondered, glancing at Zhang Gu and Appo's tranquil visage, filled with concern. Seizing a moment of distraction, she retrieved her phone and sought out Jiang Dabao and Appo's chat. She composed a message, offering her apologies. A proud canary aspiring to soar above the rest was now apologizing to a mere sparrow on the ground, hoping to secure an escape route. After all, Jiang Dabao had a sister named Jiang Panting. Abandoning him would make it challenging to find another man as easily manageable. Eggs should not be placed in a single basket. With this thought, she looked back at Zhang Gu, who was reclining in his chair, feeling a deep sense of loss. Ultimately, she still hoped to walk alongside the successful Zhang Gu until the very end. Jiang Jin disembarked from the flight at Tianhai City Airport. Her gaze immediately fell upon Feng, who had come to greet her. The reason was simple, that aloof warrior was holding a sign exceeding 2 meters in length, emblazoned with the words, "Welcome Miss Jiang back to the country." Instantly, Jiang Jin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. As she passed by Feng, she instinctively hurried past, reluctant to acknowledge him. With so many passengers disembarking, everyone's eyes were drawn to the sign-wielding Feng, and she wished to avoid becoming the center of attention, especially not for trending on local social media. Heavens, how could such a distinguished warrior be so absurd? Jiang Jin's embarrassment made her want to sink into the ground. Just as her heart raced while passing Feng, he unexpectedly lowered the sign and grasped her escaping wrist, softly inquiring, "Did you not see the sign I held for you?" Jiang Jin longed to assert that she had seen it, but was unwilling to admit it. Yet, upon meeting Feng's earnest gaze, she quickly surrendered. She mused silently. How could a person's eyes radiate such purity? "Let us talk at home." Jiang Jin inhaled deeply, then turned her hand to clasp Feng's, leading him out of the airport. Startled by her action, Feng instinctively attempted to pull away, but halfway through, he relinquished the thought and returned to her side. Feeling the chill of Jiang Jin's hand, his heart, which had been anxious since she went to the Cherry Blossom Nation, gradually found solace. As they walked, he sensed a change in Jiang Jin. Had she grown thinner? The realization brought a fleeting pang of pain to Feng's heart. With the theft of resources from the Cherry Blossom Nation, Jiang Jin must have struggled to eat properly. Right? Last time, she seemed to enjoy seafood. Should he take her there again? Contemplating this, Feng opened the door to a nearby taxi and asked Jiang Jin, "Would you like to indulge in another seafood feast like before?" Jiang Jin's face lit up with surprise at Feng's invitation. Had this fool truly changed? How could he initiate an invitation to dine? "Sure," she replied, her smile radiant. However, her expression froze when she suddenly noticed the tattered sign with red background and yellow lettering still clutched in Feng's hand. Feng observed Jiang Jin's smiling gaze directed at the sign and thought to himself, "She indeed likes it." He resolved to thank Xiongli properly later. And the renovations on the house had been completed. The basements of the two houses were connected as requested, though they had only been equipped with basic electrical connections. Perfect timing for her return. After today's inspection, Xiongli would have the workers withdraw. Half an hour after the car left the airport, Feng finally spoke. "Jiang Jin," he began, "please discuss with Xiongli about installing a temperature control system and a ventilation system for the house, particularly ensuring it has both internal and external circulation." Upon hearing Jiang Jin's requests, Feng did not hesitate. He immediately relayed the instructions to Xiongli. Soon, a notification pinged. Ding. Feng glanced at his phone to find Xiongli and Oppos, S reply. However, beneath the end amp, Oppos, received and amp, Oppos, notice. Several follow-up messages popped up. Xiongli, it seems you've picked up Miss Jiang. Xiongli, how did it go? Was the sign I prepared impressive to Miss Jiang? Xiongli, also, don't forget to show her the flowers in the trunk before she gets in. No woman can refuse a romantic man. As he read Xiongli and Oppos' reminders, Long Feng finally snapped back to reality. Indeed, he had driven here. And the trunk was filled with flowers. Why on earth was he getting into a taxi with Jiang Jin? Hesitantly, he pulled out his phone and repeatedly typed in the chat box. Long Feng, Xiongli, I left the car at the airport. Long Feng, could you send someone to retrieve it? The keys are still in the car, along with the flowers. Chapter 22. An Impressive Appetite. Cold condensation. Xiongli gazed at the message from Long Feng, his mouth twisting in disbelief. Had the most romantic relief made him forget? How had he not realized before that Long Feng was so ineffectual? While arranging for someone to drive the car back from the airport, Xiongli personally sought out the temperature control and ventilation systems, determined to procure the finest. Though he remained puzzled as to why Jiang Jin was so adamant about renovating 2 residential houses. With this amount of money, one could entirely construct a bomb shelter. However, since his good friends had no objections, he felt no need to question further. Upon returning to the welcome garden community, Jiang Jin led Long Feng through the 2 houses. Remarkably, after the renovations, the heavy iron doors could not be breached even with a chainsaw. The walls were utterly impenetrable. As for the glass, Jiang Jin casually fired 2 shots at it with a handgun. Bang, bang. To his astonishment, the bulletproof glass remained completely unscathed. Furthermore, due to the special modifications, the sound of gunfire did not escape the premises. Long Feng stood beside her, utterly dumbfounded. A gun. Jiang Jin had just produced a standard-issue handgun from Sakura Country and fired it at the tempered glass. Her wrist was so steady. If she wasn't exceptionally strong, she must have considerable experience with firearms. Yet, considering Jiang Jin and amp, Oppos, S and amp, Oppos, slender and amp, Oppos, frame, it seemed implausible that she possessed such strength. So, where was the gun now? Long Feng's eyes darted around Jiang Jin, searching for the firearm. Yet, that frail figure in casual attire appeared to have no place to conceal a weapon. Jiang Jin turned back, naturally locking eyes with Long Feng. In a soft voice, she said, "Superpower. The handgun is stored in my space. Do you believe me?" As she spoke, her voice elongated, her gaze fixed intently on him. Rebirth, a chilling apocalypse, spatial abilities. Such claims would hardly be believed if posted online. They seemed too far-fetched. However, as she stared into Long Feng and Oppos' eyes, she found no hint of doubt. His gaze was resolute. Of course. Here. Jiang Jin retrieved the handgun once more from her storage space and presented it to Long Feng. He merely glanced at it, refusing to take it, and said indifferently, "The Southern M60 revolver, a standard-issue firearm for Sakura Country and Oppos' police. It holds 6 rounds and has decent accuracy." Jiang Jin listened to Long Feng and Oppos' description with little interest. She only cared about its functionality. The model and origin were of no concern to her. "If you like it, I can give you one." As she spoke, she summoned another identical revolver from her storage space and extended it toward him. Long Feng observed the handgun she offered, swallowing hard. Although he had a fondness for firearms and had been around them for years, this was Huaxia, where firearms were strictly prohibited nationwide. No matter how much he liked guns, he could not conceal one illegally. Should the need arise, he would apply for a gun permit before handling a firearm. No. He shook his head, rejecting Jiang Jin and Oppos' gift. Do not display weapons in front of others. It will cause trouble. Acknowledging Long Feng and amp, Oppos' warning, Jiang Jin nodded. Then, with a thought, she stored away the spent cartridges. "Let us go eat." Jiang Jin smiled invitingly at Long Feng, who quickly followed her lead. Arriving at the seafood restaurant, the front desk immediately became vigilant. Eyes fixed on Long Feng, wary that he might cause trouble again. Unlike before, Jiang Jin was swift in placing her order. This, and this. The servers noted her selections, only to hear an unforgettable command. "Do not prepare these. Make everything else and bring it to our private room. How you handle it is up to you." The server and Oppos' eyes widened as she replied, "Miss, are you sure you want all of these?" "The quantity is." Before she could finish, Jiang Jin's voice rang out again, "Absolutely. I want them all. If you don't believe me, I can pay up front." Long Feng watched Jiang Jin converse with the server, utterly bewildered. All of them. The last order nearly made me burst. If she orders everything, we could eat for days. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard A and amp, oppos, ding and amp, oppos, as Jiang Jin completed the transaction. With a look of delight, the server said, "Miss, please follow me." Seated in the private room, Feng observed dish after dish being served, his expression one of sheer shock. Remarkably, Jiang Jin consumed nearly everything, leaving him awestruck. Yet, when he glanced at her abdomen, it remained flat. How peculiar. Where had all that food gone? After the meal, with concern etched on his face, Feng asked, "Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital?" Jiang Jin shook her head, softly replying, "This is my normal appetite. It's related to that thing." She gestured with her hand, as if holding a gun. Feng understood immediately. On their way back to the Welcome Garden community, a girl in a purple bodycon dress hurriedly collided with Jiang Jin at a corner. The meticulously styled hem of her dress picked up dirt from the ground, instantly becoming soiled. Jiang Jin, however, with her enhanced physique, was unperturbed and did not budge an inch. Locking eyes with the girl, she exploded. "Do you not watch where you're going? This is the latest collaboration with Hermes. If it's damaged now, can you afford to compensate?" Hearing her outburst, Jiang Jin's brows arched slightly as she chuckled softly. "Can I afford it? I could buy the genuine article without a second thought. Do you think I would be unable to pay for this counterfeit?" In an instant, she recognized the woman. Cold condensation, a quintessential schemer. She navigated between men with her alluring figure, adept at sowing discord. In her previous life, this very woman had caused Jiang Jin and Feng to sustain severe injuries while scavenging for supplies, ultimately leading to Jiang Jin and Appos' abandonment by the Jiang family, freezing to death amidst the snowstorm. Faced with her nemesis, Jiang Jin wasted no time in exposing her hypocritical facade. Upon hearing Jiang Jin dismiss her attire as fake, cold condensation exploded in fury, shouting as if someone had stepped on her tail, "What nonsense! I spent 150,000 on this at the boutique. Do you even know what Hermes is? How dare you claim this is fake?" Jiang Jin regarded her frantic demeanor with a light laugh. "Since you insist it's genuine, let us head to the Hermes boutique for authentication. As for any receipts you provide, I wanted Appos to acknowledge them. After all, those can be easily forged." Chapter 23. The shelter renovation is complete, the super sunset, and the icy apocalypse approaches. Upon hearing Jiang Jin mention the need for a counter-appraisal, Leng Ningxuang was taken aback, especially when she bluntly stated that the invoice she had issued would not be recognized. Her irritation was palpable as she scrutinized Jiang Jin with her large, expressive eyes. In her mind, she mused, "How peculiar. I am unfamiliar with this woman, yet she seems to have an uncanny understanding of my circumstances. Furthermore, I have only recently relocated here. It is impossible that an old customer would have sought me out. Regardless of whether she is an old customer or not, I cannot accompany her to the counter." With this thought, Leng Ningxuang rose from the ground, rolling her eyes at Jiang Jin, and remarked, "Pauper, do you even know what a counter-appraisal is? Forget it. I am magnanimous and shall not demand compensation from you." Having said that, she attempted to walk past Jiang Jin. However, Jiang Jin was unwilling to let her pass unchallenged. She boldly stated, "Since when did someone donning counterfeit goods earn the right to label others as paupers? I recall that affluent individuals typically do not wear fakes. Moreover, which wealthy person, upon being exposed for wearing counterfeit, would not rush home to change, but instead continue to flaunt it?" Leng Ningxuang, upon hearing Jiang Jin's scornful remarks, almost stumbled as she walked ahead, casting a furious glare at Jiang Jin before hastening her pace to escape the scene. Jiang Jin watched with a smirk as Leng Ningxuang fled. Meanwhile, Feng observed the confrontation between the two women with confusion. He did not recognize the woman from earlier and was oblivious to the authenticity of the brand. But he noted Jiang Jin's disdain for her and silently resolved to keep his distance from that woman in the future. Ding dong. A crisp notification chimed from Jiang Jin's phone. Nestled comfortably on a plush sofa in a five-star hotel, Jiang Jin and Appos' phone suddenly displayed a message from Tianhai Food Processing Factory. "Manager Wang from Tianhai Food Processing Factory. We have worked overtime to complete the production of the goods you required, and they are now in storage. Would you like to inspect them?" After contemplating Manager Wang and Appos' inquiry, Jiang Jin composed a message in response. In the domestic sphere, it would be unwise to make such conspicuous moves, especially since the apocalypse has yet to arrive, and modern development is far from that of Sakura Country. The several tens of millions worth of goods warranted a visit. Jiang Jin, please leave the keys at the security booth for Shaoli. Jiang Jin, I will come by later to collect the keys and, as per our usual arrangement, no one is permitted to enter the warehouse until I have retrieved the goods. Upon receiving Jiang Jin and Appo's message, Manager Wang was instantly invigorated. He excitedly replied, received. Although the final payment had not yet been transferred, the deposit, which amounted to half the total cost, had been secured. Who would dare to breach the contract? His position as this year's sales champion was secure. Inside the security room, Shaoli noticed Manager Wang approaching with a beaming smile and promptly opened the door to greet him. Manager Wang, Captain Lee. During their handshake, Manager Wang handed over the keys to several warehouses to Shaoli. The success of Jiang Jin's order was largely due to Shaoli's efforts, and he had been promoted to security captain, along with a bonus of 300,000. He was filled with pride and approached his work with renewed energy. Hearing Manager Wang mention that the esteemed client would be coming to retrieve the keys that evening, Shaoli sat up straighter in the security booth, feeling invigorated and fatigue forgotten. At 9 o'clock that evening, Jiang Jin lazily exited the plush sofa of the five-star hotel. Approaching the front desk, she inquired, "Does our hotel have a dedicated vehicle? I need to visit Tianhai City Food Processing Factory." Upon hearing her question, the hotel receptionist promptly looked up. As their eyes met, the receptionist recalled the details of Jiang Jin and Appo's stay in the presidential suite and nodded eagerly. "Of course. As our esteemed guest in the presidential suite, you are entitled to the most luxurious services our hotel offers. Please hold on a moment." With that, the receptionist swiftly picked up the phone and called for a vehicle. Soon, a young man in a suit appeared at the hotel entrance. Upon spotting Jiang Jin, he rushed over and introduced himself with utmost courtesy. "Miss, I am your butler, Xiao Su. The car is parked at the main entrance." Jiang Jin cast a glance at the young man and nodded slightly. Indeed, it was evident that a five-star hotel selects only the most dashing and youthful butlers. Seated in the luxurious business vehicle, Jiang Jin enjoyed the massage and heating features of the seat, and before she realized it, she dozed off. Upon awakening, she found herself outside the Tianhai City Food Processing Factory. "Wait here for an hour while I take a look around," she instructed her butler, who readily agreed. His sole duty was to serve Jiang Jin, and he was more than willing to oblige. Shaoli sat diligently in the security booth, performing his duties. When he noticed the familiar silhouette approaching, he instantly stood up. Under the bright white lights, he momentarily froze. This beautiful lady, she seems quite familiar. Yet how could he have no recollection of such a stunning woman? "Keys," Jiang Jin said as she approached Shaoli, who was momentarily lost in thought. Upon hearing her voice, Shaoli snapped back to reality. Is that you, Miss Jiang?" he stammered, his heart racing as he fumbled in his pocket for the keys. After handing the keys to Jiang Jin, he watched her retreating figure in astonishment, pondering why he had not felt such a striking impression during their previous encounters. Upon entering the Tianhai Food Processing Factory, Jiang Jin glanced at the warehouse numbers inscribed on the keys and headed straight for the designated warehouse. Opening the large door, she bent down and stepped inside, then firmly shut the door behind her. Thanks to her enhanced physical capabilities, she cleared the entire warehouse of goods in less than 10 minutes. Following the same method, she emptied all of the warehouses. To her surprise, she noted an increase in space utilization from 95% to 96%. It was worth noting that during her previous scavenging in Hokkaido, she had only managed a mere 2% increase. These goods could not possibly account for such a significant rise in utilization. The only logical explanation was that the previous utilization was already nearing 96%. After securely closing all the warehouse doors, Jiang Jin returned to the vehicle and softly commanded, "Back to the hotel." With that, the business vehicle smoothly set off. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The temperature control and ventilation systems had also been successfully upgraded. Sitting before the reinforced glass, Jiang Jin gazed outside. The fiery sunset was larger than ever before, casting a warm, inviting glow through the glass and flooding the interior with a comforting light. Yet, she remained acutely aware that this was merely the prelude to the impending icy apocalypse. Fortunately, she had made ample preparations to face the coming frost. Sparing herself the struggles of her past life, spent scavenging for supplies. Online, the topic of the most beautiful sunset ignited fervent discussion across Huaxia, reminiscent of her previous life. Cat Daily, incredible. A super sunset, unprecedented. The Tianhai Daily, the romantic sunset is not merely inscribed in books, but also reflected in reality. Chapter 24. A clash of conflicts, a snowstorm, and the outbreak of doom. Ding dong. Ding dong. The mobile phone resting on the coffee table suddenly emitted a sound. With a mere thought, it vanished through the storage space, only to reappear in Jiang Jin and Oppo's hand. Upon opening it, she discovered an unfamiliar incoming call. Frowning, she answered, immediately met with a frenzied shout from the other end. Pan T, you're something else, aren't you? Can your brother's car be bought or not? And what of the property deed? Can it be transferred? The compensation for the land taken for the demolition was given to you. Jia Yufeng. Listening to her tirade, Jiang Jin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In my past life, I sacrificed everything for a laughable sense of familial loyalty. Becoming a social media influencer with millions of followers, yet my life was utterly controlled by you, ending in a tragic demise. This time, you shall not dictate my fate once more, nor will you leech off me as you did before. A car? Jiang Jin let out a light laugh. Is this all for that Yong Yu? Does Jiang Dabao prefer being a green-haired turtle? Jia Yufeng. Surely you've seen the video I posted? With Yong Yu looking like that, are you certain her children will carry the Jiang family name? Jia Yufeng was left speechless by Jiang Jin's rapid-fire questions. Yong Yu, that woman, was indeed featured in the video, and yet, Jiang Dabao was infatuated with her. Who knew what trick she employed to deceive him? As for whether their future children would belong to the Jiang family, that struck at the very heart of her worries. For a moment, she forgot to scold Jiang Jin. Well, if it comes to that, we could always do an amniocentesis to confirm the child's lineage with our Daba. On the other end of the line, a cacophony of pleas ensued, followed by Jia Yufeng's reluctant concession. You need not worry about those details, just tell me. Can the car be purchased tomorrow? Can the property deed be transferred? Just as Jiang Jin was about to respond, the clamor erupted again. This time, unmistakably Jiang Dabao. I want a Rolls-Royce. It must be a Rolls-Royce for the sake of my reputation. Jia Yufeng, hearing her son's outburst, immediately replied, all right. It must be a Rolls-Royce. Jiang Pan T, did you hear that? We'll see you tomorrow. Jiang Jin refrained from providing a definitive answer and promptly hung up, feeling amusement wash over her. With the imminent blizzard tomorrow, it would be a miracle if they managed to step outside. To ensure this family had no time to prepare for a shopping spree that evening, Jiang Jin reopened the previous group chat, ignoring the flood of 999 messages they bombarded her with. She sent out a second recording video. Just as Jiang Dabao was reveling in the thought of acquiring a Rolls-Royce the next day, his phone pinged with a notification. Looking down, he saw Jiang Jin had sent a video in the group chat. Upon clicking it, his face turned a sickly green. The screen showed his beloved goddess, Yong Yu, clinging to a greasy man, chattering away. Zhanggu, are you serious? As long as you get a divorce, I'll immediately kick that fool Jiang Dabao to the curb. Then I'll bring along his sister's house, car, dowry, and demolition compensation to marry you. Just give your current wife her share, and we'll live better. As long as I can marry Zhanggu, I have no grievances. With a loud smack, Jiang Dabao hurled the phone to the ground in fury, shouting, fine. All right, Yong Yu, you're quite something. As long as Zhanggu gets a divorce, you'll throw me aside and take my house, car, and money to be with him? This time, wanting to reconcile and admit your mistakes, it seems you had it all planned. How foolish he had been to believe she had returned to him out of genuine remorse. Now, reflecting on it, every request for a car and house in her name was all part of her scheme. Meanwhile, Jiang's mother, Jia Yufeng, overheard the commotion and opened her phone to investigate. After the video played, her expression mirrored Jiang Dabao's. How could this woman be so malicious? Attempting to swindle away the savings of 2 generations to support that so-called Zhanggu? Where do you think you're going? Jia Yufeng shouted as she saw Jiang Dabao picking up his phone and storming out, a fruit knife shoved into his pocket. Seeing this, Jia Yufeng hurriedly followed, calling out, Dabao, let us not do anything foolish. Our family's situation is quite good. In Tian standing outside the window. Brother Zhang felt an overwhelming chill as the heavy snowflakes fell upon him. He reached out to push open the window, only to hear the furious roar of Jiang Dabao from within. Through the narrow gap, he caught sight of Jiang Dabao pressing a knife against Yong Yu's neck. A wave of trepidation washed over him, prompting him to retreat slightly. His feet found precarious footing on the air conditioning unit. The howling wind engulfed him, and the thick snow swiftly cloaked his figure. He shivered uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Reaching for the nearby window, he attempted to force his way inside. But the fierce gust caused him to lose his footing. His hands weakened, and his body plummeted towards the ground. This was the 5th floor. With a resounding thud, the impact reverberated through the air, yet the tempest outside drowned out any sound. Inside, Jiang Dabao frantically searched the room, but after a prolonged effort, the window remained ajar. Startled, Yong Yu jumped at the sudden noise. However, upon realizing that no one was outside, she exhaled a sigh of relief. She pondered to herself, where could Brother Jiang possibly be hiding? Then, she turned to Jiang Dabao with a frosty demeanor, saying, I told you I would discuss this with you properly. Why did you not believe me? Observing Yong Yu's demeanor, Jiang Dabao's heart suddenly felt unsettled. Had he misunderstood her? The video was indeed recorded in the land of cherry blossoms, and now she was right here beside him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Jin gazed out at the vast expanse of snow swirling beyond the large floor-to-ceiling window, contemplating in silence. The icy apocalypse has finally arrived. Chapter 25. Even in the end times, you still attempt to morally coerce me? The residents of Tian'ai City gazed at the feather-like snowflakes falling from the sky. Some were filled with joy, while others expressed their grievances. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that this sudden snowfall and drop in temperature were not merely a whim of the weather. Rather, it signified the onset of a frigid apocalypse, one in which temperatures would plummet further and the expanse of snow-covered land would continuously widen, ultimately escalating into a disaster too great for humanity to endure. Jiang Jin comfortably nestled in her sofa, basking in the warmth provided by the climate control system. She nonchalantly summoned a chilled snowflake beer from her storage space, pouring it into a glacial glass. After the froth settled, she took a hearty sip. A lavish Michelin 3-star feast appeared before her, filling the table to its brim. Upon lifting the covers from the dishes, a plume of steam erupted, enveloping the room in a tantalizing aroma, which grew richer with each course savored. As she indulged in the sumptuous banquet, Jiang Jin's gaze drifted towards the enchanting snow scene outside, relishing the moment. Ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, 2 crisp notification sounds broke the tranquility. Jiang Jin glanced at her phone and realized it was from the welcoming community group she had recently joined. This snowfall came so unexpectedly. I just took a stroll outside and felt like I was being blown away by the wind. I was enjoying the sunset from the rooftop just moments ago and nearly got swept off by this sudden blizzard. Thank goodness I held onto the railing and managed to find my way back inside. Thinking about it now makes my heart race. It's strange that the Meteorological Bureau didn't issue any warnings about this sudden snow, and from what I see online, it seems like the entire country is blanketed in snow. I noticed even the southern islands and foreign lands are experiencing heavy snowfall. Short video platforms are going wild with it. I wonder if this snow will stop by tomorrow. If it does, I'll still have to go to work. Just the thought of it is so annoying. Jiang Jin chuckled at the lively discussions, amused by the notion that some still contemplated returning to work the next day. They would likely never have the chance to attend that bothersome job again. Moreover, their conversations revealed an alarming lack of awareness regarding the gravity of the worldwide snowfall. They failed to grasp the significance of this global phenomenon and the impending temperature drop. Some social establishments still had employees working overtime within their walls. Turning off her phone screen, Jiang Jin retrieved 2 more cans of chilled snowflake beer, contentedly feasting on her meal while sipping her drink. Perhaps due to her enhanced physical constitution, even after consuming dozens of bottles, she felt merely a slight intoxication. Riding the wave of this mild inebriation, she sank deeper into her luxurious sofa, drifting off to sleep. This sofa, a high-end creation, was illicitly obtained from a human engineering laboratory in Sakura Country. It was said to be crafted by a consortium of numerous ergonomics experts, with the previous generation fetching a staggering price of 1 billion yen. Outside, the blizzard raged, leaving the vegetation devoid of any foliage, frozen by the biting winds. Inside, the climate control system operated smoothly, maintaining a pleasant temperature that made Jiang Jin's slumber all the more delightful. Next door, Feng peered through his similarly modified floor-to-ceiling window, his expression starkly contrasting Jiang Jin and Dabao's. His eyes were laden with concern. Before him lay a humble plate of imported mashed potatoes, a far cry from the Michelin-starred feast in Jiang Jin and Dabao's abode. Yet, he savored every bite. Once he finished his meager meal, he pulled out his phone and slowly dialed a number, ensuring he stored some food at home before promptly hanging up. He spent the entire night making similar calls, unable to find rest. This was perhaps the downside of having numerous comrades. The following morning, Jiang Jin groggily opened her eyes, only to be met with the sight of dozens of missed calls on her phone. Frustration welled within her. Even in the midst of an apocalypse, How could anyone be so idle as to call her repeatedly? She picked up the phone, her tone sharp as she addressed the caller. Why are you calling so early in the morning? If you keep this up, I and Oppos. LL block Yong Yu and Oppos. S number 2. Jiang Jin. How can you speak like that? The voice on the other end, clearly taken aback, belonged to none other than her biased and troublesome mother, Jia Feng. How dare you disturb my peaceful slumber? Jiang Jin retorted, her annoyance palpable. Before the apocalypse, she had to tolerate her mother's antics, which had led the police to track her down and create unnecessary trouble. Now, with the end times upon them, she refused to indulge her mother's chaos any longer. Besides, even if her mother reported her, the police would likely be too preoccupied to respond. The snowfall had rendered the roads impassable. How could you be so self-satisfied? Jia Feng, clearly unprepared for Jiang Jin's defiance, seethed with indignation. I know I'm doing just fine. Jiang Jin replied impatiently. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Keep calling, and I'll block you. Hearing Jiang Jin mention the possibility of blocking her, Jia Feng became frantic, shouting, so that and amp. Oppos. That's why all 6 of our numbers are busy. You and Oppos, VE blocked us. You and Oppos, VE grown bold living in the big city, treating your own mother this way. Jiang Jin chuckled inwardly at her mother's outburst. Nurtured? Since I can remember, I've been the one managing household chores, even cooking for myself. Up until high school, I didn't even receive help with tuition. Is that what you call nurturing? If anything, I should be repaying you for the scraps you offered before I went to university. With that, she hung up, leaving Jia Feng to fume at the busy signal. Jiangxi John, look at the daughter you and amp. Oppos, VE raised. This is how she treats her own mother. Jiangxi John, seated nearby, remained silent. He had already endured a restless night, dragged to a hotel by Jia Feng, and now he faced her furious rants. Opting for silence, he closed his eyes, feigning sleep. After venting her frustrations, Jia Feng realized her words had fallen flat, her anger dissipating into the air, feeling her efforts had been in vain. She picked up her phone once more, angrily dialing Jiang Jin's number. When the call connected, she wasted no time, shouting, Jiang Jin, send us some food. The snowstorm is too fierce outside, and the delivery platforms are shut down. We have nothing to eat in this hotel. If you possess even a modicum of conscience and wish to spare your parents from the pangs of starvation, do extend your generosity. That accursed snow outside shows no sign of abating, and who can tell when it will cease? Chapter 26. Jiang Jin breaks free. Jia Feng panics, hearing Jia Feng's moral blackmail on the phone. Jiang Jin couldn't help but chuckle. So, you want sustenance, do you? Then send me your location. And I and Oppos, LL consider delivering it. With that, Jiang Jin terminated the call, preempting any further demands from Jia Feng, and promptly blacklisted the number. Deliver sustenance? In the afterlife, perhaps. Why would she even entertain the notion of providing for them? Upon the call's abrupt termination, Jia Feng, incensed, hurled the phone onto the bed. Yong Yu, witnessing the assault on her phone, felt a pang of distress. She retrieved it furtively, a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. Zhang should be home by now. Shouldn't he? But why hasn't he contacted me? Opening the chat interface, she noted the absence of new messages from Zhang, despite having sent one previously and deleting the conversation. This omission ignited a profound anxiety within her. Yet, fearing detection by Jiang Dabao, she dared not initiate contact, lest her duplicity be exposed. The suffocating dread of a blade against her throat was an experience she wished never to repeat. She couldn't risk provoking Jiang Dabao, whose fury had only recently subsided. Meanwhile, Jiang Jin, having concluded the call, gleefully retrieved 2 ostrich eggs from her storage space and began preparing an omelet. Once cooked, she procured A5-grade Kobe Wagyu beef and an assortment of Japanese delicacies from her dimension. The Wagyu was served warm, complementing the predominantly cold dishes and the freshly cooked ostrich egg omelet. While enjoying her breakfast, Jiang Jin browsed news platforms on her tablet. Despite localized power outages due to the onset of blizzards, most infrastructure remained resilient, and internet connectivity was stable. However, Jiang Jin knew that her residential complex would experience its first power outage in 6 days. Fortunately, she had a generator stored in the basement, primed for activation. Having pilfered a substantial quantity of fuel, including aviation fuel, from Japan, she possessed enough gasoline and diesel to sustain her personal needs for millennia, long after humanity and Oppos' demise. As she perused the latest news, Jiang Jin found it a welcome diversion, despite her foreknowledge of events as a reincarnated individual. On the Tianhai City News livestream, Jiang Jin observed two presenters clad in heavy mountaineering attire, fully prepared for the external blizzard. However, their attempts to speak were frequently thwarted by gusts of wind that penetrated their masks. Viewers in the comments section were amused by this performance art. Once the presenters secured a suitable position, they recited their prepared script. Last night, a global surge of extreme cold air struck, with wind speeds reaching force 12. Snow fell universally, and Tianhai City's roads were blocked, rendering vehicular traffic impossible. Overall temperatures plummeted by 70 degrees Celsius overnight, reaching minus 45 degrees Celsius, and continued to decline. The Arctic Ocean has also frozen due to global cooling, raising the question of whether polar bears have reclaimed their habitat, the male presenter remarked, echoing his female counterpart. In light of the severe blizzard, the government has decided to suspend work nationwide for the foreseeable future, encouraging citizens to remain at home. Resumption of work will occur gradually after the blizzard subsides. Municipal departments will remain operational around the clock. Citizens are advised to stay warm, avoid catching colds, and unite in their respective buildings to weather the cold together, the female presenter continued. As the broadcast transitioned to surveillance footage from various locations in Tianhai City, Jiang Jin focused on the comments section. To her surprise, she found the public expressing not pessimism, but rather elation and celebration. Sugar overload. Finally, no more work. I can lounge at home without facing my dead-eyed boss. Summer cat. The thought of lying in bed every day, with the air conditioning on, waking up naturally, fills me with joy. Lots of fish. The government has finally made a correct decision. I support the national holiday. I hope we don and oppose. Have to work for the next month. Jiang Jin chuckled at the extreme optimism of these comments. She wondered if they would maintain their mirth when faced with resource scarcity, inaccessible shops, and the heightened difficulty of obtaining supplies. 2 hours elapsed swiftly. Jiang Jin, snacking and watching online dramas, also cached a vast library of films on her devices, enough to cover the last decade or more. Suddenly, her phone rang again, displaying an unfamiliar number. Frowning, Jiang Jin answered cautiously. A familiar voice emerged from the other end. Jiang Jindi, where are you? Your father and I are starving. Why haven't you delivered the supplies yet? In response to the accusatory tone, Jiang Jin replied with a smile, with the national shutdown. Where am I supposed to find food to bring you? She then audibly munched on snacks, the rustling of the packaging transmitted through the phone. Jia Yufeng, initially intending to persuade Jiang Jin, was enraged by the sound of the snack bag. You unfilial daughter. You're hoarding food at home, disregarding your parents' well-being. You're a beast. I order you to bring the food here. We should share both joy and sorrow as a family. Jiang Jin chuckled. Share joy and sorrow. Family? Which of those have you ever upheld? Why should I bring food to you to enjoy during this disaster? Jia Yufeng, her face flushed with anger, struggled to comprehend the sudden role reversal after decades of controlling Jiang Jin's fate. The imperious demeanor of a feudal matriarch resurfaced. Why? Because I'm your mother. Because I gave birth to you, gave you food, and allowed you to live in this world. You should be grateful and remember that for the rest of your life. Overwhelmed by emotion, Jia Yufeng gasped for breath, but her expression conveyed a sense of assured victory. Remember your mother, Jiang Jin retorted with a sneer, before hanging up. Beep beep beep. Upon hearing Jiang Jin and Amp, Oppo's parting insult, Jia Yufeng and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she just been cursed by Jiang Jin? How dare she? What had transpired in the past 20 days to cause such a dramatic shift in Jiang Jin and Oppo's character, completely severing her control? Chapter 27. A cold front, no supplies. And a personal chef, Jiang Dabao, observed his mother, Jia Yufeng, whose chest heaved with anger. He fanned the flames, saying, Mother, I believe she has become quite brazen. How dare she speak to you in such a manner? Moreover, it seems she is deliberately refusing to buy me a car, and she is stalling on transferring the property. Clearly, she is unwilling to see me married, and even less inclined to let you hold your precious grandson. Upon hearing the words precious grandson, Jia Yufeng seemed to trigger some hidden switch, her indignation soaring. The fierce aura of a protective mother radiated from her. She dares. That worthless wretch was born to serve you. I shall see just how long she can delay. Once the snowstorm abates, if she continues to ignore our calls, we shall go directly to the police to report her. She cannot escape her obligations regarding the house, nor can she evade the purchase of your car. As for the wedding and the bride price, there is no way she can wriggle out of that. A sister who does not support her brother is simply out of line. Mother, Jiang Dabao protested, hearing Jia Yufeng's fierce plans, yet as he met her fiery gaze, he instinctively recoiled and dared not speak further. He understood well the high status he occupied within the household, entirely dependent on Jia Yufeng. Outside, a raging blizzard continued unabated, leaving him powerless against Jiang Jin. The tempest howled, blanketing the earth in a thick layer of snow, as various regions across the country faced differing degrees of snow disasters. Many dilapidated rural homes succumbed to the weight of the snow and wind, with some individuals tragically trapped beneath the rubble. Others managed to escape, but suffered frostbite from the biting cold. A further group evaded the collapse, but collapsed themselves while searching for refuge. The latest news from Tianhai City was relentless. Residents gazed in disbelief at the devastation outside. In Leng Yu village, the northern district, 90% of homes have collapsed. Residents are left without a way to survive. The last refuge in Wanghe village is overcrowded at the village committee. Over 3,000 refugees have gathered in the Nanyang temple in the southern district. What shall we do now that we have run out of food? Jiang Jin perused these updates casually, clicking on one to find a multitude of online comments. Unlike 5 days prior, the collective sentiment now was shrouded in despair. Non-eater fish, aren't the houses outside made of bricks? How could they be blown down by the snow? It defies logic. Lin Weixiang, my home is brick, too. Yesterday, while on the phone, I suddenly heard a deafening crash followed by my mother's wails. Then, silence. Oh, I wish I had brought her to the city with me. Cold coconut. I saw the glass from the upstairs window shatter yesterday, when they knocked on my door. I saw 4 or 5 young men outside, and was too terrified to open it. CC Musi, do you all have food reserves? Why hasn't the government organized a rescue yet? I have no food at home, and the temperature outside has plummeted to minus 52 degrees. How can anyone go out in such conditions? The wind is so fierce it feels like it will freeze my face off. As Jiang Jin casually scrolled, she approached the window. She gently traced her fingers across the glass, parting the condensation formed by the collision of warm air inside and the frigid air outside. With another swipe, a clear patch emerged. She observed the thick layer of snow piled outside. Climbing onto a stool, Jiang Jin wiped the uppermost part of the window, only to discover it was also blanketed in snow. Given the elevation of the area, with the floor-to-ceiling height at approximately 2.5 meters, she realized that in just 5 days, her own space had become entirely covered. Elsewhere, the snow must have accumulated to over 5 meters deep. However, Jiang Jin was unperturbed. Despite residing on the ground floor, she had procured a shield tunneling machine from Sakura Nation, ensuring that even if the upper levels were completely frozen, she could easily carve a path through. She had no concerns for her safety or the prospect of venturing outside. Moreover, having survived in this icy apocalypse for 3 years, her family had been living in 2 houses purchased during the cold front, neither of which had been completely engulfed by the snow, remaining intact as solid structures. A series of knocks echoed from the basement. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Jin softly called, "Come in." Upon hearing her voice, the door creaked open. It was evident that only Cold Front would dare to knock at the basement door. The heavy iron door was soundproof to the extent that no ordinary knock could penetrate its silence. Even if someone were to pound on it, it would depend on Jiang Jin's location. If she were in her bedroom, the soundproofing materials there would render her oblivious to any intruders. From the corner of the basement, Cold Front and Amp, Oppo's tall silhouette emerged, his robust arms emanating a profound sense of security. Jiang Jin reclined in her rocking chair, eyes closed, her phone discarded on the nearby table. As Cold Front approached, she sensed his presence but did not open her eyes. Gazing at her delicate profile, a question surfaced in Cold Front and Oppo's mind. Hadn't Oppo's she just invited him in? Why was she now asleep? Her rhythmic breathing seemed genuine, not feigned. Glancing sideways, Cold Front picked up a small blanket and draped it over Jiang Jin. She caught the blanket, opened her eyes, and shot him an incredulous look. Only now? On the 5th day of this snow apocalypse, do you remember me? Faced with Jiang Jin and Oppo's inquiry, Cold Front sheepishly scratched his head. This was not his first time seeking her out, but each previous occasion had found him hesitating at her door. Deterred by the heavy alloy barrier that provided excellent sound insulation, he felt awkward knocking too forcefully on a girl's door, leading him to defer. Today, however, he had been reminded that the 2 basements were connected. Through the basement, he had seen an impressive array of supplies, including countless barrels of oil and a neatly arranged, high-capacity generator. Just one of these machines could sufficiently power the entire building. Yet Jiang Jin only utilized it for her small refuge, a gross underutilization of resources. The relentless storm outside, how much longer would it persist? Cold front felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as Jiang Jin suddenly opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on him, causing him to nervously avert his eyes. Jiang Jin found amusement in his aloof demeanor, realizing that his query indicated a dire lack of food. It dawned on her that he had transferred nearly all his money to her, and the remaining funds were likely allocated for his workers and oppos, cigarettes and alcohol, leaving little for food reserves. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Jin replied, 3 to 4 days, approximately. Oh, I see. Cold front murmured, turning to leave the basement. Seeing him about to depart, Jiang Jin smiled and called out, why not consider dining at my place? Of course, in return, you'll be responsible for cooking in the future. Cold front was taken aback. How did she know about his lack of food at home? Hadn't oppos. He only asked how much longer the snowstorm would last? Lost in thought, Feng nodded dully. All right. Throughout his military career, although he was accustomed to consuming only compressed rations, it did not imply that he was incapable of preparing a simple meal. Just as he pondered this, he resolutely made his way to the kitchen, following the direction indicated by Jiang Jin. The moment he stepped into the kitchen, he was rendered speechless. An array of ingredients was meticulously arranged, and a comprehensive assortment of cooking tools was at his disposal. It seemed that aside from a frying pan and a rice cooker, he had never even laid eyes on the rest, let alone master their use. Chapter 28, Seeking Warmth and Unity? The watchful eyes on Jiang Jin. Cold Feng, unquestionably a master of combat, exhibited an extraordinary capacity for learning. Initially, he appeared somewhat clumsy upon entering the kitchen, but he swiftly engaged a video application, manually searching for the functions and methods of various kitchen utensils, committing them to memory at lightning speed. With his extensive experience in close combat, his knife skills were remarkably adept, allowing him to chop ingredients with impressive speed. Considering Jiang Jin and oppos as prodigious appetite, he hesitated briefly before deciding to steam rice in a steamer. He feared that using a rice cooker might result in a dish that left both him and Jiang Jin unsatisfied, leading to a culinary failure. As the saying goes, to win a woman and oppos' heart, one must first capture her stomach. This notion had previously been mentioned by Xiong Li, but having only recently met Jiang Jin, he had yet to invite her to his home for a meal. To his surprise, a simple inquiry about the snowstorm had unexpectedly resulted in a job offer and unforeseen delight. With the range hood activated, the fragrant aroma of his cooking wafted outwards. Yet in this snow-laden world, few ventured outside. The enticing scent dissipated almost entirely into the fierce winds. Demonstrating a remarkable control over his cooking, Cold Feng managed to saute 2 dishes simultaneously. Jiang Jin, seated outside, found herself entranced by the bustling figure in the kitchen. In her previous life, she had subsisted on instant meals, never having the opportunity to utilize a kitchen, let alone assess Cold Feng and oppos' culinary skills. She hadn't anticipated that her simple, lazy suggestion would yield such a delightful surprise. The fragrant aroma of the stir-fried dishes enveloped her senses, and she closed her eyes in blissful reverie, inhaling deeply. The names of the dishes flooded her mind. Fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried pork with green peppers, braised eggplant, stewed beef brisket, and red braised ribs. An array of sumptuous dishes filled the air with their enticing fragrances. Even some intricate dishes simmered on the stove, as Cold Feng seamlessly transitioned to preparing another. All 4 burners blazed with activity, a remarkable sight that Jiang Jin had never witnessed before. Dishes that would typically require 3 to 4 hours to prepare were completed by Cold Feng in just 2 hours. Jiang Jin busied herself setting the table, artfully arranging the dishes. She then stood on a chair, capturing photos from above with her phone. Nearby, the tablet screen illuminated, displaying the date and time. With a satisfying click, she completed her photography session, edited her social media post, and shared it before turning off the screen. Sitting back down, she called out to Cold Feng, "Dinner is served." As her words echoed, Cold Feng placed a large basin before her, its diameter no less than 20 centimeters, filled to the brim with rice, piled high as if it were a miniature mountain. After compressing the rice to a few centimeters high, it still peaked at the top. "You truly understand me," Jiang Jin exclaimed, giving Cold Feng a thumbs up as she gazed at the impressive mound of rice. Cold Feng, secretly elated by her praise, maintained his composed demeanor as he sat at the table, one hand clutching a bowl and the other wielding chopsticks. As he began to eat, Jiang Jin, filled with happiness, lifted a piece of rib to her mouth. The rich flavor burst explosively in her mouth, the tenderness of the meat practically falling off the bone, enhancing the already exquisite taste. A deep sense of satisfaction welled up within her. Just as she was savoring her meal, her phone chimed with a series of ding-dongs. Upon unlocking the screen, she discovered messages from the Welcome Garden Residential Community Group. Notifications popped up incessantly, revealing a message from the property management. Property management. Lu Xunyan. According to the highest national directives, residents are encouraged to unite and combat the harsh winter together. As we have yet to lose power, internet, or gas, we hereby announce that residents of Welcome Garden should reply with an amp, oppos, received and amp, oppos. We will compile a list and create a new group chat for everyone. Unbeknownst to her, in her previous life, she had never joined any resident group, leaving her entirely unaware of such matters within the community. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Jin replied with a simple acknowledgement. Approximately half an hour later, she received a notification of entry into a new group chat. Shortly after joining, Lu Xunyan sent another message. Property management, Lu Xunyan. Everyone, please remain calm. Currently, food resources are scarce. We ask that you report the remaining food supplies in your homes. Our management will send personnel to collect and manage these resources for distribution, preventing waste. Property management, Lu Xunyan. In the face of disaster, we kindly request that no one hoards food. Each contribution increases our collective chance of survival. As soon as she finished reading, numerous responses began pouring in. Building 2. Apartment 203. Naturally, we have 40 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of rice, and a barrel of cooking oil. However, we are out of vegetables. Building 3. Apartment 101. I rarely buy groceries or cook, so I only have 3 pounds of rice left. I am willing to donate it. Building 8. Apartment 1101. Jiang Ji, this is wonderful. Property management, I am saved. I sought food yesterday, but was unable to find any. I wholeheartedly support the consolidation of supplies for equitable distribution. Jiang Jin observed the flood of replies with a cold smile. Those without food would undoubtedly agree to unite for warmth, but those with supplies would not willingly relinquish them. In the face of disaster, with no state assistance in sight, who could predict what they would endure once their supplies ran out? As she continued scrolling, she finally encountered a rational voice challenging the consensus. However, this individual was met with an overwhelming barrage of blame, insults, and humiliation, prompting him to exit the group in frustration. Building 5, Apartment 1201, I will not contribute. You all have no food or supplies, so why should I give mine up? What is in it for me? With the proposed distribution, how much will I receive daily? Wouldn't I be left to support you all with my own food? Building 3, Apartment 1803, Lu Meichin. Apartment 1201, you are being incredibly selfish. In times of crisis, can't you have a broader perspective? If necessary, I will buy your food. Building 5, Apartment 801, 2 adults and 3 children. Neighbor from 1201. We crossed paths in the elevator before. I even had my child call you and Amp. Oppos, Uncle and Amp. Oppos. I regret ever letting my child address you as such. Building 5, Apartment 1201 has exited the group chat. His departure was inconsequential. As he left, a multitude of residents with food supplies followed suit, ignoring the property management and the remaining insults. Why should they surrender their stored provisions and suffer alongside the entire community? Naturally, among the 400 households that joined the chat, some remained steadfast in their belief that the calamity would soon pass, willing to contribute their food. Ultimately, of the 119 residents remaining in the group, aside from the property staff, only Jiang Jin remained silent. After reviewing the list, Lu Xunyan noted Jiang Jin and Amp, Oppos, as lack of response, mistakenly assuming she had simply overlooked the messages. In the group chat, Lu Xunyan took the initiative to mention, Property Management Lu Xunyan, 1 Building 101 Jiang Jin. Please respond upon receipt. With Lu Xunyan and Amp, Oppos, S mention, a portion of the group members eagerly opened the recent moments. To their astonishment, the once tranquil conversation erupted. Resident of 3 Building 103, an adult and a child, are you out of your mind? Resident of 1 Building 101? Preparing 25 dishes for 1 meal? 2 sets of cutlery for just the 2 of you? Wang Yuan Lin from 2 Building 1701, braised pork, and fish-flavored shredded pork. Isn't that an extravagant waste? Since 1 building is connected to our corridor, I'm bringing my own utensils, let me in. Elderly residents from 6 Building 1502, an adult and a child. What a travesty. How many people could these dishes feed? Resident of 1 Building 101. You ought to surrender your food for collective management. I simply cannot bear to witness such wastefulness among the youth. Jiang Jin observed the flurry of comments with a cold smile within. How amusing it was. Were they coveting the food in her possession? Did they believe themselves worthy? Some even had the audacity to request entry into her home to partake in her meal. What gall? Chapter 29. The Property Management and Oppos S. Uninvited Visit, forcing their way in? Jiang Jin exited the group chat. Decisive and unhesitant. Initially, Jiang Jin was merely curious about the intentions of the property management. However, upon discovering that they sought to exploit others and Oppos resources for free, her interest evaporated entirely. Feng observed the myriad expressions on Jiang Jin and Oppos' face, noting a distinct look of disdain. He mused inwardly. Am I not delectable like sweet and sour ribs? Why such revulsion? Contemplating this, he picked up his chopsticks to savor a piece of sweet and sour rib, relishing its tender texture, though the tangy sensation was rather pronounced. Identifying the dish's shortcomings, Feng silently noted, next time, reduce the vinegar in the sweet and sour ribs. Jiang Jin remained oblivious to the fact that this seemingly aloof Feng possessed such keen sensitivity. Having thoroughly enjoyed her meal, Jiang Jin left behind a table strewn with empty plates. Feng, resembling a stoic butler, promptly cleared the table and wiped it down. He then busied himself in the kitchen. Observing his diligent figure, Jiang Jin reclined in her rocking chair, indulging in the blissful post-meal tranquility. Such a life had been unimaginable in her previous existence, where she had been drained of her savings by Feng and was forced to reside in Feng's home. Each day was consumed with the relentless pursuit of income through advertisements. Her meals consisted solely of takeout, which ultimately left her stranded during a snowstorm, devoid of sustenance. After exhausting Feng and Oppos' stock of mashed potatoes, she had no choice but to purchase overpriced white rice within the building. Even on the 6th day of the apocalypse, which was tomorrow, she would find herself unable to procure food, compelled to leap from the 2nd floor, using planks to traverse the snow-covered ground in search of sustenance. As she closed her eyes to rest, the owners left behind in the small group created by the property management were far from complacent. They raised their voices in the group chat, vociferously proclaiming, in the face of disaster, our family is scrimping just to survive the storm. While we await national aid, others flaunt their abundant provisions, preparing over 20 dishes for a single meal, an outrageous waste. Such behavior is inherently immoral, with the law failing to hold her accountable. We must take it upon ourselves to rectify this, seizing her stored food and delivering it to property management for equitable distribution. We must prevent further acts of such disgraceful wastefulness. As impassioned words echoed, hundreds in the group chat echoed in agreement. To them, those who exited the group appeared as lambs awaiting slaughter, selfish individuals hoarding their resources. Jiang Jin, in particular, was singled out. Images in her social circle, clearly dated, showcased her preparing over 20 dishes for a single meal today. What did this signify? It revealed her ample and diverse food reserves, eliciting envy from those who could only afford plain rice and salt. Some had already run out of food, their eyes now a ghastly shade of hunger, eagerly anticipating the property management's confiscation of others' provisions to satiate their cravings. Now that the opportunity for collective retribution against those with surplus provisions had arisen, how could they resist? My residence is in Building 1, and she resides on the 1st floor. Let us gather on the 2nd floor before descending together. Yes, let us assemble. Our numbers will ensure she cannot refuse our demands. I noticed the residents on the 1st floor were renovating their homes. Those with tools should bring them along. This suggestion prompted some survivors who had already ventured outside to return home, retrieving hammers and mallets before heading to the 2nd floor. 10 minutes later, 15 residents from Building 1 congregated on the 2nd floor, joined by 20 others from connected corridors, totaling 35 individuals, nearly filling the hallway. Is everyone here? Asked Lu Xianyang, the property manager, rubbing her gloved hands together for warmth while addressing the gathering. The external temperature had plummeted to minus 55 degrees Celsius. Although shelter was provided in the corridors, conditions remained dire, dipping below minus 40 degrees. Fortunately, the electrical system had not faltered, allowing everyone to warm their homes with air conditioning. Otherwise, the hallway's temperature would have been even more frigid. Are we all present? I and Oppos LL send one final reminder in the group. A middle-aged man from Building 1 cupped his hands over his mouth, muffling his speech to minimize cold air intake, simultaneously using his breath to warm his gloves. After a prolonged silence following his inquiry, the group exchanged glances before bending down to retrieve their hammers and mallets, making their way to the first floor. Upon reaching the first floor, they found Lu Xianyang standing outside Jiang Jin and Appo's door, hammering vigorously while shouting, "Jiang Jin, open the door. The property management is here to collect food for unified management. Please cooperate." Jiang Jin, who had been dozing in her rocking chair, was startled awake by the sudden noise. Frowning, she thought, "These people are relentless, now coming directly to my home?" Just as she pondered this, cold Feng, who had been washing dishes in the kitchen, paused and walked towards the living room. Upon seeing Jiang Jin roused from her slumber, he mused, since when did property management acquire such authority? Before they could respond, the knocking at the door resumed, now more like banging. Bang. Bang. To be precise, it was an outright assault on the door, growing increasingly loud and chaotic. "Don't bother." By her expression, it seems she has no intention of opening the door. "Let and Appos, just break it down. I refuse to believe this flimsy iron door can withstand all of us. Let me at it. I have a heavy hammer. With just 2 strikes, I can smash the lock, and then we can storm inside." I want to see if she can maintain her haughty demeanor without the door's protection. As he spoke, the crowd immediately turned their attention to him, parting to create space at the entrance. He raised the enormous iron hammer and swung it towards Jiang Jin's alloy door. Bang! A resounding crash ensued, yet the door remained unyielding. The man, gazing at the intact and unassuming, robust man, suddenly stepped forward and seized the heavy hammer from the hands of the individual who had previously wielded it. He swung it once more against Jiang Jin and Appos' formidable iron gate. The sound of impact echoed, far more resonant than before. The faces of the onlookers, numbering in the dozens, instantly illuminated with anticipation. It was vital to note that none among them had any provisions left at home, which compelled them to gather so eagerly and heed the property management and Appos' directives. Yet, with each strike of the hammer, the alloy gate yielded not even a small dent, and the burgeoning hope dissipated once again. The sturdy man wielding the hammer began to perspire profusely, beads of sweat forming on his back. Aware of the discomfort, he abruptly ceased his efforts. Given the scorching 40-degree heat outside, he could not afford to lose excessive fluids, for that would risk a chill and the peril of hypothermia. In the midst of icy calamity, while sustenance might still be sought and procured, medicinal supplies would be an entirely different matter. No one would part with those, as they are essential for survival. Resolutely, he inhaled deeply and addressed the crowd, declaring that the material of the door was no ordinary substance, its thickness undoubtedly exceeding 30 centimeters. Relying solely on brute strength would prove futile. As his words hung in the air, a man clad in a heavy white down jacket suddenly looked up and exclaimed loudly, "Shout for her to open the door. If she refuses, I shall retrieve my electric saw from home. As a renovator, I assure you, no material can withstand the blade of my saw." Chapter 30. Trekking Through Snow, an Ultimatum? The words resonated, drawing everyone and Appos' gaze. The construction worker who spoke swallowed nervously, his eyes fixated on the entrance, anticipating a response from within. After a tense half-minute, someone urged, "It seems she won't open the door. Why don't you retrieve your tools? We can tap into the power from the second floor before the blackout and use the saw. Breaking down the door will only become exponentially harder afterward." The crowd echoed the sentiment, pressing him to fetch the electric saw. Yet, he remained rooted, his brow furrowed, his gaze unwavering on the door. Finally, a sigh escaped him as he met their expectant eyes. "If acquiring the saw were feasible, would I resort to threats? I am a construction worker, it's true, but the saw is in my vehicle, which is buried in the parking space behind this building." His revelation cast a pall of disappointment over the group. However, upon hearing about the vehicle's location, property manager Lu Xianyang's eyes lit up. She seized the worker's arm, her voice urgent. "Do you know the exact location? Despite the blizzard and Appos' intensity, if you remember the spot, we might be able to retrieve the saw using that method." Startled by her grip, the worker tensed. But upon realizing she only sought the location, he nodded profusely. "Of course I know. It and Appos' my designated spot." "Excellent. 2 of you. Come with us. Once we have the saw, opening the door will be inevitable." Lu Xianyang summoned 2 burly men and addressed Jiang Jin behind the alloy door, her tone laced with menace. However, Jiang Jin remained unperturbed, seated behind the door, offering no acknowledgement. Feng, overhearing the exchange, inquired, "Should I issue a warning? I believe I could subdue all of them." His fist clenched, his eyes gleaming with confidence. From anyone else, Jiang Jin might have dismissed it as boasting, but she trusted Feng and Appo's assessment. She had witnessed his prowess in countless battles. On one occasion, he single-handedly vanquished 25 icebreakers on the frozen expanse. These were hardened survivors, far more formidable than the current group. He could easily take on 50. "There's no need," Jiang Jin responded. "This door is impervious. Even hand grenades wouldn't breach it, let alone a mere electric saw. The saw's material is likely far inferior to the door's. And please, refrain from opening your door as well. Our doors are identical. If they fail here, they might target you." "Understood," Feng replied, retreating to the kitchen, his eagerness contrasting starkly with his stern demeanor. Jiang Jin chuckled inwardly at his stoic facade. She found herself increasingly anticipating the moment he shed his aloof pretense. In her previous life, his untimely demise had robbed her of witnessing that transformation. Lu Xiaonyang led the worker and 2 men to the exterior of apartment 202. The worker gestured. "This building has 2 units per floor. If my sense of direction is correct, it should be outside the bedroom window." Lu Xiaonyang nodded emphatically. "I understand." Knock on the door. One of the men stepped forward and pounded heavily on the door, the sound echoing through the second floor. Soon, the door of the adjacent apartment opened, and a middle-aged woman peered out. Upon seeing Lu Xiaonyang, she stated, they returned to their family and Appo's home before the storm. The entire family left together. No one in Appo's home. There and Appo's no point in knocking. Lu Xiaonyang and Appo's brow furrowed. This was a private residence. As the property manager, she lacked the authority to damage it. If she broke in and the owners confronted her after the storm, her meager savings would and Appo's suffice for compensation. An idea sparked in her mind. She turned to the worker. "If no one in Appo's home, just open it." Without hesitation, the worker struck the doorknob with a hammer, shattering the lock. He pushed the door open and strode inside. Lu Xiaonyang and the 2 men followed. After determining the location, the men hauled 2 large planks of wood. They hurled the planks out the window, not caring if they damaged the vehicle. The first plank landed with a thud, compressing the snow. The second plank remained in their grasp as Lu Xiaonyang instructed, "Jump onto the first plank. We and Appo's hand you planks from above. You can control their descent to reach the vehicle and open the door." The worker complied. As he jumped from the window, he plunged 1/2 meter, and the plank sank into the snow another 1/2 meter. He landed heavily on his knees, which were immediately submerged in snow. Fortunately, the snow ceased accumulating. Otherwise, he would have been buried beneath a meter of snow. With a struggle, the worker rose and waved at the window. The men passed him planks, which he tossed aside. Battling the blizzard, the worker felt his body heat rapidly dissipating. After the snow shovel was lowered, he began clearing the snow, searching for his vehicle. When his hand finally located the trunk, he was numb. He yelled, "I can and Appo's open the trunk. I need assistance." His voice was lost in the storm. After several attempts, Lu Xiaonyang, guarding the window, muttered, "One of you go help him. Whoever helps will receive extra rations." The lure of food ignited their interest. With the electric saw retrieved from the trunk, Lu Xiaonyang and the 3 men returned to the first floor. The extension cord snaked down from the second floor. The worker connected the saw and issued a final ultimatum to Jiang Jin. "You have 30 seconds. Open the door willingly to allow us entry. Otherwise, once we break through, not a single grain of rice shall be spared for you." Chapter 31. The Flywheel Cutting and Thigh Amputation. Lu Xiaonyang's Achilles heel. Jiang Jin listened to the incessant buzzing of the crowd outside, akin to a swarm of flies. With a gentle wave of his hand, he retrieved a state-of-the-art sound system from his storage space. Subsequently, he connected a brand new tablet to the speakers positioned at the doorway. Bluetooth, successfully connected. At the sound of this announcement, the crowd outside wore expressions of bewilderment. Then, the air was filled with the melodious strains of a classic song, rich with ethnic charm, inciting anger among the onlookers who had regained their senses. This was clearly a provocation. That shameless woman, not only refusing to waste food, but also daring to taunt them after they had come knocking. "Calm down, everyone. She won and Appo's be smug for long. Once we break down the door, we and Appo's take our frustrations out on her." The crowd exchanged heated words, venting their displeasure. Meanwhile, The worker wielding the electric saw stepped forward and pressed the switch. This was not the typical long chainsaw used for felling trees, but rather a circular cutting machine employed in renovations, known for its efficacy in slicing through wood. As he drew closer, the gears collided with the alloy door, sending sparks flying. The onlookers were momentarily delighted, instinctively turning their heads away from the fiery sparks, aware that they might fly into their eyes. Suddenly, an unusual noise emanated from the whirring saw. The circular teeth snapped in half, shooting to the left. Clang. Thud. The broken gear struck the wall and then collided with a man and Apos' thigh, shattering his leg bone. The force propelled it further, striking another individual and Apos' arm, though this time with reduced intensity, merely breaking the arm without penetrating it. Cries of pain and panic erupted in the hallway. Ah, my thigh, it and Apos' gone. My arm is broken. It hurts so much. In a moment of instinctive horror, the man with the severed thigh grasped his wound, unable to stem the flow of blood that gushed forth like a fountain, pooling on the cold ground, creating patches of crimson ice. His eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed the chilling temperature slowing the blood and Apos' flow. Cloth. Someone give me cloth. He yelled hoarsely, his survival instinct kicking in. It was a miracle he hadn't fainted from shock. Yet, the thick jackets worn by the crowd were not only difficult to tear, but who would willingly sacrifice their precious warmth to bandage his severed limb. They were clad in down jackets, not mere cotton ones. Ripping them would send feathers flying, rendering the garments useless. Moreover, with the biting cold and the government's delayed rescue efforts, any remaining warm clothing might be the family's only means of survival. As he cried out in agony, the crowd either turned away or ran off, their cold indifference chilling him to the core. Despite sharing a common plight, they abandoned him to bleed out. When he glanced at his severed thigh, he was horrified to see a layer of frost forming, freezing the blood vessels. It felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. A flicker of hope crossed his tear-streaked face, but soon dizziness from blood loss overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto the icy blood pooled on the ground. What now? Asked a timid voice, glancing nervously at the fallen man. Another, clutching his injured arm, exclaimed, "What do we do? Get me home. That blow definitely broke my bones. What a wretched saw. It couldn't end Apos to even cut through the door, and now it has broken a gear." As they listened to his cries of pain, the crowd and Apos' gazes were tinged with sympathy. In the face of disaster, he had suffered an undeserved calamity. If the blizzard continued for another 10 days or so without additional laborers, he and his family might very well starve. As for sharing food, with so many of them, even if they broke into Jiang Jin and Apos' home and found a bounty, it would only suffice for one household. It was impossible to provide for them all. After the injured were carried away, the remaining crowd stood in silence, exchanging glances. The saw had failed to breach Jiang Jin and Apos' door and had instead caused injury to their own. Lu Xiaonyang, representing the property management, approached Jiang Jin and Apos' door and touched the area that had been cut. To her astonishment, the alloy door bore only 2 superficial scratches. The sparks had not damaged the door, but rather stemmed from the saw itself being dulled by the door and Apos' strength. No wonder the melodious tunes continued to play from within. She had known all along that their electric saw posed no threat to her. With this realization, Lu Xiaonyang's expression darkened. As the head of property management, she was leading the charge for the first time. If they faltered here, their credibility would be irrevocably tarnished. Any future organized efforts would be met with skepticism. With determination, she instructed the burly men beside her, "Use sledgehammers to break down the wall." I refuse to believe her walls can withstand that. Surely, even if it and Apos' reinforced steel, it can be cut through by a saw? Upon hearing Lu Xiaonyang and Apos' exhortation, the crowd's previously dejected expressions brightened. Of course, while the door was alloy, could she not modify the walls? With that thought, the strong men raised their sledgehammers and began pounding the wall. Bang! Bang! After dozens of strikes, the wall remained intact, with only the outer plaster flaking off. They had underestimated the strength of reinforced concrete, and even more so, the nearly 10 million spent on the renovations. If they had guessed correctly, once the concrete was breached, they would find a thick layer of alloy steel beneath, over 10 centimeters. Jiang Jin had sacrificed over 20 square meters of usable space for the sake of security, making this the safest house in the city. Not even military bases could rival the security of Jiang Jin and Apos' fortified dwelling. Moreover, he still had his spatial abilities yet to be employed. Should he choose to, Even a crane with a massive load would struggle to shatter his reinforced glass. What now? The group dropped their hammers, panting heavily, gazing at Lu Xionyang with a newfound apprehension. Lu Xionyang felt her heart race under their scrutinizing gazes. The phone chimed once more, its insistent tone drawing her attention. She picked it up and was met with messages from her beloved grandson, who remained at home. "Grandma, I'm so hungry," he pleaded. "I want to eat meat, crave snacks, and long for delicious food. You promised to bring me treats when you returned. You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Reading his heartfelt lament and doubts, Lu Xionyang felt a pang of sorrow, swiftly followed by a surge of frustration rising from within. It was worth noting that both she and her cherished grandson had been subsisting on plain rice these past few days. Yet what of Jiang Jin? How could she manage to prepare over 20 dishes for a single meal? Why should her grandson endure such deprivation while others feasted? Let us dismantle the wooden planks and smash their windows. She fumed. If we cannot breach the walls, surely we can shatter the glass. The three of them had witnessed earlier how the electric saw could compress the snow to a mere half-floor height. At that altitude, they would undoubtedly reach her windows. She had observed the renovations. An entire wall had been replaced by expansive glass panels. If she refused to open her door, then there was no need for her to do so. As the property manager, Lu Xionyang stood on the staircase, rallying the residents and homeowners, her voice booming to ignite a spirit of solidarity among them. Chapter 32. The Desperate Destroyers in a State of Disarray. Lu Xionyang led a group to the residence of Jiang Jin, intent on shattering her windows. They dismantled the cabinet doors, reassembling them in a makeshift manner. After completing this task, they proceeded to the second-floor apartment. With precision, they prepared to drop the wooden boards downwards. This time, Lu Xionyang had the foresight to tie ropes to the boards, ensuring they could be retrieved after the windows were smashed. Those with surplus provisions could adopt this method as well. As she observed several robust men leaping down, her imagination began to conjure images of herself on the ground floor, watching as they transferred Jiang Jin supplies to her home. She also envisioned the adoration in the eyes of her beloved grandson. Standing there, she let out an eerie cackle, prompting the others to distance themselves from her, muttering about her potential mental instability. Below, the four burly men wielded hefty hammers as they approached Jiang Jin's floor-to-ceiling windows. With a resounding thud, they struck the tempered glass. Bang! Bang! Each man swung his hammer, shattering the icy exterior of the glass. Jiang Jin, illuminated by the room's lights, opened her eyes and glanced toward the windows, only to find four heavily clad figures staring back at her. With a subtle wave of her hand, the electric curtains closed, leaving the men bewildered. What did this mean? Did she truly believe they could not break the glass? Even the most fortified bank windows could not withstand the force of their hammers. One of the men, filled with indignation, swung his hammer again, aiming for the expansive glass. Bang! Bang! The clamor echoed, overpowering even the music playing in Jiang Jin and Appo's room. Despite her confidence in the glass and Appo's resilience, the relentless noise outside was undeniably vexing. With a wave of her hand, a spatial barrier emerged, blocking the cacophony from penetrating her sanctuary. The sounds of their attempts to break the glass became muffled, each strike producing a dull thud, devoid of any real impact. After numerous attempts, the men, now exhausted and gasping for breath, leaned against the barrier, bewildered by the diminishing sound of their strikes. "How curious," one remarked. "Our strength seems to be increasing, yet the noise diminishes. Where did she procure this glass? It rivals even the finest bulletproof glass." They peered inside and shouted, "Hey, open the curtains, and let's negotiate. If you share some of your provisions, we won't trouble you further. Don't pretend you can't hear us." Their voices grew hoarse from shouting, yet Jiang Jin remained unresponsive. A wave of humiliation and frustration washed over them. Even God would be vexed by such cold indifference, one lamented, recalling his ex-girlfriend and Appo's dismissive demeanor. "Let and Appo's continue smashing," they urged, resuming their assault. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds rang out again, each man grappling with a growing sense of inadequacy. "I can't believe this glass is impervious to our efforts," one exclaimed, as they found themselves succumbing to the chill outside. Finally, they retreated, leaving their hammers behind, defeated. Lu Xionyang, upon seeing their return, inquired, "What happened? You haven't broken the glass yet? Are you all weak?" The four men, feeling a mix of indignation and despair, nearly broke down in tears. They had faced not only the relentless cold, but also the sting of her verbal reproach. "We're leaving," muttered the man known as Li Go, casting his hammer to the ground and walking away with his companions, who followed suit. Lu Xuanyang called after them. What do you mean, leaving? At least tell us what happened. The door slammed shut, sealing their departure. The room fell silent as the remaining group exchanged glances. Should we send more down? Lu Xuanyang suggested, curiosity evident on the faces of the younger and middle-aged individuals. Volunteers leaped from the window, emboldened by the previous group's efforts. They struck the glass with their hammers, yet found it unscathed. What peculiar material is this? It feels as if the glass absorbs our strength, one young man exclaimed, retreating to report their findings. In the room above, Lu Xuanyang and the others were left in disbelief. They had heard the earlier attempts, but now saw no trace of damage. Is this truly glass? Could it be some new visual material that resembles glass? Lu Xuanyang pondered, her heart filled with resentment. This is merely a dilapidated dwelling. It cannot be fortified like a fortress. Chapter 33. The greedy and audacious property management introduces new strategies. The entrance, walls, and windows of Jiang Jin and Appo's home were impervious to any attempts at breach, leaving Lu Xuanyang and her companions utterly disheartened. One by one, they dispersed, abandoning Lu Xuanyang to sit alone in the residence of the second-floor tenant. Lost in thought and emitting a continuous stream of sighs, with a heavy heart, she pondered how she would explain her empty-handed return to her eldest grandson. As she contemplated her predicament, her phone chimed with a series of notifications. To her astonishment, it was the man who had previously suffered a leg amputation, sending out a plea within the group chat for medical supplies. Building 3, apartment 402, Wangji. Is there anyone who has gauze, bandages, or hemostatic agents? I am terrified to return home, fearing that as the ice melts, my blood circulation will resume and claim my life. Building 3, apartment 402, Wangji. I have 10 packs of Wujang pickled vegetables. I will exchange them for bandages and gauze. Is there a doctor available to assist in stitching my wound? I am willing to offer 20 packs of Wujang pickled vegetables. Building 3, apartment 402, Wangji. Should anyone be able to provide a blood transfusion or successfully stitch my leg back together? I am prepared to part with 3 boxes of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages. Perhaps it was the shock of Wangji's desperate messages that prompted Lu Xuanyang to act swiftly. As she was the first to respond, property management Lu Xuanyang. I can provide a method to staunch your bleeding, but it will be somewhat painful. Property management Lu Xuanyang. A flat fee of 30 bags of Wujang pickled vegetables, 1 box of instant noodles, and half a box of ham sausages. This price was nothing short of exorbitant. However, before she could bask in her perceived advantage, the doctor from the community clinic interjected. Welcome, Garden Clinic. Zhu Jun. If the severed limb is stored at 0 degrees, it can still be stitched, but your situation is quite severe. If the remaining segment of your leg retains vitality, I can assist with the stitching. Welcome, Garden Clinic, Zhu Jun. However, my price is also fixed. 50 bags of pickled vegetables, 3 boxes of instant noodles, and 1 box of ham sausages, payable in advance before I commence the procedure. In stark contrast to Lu Xuanyang's self-proclaimed extortion, Dr. Zhu Jun was Wangji's spouse, observing Lu Xuanyang advancing with a flamethrower, inquired with trepidation. Lu Xuanyang retorted, rolling her eyes, naturally, to cauterize his nether region with the flamethrower, thus sealing the wound. With the safeguard of the cauterization, the bleeding will cease, enabling him to recuperate indoors. Upon uttering this, Lu Xuanyang ignited the flamethrower, emitting a whoosh of flames. Wangji's wife, aghast, averted her gaze. What recourse did she have? Seeking Dr. Zhu Jun and Appo's aid was now too late. She could only hope that this old crone, Lu Xuanyang, possessed the competence she claimed and wooden and Appo's to subject her husband to needless suffering. Wangji himself, rendered senseless by the cold, could scarcely open his eyes, his ears unable to transmit sounds to his brain. The instant the searing flames met his thigh, the icy numbness at the root of his leg, the frozen ice rapidly thawed. The pungent odor of scorched flesh permeated the air. Wangji and Appo's wife and father recoiled, unable to bear the sight. Only Lu Xuanyang, her gaze fixed upon the stump of Wangji and Appo's leg, severed by the flywheel. Wangji, regaining some semblance of awareness, emitted a piercing shriek. His hands instinctively reached for the flames. Lu Xuanyang, with swift dexterity, diverted the flamethrower's nozzle from Wangji's grasp and commanded Wangji's wife, restrain him. Should he touch the wound, this method will be in vain. Heeding Lu Xuanyang and Oppo's S admonition, Wang Ji and Amp. Amp. Oppo's S wife, in concert with Wang Ji and Amp. Amp. Oppo's S father, pinned Wang Ji and Amp. Amp. Oppo's S arms, preventing him from flailing. Soon, Wang Ji succumbed to unconsciousness under the flame's searing heat. The wound on his leg was cauterized, effectively sealed, albeit gruesomely. Lu Xianyang, observing the situation stabilized, exhaled in relief. Simultaneously, a daring notion germinated in her mind. Would subjecting frigid glass to the flamethrower cause it to shatter or melt? If successful, the food within Jiang Jin and Amp. Oppo's S abode would be hers for the taking. Chapter 34. The Days of Jia Yufeng and the Revenge of Leng Ningxuang clutching a flamethrower. Lu Xianyang strode purposefully towards Jiang Jin's residence, refusing to return home. Her pace was swift, as if fearing someone might outpace her. Meanwhile, at the hotel where Jiang Dabao's family was staying, he was engrossed in scrolling through his social media feed when his eyes widened in disbelief. Hoarsely, he called out to his mother, Jia Yufeng, "Mom, look at her social media." Upon hearing her son and Amp. Oppo's S urgent cry, Jia Yufeng furrowed her brow and opened Jiang Jin and Amp. Oppo's S profile. It was evident that the family had tacitly accepted her as a reference to Jiang Jin. The moment Jia Yufeng laid eyes on the images of 25 sumptuous dishes, her appetite was piqued: sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, and her favorite dish, scrambled eggs with Chinese tune. Where did she acquire such an abundance of food? Wasn't it said that there was none to spare, and thus they could not send any? As Jia Yufeng pondered this, Jiang Dabao's stomach audibly protested, grumbling in hunger after days of deprivation. "She's lying." Jiang Dabao's eyes glinted with resentment as he bitterly exclaimed, "She has food, but refuses to share it with us. This malicious woman clearly intends to starve us. Just like that video from Yong Yu, her heart is twisted." Jia Yufeng rolled her eyes at the mention of Yong Yu. How had her son, in just a few days, been swayed by that person? Bias and gullibility? Yet how could she deny her son's faults? The tension shifted towards Jiang Jin. "Create a group chat and demand she send us food. Otherwise, I shall no longer acknowledge her as my daughter." With that, Jiang Dabao swiftly set up a new group chat. Under Yong Yu's prompting, he feverishly typed and sent messages. "Jiang Dabao, how can you indulge yourself while we go hungry? Jiang Dabao, do you even remember your mother and father? Do you acknowledge this family? Jiang Dabao, you used to think of us first whenever good fortune came your way. How have you become so selfish? Jiang Dabao, when you wanted to attend university, I sacrificed my own education for your tuition. Jiang Dabao, now you feast in a warm room while we huddle in a cramped hotel, fighting over a single bowl of instant noodles. Can you live with yourself?" As the notifications chimed incessantly in her ears, Jiang Jin pulled the blanket from her face and reached for her phone. She was taken aback to find that it was not the property management of the Welcome Garden contacting her, but rather Jiang Dabao. Opening the group chat, she chuckled coldly at his accusations. Selfish? Was he addressing himself? Setting aside the years of being manipulated by her family into working tirelessly to support them, she recalled that the reason she had suspended her studies was not due to financial constraints, but because he had gotten a classmate pregnant, leading to a month-long blockade at their doorstep. In her previous life, she had foolishly refused to connect the dots, even as she neared the truth, deceiving herself and allowing guilt towards her brother and parents to fester. Ultimately, her diligent contributions were met with abandonment, leaving her to perish in the cold. Jiang Jin, sharing a bowl of instant noodles? Oh, why not buy some food? Jiang Jin, is it because Jia Yufeng refuses to let you squander her money? Jiang Dabao had initially felt assured of his victory, but upon reading Jiang Jin's retort, a wave of frustration washed over him. He realized why the past few days had been so unbearable. His mother could have purchased food, even if it was a bit pricey, preventing them from suffering hunger pangs. Casting a resentful glance at Jia Yufeng, he thought of how she had led him to lose a substantial sum at the restaurant and had even landed him in police custody. His anger swiftly shifted. Jia Yufeng, sensing the change, took out her phone and responded to Jiang Jin. Jia Yufeng, you wretched girl. The blizzard has blocked the roads, and supplies cannot reach us. Do you think we don't want to buy? It's the vendor's refusal to sell. Jia Yufeng, you flaunt your abundant provisions and prepare numerous dishes while thinking of no one but yourself. Jia Yufeng, if you believe the blizzard is preventing us from coming, where did your food come from? Jia Yufeng, I don't care about your difficulties. You must send food before tonight. I will not support you for nothing. Jiang Jin, Observing Jia Yufeng's attempts to manipulate her, couldn't he help but smirk. Jiang Jin, then go ahead and call the police. Jiang Jin, if the authorities require me to send food, I shall comply. As Jia Yufeng stared incredulously at Jiang Jin's message, her breath caught, and she collapsed to the ground, unable to recover. Jiang Xingjian, who had been silently observing the scene, was slow to react, failing to catch his wife as she fell. Thud! Jia Yufeng hit the ground with a loud crash. Jiang Dabao rushed forward, exclaiming, "Mom, don't scare me." He threw himself over her, shaking her frantically. Jiang Xingjian looked at his wife lying on the floor, his emotions complex, and snapped a photo to send to Jiang Jin. Jiang Xingjian, picture of Jia Yufeng fainting. Jiang Jin, you too should be cautious. Your mother is getting older and needs to choose her words wisely. Jiang Xingjian, if you continue to upset your mother, it will be your duty to keep the house clean from now on. As Jiang Jin read Jiang Xingjian's message, she could not help but laugh aloud. How delightful it was to see Jia Yufeng in such a predicament. It was rare for Jiang Xingjian to interject during family disputes. He usually maintained a cold demeanor, watching from the sidelines. Today, however, he seemed concerned that Jia Yufeng would die of anger, leaving him without a free housekeeper to manage the household. On another side, Leng Ningxuang, who had previously collided with Jiang Jin, was cozily nestled against a burly man, tracing circles on his chest with her finger, whispering softly, "Brother Lei, we're running low on instant noodles at home. What should we do?" Hearing her question, Lei Yongjun grunted in response, struggling to rise from the bed. Rubbing his somewhat throbbing head, he remarked, "Summon Xuanzi and Huzi. The rescue is long overdue. We must devise a means to borrow some grain from our neighbors." Upon hearing Lei Yongjun's command, Leng Ningxuang's expression brightened with joy. Before stepping out to call for assistance, she cheerfully suggested that Jiang Jin possesses an abundance of grain. If we can win her over, we need not worry about our food supply for the next 2 months. Chapter 35. Using Leng Ningxuang's backing to establish authority. She had long been lurking in the small group created by property manager Lu Xionyang, and her suggestion to Lei Yongjun was far from accidental. She had seen not only pictures of Jiang Jin enjoying delicacies in Jiang Jin's moments, but also many of Jiang Jin's everyday photos. Discovering that Jiang Jin was clearly the woman who had bumped into her that day and accused her of wearing counterfeit goods, with the weather freezing and disasters occurring, why wouldn't she seize the opportunity to vent her anger while acquiring food? Lei Yongjun listened to Leng Ningxuang's suggestion and nodded faintly. After Tiger and Xuanzi were summoned by Leng Ningxuang, Lei Yongjun cut straight to the chase. Our food supply will last for 2 more days at most. After that, we'll likely all go hungry together. My suggestion: we should borrow food from nearby residents. As he spoke, his cold eyes swept across the faces of Tiger and Xuanzi. Noticing the fervent anticipation on their faces, he nodded inwardly. "Boss, I'm sick of eating those lousy instant noodles. My mouth is already devoid of any taste," Tiger exclaimed excitedly, his hands involuntarily rubbing together. "And women, boss," Xuanzi added, scratching his head sheepishly. "You know my age. Besides, with the freezing weather outside, if a few people die, it and amp, oppos, be attributed to the disaster, right? Who would trace it back to us?" Tiger was also intrigued by his suggestion, looking at Lei Yongjun with anticipation. However, upon hearing Xuanzi and amp, oppos, proposition, Lei Yongjun and amp, oppos, expression turned cold. He frowned and reprimanded Xuanzi. "Are you insane? Xuanzi, have you forgotten how you ended up serving 3 years in prison? You should know better than me how advanced forensic techniques are these days. With our criminal records, a simple data search would be enough to identify our DNA. So, even if you dispose of the woman, what if we get caught? Remember, under no circumstances should we resort to coercion." Xuanzi lowered his head upon hearing Lei Yongjun and amp, oppos, scolding. He had been careless before, leaving behind evidence that led to his capture. If he had another chance, he would certainly ensure everything was handled cleanly. However, when he heard his boss say that coercion was forbidden, a glimmer of hope returned to his darkened eyes. The unspoken implication was that as long as the woman was an oppos, willing, and oppos, it would be permissible. If they seized food, those without it would naturally seek him out, just like Leng Ningxuang, who had sought boss's help on the 3rd day of the disaster due to food shortages. With this thought, his face was instantly filled with joy, replacing the dejection and frustration he had shown earlier. Lei Yongjun observed all of this and shook his head inwardly. Although the blizzard was a global catastrophe, it could cease at any moment. Moreover, the national network was still functioning. Only if it were to collapse could they guarantee that their actions would and oppose, be disseminated. Only then could they do whatever they pleased. For now, even if they were to steal food from others, they had to proceed with caution and avoid leaving any evidence. With that in mind, Lei Yongjun addressed Xuanzi and Tiger. Then put on your clothes, and we and oppose, head to Building 101. Ningxuang said that family has abundant supplies. Securing them would be enough to last us for a long time, taking care of everything in one fell swoop, until the network is completely down. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi and Tiger responded in unison. After dressing warmly, Leng Ningxuang followed behind the three men, heading downstairs together. Upon reaching the first floor and seeing the heavy alloy door and the frozen bloodstains on the ground, the four exchanged glances. Leng Ningxuang even noticed the hammer marks on the nearby wall. However, while the area had been struck, only the outermost layer of the wall had been chipped off. Clearly, the property management team had struck it with great force. If so many of them couldn't breach the shelter, then their group of four would obviously be attempting something futile, wouldn't they? With this thought, a look of disappointment suddenly appeared on Leng Ningxuang's face. Tiger, on the other hand, was struck by inspiration upon seeing the alloy door and thick walls. Boss, Kuden, and oppose. We use the electric drill we used for theft before to break the lock cylinder? Tiger suggested. Before Lei Yongjun could respond, Leng Ningxuang shook her head. Someone used an electric saw to cut the door, leaving only a shallow scratch. And that pool of blood over there. It seems someone named Wang Ji was hit in the leg by the electric saw that was flung back. Then what can we do? Tiger asked, looking dejected when he realized the electric drill wouldn't work. Lei Yongjun paused in thought, then suddenly asked, what about ventilation? Does her home have a ventilation system? This door is airtight, and air circulation is poor. Plus, the snow outside has already covered the first floor. For her to be able to hide inside, she must have a ventilation system. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jin, who had been reclining in her rocking chair, suddenly sat up. Although her newly installed ventilation system was concealed, if they searched diligently, using tools like electric drills, they could indeed damage it and use the ventilation shaft to harass her. This was something that absolutely could not be tolerated. With this in mind, Jiang Jin retrieved a standard-issue Sakura Country pistol from her storage space. After practicing shooting in the underground range for some time, Jiang Jin felt that she could achieve a 100 hit rate within 50 meters. It was just the thing to teach these scheming individuals a lesson. Creak. Just as the group was about to turn and leave, the door, which had been tightly shut, was opened from the inside. Jiang Jin, wearing the world's warmest technical clothing, stood at the doorway, welcoming the biting cold that rushed in. Even though the hallway was nearly 50 degrees Celsius below zero, she seemed unfazed. She wasn't an oppose, even wearing gloves, and she was holding a standard-issue Sakura Country pistol. Lei Yongjun and the others turned around upon hearing the sound of the door opening, and immediately saw the alloy door swinging open. Tiger, upon seeing this, charged through the doorway, instinctively pushing the door to prevent Jiang Jin from closing it. A malicious grin spread across his face, undisguised. Lei Yongjun and Xuanzi were bewildered. Unsure why Jiang Jin had opened the door from the inside, but the fact that it was open was a good thing. They also began to approach from the direction of the stairs. Leng Ningxuang, on the other hand, had a look of triumphant vindication on her face. Jiang Jin. It and oppose. That's a good thing you had the sense to open the door yourself. Otherwise, once boss and the others found your ventilation shaft, you would have suffered. Tiger Xuanzi. After delivering her harsh words, Leng Ningxuang noticed that boss and Xuanzi had stopped moving, so she stopped as well. However, due to her shorter stature, she couldn't and oppose, see what was happening in front of her. She assumed that Jiang Jin had been captured by either Xuanzi or boss. She continued, later, have someone grab this woman and torture her to death. Her mouth is so foul. That day outside the complex, she bumped into me. Who knew she would be so unreasonable, causing my limited edition outfit to fall on the ground and get damaged. Not only did she refuse to compensate me, but she even turned the tables, claiming my clothes were fake, even when I had the receipt. It was simply absurd. Chapter 36. Establishing Authority. The panic-stricken Leng Ningxuang suddenly. Lei Yongjun stretched out his arm and forcefully tugged at Leng Ningxuang's sleeve, signaling her to silence. However, Leng Ningxuang completely misinterpreted his gesture. With an air of confidence, she swaggered to the side, intending to accompany Lei Yongjun into Jiang Jin's residence. Bowing her head, she continued her insistence. While others may be oblivious, you, Brother Jun, are well aware. We met at the Chanel boutique. If I were adorned in counterfeit goods, why would I venture into the store, risking embarrassment? That would be akin to delivering myself to the sales associate, who would undoubtedly expose my deceit, and I would be blacklisted from Chanel and Oppos as physical locations. As her words fell, she felt Lei Yongjun and Oppos' grip on her sleeve tighten. Raising her gaze in confusion, she was met with the ominous barrel of a gun. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her mind blanked. A gun? A gun? How could she possess such a weapon? What was her standing? Was she not merely the latest resident of the Welcome Garden? Meanwhile, Lei Yongjun cursed inwardly. This time, they had indeed stepped onto a precarious precipice. Just as he grappled with how to concede, Lang Ningxuang recalled the gathering of property management and homeowners outside her door and suddenly exclaimed, "Fake. Who are you trying to intimidate with a toy gun? If it were real, why did you not flee when Lu Xionyang brought her people to demolish the wall? If it were genuine, why merely brandish it without firing?" As she continued, her boldness grew. When she glanced at Jiang Jin, the fear dissipated, replaced by mockery. Jiang Jin and Oppos' silence was an implicit acknowledgement. To threaten them with a fake gun while daring to approach the door was either audacious or foolish. If she did not unlock the heavy alloy door from within, they might truly be at an impasse. After all, the ventilation ducts were far too narrow for them to infiltrate. Yet, Lei Yongjun felt a twinge of self-doubt as Leng Ningxuang spoke. The cold, dark barrel of the gun bore a striking resemblance to the real firearms he had encountered during his time in prison. However, this revolver was of a different model than he had seen before. As he considered the fact that the person brandishing the weapon had yet to pull the trigger, he inexplicably began to believe Leng Ningxuang and Oppos' claims. "You dare to threaten me with a toy gun." A fierce anger manifested on Lei Yongjun and Oppos' face. "You are the first." Encouraged by the exchange between Lei Yongjun and Leng Ningxuang, Xuanzi found his courage burgeoning. He swayed slightly before stepping forward toward Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin cast a glance at Xuanzi, only to find no recollection of him in her mind. With disdain, she adjusted the aim of her gun, lowering the muzzle as she squeezed the trigger. A deafening bang echoed as the bullet struck Xuanzi's knee. The moment the bullet penetrated, he crumpled to the ground, instinctively clutching his knee while screaming in agony, his gaze locking onto Jiang Jin's icy stare. "Ah, my leg. You wield a real gun." Hearing Xuanzi's wails, Lang Ningxuang felt her heart plummet. If she had any lingering doubts, they evaporated as the gun fired, the bullet lodging itself into the floor beside her. It shattered the last vestige of her courage. Lei Yongjun, too, raised his hands in fear, reminiscent of his prior arrest by the police. "Why are you silent?" Jiang Jin demanded, aiming the revolver at Leng Ningxuang. The sight of the dark barrel directed at her filled Leng Ningxuang with terror, her trembling legs betraying her anxiety. Her bladder tightened. Any relaxation would surely lead to an embarrassing accident. I was wrong," she stammered, averting her gaze from the threatening weapon. Jiang Jin regarded Leng Ningxuang and Oppos' submission with cold amusement. "You are not merely wrong. You are afraid. Afraid that my revolver may strike you just as it did him." Noticing Jiang Jin's continued silence after her apology, a thin layer of frost began to form on Leng Ningxuang's face in the frigid corridor. "I should not have worn counterfeit goods. I should not have coveted what you possess." Jiang Jin regarded her with a soft smile. "I shall grant you a chance at life." Upon hearing this, Leng Ningxuang and Oppos' face lit up with excitement. "What do you need from me?" she eagerly inquired. Jiang Jin elongated her words. "Of course. I require all your provisions." Without a moment and Oppos' hesitation, Leng Ningxuang nodded vigorously. Nothing was more precious than her own life. Food could be acquired again by attaching herself to other men, or even joining forces with Lei Yongjun to seize others and Oppos' supplies. But a life lost was irrevocable. "Very well. I shall fetch it now." With that, Leng Ningxuang hurriedly ascended the stairs. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Jin couldn't help but chuckle. This was merely a lesson. In this apocalyptic world, it would be too lenient to simply kill them. They must endure the relentless chill of winter, succumbing to despair before meeting their end. As Lei Yongjun listened to the footsteps fade into the distance, he felt the cold barrel of the gun once again pointed at him, and he nervously swallowed. In the profound silence, the sound echoed unnaturally loud in his ears. His breaths quickened and became labored. After a prolonged silence, he asked Jiang Jin, "What if Leng Ningxuang doesn't return?" Rolling her eyes, Jiang Jin replied, then you should prepare to wait for her below. At her words, a chill spread through Lei Yongjun's core, extending to his limbs. He fervently prayed that Leng Mingxuang would act wisely, returning with the food and no ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Xuanzi, still clutching his knee, knelt on the floor, groaning in pain. In stark contrast, the initially cowed Huzai, who had cowered against the wall from Jiang Jin and Apos' revolver, now furtively observed her with the corner of his eye. Noticing her complete focus on his older brother, a daring idea surged within him. If he could launch a surprise attack that could retain their supplies and even seize Jiang Jin and Apos' food reserves, and most critically, her handgun. With this thought, Huzai tensed his legs and lunged toward Jiang Jin. Hearing the sound, Jiang Jin did not move her head, but lightly lifted her foot and forcefully kicked in the direction of the oncoming tiger. Having undergone several enhancements, her physical prowess had long surpassed that of an ordinary human. Her strength was such that even Tyson could not compare, rendering Tiger utterly incapable of withstanding it. Without a hint of mercy, she aimed her revolver at the airborne tiger and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 37, A Desperate Counterattack? Hardly. With unerring accuracy, Jiang Jin had mastered the precision of her revolver, each shot striking its mark on their joints without delivering a fatal blow, leaving them writhing in agony, awaiting a slow demise in the frigid air. Hearing Huzi and Apos' agonizing cries, Lei Yongjun glanced back, his eyes widening with fury as he beheld the bullet wounds piercing Huzi and Apos' elbows and thigh, crimson blood seeping through his garments. Huzi, turning back, Lei Yongjun and Apos' gaze, filled with resentment, bore into Jiang Jin. A reckless notion sparked in his mind. The revolver held a mere 6 bullets, and she had but 2 remaining. If he could somehow exhaust her ammunition, he might seize the opportunity to subdue her, claiming her resources, weaponry, and even her person, subjecting her to relentless torment. The thought ignited a fervent gleam in his eyes. Jiang Jin, acutely aware of his shift in demeanor, taunted softly, "What? Are you contemplating how to make me expend my last 2 bullets, then overpower me?" Lei Yongjun, startled by her query, felt an involuntary contraction. His body tensed, and he vehemently shook his head. No, that and Apos' nodded. How could I dare entertain such a thought? Observing his clumsy attempt at deception, Jiang Jin scoffed inwardly. It had better be. With those words, she subtly shifted the gun and Apos' muzzle, aiming it at Xianzi, who was kneeling on the ground. Xianzi felt the chilling bore of the weapon trained on him, beads of icy sweat forming on his forehead. The frigid moisture clung to his face, accelerating the loss of his body heat. Lei Yongjun swallowed nervously, pleading with Jiang Jin, Xianzi. Xianzi wouldn't dare make a move. Leng Mingxuang, that's right. Leng Mingxuang has gone to retrieve our food. She won and Apos' skimp on it. Seized by a sudden realization, Lei Yongjun exclaimed, "Yes, it was Leng Mingxuang. She and Apos' the one who urged the 3 of us to come to your home. She wanted us to seize your house and provisions." Emboldened by Lei Yongjun and Apos' lead, Xianzi chimed in, neglecting to wipe away the ice clinging to his face. Yes, if it weren't and Apos' for Leng Mingxuang and Apos' suggestion, we never would have bothered you. Leng Mingxuang is the true instigator behind all of this. Upstairs, Leng Mingxuang, descending the staircase, was struck by a wave of terror upon hearing Xianzi shift the blame onto her. Her mind momentarily blanked, and she stumbled down the stairs. Crash! Grumble as her body came to rest. Leng Mingxuang painfully rose to her feet and, under the watchful gazes of the others, began gathering the scattered food. Lei Yongjun and Apos' face lit up as he saw the provisions Leng Mingxuang had brought. He exclaimed with delight, "I knew it, Mingxuang, you would bring the food. You Wuden and Apos' stand by and watch us get killed by her. Quick, hand over the food to her. I and Apos' take you to other homes to plunder more. I promise you one and Apos' go hungry." However, Leng Mingxuang did not respond to Lei Yongjun and Apos' coaxing. A sense of foreboding washed over Lei Yongjun, especially when he saw Leng Mingxuang, after collecting the snack boxes, turn and flee back upstairs. Seeing this, Jiang Jin cocked the hammer with a click. She aimed at the staircase between Leng Mingxuang's feet. Bang! A shot rang out as the bullet left the chamber, accurately striking the step between Leng Mingxuang and Apos' feet. Fragments of stone struck Leng Ningxuang and Apos' ankles, causing her to cry out in pain. Despite her shriek, she did not stop. Instead, she supported herself against the wall and continued her ascent. Lei Yongjun, watching Leng Ningxuang and Apos' escape, cursed inwardly. Damn it. He barked, Leng Ningxuang, you get back here. If I ever get my hands on you, I and Apos' skin you alive. Leng Ningxuang trembled at Lei Yongjun and Apos' threat, but only for a moment. The sound of her footsteps, carrying the snacks, grew fainter as she ascended. The receding footsteps echoed like a death knell for Lei Yongjun and his companions, despair creeping over their faces. Lei Yongjun glanced at Jiang Jin, then furtively averted his gaze. Plotting in his mind, Jiang Jin had just fired another shot, missing Leng Ningxuang and hitting the stairs instead. This suggested that her marksmanship was not infallible, especially at a distance. Moreover, the shot had left her with only one bullet in her gun. If he and Xianzi attacked simultaneously, her last bullet was bound to miss. With a determined resolve, Lei Yongjun muttered, Xianzi. Xianzi had clearly heard Lei Yongjun and Apos' call. Having fought alongside each other for years, risking their lives in brawls, they possessed a certain level of coordination. As Lei Yongjun spoke, he lunged at Jiang Jin. Xianzi, enduring the pain in his bullet-ridden knee, attacked Jiang Jin and Apos' lower body, attempting to tackle her and prevent her from firing accurately. But, to their surprise, Jiang Jin seemed to vanish as they lunged. Bang! Bang! The two men crashed to the ground, their cries of pain overlapping. Lei Yongjun and Apos' face betrayed his despair. Jiang Jin still had one bullet left in her gun, and their failure to reach her had sealed their fate. If Jiang Jin fired at either of them, death would be certain, and he, Lei Yongjun, was the most likely target, having been the one to shout. She had no reason not to kill him, for he had posed a threat to her. Accepting his fate, Lei Yongjun closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable. But after a long moment, he heard no gunshot. Upstairs, Leng Ningxuang cautiously peeked out, fearing that Jiang Jin might be overpowered. If that happened, she would suffer dearly. But when she saw that Jiang Jin, Lei Yongjun, and Xianzi were gone from the doorway, a sense of unease washed over her. Thump, thump, thump. Clutching the food, Leng Ningxuang fled further and higher. In her ears, the sharp report of a gun echoed once more. Bang. Chapter 38. The blizzard ceases, hope of rescue dawns. Triumph. Jiang Jin had prevailed. Leng Ning's knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the staircase, oblivious to the pain searing through her. It's over, she thought inwardly. Regaining her senses, she realized her back was drenched in perspiration. Simultaneously, an infinite chill emanated from behind, freezing her damp garments and causing the icy shards to prickle against her spine, transforming the sweat into frigid crystals. Her body temperature plummeted. Leng Ning arose, shaking off the frozen fragments, and hastened toward her abode. She could not linger outside, lest she succumb to hypothermia. Below, at the entrance to Jiang Jin and Apos' sanctuary, Lei Yongjun and his cohorts had resigned themselves to despair upon hearing the final gunshot. Yet, after an interminable wait, while their bodies grew increasingly frigid due to their perspiration, their consciousness remained intact. No agony assailed them. Cautiously opening their eyes, they beheld Jiang Jin. Their hearts constricted. Before her stood a table, upon which a heavy machine gun was mounted, primed and ready. Jiang Jin, poised behind the weapon, aimed it directly at them, threatening to unleash its deadly fire. They had not merely stumbled upon a formidable adversary. They had encountered an arms dealer of the highest caliber. In a nation where firearms were strictly prohibited, such a ruthless individual who could casually produce a heavy machine gun was beyond their petty league. Regret welled up within Lei Yongjun and his companions. Fuji and Xianzi pleaded for mercy. Gracious lady, we are undeserving of such a fate. Please, employ your revolver as before. We are not worthy of such a devastating weapon. It is an utter waste. Lei Yongjun echoed their supplications, inwardly cursing Leng Ning. That wretched vixen. Had she not deceived them into seeking Jiang Jin's provisions, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. In the end, when they had a chance to escape, that harlot abandoned them, fleeing with the food. Jiang Jin, observing their demeanor, straightened her posture and inquired softly, "Do you three desire life or death?" Lei Yongjun and Apos' eyes widened in response. He exclaimed, "Life. We wish to live." Fuji and Xianzi were equally fervent. Who would willingly embrace death when survival was possible. Especially in the face of such a cataclysm, they possessed untapped potential yet to be unleashed. To perish now would be a profound tragedy. Very well, Jiang Jin declared crisply. Like Leng, I shall grant you the opportunity to live. From this day forward, you shall provide me with 30 pounds of sustenance daily. Should you fail to meet this quota, I shall randomly select one of you to forfeit your life. Do you comprehend? Faced with Jiang Jin and Dabao's imposing interrogation, they nodded vigorously. Under the threat of a heavy machine gun, they would agree to anything, even 300 pounds. If necessary. If they could not fulfill the requirement, they would face death later, but at least they would prolong their existence. To refuse would be to extinguish any hope of survival. The machine gun would undoubtedly tear them asunder. Begone, Jiang Jin said, waving her hand dismissively. Yong Yu scrambled to his feet, extending a hand to assist Xianzi. After passing through the gateway, he thoughtfully closed the heavy alloy door behind them. Leaning against the imposing barrier, Yong Yu and Xianzi gasped for breath. Phew, we're safe. Jiang Jin's alloy door was impenetrable, even to a heavy machine gun. They had anticipated this, given its thickness. After a moment, Yong Yu felt his body temperature plummeting rapidly. He turned to Fuji, who was still prostrate on the ground, and noticed that his eyes were closed. Cursing inwardly, he slapped Fuji and Dabao's face. As Fuji weakly opened his eyes, Yong Yu, supporting both Xianzi and Fuji, began their ascent. Jiang Jin, utilizing her spatial manipulation abilities, emerged from the wall, watching Yong Yu and his companions depart. A cold smile played upon her lips. Leng, you have forsaken them this time, losing your greatest allies from the previous life. You have even turned against your most reliable support. I shall observe how you fare. Without their backing, can you still thrive as you did before? Upstairs, Leng, having reached her apartment on the 8th floor, could scarcely believe that Yong Yu and his cohorts, who should have perished, had miraculously been spared by Jiang Jin. Like stray dogs, they feebly knocked on the door of the second-floor residence above Jiang Jin. Knock, knock, knock. The unsuspecting resident, without any suspicion, inquired, "Who is it?" and opened the door. The man at the door felt a sudden blow, as a fist struck his face, rendering him unconscious. Yong Yu dragged his companions into the apartment, seized the residents, and claimed their provisions. After counting the rice, he took 30 pounds and returned to Jiang Jin's door, leaving the offering. Today's tribute has been delivered, he announced. Please verify. With that, he ascended the stairs. He doubted anyone would dare to pilfer from Jiang Jin's doorstep. A machine gun at the ready. Only a fool would attempt such a feat. Overnight, the blizzard abruptly ceased. Jiang Jin sat by the window, peering through the gap created by the snow-laden planks. The sun ascended slowly, its crimson disk resembling the sunsets of old. Vast and immense, it illuminated the earth, yet failed to warm it. Instead, the temperature plummeted to a staggering 65 degrees Celsius. In the coldest regions, it reached 70 degrees Celsius. The reason was the melting snow, which absorbed vast amounts of heat, releasing cold and further lowering the temperature. As the sun rose, survivors peered out of their windows, their eyes filled with hope. The blizzard had ended. The sun had emerged. Could national rescue be far behind? Chapter 39. Military enters the city? The plight of the Sakura nation. An unexpectedly viral indictment. Tianhai City. News report. Having been dormant for several days, they have re-emerged, commencing their broadcast once more under the scorching sun. The female anchor, speaking extemporaneously, stated, "Following days of blizzard calamities, countless scenes of turmoil have erupted across the nation. Fear not, be not lost. The nation's relief forces are en route to major cities, and the perpetrators shall face righteous judgment. Victory shall ultimately belong to us." The entire populace. Jiang Jin reclined in her rocking chair, swaying gently, and relishing the anchor's improvisational prowess and impassioned delivery, which had genuinely moved her. However, she harbored no anticipation for the victory and the anchor spoke of. What was the outside world truly like? As a reborn individual, she was acutely aware. Towering ice formations and frigid temperatures meant that the military could only deploy helicopters for patrols within the city, and even then, only for the next 2 days. Because on the 3rd day, the sun would once again recede from the sky, and blizzards would utterly engulf the world. To witness the sunrise again would require waiting a month. Furthermore, the ground-level structures would begin to be completely submerged under ice and snow on the day of the next blizzard. requiring one to break through the solid ice layer to enter. Feng sat on his sofa, watching the anchor's address on his phone, his fists clenching involuntarily. A slight anxiety gnawed at his heart. Jiang Jin had discharged a firearm just days prior, and while there was no video evidence, the bullets lodged in those individuals and Appos bodies were undeniable. Should they report it, he might have to seek assistance from Commander Liu. For her, it would be worth it. His conviction was unwavering, his resolve firm. Glancing at the time, Feng realized that it was once again 11:00 and Appos clock before he knew it. Time to prepare lunch for Jiang Jin. The thought of her devouring every morsel of his cooking stirred a peculiar sensation within him. He murmured to himself, "Perhaps I'll prepare a couple more dishes this time. I have a feeling she's not quite satiated, but is too polite to say so." If Jiang Jin were aware that Feng was fretting over her cleaning her plate, she would likely rap him soundly on the head. She had simply endured too much hardship in the pre-rebirth apocalypse, fostering a habit of not wasting food. Although she never overate, she always felt satisfied. Moreover, to prevent indigestion, Jiang Jin would frequently practice her spatial abilities to expend excess energy accumulated within her body. On the second floor, after 2 days of recuperation and a minor surgery performed by Dr. Zhu Jun from the community to extract the bullets, Lei Yongjun and his 2 companions listened to the latest news report, their faces grim. Fuji, with a hint of anxiety, inquired of Lei Yongjun, "Boss, should we alert the authorities?" Living in the same building as someone like Jiang Jin, who possesses firearms, even a heavy machine gun, and demands our food daily, is a potential hazard. What if she decides to eliminate us to cover her tracks? We and Appos D have no escape. Upon hearing Fuji and Appos' suggestion, Xianzi visibly expressed his agreement. The food they had been handing over for the past 2 days relied entirely on Brother Jun and Appos' external operations and extortion. Were it not for Brother Jun, their lives would be in grave danger. However, Lei Yongjun immediately issued a stern rebuke upon hearing Fuji and Appos' proposal: "Silence. If you wish to die, do not involve me." Anyone capable of procuring heavy weaponry in Tianhai City is either of extremely high status or a powerful arms dealer. How many lives do you possess to squander? If we make that call, it will undoubtedly be reported, and the news will reach the ears of the influential figures protecting her. We would be better off dead. Where else could we live as we do now, with food and drink every day? By the way, take this opportunity to contact some of our former associates and gather them together. In the event of chaos, we can look after one another. With such high ice formations outside, the military cannot possibly complete the rescue in the short term. We will have to rely on ourselves for food during this period. After scolding the 2, Lei Yongjun swiftly outlined his plans. Xianzi and Fuji clearly held Lei Yongjun in high regard. They obediently lowered their heads upon being reprimanded. "Understood, boss." Xianzi and Fuji responded, retrieving their phones to make calls. Seeing them spring into action, Lei Yongjun leaned wearily against the sofa, his mind blank, gazing at the sky outside the window at a 45-degree angle. The sun lacked any scorching heat, allowing him to clearly see a round, red orb. A sense of tranquility washed over him. The icy calamity did not seem likely to pass so quickly. At this moment, the external web was in an uproar, particularly within the Sakura nation, which Jiang Jin had successfully usurped. The disaster has passed, but our nation and Appos' granaries are empty. What is to become of the citizens of the Sakura nation? Preliminary estimates indicate that the number of residents who have starved to death beneath Mount Fuji has reached 50% of the permanent population. If relief supplies do not arrive within 3 days, the total number of residents who starve to death could reach 80% of the permanent population. The Sakura nation is experiencing an unprecedented famine. The ruling party has yet to offer an explanation, and the entire nation is in disarray. Clicking on a random piece of information, Jiang Jin witnessed countless Sakura nation citizens wailing and lamenting. "Oshima Ida. Wa, give us back our food. I have contemplated many ways to die, but I never imagined that I would starve to death. Hemamura Kai. Upstairs, downstairs, neighbors, all starved to death. All starved to death in their homes. I even saw someone cooking a child. This is not the Sakura nation I desire. Why has it come to this? Mizuriyu Yuki. The sun has risen, yet no troops have entered the city to provide support. Suppress. The mafia, the Yamaguchi-gumi, they are all out on the streets, looting shops and seizing the few remaining supplies. Is no one going to intervene?" Upon seeing someone mention the Sakura nation and Appos' underworld organizations, Jiang Jin couldn't help but chuckle. She had previously been targeted by the Sakura Nation's mafia. However, Jiang Jin did not flinch in the slightest. She even seized the entire Yamaguchi-gumi's arsenal, leaving them unable to muster even 100 firearms, effectively crippling them. However, in contrast to ordinary people without weapons, these underworld organizations clearly possessed considerable strength, capable of banding together to compete for supplies. As for guilt, one should act in accordance with one and Oppo's abilities. They felt no remorse when discharging nuclear wastewater, and she was merely acting on behalf of heaven, reclaiming a portion of the reparations that the Empress Dowager had sent out. What was there to feel guilty about? However, to Jiang Jin's surprise, while she was perusing the tragic state of the Sakura Nation, a photograph on Tianhai City and Oppo's local network suddenly went viral. Shocking. Tianhai City has such an unfilial daughter who consumes 25 dishes in a single meal, disregarding her parents and Oppo's well-being and allowing her parents, younger brother, and sister-in-law to subsist on a single bucket of instant noodles per day. Chapter 40. Facing Online Harassment. Jiang Jin begins her broadcast. This latest report surged to the top of trending topics in Tianhai City, overshadowing the official rescue livestream from the municipal government. The comments beneath the trending post were a sea of vitriol. Isn't she just a beast? When disaster strikes, instead of conserving resources, she indulges in luxury. While perhaps people in her building are starving to death, abandoning her parents in a hotel, is she even human? The hotel owner is equally vile, hoarding food without selling it at inflated prices. 25 courses. I've never been that extravagant even during the new year. You dare to feast like this amidst a catastrophe? What a shameless influencer. Jiang Jin exited the external network. Upon logging into her media platform, she was immediately confronted with videos from Feng and Jiang Dabao accusing her. With views exceeding 10 million and continuing to rise, eclipsing the official rescue livestream and Oppo's popularity. The comments section was filled with survivors venting their frustrations born from the icy apocalypse. Among them were neighbors from the same building, corroborating the events. This is the truth. The woman who posted that on social media lives in our community, in Building 1. My son and the property staff went to her for food, but she refused to see them, completely indifferent to the suffering of her neighbors. I've never encountered such a cold-hearted person. The landlord of Building 1 is a man, possibly a retired soldier? I can't fathom how he rented to such a heartless, unfilial woman. I heard that when someone went to her for food, she not only refused but even inflicted harm on one of the tenants. Isn't this a matter for the police? Tianhai City Police Department. These testimonies and the ensuing comments drew a flurry of likes and responses from netizens. Moreover, Jiang Jin discovered that her social media account had been unearthed. As a former influencer who engaged in livestream sales, she had amassed considerable wealth during the e-commerce boom, enabling her to afford a property worth millions. Yet, she had not savored any of her gains. The apocalypse arrived before she could enjoy her bounty, which was instead squandered on her family, leading to her tragic demise in the snow. Opening her comments section, which had surged to over 99 notifications, Jiang Jin glanced through and was both amused and enraged. Is that you selling the eyeliner for 79 bucks? Oh, my apologies for mourning at the wrong grave. In the midst of this icy disaster, you, as an influencer, should be promoting positivity. Your unfilial and unscrupulous behavior is truly repugnant. How can we trust your product quality when your character is in question? I want a refund for my previous purchase. I'm worried about its quality. 79 for an eyeliner? Mourning at the wrong grave is quite the statement. As for the entity behind the game, they have yet to establish a proper standard to guide their audience. So who are they to critique? The final demand for refunds was particularly humorous. Setting aside the fact that the icy apocalypse had not concluded, how would he even return a shipment? Even if he managed to send it back, he couldn't afford the overdue loans, let alone refund them. During this period of chaos, the debt collectors had been relentless, calling Jiang Jin repeatedly, draining her bank account of every available cent. Ultimately, they resorted to incessantly harassing her, urging her to find a way to repay her debts. Jiang Jin, however, ignored their calls entirely, never answering a single one. In a final act of desperation, they resorted to bombarding her with calls. Jiang Jin simply removed her SIM card, replaced it with a new one, and continued her online activities, unfazed by their antics, leaving the debt collectors utterly frustrated. Amidst the caustic remarks and outright insults, Jiang Jin still spotted a segment of her former supporters who, despite the overwhelming tide, voiced their support for her. This gesture stirred a flicker of warmth within her, reminding her of the human connections she had once cherished. Reflecting on this, Jiang Jin recalled the substantial supplies she had stored in the basement. She then initiated her livestream. As Jiang Jin commenced her broadcast, thousands flocked to her channel, far surpassing the previous turnout during her sales streams. However, this influx was not to purchase goods, but to lambaste her. Jiang Jin, how dare you profit during such turbulent times? Let me guess. Are those behind you your products for sale? I bought products for my idol from you, and now she completely ignores me. I demand a full refund. Hey, can you repay the millions we lent you? Jiang Jin merely scanned the comments. To her surprise, she noticed a debt collector among the remarks, prompting a slight scoff. Yet, she observed that her live stream and Appos' popularity was skyrocketing, 30,000, 50,000. In a mere 5 minutes, it surpassed 100,000 viewers, and the momentum showed no signs of waning. Sensing the opportunity, Jiang Jin chose to disregard the detractors and instead addressed her loyal fans. I am not here to clarify matters. Rather, I wish to announce something to my true supporters. As she spoke, the comments section erupted with excitement, thousands of messages flooding in per second. Here we go. Is she about to rake in her loyal fans' wallets? Classic sales livestream. Sister, I'm your true fan. I've bought many of your products and defended you. How could you possibly choose to broadcast and sell at such a critical moment? What a disgrace. Not only do you not treat your fans like family, you clearly disregard them as human beings. Unfazed by their scorn, Jiang Jin continued. The icy apocalypse is far from over, and the official rescue efforts have proven ineffective. You should take advantage of this evening, before the blizzard strikes, to fashion sleds for traversing the ice, equipped with ice-picking tools to gather food. Specifically, focus on canned goods, instant noodles, and other long-lasting provisions. Avoid collecting items that require further processing, as our electrical systems cannot endure for long. Chapter 41. The Enigmatic Admirer. A waltz on ice. As Jiang Jin's voice subsided, her small coterie of devotees remained unresponsive, while her detractors unleashed a torrent of invective. Sui Xian Xian XS. Look at you, acting so capable. Aside from the fact that venturing outside in this environment could lead to severe frostbite, the government has already announced that aid is en route, implying that the worst is behind us. Do you think you and Appos are superior to the state? Xiao Sun, hilarious. Someone who disrespects their own parents is now urging fans to scavenge for supplies? What nefarious intentions do you harbor? Yuan, it and Appos, freezing out there. Every winter, I rely on enduring the cold to maintain my beauty, but I wouldn't dare venture out this year. Most Southerners are like me, aren't they? Jiang Jin, are you completely disregarding the well-being of us Southerners? Amidst the barrage of vitriol, Jiang Jin keenly discerned comments from her genuine supporters, eliciting a faint warmth in her heart. This broadcast was not merely to reciprocate their online advocacy, but also to repay the kindness of an anonymous fan who had aided her in Tianhai City in her previous life. Without that nameless benefactor and Appos' assistance, she and Leng Feng might have been buried alive beneath the ice. She wondered if that anonymous savior would happen upon her broadcast. Meanwhile, within a frigid edifice that had been without power for 3 days, a fire blazed merrily beside a man with an artistic flair. His hair tied back in a blooming ponytail as he perused his phone. The glow of the screen illuminated his wan face, rendered pale by weakness, lending him a touch of morbid beauty. His phone displayed Jiang Jin's live broadcast. Ding! A crisp notification chimed, and a prompt appeared on his screen. Your phone has 10 battery remaining. Enable power-saving mode? He dismissed the notification and clutched the heavy blanket around him more tightly, murmuring, it seems tonight is the optimal time to gather provisions. There's no point in hoarding the last of the food. I'll consume it to regain some strength and wait for nightfall. They always said Mom was wasting my time with ice skating lessons, but it's finally proving useful. ISN and Appos. It? Mom always had foresight. It and Appos. It's just a shame she passed away so early. His thoughts drifted back to his middle school days, to the entrance of Tianhai City and Appos' prestigious high school, where a girl with a high ponytail and a faded uniform had imprinted herself in his memory. On that day, his parents had perished in a car accident. Just as he was about to withdraw from school, consumed by despair, he received a white rabbit candy from that unfamiliar girl. Her words still echoed in his mind. When you're troubled, eating a piece of candy will lift your spirits. I was going to eat this today, but seeing how dejected you are, I and Appos, I'll give you today and Appos' joy. That person was none other than Jiang Jin. He had sought confirmation in Jiang Jin and Appo's promotional broadcasts and, combined with her unchanged visage, he was certain he was not mistaken. Since then, he had frequented Jiang Jin and Appo's broadcasts, purchasing unnecessary cosmetics as a means of expressing his gratitude. It was because of this experience that he implicitly trusted Jiang Jin's words. Moreover, if the government truly had the ability to provide assistance, it would have arrived long ago. Why wait until now? Apart from the distant sound of a helicopter overhead, there was no sign of activity. With relief supplies still undelivered, the food he had rationed would barely last 3 days. He had no choice but to take a chance. Crunch, crunch. The sound of dry noodles being masticated filled the desolate room. He also melted frozen ice in an iron kettle to prepare a bowl of fragrant instant noodle soup. As for the furniture, in these days without electricity, he had nearly burned it all for warmth and survival. The compensation for his parents' accidental demise was still untouched, so he did not begrudge the furniture. Ding, ding, ding. Just as the man was savoring his soup, a low battery alert sounded again. Glancing at his phone, he realized it had shut down. Alas, the man sighed, quickly devoured the remaining food, curled up into a ball, wrapped himself tightly, and drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, the fire had died down. The blanket, no longer warmed by the fire, rapidly cooled, and the chill permeated his body. He was awakened by the cold. Hiss! The man exhaled into his hands, gently testing the air. He moved his body, ensuring his joints were not frozen, before donning thick gloves, seizing his sled, and venturing outside. He murmured, "The Ingbin Garden neighborhood still has power. Perhaps I could consider seeking refuge there?" With that, he donned his ice skates and sped off into the howling wind. The sub-zero temperatures instantly numbed his face. He pursed his lips, and despite his scarf completely enveloping his neck, he could still feel the piercing wind invading his body. Fortunately, he was still within the residential complex, allowing him to weave between the buildings. Once he left the complex, the true test of the frigid conditions would begin. Just then, some residents overheard the commotion below and peered out at the figure gliding across the snow. Their faces betrayed contempt and disdain. I wondered if any fools would believe that heartless influencer Jiang Jin, but as soon as the sun sets, we see one. Honey, quickly close the window. We and Oppos, LL shine our flashlight on him so the neighbors can see. Yes. We Haven and Oppos, T used the high-powered flashlight we bought. So let's use it to embarrass him in front of the neighbors. A large flashlight was dragged from under the bed. The man removed the flashlight from its box and aimed it out the window at the skater. The intense beam of light followed him relentlessly, quickly attracting the attention of numerous neighbors. Hey, what and Oppos, that light? Is that from the Sue and Oppos, S? It looks like it and Oppos, shining on someone? Look, see what and Oppos, happening. They leaned out of their windows, watching the man being pursued by the light. He resembled a skilled figure skater performing a solo waltz. Some of the younger women gasped in amazement. So handsome. Is that someone from our complex? His skating is amazing. If he were my boyfriend, we could share the food he brings back. Some even zoomed in with their phones, capturing him as he passed by. Let and Oppos, find him in Tianai City. We and Oppos, all from the same complex, after all. What if we get lucky? At 10:30 p.m., Jiang Jin concluded her broadcast, reclining in the rocking chair. I exhale softly before retrieving my phone to peruse videos, whispering gently, "Will you be able to see my live stream? 70% of my followers have flocked to the broadcast, and surely you are among them, are you not?" Chapter 42, The Unaware Fool. Am I truly asleep? Jiang Jin. That wretched creature. She has excelled in university, becoming an internet celebrity, earning money through live streaming and sales. Do you know that her education was funded by my son, who sacrificed his own future? Our family, impoverished, could not afford to support 2 university students, forcing her brother to drop out and work. We hoped that after she graduated, life would improve, yet not a single cent of her earnings has made its way back home. Upon hearing news of our house being demolished, she shamelessly deceived us, absconding with 6.5 million in compensation, claiming it was for her brother and Oppos' car and house. I once thought, being family and with her newfound abilities, she could never betray me, her old mother, or her brother who supported her education. Little did I know, she took the money. And there are no signs of the car or house. She has vanished. This is evidence. As soon as Jiang Jin opened her social media, she was met with the sight of her mother, holding the transfer proof, sobbing loudly before the camera. Upon entering the live stream, She was shocked to see a staggering audience of over 100,000. The popularity rivaled her own previous broadcasts. The comments flooded in, all cursing Jiang Jin for her ingratitude while comforting her mother, Jia Yufeng. Jia Yufeng discreetly dabbed at her pre-prepared eye drops, casting a glance at the screen. Seeing the comments in her favor filled her with joy. Moreover, her daughter-in-law, Yong Yu, signaled her with a gesture, 115,000. The number of followers. According to Yong Yu's calculations, 1 million followers could generate over 5 million in sales. If this continued to escalate, the total could reach 3 million. Over 10 million. The demolition only yielded 5 million. Had she known she could profit from her useless daughter earlier, she would have acted sooner. Furthermore, if she recalled correctly, her social media already boasted over 3 million followers. Had she not, that would mean she had already amassed a fortune of 15 million? Coupled with the 8 million in property value, her feelings of injustice deepened. How could she earn less than that ungrateful wretch? With these thoughts, her gaze returned to the comments section, where she was startled to see a flood of messages proclaiming Jiang Jin and Appo's arrival. Just as she looked at the screen, Jiang Jin typed a message that flashed across. Jiang Jin, are crocodile tears meant for making sales? Jia Yufeng felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead. The truth of her own words was mixed, but at least Jiang Jin was supposed to be discussing the house and car for her brother. The claim of not delivering food was indeed true, but only part of her lament. Most of the followers were still present in the stream. If Jiang Jin's words caused them to unfollow, it would be too late for regrets. With that thought, Jia Yufeng shouted, "You wretched creature! Dare you show your face again? You haven't sent us any food. Your father and I have starved these past days." At her words, Jiang Dabao chimed in, "Per Yong Yu and Appo's unborn child has starved and miscarried." This pitiful display garnered sympathy from many. Jiang Jin, led by their Appo's poor and Appo's acting, found herself the target of scorn and insults. Had she not muted her messages early, her phone would have surely exploded with notifications. Just as she considered sending another message, she realized she had been removed from the room and blocked by the Appo's admin and Appo's. Jiang Jin gazed at the vanished live stream and chuckled softly. Let them earn. The more they make, the better. When the next storm hits, they shall discover that wealth means nothing. Moreover, the time they spent profiting would cost them dearly. As they missed the optimal moment to seek resources and stockpile goods, their lives would be described as nothing short of tragic. Would they perish in the snowstorm? With that thought, Jiang Jin switched off her phone, allowing them to create chaos online. Her refuge was undoubtedly secure, free from safety concerns. She could comfortably enjoy her little haven, adhering to her schedule of meals and rest. Ding ding ding, the alarm rang in the dead of night. Jiang Jin abruptly opened her eyes from the rocking chair, her gaze wide and intense as she looked out the window. It was time to venture out. Besides the basic food supply she would leave for other survivors, Tianhai City housed one of the world's top 10 ports. With the snow melting, many containers were trapped in the port. Recovering them would prove challenging, yet it worked to her advantage. According to her estimates, the goods in those containers could elevate her storage capacity from 96 to a full 100. She wondered what changes might occur. With that, Jiang Jin donned her beautiful attire, and with a thought, she transcended the glass, stepping into the external world. Standing on the ice, she felt the biting wind, yet experienced no discomfort. She touched her face. It still felt warm. Removing her gloves, the cold breeze only offered a hint of chill. Jiang Jin couldn't help but appreciate her physical resilience. If she could withstand such frigid temperatures, when the global climate plummeted to minus 100 degrees Celsius in 3 years, she would likely be the only one able to walk outside. With this in mind, Jiang Jin pulled out her phone and opened the navigation app, heading towards the port. She knew that aside from the containers, the greater prize lay in the luxury ships. Before the apocalypse, these vessels were worth a fortune. In the aftermath, they remained invaluable. As long as there was sufficient fuel, those ships could become warm sanctuaries, commandeered by various factions. Most of the last standing refuges would be of this kind. After Jiang Jin departed, a shadow slipped into the welcome garden community, carrying 2 large packages. Chapter 43, Spatial Utilization at 100. From atop a towering stack of shipping containers in the ice-free port of Tianhai City, Jiang Jin gazed into the distance. Dim light revealed dozens of colossal vessels moored upon the frozen sea, ships primarily engaged in international commerce, now stranded by the sudden blizzard. These vessels, teeming with crew and lavishly provisioned with fuel and food, were veritable havens of opulence. Their inhabitants indulged in a lifestyle that could genuinely be termed high society. On some of the more extravagant yachts, the tireless efforts of bunny girls and formally attired butlers were solely dedicated to the pleasure of their distinguished guests. As Jiang Jin drew nearer, she could discern the lively chatter and laughter emanating from within the luxurious cruisers, a testament to the fact that this was, indeed, the last bastion of affluence amidst the icy apocalypse, replete with abundant resources and amenities. With a subtle touch, Jiang Jin selected several unoccupied vessels and seamlessly integrated them into her storage space. Boom. Crack. Unexpectedly, her acquisition of these ships caused fissures to appear in the previously frozen ocean, sending tremors through the remaining icebound vessels. This was an unprecedented phenomenon since the sea and Oppo's surface had solidified. Some crew members rushed to the decks to investigate. Dozens of searchlights swept across the harbor, instantly transforming the once dark port into a scene bathed in brilliant light. The beams converged upon the empty spaces where the vanished ships had once been moored, halting abruptly. The assembled onlookers, emerging from their vessels, erupted in gasps of astonishment as they beheld the illuminated void. The Berkeley, which was docked there, is gone. Good heavens. That ship over there is missing too. And that was a cruiser. The officers were just out rescuing people this afternoon. How could it vanish? Even the Grand Epic Group's luxury yacht has disappeared. What in the world is happening? Amidst the commotion, the newly formed cracks in the ice were swiftly sealed by the encroaching cold, immobilizing the smaller vessels and quelling the rocking caused by the shifting waters. Jiang Jin, relieved to see the disturbance quickly subside, exhaled deeply. She promptly uploaded the footage she had captured of the yachts to her account, captioning it, "This is true extravagance and debauchery. In comparison, my meal was but a humble affair." Fueled by Feng and Oppo's lingering popularity, the video swiftly went viral. Eat cilantro lover. Wait, how can they still live like this during the apocalypse? That guy and Oppo's twerking is so mesmerizing. I and Oppo's smitten. APAC apps. Drool AAA real estate sushashio compared to this. Jiang Jin's so-called luxury is nothing. Can a few dozen dishes compare to that massive spread? And I saw a lot of it being thrown on the floor. Wild berries wawas. Are you saying she's wasteful? We're accusing you of being unfilial, ignoring your poor, suffering mother during the apocalypse, and only thinking of yourself? Despite the efforts of some uninformed netizens, Jiang Jin's comment section remained rife with inappropriate remarks. However, she had no time to dwell on the comments. Instead, she employed her phase shift ability to descend beneath the ice, navigating through the maze of shipping containers. Soybeans. They're all frozen solid, veritable ice beans. But they're still edible, so I'll take them. Coconuts in a shipping container? Transported by sea? How extravagant. A Bugatti Veyron? I've read about these in novels. A pity, it's completely useless. It can't even drive on the ice. Whose snow-ready off-road vehicle is this? So cool. Jiang Jin meticulously examined each container, oblivious to the passage of time, absorbing the newfound resources like a parched sponge. Discarding anything useless, she filled her storage space with anything of value. The utilization rate of her storage space rapidly increased. 97%, 98%. After plundering a mere third of the vast port, her spatial utilization rate had already reached 99%. Just 1% remained before reaching full capacity. Excited, Jiang Jin quickened her pace. However, several containers in a row were filled with nothing but sports cars. Jiang Jin could scarcely spare a glance for these useless items. They would only take up space if recycled as scrap metal. Just as Jiang Jin was beginning to despair, her phase-shifted form came across a container filled with ice sculptures. Their skin was dark, and they possessed human-like bodies and features, but their frames were slender, revealing signs of malnutrition. Furthermore, they were clad in outdated summer clothing, some bearing the logo of Tianhai No. 1 Middle School, clearly donated uniforms. Smuggling? Or human trafficking? An unsettling suspicion formed in Jiang Jin and Oppo's mind. She continued to explore the nearby containers, discovering that this was the only one of its kind, much to her relief. Just ordinary smuggling? It must be internal corruption within customs, a minor issue. As Jiang Jin continued to scour the vast port, emptying more than half of the containers, the sky gradually began to clear. Jiang Jin detected the sound of drilling nearby. It seemed someone was using electric drills to bore through the ice. Using her phase shift ability, Jiang Jin moved above the surface to investigate. She discovered dozens of workers with tools, drilling into the ice covering the containers. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. The sound of drills impacting the ice echoed. Jiang Jin eavesdropped on their conversation. If we drill here, we'll find containers full of grain nearby. If we can secure this grain, we won't have to worry about food for the next 5 months. Understood. Hearing their cheers, Jiang Jin shook her head. She might have ignored it if she hadn't Oppos. T heard them, but they were saying it right in front of her. Well then, I'm afraid I'll have to take all the supplies in this area. With that thought, Jiang Jin utilized her phase shift and space warp abilities to flit between the containers beneath the ice. Rice, flour, various compressed foods, imported canned goods, even dog and cat food. All were transferred to her storage space. In a mere half hour, Jiang Jin had cleared out 90% of the containers in the port. The remaining 10% consisted of either items she lacked space for or useless junk. The instant Jiang Jin ceased her efforts, her spatial utilization rate jumped to 100%. A dazzling light erupted, engulfing Jiang Jin within the container. At that moment, the sphere within her consciousness underwent a transformation, and the smaller spheres orbiting it shifted their trajectory, aligning themselves on either side of the central sphere. Chapter 44. A Life of Indulgence on a Lavish Yacht. Jia Yufeng arrives with supplies. In mere seconds, time slipped away like sand through fingers. Jiang Jin opened her eyes once more, sensing that her body had shattered some invisible shackles. The utilization of her spatial abilities was no longer confined to her supernatural powers. With a mere thought, Jiang Jin and Oppos' figure abruptly departed from the shipping container. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself in her sanctuary. Furthermore, as her spatial usage had reached a staggering 100% capacity, she discovered that her storage space had inexplicably doubled in size. Was this a deliberate denial of the opportunity to genuinely fill her inventory? Moreover, Jiang Jin noted that as soon as her thoughts took flight, the dimensions of her storage could extend even deeper, limitless. A rumbling from her stomach signaled her hunger. She was on the verge of starvation. Jiang Jin languidly slumped onto a lounge chair and retrieved food from her space, indulging heartily. After consuming an amount suitable for over 30 people, her ravenous appetite was finally quelled. How gluttonous! If she hadn't pilfered a nation and Oppos' supplies, she might have truly starved that day. The 30 portions were merely a remedy for her bodily energy deficit, not indicative of her current meal capacity. Once she finished, the remnants and packaging in her storage had accumulated into a small mountain, roughly equivalent to 70 portions. Sated and content, Jiang Jin nestled comfortably in her rocking chair, savoring life. Her increased appetite brought manifold benefits, not only reflecting her enhanced physical prowess, but also allowing her to relish more exquisite delicacies, especially with the recent culinary prowess of Feng, who had been honing his skills and expanding his repertoire. With a discerning palate, she would never let anything go to waste. As Jiang Jin gradually drifted into slumber, a knock echoed from the door of Feng's room. Knock, knock, knock. Outside, a man clad in black attire discreetly rapped on Feng's door. Upon hearing the knock, Feng furrowed his brow. He had witnessed the group from the property management knocking on Jiang Jin's door previously, seeking supplies, and he had seen Jiang Jin brandishing a heavy machine gun. He pondered, could this latest visitor be from that same group? As he contemplated, Feng approached the alloy door, peering through the peephole. He was met. Chapter 45. The Revelation of Heavy Weapons. The military is coming. In the Welcome Garden community of Tianhai City, heavy weaponry has been discovered. As one clicks on this news headline, the report reveals a scene where a bald man and a disheveled individual with dyed hair are seen. The former clutching his legs and weeping uncontrollably. The bald man, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, cries out to the camera, ISN and AMP. AMP. Oppos. Our nation supposed to have a complete ban on firearms? Why? Why are there individuals hoarding heavy weaponry in their homes? That is a machine gun, and the wounds on our bodies are inflicted by its bullets. Amidst his lamentation, he picks up several bullet casings from the ground and presents them to the screen. The genuine wounds, along with the bullets and his heartfelt cries, create a visceral impact for the viewers. The authenticity of the situation compelled the official media of Tianhai City to circulate the report. Meanwhile, the dyed-haired individual expresses his outrage. Jiang Jin. It is she who, despite her open lack of filial piety, is secretly a criminal. Do you know how she sustains her lavish lifestyle? Every day, we are forced to contribute 30 jin of grain to her. How can one person consume so much? We are left starving while she indulges in opulence. It is not out of goodwill that we give. If we refuse, she threatens us with her machine gun. When disaster struck, we endured, as the state could not intervene. Now that the calamity has passed, this wicked fiend flaunts her food reserves on live broadcasts, devoid of humanity. At this point, he once again covers his face, weeping bitterly, his expression so sorrowful that one might mistakenly perceive him as a victim of oppression. The bald man leans in, echoing his sentiments. Clearly, that food could sustain her for years. Why must she be so aggressive? At times, we truly wish to perish in the snow, becoming mere ice sculptures. Yet, it is our unwavering belief in justice that drives us to endure, convinced that the authorities will deliver a fair judgment and punish the wicked. After their heartfelt pleas, the two bow sincerely in the video, seeking assistance from society at large, tagging various police and armed forces in Tianhai City, urging them to intervene and resolve the situation. Furthermore, the official media of Tianhai City passionately advocates for their cause. In a nation with stringent gun control, how can she threaten the safety of citizens with heavy weaponry? Our military must act to eliminate such nefarious individuals. I call upon all sectors to uphold moral standards and act with conscience, refraining from lowering ethical boundaries in times of disaster. As the report concludes, the video loops again. The man in black quietly lowers his head and opens the comments section. He perceives the underlying implications of the video but fears the unverified claims might incite irreversible malice in the comments, casting a lasting negative shadow on Jiang Jin's life, potentially leading to wrongful imprisonment. Random apple eater. How could this possibly be true? Heavy weapons among civilians in our nation? What a joke. In the urban area. Please tell me if it were in rural regions, there might be some credibility. The city has long been under scrutiny. Likes, 654. Management of Welcome Garden. Lu Xunyang. I can attest, Jiang Jin resides in our community. That night, the sound of machine gun fire was incessant. I believe all residents speaking softly, yet with no trace of sorrow on their face. Do not rejoice too soon. The hardness of that alloy gate far exceeds our understanding. Even the military would be helpless against it. Chapter 46. Yang Zhong's swift clarification. The alarmed Lei Yongjin and his companions in the Tianhai City Police Bureau. Director Jiang Zhong sat at home, staring at the incoming call on his phone. A troubled expression crossed his face. The call was from the official media of Tianhai City. However, his front door was completely sealed, trapping him inside. The entire police system was in a state of paralysis, with police cars rendered unable to respond. What could he possibly do? Heavy machine guns? Such weapons were inherently illegal. Pondering this, he opened the recent trending videos from Tianhai City. Upon viewing a video posted by the official media, he gasped in shock. Bullets. It was true. Someone was indeed hoarding firearms in Tianhai City. The audacity was astounding. Yet, the bullets did not appear to be from a heavy machine gun. Was this report fabricated? As he scrutinized the video, he felt a strange familiarity with the two individuals featured. They seemed to resemble inmates he had previously encountered at the detention center. Could this Jiang Jin be a victim of their slander? Suddenly, he recalled there were officers on duty at the police bureau. He promptly made a call to verify the identities of the two men. With a heavy sigh, he cursed under his breath. What was wrong with this damned media? Did they not verify the report before sharing it? And now they were pressuring us? What a bunch of imbeciles. Just then, his phone rang again. Initially, he thought it might be about accountability. Annoyed, he answered, but his irritation vanished upon seeing the caller ID. Yang Zhong. He had heard that Yang had retired. Why was he only now reaching out to him? After a moment of silence on the other end, Yang Zhong seemed to sense Jiang Zhong and Appo's concern and swiftly changed the topic. You're not calling just because you're out of food, are you? I can contact some officers near you to help. Before he could finish, Yang Zhong interrupted. No, I don't need food. It's the slanderous video circulating online, which has even been shared by the official media. You should know, being from the military, those bullets are not from a heavy machine gun. They're merely standard revolver bullets. This is defamation. As he spoke, Yang Zhong's tone rose, surprising Jiang Zhong. When did Yang become such a champion of justice? He was calling not for the incident itself, but rather for the individuals involved. Jiang Zhong inquired. Is it about that Jiang Jin featured in the video? Hearing silence on the other end, he continued. I've heard she has been quite the topic lately, accused of lacking morals and conscience, indulging in luxuries while disregarding her elderly parents' well-being, even deceiving her family into buying her brother a house, a car, and a bride. Before he could finish, Yang Zhong cut him off, exclaiming, Enough! Jiang Jin is not what they claim. At the very least, I refuse to believe it. Jiang Jin was taken aback by Yang Zhong and Appo's sudden fervor in defending Jiang Jin, and memories from his military days surfaced. He recalled Yang frequently mentioning a girl. Could it be Jiang Jin? Realizing this, Jiang Jin chuckled. Ah, so she is your brother's wife. I understand now. I and Appo's seen the situation and was about to inform the official media of Tianhai City. They're completely misinformed and pressuring me to dispatch officers, which is utterly absurd. I intended to wait and clarify, but now that you've called, I'll immediately clear things up, and after that, I'll tell the Tianhai media to retract the video and clarify that it's defamation. On the other end of the line, Yang Zhong's face flushed with embarrassment at the mention of his brother and Appo's wife. Having never been in a romantic relationship, and after losing his parents, he had only encountered rough men in the military. This was the first time he had been teased, leaving him at a loss for words. Yet, inexplicably, a peculiar feeling stirred within him. Perhaps he secretly yearned for the misunderstanding? Without further explanation, he hung up and quietly waited by his phone. Meanwhile, on Leng Feng's side, he stared at the latest short video on his phone, lost in thought. He had been concerned about the implications of Jiang Jin's gunfire incident spreading. Although he believed in her words about the apocalypse and the paralysis of the police and military, he was certain it was not happening now. Coming from a military background, he knew better than anyone the endurance and faith of soldiers. They had not yet reached their limit. As long as there was hope, they would act swiftly to rescue civilians. If such a disaster persisted for over a year, then the military would genuinely be powerless due to a breakdown in command. With these thoughts, Long Feng rubbed his phone, hesitating to call Commander Liu. He reassured himself that the officials would surely recognize that those were handgun bullets. He hoped the situation would not escalate further. Just as he prepared to re-watch the short video, his mouth dropped in astonishment. The video he wished to play was no longer available. It was gone. Had the authorities intervened? As he pondered this, he noticed a new video had appeared, posted by Police Chief Jiang Jin, and its view count was surging. Clearly, the official response was underway. After watching the clarification video, Long Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed Jiang Jin was safe. He tossed his phone aside and fell into a deep sleep. Having spent the entire night in worry, the following morning, Leng Jun and his companions, who had indulged in joy and feasting the previous night, awoke eager to see how the situation around Jiang Jin had unfolded. When they opened the homepage, they discovered that their video from the previous day had been taken down, causing panic to surge within them. Big brother, why was the video taken down? Tiger exclaimed loudly. Moreover, the official video is also missing. The latest video is a clarification, but the bullets were real. The machine gun was real, and so were the handgun bullets. How can there be a clarification? Xuanzi shouted in frustration. As chaos ensued among them, a voice that echoed like a nightmare rang in their ears. Chapter 47. The elusive Jiang Jin. I hear whispers of non-compliance. Was yesterday's tribute absent? Jiang Jin inquired, brandishing a pair of revolvers, their barrels aimed at the petrified figures of Lei Yongjun, Huzi, and Xianzi. Upon hearing her voice, Lei Yongjun, seized by terror, slowly raised his hands above his head, his gaze reluctantly drifting backward. The sight of the dark muzzles sent a chill through his very core. Huzi and Xianzi, utterly defeated, prostrated themselves, their foreheads pressed against the floor, devoid of the elation they had experienced after their video went viral. Now, only unadulterated fear remained. How had she materialized in their room without a sound? And how had she managed to locate them in the first place? The unknown breeds the deepest terror. Lei Yongjun, burdened by immense pressure, felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He swallowed hard, but his parched throat struggled to comply. "We aired," Lei Yongjun exclaimed, his voice trembling. "The food arrived too late yesterday. We feared disturbing your slumber, but we and Appo's procured 60 pounds of grain, ready to deliver. You and Appo's arrived before we could bring it to you. We had no intention of delaying, but we were loath to intrude upon your rest." As he spoke, his eyes remained tightly shut, aware of the feebleness of his excuse. Especially given the viral nature of their video, anyone with internet access would have undoubtedly stumbled upon it. Furthermore, the official clarification video released by the Tianhai City authorities this morning would have informed even those who had missed the initial uproar. What to do? What to do? Lei Yongjun's mind raced, seeking a glimmer of hope under the threat of the revolvers. But how could one survive after being caught in such a transgression? He silently lamented his fate, casting a resentful glance at the trembling Huzi and Xianzi, who had completely surrendered. Jiang Jin's exaggerated marksmanship had shattered their last vestige of confidence. Loath to intrude? Jiang Jin echoed, nodding subtly. She had been asleep since the previous night and had not been following the latest developments online. Her sole reason for seeking them out was the absence of their tribute at her doorstep. She also intended to ensure that Leng Ningxuang received her due punishment. Why end their lives so prematurely? The road through the apocalypse was long. With a slight curve of her lips, Jiang Jin chuckled softly. I am willing to accept the 60 pounds of grain. However, you have erred, and a mere replenishment cannot suffice. Otherwise, you might become accustomed to such negligence. Yongjun, who had resigned himself to his impending doom, was overwhelmed with elation upon hearing Jiang Jin's willingness to grant them another chance. His heart pounded in his chest, and his body trembled uncontrollably. We, Lei Yongjun stammered, his words failing him. Hu Zi and Xian Zi, equally distraught, struggled to rise from the floor, their mouths agape. After a moment, Lei Yongjun managed to articulate, we offer triple the amount of grain as atonement. In his view, this penalty was severe. Surrendering all their grain would leave them destitute, forcing them to rely on their neighbors for sustenance. Jiang Jin, considering Lei Yongjun's voluntary punishment, slowly lowered her revolvers. A slender finger tapped lightly against her chin as if in contemplation. Lei Yongjun's brow remained damp, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks as he nervously observed Jiang Jin's shifting expression, swallowing hard. The ticking of the clock in the living room echoed like a hammer blow against Lei Yongjun's heart, causing his breathing to quicken. Sensing that the moment was opportune, Jiang Jin ceased her intimidation. A gentle smile played upon her lips as she said, do not accuse me of cruelty or of denying you an opportunity. I will take the 60 pounds of grain. By sunset tonight, I expect 500 pounds of food as punishment for your tardiness. Furthermore, from this moment forward, your individual contributions will be doubled. If I fail to receive your offerings on any given day, the consequences will extend far beyond a mere grain deficit. Jiang Jin and Apos' words, delivered with a seemingly benign demeanor, were perceived by Lei Yongjun and his companions as a death sentence. There was no room for negotiation, nor did they possess the courage to attempt it. The suffocating pressure of impending doom was an experience they never wished to repeat. It was far more terrifying than their previous encounter with the heavy machine gun. Understood. Lei Yongjun nodded profusely, promising, there will be no recurrence. If we lack the necessary grain, we shall take our own lives. Observing the trio and Apos' fervent assurances, Jiang Jin and Apos' lips curled into a smile as she softly uttered, it had better be. With those words, she vanished from sight as abruptly as she had appeared, like a phantom. Her arrival and departure were seamless, leaving no trace. Lei Yongjun and his companions remained kneeling, their hands pressed against their knees, heads bowed, afraid to look up. The relentless ticking of the clock resonated once more, amplifying their sense of oppression. Not hearing Jiang Jin and Apos' footsteps, they dared not raise their heads, fearing her wrath. After 4 hours of complete paralysis, Lei Yongjun finally dared to glance upward. But Jiang Jin was gone, along with the 100 pounds of grain they had gathered. This sudden confiscation of their provisions would significantly increase their workload. Despite his frustration, Lei Yongjun swallowed his resentment. Clearing his throat, he tentatively inquired, are you still here? If it pleases you, may we rise? As he spoke, Lei Yongjun cautiously stretched his knees, attempting to stand. However, prolonged kneeling had rendered his knees numb and unresponsive. The sudden exertion caused him to stumble forward. A sound echoed, yet there was still no response from Jiang Jin. After surveying the surroundings once more, Lei Yongjun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He carefully rose from the ground, inhaling the fresh air deeply. In his heart, he mused, how wonderful it is to be alive. Upon witnessing Lei Yongjun stand, Xuanzi and Huzi quickly followed suit. Huzi, ever the chatterbox, remarked, for hours, and she didn't and Apos' bother to say a word before leaving. Just as his words lingered in the air, Jiang Jin and Apos' voice resounded once more. Oh? Am I required to bid you farewell before departing? Chapter 48, The Captured Frost. The sudden realization of Jiang Jin. The ghostly voice of Jiang Jin echoed from behind, startling Xuanzi and Huzi, who had just risen and were still recovering from their aching knees. They immediately crumpled to the ground, kneeling in submission. Lei Yongjun, without turning his head, followed suit and knelt as well. He remarked that it was impossible to leave without the sound of the door opening. It turned out, she had never left. As this realization dawned upon him, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead once more. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knees striking the ground resonated. Jiang Jin remained utterly disinterested. She reminded them, "The woman who came with you, have you simply let her go? She is still alive. Since you have no intention of killing her, you might as well keep her. From this moment on, the fates of the four of you are intertwined. 80 pounds of food must be delivered daily. Should I not receive the provisions before the clock strikes 12, you shall ponder whether the ensuing punishment is something you can endure." As Jiang Jin and Apos' footsteps echoed in the living room, the three men broke into a cold sweat. When she paused at the entrance, she suddenly turned around, causing the three, who had just dared to lift their heads, to bow them once more. Jiang Jin and Apos' voice rang out again. "Oh, by the way, if you are uncertain about your ability to defeat me, do not dare challenge my authority. A handgun, a machine gun, they are mere toys." With that, Jiang Jin vanished without even opening the door. They could only nod nervously, their anxiety palpable. Yet, even after a long silence, no response came. This time, Lei Yongjun had learned his lesson. He glanced upwards towards the door, and upon confirming Jiang Jin and Apos' absence, he finally stood up. He turned to Fuji and admonished, "Watch your tongue. We have just tied our fates to hers." Fuji, chastened by Lei Yongjun's rebuke, kept his head lowered, realizing he had spoken out of turn. Seeing Fuji acknowledge his mistake, Lei Yongjun ceased his scolding and cast a sharp gaze toward the door. Addressing Xuanzi and Fuji, "That wretched woman, we have forgotten her these past few days. Where could she possibly go? With our belongings, she can hardly survive for long. Can she?" Upon hearing Lei Yongjun and Apos' analysis, Xuanzi and Fuji and Apos' eyes widened in realization, exclaiming, "Darkness beneath the lamp." Yes, Lei Yongjun and Apos' expression darkened. They had considered many possibilities, even believing that Frost might seek refuge with another man. However, in recent days, there had been no news of her in their group, and the single men lacking provisions could not possibly sustain her. Moreover, those with families would not welcome her presence, inviting trouble and ire. Thus, there remained only two possibilities: their previous residence, and Frost and Apos' home. "Let us head to our old place. I will go to Frost and Apos' house. Lock her in, and send word. Do not let her escape," Lei Yongjun commanded, his fists clenched, teeth gritted in anger. "That wretched woman dares to demand 20 pounds of food from us daily. Cursed be her name." Xuanzi and Fuji were filled with regret. Why had they not been merciless enough to propose killing that wretched woman back then? Had they eliminated her, they would not be burdened with this daily demand for food now. "We understand, Brother Jun. We will definitely block that wretched woman." Xuanzi and Fuji chimed in, their voices filled with determination. The three, fueled by rage, stormed upstairs, parting ways at different floors. Meanwhile, a group of thugs from nearby neighborhoods converged on the Welcome Garden community, their intentions clear: the second floor of Building 1. At that moment, in Frost and Apos' home, she lounged comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. The heating was on, and she wore light home attire instead of heavy clothing. Occasionally, she would shift her body to find a more comfortable position. "Oh, Fuji and Apos' video was taken down." Frost chuckled at the absurdity. Of course, the difference between machine gun bullets and handgun bullets is vast. The authorities are not fools. It was only a matter of time before they clarified that. Closing the homepage, she opened a group chat, her gaze fixating on some recently filtered quality men. She sent out friend requests and posed dramatically, pretending to take pictures of herself. "I still have food for 3 days. After that, if no rescue arrives, I must rely on them. I hope they have ample provisions and are not like Lei Yongjun and his foolish companions, who are left empty-handed and still need to provide." As her sarcastic remarks faded, a sudden, violent knocking resounded at the door. Bang! Bang bang. The force of the knocking grew increasingly intense, transforming from mere knocks to strikes. Startled by the sudden commotion, Frost jumped. Sitting upright on the sofa, leaning against the backrest, her gaze cautiously directed toward the door. Could it be that Lei Yongjun has come to settle the score? With that thought, her eyes darted, and she curled up on the sofa, feigning death, silencing every sound. After all, it was still daytime. She had not turned on the lights, and Lei Yongjun would never suspect she was at home. But outside, Lei Yongjun was no ordinary individual. He was a seasoned thug who had entered her domain before. His survival was predicated on keen observation. Removing his gloves, he placed them at the door and Apos' crack. Feeling the heat emanating from within, a stark contrast to the frigid hallway. His brow furrowed, his face contorting with rage. as if he could unleash flames to melt the door before him. You can play dead all you like. This is the 8th floor. Escaping through the window is futile. Should you fall, the icy ground below will shatter your body. While Lei Yongjun threatened with words, he pulled out his phone and dialed Fuji and Xuanzi. As Frost listened to the commotion outside, she stood frozen in place. Lei Yongjun had discovered her location. Escape? As he had stated, the window was covered in snow and ice. Whether it could be opened was another matter entirely. There was no way out. So, darkness beneath the lamp? That was not possible either. The food in her home was proof of her residence, and she had not cleared it out. There was no time to do so now. The traces left behind were easily discernible. What to do? What to do? One hand frantically raked through her hair, tangling her once elegant hairstyle, rendering her akin to a madwoman. Downstairs, Jiang Jin unlocked her phone, and the first video suggestion on the short video app was astonishingly a clarification video from the official media of Tianhai City. As she watched the content within the video, Jiang Jin's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Is this about me? No wonder when I encountered Lei Yongjun and his 2 companions today, they appeared utterly terrified. So it turns out that it was the 3 of you who reported me online under your real names. In this case, the punishment I faced this morning seems rather lenient. Chapter 49, The Frost of Hell and Amp, Oppo's Descent. The previous punishment seemed rather lenient, Jiang Jin murmured softly. A rhythmic knocking resounded from the basement door. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Jin knew without a doubt that it was Cold Edge, arriving punctually to prepare the meal. She immediately called out, "Come in." Hearing Jiang Jin and Oppo's consent, Cold Edge opened the basement door and stepped into her living room. Standing at the threshold between the living room and the basement, Cold Edge dutifully slipped into the pair of Oppo's slippers that Jiang Jin had prepared for him, a pair adorned with purple dream eater motifs. This stoic soldier, known for his serious demeanor, had reluctantly donned these whimsical slippers at Jiang Jin's insistence, now walking about the room in them. Amusingly, the slippers emitted a soft glow with each step. Observing Cold Edge and Oppo's growing comfort with the luminous Baku slippers, Jiang Jin felt a surge of mirth. The striking incongruity of the situation invariably elicited a sense of the absurd. As Cold Edge passed by Jiang Jin, he caught a glimpse of her stifled laughter, his expression freezing in disbelief. You are the one who insisted I wear these glowing slippers, yet you are the one enjoying it the most. With that thought, he made his way into the kitchen, retrieving ingredients to wash. The rushing water cascaded over the produce, creating a symphony of splashes. Just when he thought he could catch his breath, a wave of unabashed laughter erupted from the living room. Ha! Clang! Cold Edge, holding a freshly washed knife, tossed it lightly onto the cutting board. The blade embedded itself firmly into the wood. Yet, the laughter outside seemed undeterred by the sound, growing even louder. Cold Edge shook his head in resignation. Laugh all you want. There is truly nothing I can do about it. He paused in his washing, casting a glance downward at the Baku slippers. The purple hue, complemented by the oversized ears, was undeniably adorable. Bang! A resounding crash echoed from outside the door. Cold Frost and Oppo's disheveled hair framed her alarmed face as she anxiously scanned her surroundings, seeking a weapon to defend herself. The once rosy hue of her striking features had faded to a pallid shade. Her gaze fell upon a knife standing upright on the kitchen counter. Seizing what she perceived as her last lifeline, she dashed towards the kitchen, oblivious to her bare feet. Upon entering the kitchen, she grasped the knife tightly and the body of the Frost condensed heavily upon the threshold, landing before the waiting tiger and Xian. A voice, akin to a devil and Oppo's whisper, echoed in her ears. Wherein and Oppo's, you both yearning for her before? From this day forth, she is entrusted to your care. There is but one principle to adhere to: do not torment her to death. Chapter 50. In this life, I shall protect the noble cause within your heart. Leng Ningshuang gazed at Fuji and Xuanzai with despair. Was her fate truly handed over to these 2 brutes? It is well known that their reputation in the neighborhood was utterly vile. They had committed various atrocities, from abducting children to verbally abusing the elderly, and even riding roughshod over an old man while crossing the street. Yet, due to the relatively minor nature of their offenses, they were merely detained for a few days before being released. Ever since the outbreak of the icy calamity, she had endured the psychological torment from Fuji and Xuanzai after choosing to follow Lei Yongjun. However, with Lei Yongjun and Oppo's S presence previously keeping them at bay. They had not dared to act overtly. Now, however, she was at their mercy. It echoed Lei Yongjun's words. She was destined to be tormented by them. Military brother. Leng Ningxuang gazed longingly at Lei Yongjun, hoping to awaken a flicker of affection buried deep within him. Unfortunately, her hopes were in vain. All she saw in his eyes was disdain. Take her back. Lei Yongjun commanded Fuji and Xuanzai, then turned back to enter Leng Ningxuang and Appo's room. He rummaged through her remaining food supplies, which were indeed precious commodities. There was to be no waste. After all, each day began with a burden of 80 jin of food debt hanging over him. Moreover, based on previous experiences, the packaging of instant noodles also counted towards this weight, rather than just the net content of the noodles themselves. Collectively, these items must weigh at least 2 jin. As he made his way downstairs, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Fuji, I was wondering why there was no response when I knocked just now. So you two went out. Xuanzai, is it just the two of you here? Where and Appo's military brother? Didn't he say we were all gathering together? In response to their inquiries, Xuanzai and Fuji tightened their grip on Leng Ningxuang. Fuji opened the door while explaining, military brother is upstairs. He'll be down shortly. With a click, the door swung open. As Fuji and Xuanzai entered, they heard Lei Yongjun and Appo's voice from above. Xiao Bing, Mazi, you've finally come. With all of us together. Even if a snowstorm strikes again, we will never lack for food. Upon hearing Lei Yongjun's voice, the two individuals who had been standing beside Fuji and Xuanzai turned simultaneously, in perfect synchrony, exclaiming, military brother, come in and talk. Lei Yongjun clasped their shoulders and led them into the room. Meanwhile, on a different front, Jiang Jin sat at home, delighting in the sumptuous breakfast prepared by Feng. 42 large plates adorned the table, with a staggering 100 fried eggs. This was a feast unmatched even before the apocalypse, but for Jiang Jin, it was merely a light meal, easily consumed. The food would swiftly convert into pure energy, replenishing her body and Appo's energy reserves. Fresh milk, mildly chilled, flowed freely in an unlimited 500 milliliters supply. As for the shelf life, that was of no concern to Jiang Jin, who possessed the ability to manipulate space. Regardless of the material and Appo's state when placed into her storage space, it emerged unchanged, free from any decay. Feng watched Jiang Jin devour his breakfast with immense satisfaction. After 2 hours of bustling activity, it was already 10 o'clock, yet he remained undeterred in his joy. As he began to clear the table, a crisp phone ring echoed through the air. Initially, Feng had no intention of answering, but a glance at the caller ID revealed it to be Commander Liu from the military. He had previously contemplated reaching out for assistance to clarify matters for Jiang Jin, but had ultimately refrained. Now, with Liu taking the initiative to call him, could it signify a critical mission? With that thought, Feng and Appo's gaze grew resolute. He quickly dried his hands and answered the call. On the other end, Commander Liu sighed in relief upon hearing the connection. Without waiting for Feng to speak, he hurriedly stated, Feng, listen to me. An unexpected power failure has occurred at the Ice-Era Vegetation Research Laboratory, located 5 kilometers from you. Researcher Shinmobo has been trapped inside for over 48 hours without communication. His survival is uncertain. Given your expertise in electrical engineering and your certification as a senior electrical engineer, we are assigning you an SS-level mission. However, since you are now a retiree, do you accept the task? Retired Special Forces King Feng accepts the mission. Upon hearing Liu's serious tone, Feng's expression mirrored his gravity. He then solemnly pledged, I guarantee the completion of the task assigned by the organization. I will rescue researcher Shinmobo. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man's hearty laughter resonated from the other end. Once the laughter subsided, Liu's tone shifted back to seriousness. I knew you would accept. An armed military helicopter will arrive at the Ingshi Huayuan community in 20 minutes. You need to gather the tools for electrical repairs and reach the rooftop in time to board the helicopter. According to national forecasts, a snowstorm may soon engulf the globe once again. The safety of researcher Shinmobo is of utmost importance to our country. We cannot afford any mishaps. Listening to Commander Liu and Appo's grave instructions, Feng and Appo's face displayed a resolute determination. He glanced towards Jiang Jin in the kitchen, finding her gaze fixed on him, smiling and nodding. He turned back to the phone and reaffirmed, I guarantee the completion of the task assigned by the organization. Once the call ended, Long Feng set aside the dishes he had been washing and approached Jiang Jin, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head, unsure of how to begin. Jiang Jin observed his awkwardness, her mind drifting back to the moment the icy apocalypse erupted. At that time, both their safety and sustenance had been pressing concerns. When he received a similar call back then, he had hesitated briefly and ultimately declined the mission, citing the need to protect someone more important. Now, however, with her rebirth, she had established a perfect sanctuary, impenetrable by any means, bolstered by her formidable spatial abilities and an inexhaustible supply of food. She felt entirely secure. Thus, national interests had once again taken precedence in this retired soldier and Apos' mind, all for the greater good. Jiang Jin, observing the hesitation in Leng Feng and Apos' eyes, smiled softly. Go ahead. Everything will go smoothly. Seeing her encouraging demeanor, Leng Feng nodded firmly. As he reached the basement door, he turned back to Jiang Jin and whispered, I'll wash the pots and pans when I return. All right, Jiang Jin replied with a smile. Watching as Leng Feng opened the basement door and stepped inside before shutting it behind him, she silently vowed, in the past life, you sacrificed national interests for my sake and safeguarded me throughout my life. In this lifetime, I have awakened to the extraordinary ability of spatial manipulation, and I am no longer that fragile girl in need of protection. Since you have chosen the greater good of our nation over your own safety, allow me to be the one to guard you and the noble cause you have embraced. Chapter 51. Rescuing Academician Shun Mabe. After meticulously donning his gear, Long Feng secured his scarf. He crouched down to once more verify that his toolkit was intact, nodding decisively. With a sharp click, the toolbox was closed. Grasping it firmly, he strode purposefully towards the door. However, he did not act recklessly. He peered through the peephole to ensure there were no lurking threats outside before finally opening the door. With a creaking sound, the cold, half-frozen alloy door was thrust open, the hinges protesting against the motion. Rising to his feet, he stepped boldly outside. The thick cotton boots crunched on the frost-laden stairs, producing a rhythmic creak as he ascended. Upon reaching the rooftop, he spotted an armed helicopter approaching ominously. The survivors of the Impending garden community craned their necks in excitement. It's a WZ-10. A WZ-10. The military has truly dispatched a helicopter. Is this to investigate whether Jiang Jin possesses firearms? Regardless of the pretext, be it firearms or infamy, it was undoubtedly directed at Jiang Jin. After all, she had generated such a substantial wave of negative publicity online. If they were not to make an example of her, who else could they target? Now it seemed, the time had come to seize resources from the wealthy. We could finally wait for the national rescue to arrive in peace. Excited discussions erupted from various floors and units, with some individuals even flinging open their windows to shout in exhilaration. As the principal party involved, Jiang Jin listened, her brows knitting together. What? This crowd still harbored hope? They wished to procure food from her residence? Such foolishness. The blizzard had paused, granting them ample time to raid the supermarkets for the frozen supplies. Yet they cowered from the cold, entrusting their fates to military aid and the state's intervention. Failing to self-rescue was, in essence, a profound disrespect for their own lives. As days passed, when every household ran out of provisions, if they wished to avoid starvation, they would have to brave the elements to seek supplies. At that point, frostbite would be the least of their concerns. It would be a gamble for their very lives. Clang, clang, clang. The helicopter's rotor blades created a deafening noise as they neared the rooftop of a building. Leng Feng felt no discomfort. In fact, the powerful gusts of wind lifted the hem of his clothing. Leng Feng, the fully armed soldiers aboard the helicopter lowered a ladder, confirming his identity. Upon seeing their nod, Leng Feng acknowledged with a nod of his own. The soldiers promptly accelerated the descent of the ladder, and as Leng Feng climbed up, they took his toolbox from him, assisting him onto the helicopter. Once seated, the soldiers did not immediately depart. They reaffirmed, please confirm the mission details. Hearing their prompt, Leng Feng nodded again, reiterating Commander Liu and Apos' words, rescue Academician Shun Mabe and ensure his safety. Save the cold-resistant plants. The soldiers nodded in agreement, confirming the mission's accuracy before signaling the pilot to take off. Such a high-stakes operation could not afford any mistakes. They bore the hopes of the entire nation, and even the slightest oversight could result in dire consequences for the state and its people. Buzzing away, the armed helicopter whisked Leng Feng away from the Impending garden community, pausing for no more than a minute. In an instant, The once exuberant survivors of Ingben Garden were left with expressions of despair. In panic, they flung open their windows, calling out to the retreating helicopter, "Hey, come back, come back. Weren't you supposed to break down Jiang Jin's alloy door and distribute food to us? She possesses a handgun. Even if she lacks a heavy machine gun, a handgun is an undeniable fact. Are you truly going to ignore us?" Their frantic shouts echoed into the air, but the soldiers inside the helicopter could not hear over the roar of the rotor blades. Seated within the helicopter, Feng awaited the two soldiers to equip him with the latest military gear. As a set of military-grade cold-resistant clothing enveloped him, the chill that had previously gnawed at him on the rooftop dissipated, leaving him feeling warm and comfortable. Utilizing her spatial mobility and ability to traverse dimensions, Jiang Jin leaped across buildings, following the armed helicopter southward. After approximately 10 minutes, she observed the helicopter landing in a vacant lot on the outskirts of the city. According to Jiang Jin's knowledge, this area was part of a highly affluent villa district in Tianhai City, where property prices exceeded her own central city residents by around 5 million. It could be said that 70% of the city and Appos' wealthy resided here, while the remaining 30% of the elite occupied standalone villas, which had strict hierarchical restrictions on their numbers. As the helicopter's rotor blades slowed to a halt, Jiang Jin saw Feng and the two soldiers disembarking. The area remained untouched by anyone, and the ice was treacherously slippery. One soldier lost his footing and fell hard onto the ground. Seeing this, Feng reached out to assist, but the soldier raised a hand to stop him. "No, I can get up myself," he declared, using his hands to push against the ground, shifting his weight forward and swiftly regaining his balance. Turning to Feng, he earnestly advised, "Our shoes are designed for ice. If we were to apprehend someone, we could easily slip and fall ourselves. Therefore, if you see a teammate fall, unless it's a dire situation, let them get up on their own." Listening to the soldier's reminder, Feng finally comprehended. He had been so preoccupied with the warmth of his clothing that he had forgotten about the specialized shoes. Looking down at his feet, he noticed the sharp ice blades on either side. When he rotated slightly on the ice, the blades left pristine white scratches on the surface. Feng's heart raced with the realization of their lethality. They could easily slice through flesh, and it was no wonder the soldier had declined his offer of assistance. If he lost his balance, both could find themselves tumbling down, with the risk of encountering those ice blades. Little did they know, Feng ranked among the top 3 in terms of balance in the military. For him, ice skates were child's play. After a brief assessment of the terrain, the trio, 2 armed soldiers and 1 carrying a toolbox, made their way towards the northern side of the villa district. One of the soldiers bore a heavier load, carrying an additional set of military-grade cold-resistant clothing intended for academician Shen Mabe when they found him. In the northern section of Tianhai and Appos' villa district, beneath a completely sealed villa, Shen Mabe stood before a petri dish in the laboratory, shaking his head in dismay under the faint glow of bioluminescent plants. He sighed softly. If help does not arrive soon, this latest strain of cold-resistant plants may be lost. And as for me, the oxygen levels are dwindling. Chapter 52. The indistinct figure perceived by Shen Mabe. As he spoke, Shen Mabe glanced down at the timepiece on his wrist, which indicated an oxygen level of merely 5%, estimating he had approximately 10 minutes remaining. The rationale for not removing the oxygen suit and breathing directly stemmed from the fact that plants, devoid of photosynthetic intervention, require oxygen and expel carbon dioxide. With the laboratory's electrical grid typically functioning seamlessly, he hesitated to enter without the suit. Now, amidst a power outage and defunct ventilation, contending with the plants was untenable. Without the oxygen tank, he would have succumbed to suffocation long ago. Escape was impossible due to the abrupt power failure, and the available oxygen canisters were depleted, signifying that in 10 minutes he would relinquish his suit and embrace mortality. Summoning his remaining strength, Shen Mabe continued documenting the essentials of drought-resistant seed cultivation, noting recent breakthroughs and novel research avenues gleaned from observing the anoxic environment. He was confident in achieving significant strides in this new direction. Lamenting that fate had turned against him, suddenly, urgent alerts blared. Oxygen level below 1%. Replace oxygen tank immediately. Replace oxygen tube immediately. The incessant beeping compelled him to cease writing, having completed the feasibility assessment for the new direction. The task of validating the cold-resistant seeds would fall to future researchers. Outside the shelter, a soldier accompanying Feng, after confirming the villa and Appos' address, promptly raised his weapon and discharged several rounds at the courtyard and Dabao's lock. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots reverberated through the deserted row of villas. Wealthy residents, having heard the approaching helicopter, cautiously emerged, some rushing toward Leng Feng's group. Are you a rescue team dispatched by the military? I am the chairman of Tianhai City's Tianlong Mystery Group. I have a deep rapport with Commander Wang of your military region. Please, take me away from this godforsaken place. His voice preceded his arrival, arousing suspicion among the soldiers who had just breached the gate. Halt! Do not approach. The soldiers aimed their firearms at the approaching middle-aged man without leniency, but he persisted. Repeating, Commander Wang, the commander of the Rocket Composite Brigade, is a general in Tianhai City. You must know him. Let me call him. Seeing no further obstruction, he took a step forward, only for a volley of gunfire to erupt. Did-da. Automatic rifle rounds struck the ice directly in front of him, scattering shards. This ruthless intimidation caused the purported group chairman to soil himself, his hand trembling in the air. Noticing a graze on his arm, he cried out in agony. Ah, you shot at me. The soldier retorted sternly, executing a mission. No one is permitted to approach. Trespassers will be shot. The remaining wealthy individuals halted, some stumbling on the icy surface. Unperturbed by the ensuing commotion, Leng Feng and his companions forcefully kicked the villa door inward, breaching the damaged lock and entering the premises. Jiang Jin, observing from a distant villa rooftop, nodded approvingly before leaping to the ground. Initiating isotopic translocation, she descended beneath the ice's surface, her shadow swiftly moving toward the villa. Her superior velocity enabled her to reach the carbon dioxide-filled laboratory before Leng Feng and Dabao's team. Overwhelmed by the carbon dioxide, Jiang Jin retrieved an oxygen tank from her storage space and donned an oxygen mask to regain clarity. Surveying the laboratory, she focused on a prone, spherical figure. Approaching. She discerned a human face beneath the mask, the oxygen indicator flashing a stark 0. Reaching out, Jiang Jin palpated his wrist through his clothing, detecting a faint pulse, and exclaimed inwardly, he and Dabao's alive. She promptly extracted a new oxygen tank from her storage space, replacing the depleted one on Shin Mabai and Dabao's back. As the fresh oxygen surged into the suit, the display panel soared to 92%, short of 100 due to filling inefficiencies and carbon dioxide removal. As Shin Mabai inhaled the fresh oxygen, his mind gradually cleared. Hampered by sweat, he could not fully open his eyes, but he keenly felt the warmth on his wrist. As the warm hand withdrew, he managed to pry his eyelids open slightly, glimpsing a vague outline through the misted mask. Seeing Shin Mabai respond, Jiang Jin tossed another oxygen tank on the floor with a clatter and retreated to the surface, back inside the villa, using isotopic translocation. Leng Feng, gazing intently at the specialized alloy door, remarked gravely, without power, this door cannot be breached. The security level is too high. His companions concurred, prompting Leng Feng to declare, we have only two options. Firstly, locate a battery with sufficient power, or alternatively, dismantle the battery from the aircraft to supply electricity to the laboratory in the villa area. However, this may lead to a depletion of the helicopter and Dabao's battery, rendering us unable to depart via helicopter. Secondly, seek a generator to alter the circuit and restore power. As for repairing the circuit, given the external conditions, we are unable to isolate the power supply for emergency repairs. The risk of encountering high-voltage electricity is exceedingly perilous. As Cold Front's words faded, the two soldiers exchanged hesitant glances. Dismantling the helicopter's battery? Such an act was utterly out of the question, as the helicopter represented their sole means of escape to the military sanctuary. Acquiring alternative batteries, however, presented its own set of challenges. The time required to excavate vehicles entombed within the icy depths, followed by the intricate process of battery amalgamation, proved too protracted for their urgent circumstances. Therefore, the initial option was deemed infeasible. Conversely, the prospect of locating a generator appeared more attainable. Given their location within a wealthy residential enclave, the likelihood of finding generators within the homes was considerable. Generators, one of the soldiers exclaimed. Let Dabao's split up and search. Simultaneously, both soldiers produced handguns and spare magazines from their garments, entrusting them to Cold Front. Cold Front accepted the firearms, stowing the magazines in his pockets. The case he had been carrying was unceremoniously abandoned within the villa, deemed unappealing to potential thieves. As the trio ventured forth in search of a generator, A diminutive figure emerged from the shadows of a nearby dwelling. Observing the departing figures, he produced a small communication device. As a red light illuminated the device, he uttered a string of fluent Sakura phrases. The location of Shun Mabai, the academician researching cold-resistant plants before the Ice Age, has been ascertained. China has dispatched advanced troops to the villa. They are currently seeking a generator in order to restore power and unlock the laboratory door. Report complete, awaiting instructions. Concurrently, within an underground fortress in the Sakura Empire, the Prime Minister, jolted by the sudden alert, straightened his posture with newfound vigor. Are you referring to academician Shun Mabai, the author of numerous SCI articles on cold-resistant plants? He inquired, his voice tinged with anticipation. Upon receiving confirmation, his face radiated elation. The hope of the Sakura Empire lies here. According to the latest meteorological projections, even after the blizzard subsided, a minimum of 3 years would be required for the ice to recede and global temperatures to reach levels conducive to human habitation. With the Sakura Empire's national granaries plundered, even the Prime Minister's reserves were insufficient to sustain the population for such a duration. However, with the discovery of academician Shun Mabai, the developer of cold-resistant plants, the Sakura Empire could preserve a significant portion of its national heritage. Generators, yes, generators. The Prime Minister repeated, his mind racing. After composing himself, he issued instructions. Mobilize all covert operatives in the vicinity. If they possess information regarding generators, they must secure academician Shun Mabai before the Chinese military arrives. This is the hope of our entire nation. Furthermore, I will dispatch a medium-range transport aircraft to extract them. Do not disappoint me. Upon the conclusion of his statement, an enthusiastic response reverberated through his earpiece. After terminating the communication, he slumped back into his chair, his former lethargy replaced by an unwavering vision of the future. The extent of the Sakura Empire's losses in the cataclysm was known only to the Prime Minister. A 70% starvation rate among the populace was not merely speculation but a grim reality substantiated by post-disaster assessments. The actual situation was likely even more dire. Many perished not from the disaster itself, but from starvation. The haunting images of cannibalism lingered in his mind, threatening to shatter his sanity. The pressures of his position, compounded by the earlier dissolution of the cabinet and subsequent re-election, were immense. The theft of the national granaries and the onset of the Ice Age had taken a toll, leaving his once thick hair sparse and his bald head reflecting the dim light. Deploy a medium-range strategic transport aircraft, fully equipped with Special Operations Forces, to Tianhai, China. Ensure the successful completion of the mission in coordination with covert operatives. The Sakura Empire and Oppos, as Prime Minister commanded through the military sanctuary and Oppos, as communication channels. However, upon receiving the Prime Minister's orders, the military personnel were bewildered. The unexpected nature of the disaster had left them disoriented. The initial failure to anticipate the need for snow removal had resulted in the runways being buried under ice and snow. Subsequent attempts to clear the runways proved futile. Prime Minister, are you ordering the deployment of the medium-range strategic transport aircraft? One officer inquired. Regrettably, your order cannot be executed at this time. Our medium-range strategic transport aircraft is trapped within the hangar and cannot take off. Armed helicopters are available, but their range is insufficient. Please consider alternative options. Upon hearing the response from the communication device, the Prime Minister's face, once filled with joy, froze in disbelief. His mouth agape, he struggled to formulate a reply. The medium-range strategic transport aircraft cannot take off? What preposterous excuse is this? Just as he grappled with the situation, a message arrived from another military base. Prime Minister, we have a strategic transport aircraft capable of taking off. We are currently clearing the ice from the runway and anticipate that the aircraft will be able to take off in approximately 2 hours. This message reinvigorated the Prime Minister, who had been on the verge of despair. Good news, he exclaimed, the first piece of good news since the disaster. However, his words were abruptly followed by a caveat, causing the Prime Minister and Oppos' heart to palpitate with anxiety. What is it? He stammered, his voice trembling. Our previous aviation fuel reserves have been depleted, and the medium-range strategic transport aircraft lacks sufficient fuel to ensure a safe return from Tianhai. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister slumped back into his chair, his gaze vacant as he stared at the dark steel overhead. The glare of the incandescent lights pierced his eyes, yet he felt no discomfort. He simply stared blankly, his eyes wide and unblinking. Insufficient aviation fuel? He murmured. Does this mean that the Sakura Empire and Amp, Appos, last hope for revival has been shattered? Chapter 54, Cold Front accused after forcibly breaking in. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, I believe we can utilize armed helicopters to transport the aviation fuel within 2 hours. Just as the drowsy Prime Minister was succumbing to despair, the military base that had previously reported the medium-range transport aircraft being frozen in the hangar responded via the communicator. Why didn't you mention this earlier? The drowsy Prime Minister questioned sharply into the communicator. The military base on the other end of the line remained conspicuously silent. After a prolonged pause, a terse mission accomplished was all that was offered before the channel was disconnected. The drowsy Prime Minister, incensed, hurled the communicator to the ground. The device crashed with a resounding thud. He stood with his hands on his hips, the glaring fluorescent lights exacerbating his lightheadedness. As the black spots before his eyes receded, he regained his composure. However, his gaze fell upon the discarded communicator, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. He had no backup for this device, his sole means of communication with the military base and the agents. It was replete with cutting-edge technology. He gingerly approached the communicator, retrieved it, and inspected it for damage. Assured that it was intact, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it and Appos undamaged. The resurgence of the Yamato people rests entirely on your shoulders. Meanwhile, in the channel infiltrated by Chinese agents, an agent of the Sakura Empire spoke into his communicator. Tianhai City operatives, Tianhai City operatives. Agents concealed near the townhouses, please respond. Please respond. He reiterated his message, fearing that it might not have been clearly heard. After approximately 30 seconds, the first response was received. Komuro Hayashi reporting. Inoue Mashita reporting. Karai Naka reporting. 3 voices chimed in. This eased the agent and Amp, Appos' initial trepidation. He then inquired, does anyone know the location of a generator? Specifically, the generator closest to Villa number 16. Alternatively, does anyone have a generator readily available for transport? His query was met with silence. A minute, then 2, elapsed without a response. This caused the Sakura agent to become increasingly anxious. Did none of them have information about generators? Would they be unable to abduct academician Shin Mabai before the Chinese soldiers returned? The thought sent his heart racing. He urgently commanded, assemble now at the outer wall of Villa number 17. Conceal your identities. Bring all your weapons. If we have no generator, we eliminate the 3 Chinese soldiers. The order was met with immediate compliance. Understood. 3 voices responded, and the agent discreetly wiped the perspiration from his palms. He cautiously exited the villa, avoiding the potential locations of Cold Front and his team. Scaling the wall, he entered the courtyard of Villa number 17, furtively observing the surroundings. Jiang Jin, eavesdropping on the Sakura Empire and Appos' plan from the underground, felt a surge of indignation. She had initially thought that rescuing Shin Mabai would be enough. Little did she know that Sakura agents were lurking in the shadows. It seemed that their national granaries had not been sufficiently plundered. Despite the prolonged ice age, their central authority had not been crippled, but their time was running out. The next global storm was poised to decimate their population, potentially exceeding 200 million deaths. Without her intervention, the second storm would have claimed a mere 30 to 40 million lives. The full impact of pilfering their national granaries had yet to be realized. Meanwhile, Cold Front forcefully kicked open the window of Villa number 25. He was immediately confronted by the sight of a terrified child huddled in the corner of the bed, cowering beneath the covers. Cold Front spoke softly, apologies. There was no answer at the door, so I had to break the window. Judging by the temperature, you must have a heating system. Please direct me to the location of your generator. Instead of being reassured, the child cried out in terror, Mommy, help. Daddy, help. The commotion prompted a flurry of footsteps from the hallway. Thump, thump, thump. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged couple. Each brandished a cleaver, poised for a desperate confrontation. Cold Front, displaying his credentials, gestured towards them and stated solemnly, military operation. We require the use of your generator. The state will compensate for any damage incurred. The couple exchanged a look of astonishment. The woman, recovering first, shrieked, state compensation? You broke the window. Our heating will consume even more electricity. Where will we get the fuel? We and Appos freeze to death before the state provides assistance. Her cheeks flushed with anger. She glared at Cold Front. However, she was not Jiang Jin. Her anger had no effect on him. Cold Front maintained a stern expression and stated matter-of-factly, please cooperate with the mission. Upon evacuation, your family can accompany the armed helicopters back to the military, where you will be under the protection of the military region. Faced with cold front and Dabbao's unwavering resolve, the couple deflated like punctured balloons. Their hands slackened, and the cleavers drooped. They had no room for resistance. Cold front and Dabbao's skills alone were enough to overwhelm them, not to mention the 2 pistols strapped to his side, lethal weapons that could easily end their lives. While the Chinese military was known for its humanity and for being the people's army, their conduct during military operations could be unpredictable. They were bound to suffer some hardship. It was better to cooperate swiftly. Having come to this realization, they exited the room and led the way. Cold front followed them to the basement. As the door swung open, the hum of a generator filled the air. Hearing the familiar sound, Cold front exhaled a sigh of relief. He retrieved his walkie-talkie and said, 0102, this is 03. Over. Roger, came the reply. Cold front continued, generator located at Villa number 25. Judging by the wattage, it's a medium-sized generator. Rather bulky. Assistance required. Understood, replied the soldier who had been dispatched to locate generators. Cold front approached the generator and switched it off. The middle-aged woman in the house, upon witnessing the situation, addressed Cold front, saying, we will change our clothes first and then leave directly with you. Is that acceptable? In response to their inquiry, Cold front maintained a frosty expression and nodded slightly. Observing his agreement, the couple visibly exhaled in relief. If they did not follow now, it was likely Cold front would complete his task and depart without a backward glance, leaving them to face dire consequences. Moreover, with the window broken, should another blizzard strike, the 3 of them might perish on the road. Honey, bring the food as well. The man called out to his wife as he assisted their child with changing clothes. Understood, she replied. 5 minutes later, a group of 6, with 4 individuals carrying a generator, traversed the icy surface, clearly the middle-aged man exerting more effort. Meanwhile, the woman, effortlessly pulling 2-wheeled suitcases, glided over the ice with surprising ease, despite the bags being fully loaded. As they reached the entrance of Villa number 16, once more, agents from the land of cherry blossoms quietly activated their communication devices. Chapter 55. An unexpected clash. The soldiers of the People's Republic of China had already returned to Villa 16, poised to launch their incursion once the power was restored and the laboratory's access codes were verified. Repeat, await power restoration and laboratory access verification before initiating the assault. Affirmative. The agents lying in wait acknowledged through their earpieces, nodding discreetly. They had been covertly positioned for several minutes before Feng and his team's return, anticipating the moment when the trio would restore power to the laboratory and unlock its entrance. Now, observing Feng and his companions enter, they lurked in the shadows, their anticipation palpable. Upon entering the villa, Feng sensed an unfamiliar presence within. His brow furrowed slightly. He couldn't ascertain whether these newcomers were merely local survivors or clandestine agents from another nation. If the former, it would be manageable, as ordinary civilians posed no threat to their mission. The real concern was if they were dealing with foreign operatives. With this in mind, Feng used the generator as a visual obstruction and communicated a series of hand signals to the 2 soldiers. Interpreting Feng and Dabbao's gestures, the 2 soldiers immediately adopted a vigilant stance. However, they quickly adjusted their demeanor, overtly inquiring about the mission's progress. Now that the generator is here, can we open it within 5 minutes? Affirmative, Feng replied with a subtle nod. The access codes to the laboratory and Dabbao's entrance were entrusted solely to him by Commander Liu. No one else possessed this critical information. Should anything befall him, the entire mission would be jeopardized. We'll step aside for a smoke while you work, the 2 soldiers remarked, producing cigarettes from their pockets. Observing the cigarettes, the middle-aged man accompanying them couldn't conceal his envy. However, recognizing their military status, he hesitated to ask for one. Noticing the middle-aged man and Dabbao's longing gaze, the soldiers exchanged a knowing look and nodded in unison. Care to join us for a smoke? One of the soldiers offered, gently shaking the pack of cigarettes and extending it towards the middle-aged man. Hauling this generator was quite a task for you. Elated by the invitation, the middle-aged man, who had been without a cigarette for days, responded eagerly. Indeed, he promptly accepted the offered cigarette and, stepping towards the doorway, lit it with the soldier and Dabbao's lighter, inhaling deeply. He closed his eyes in contentment, allowing the smoke to permeate his lungs before exhaling a long, satisfying plume. It and Dabbao's "It's been ages since I had a smoke," the middle-aged man exclaimed, expressing his relief to the soldiers. Only those with a nicotine addiction can truly comprehend the torment of being without a cigarette. "I felt like I had ants crawling all over me yesterday." The soldiers, amused by the middle-aged man's lament, readily indulged him. However, their bodies subtly shifted, scanning their surroundings. In the span of a single cigarette, they had thoroughly assessed the villa's perimeter. Extinguishing their cigarettes on the ground, they proceeded back inside, meticulously observing the villa's layout. Upon rejoining Feng, one of the soldiers reported, "I've identified 3 concealed positions outside the villa. Nothing detected inside. Should we search the second floor?" Feng shook his head in response to the soldier and Apos' inquiry. With a resounding hum, the generator roared to life as he pulled the starter cord. Clatter, clatter. The sound of the generator's treads filled the air as the villa's electrical systems were instantly energized. The previously dimmed lights flickered back to life in an instant. Deep underground, Dr. Shin Mabai, the esteemed scientist, stared in bewilderment as the laboratory partially regained power. Logically, the underground laboratory should have been restored to full power when he was rescued. However, despite being rescued for quite a while, he had not seen the shadow of a rescuer, and new oxygen tanks had appeared beside him. It was as if that silhouette was an illusion, but he was still alive, and the new oxygen tanks beside him were real, which confirmed that the blurry outline had appeared. It was just that he couldn't and Apos TC clearly under the luminous plants. Now, with the lights back on and the exhaust fans functioning properly, his gaze fell upon the newly appeared oxygen tanks. To his astonishment, he discovered that the oxygen tanks bore the insignia of the Sakura Empire. How utterly absurd. Could it be that he had been rescued by the Sakura Empire? Did that mean that those who had restored power were not the Chinese, but the Japanese? Was this rescue merely a prelude to abduction? The very thought caused beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead, and his breathing grew shallow. Suicide? Destroy the recorded information? Yes, his recorded information. With this thought, Shin Mabai acted immediately and began searching for the place where he had written before. He grabbed the notebook that had been there before. Seeing that the information on the notebook was complete and there were no traces of tearing, he breathed a sigh of relief. It had not been stolen. So even if the figure appeared, it was only for a moment. There was no sound of turning pages at all. So there was no time to take pictures and steal records. As for plants, he had already confirmed it with the light just now. No plants were stolen. Boom. The protective door is restarting, and the emergency escape passage has been opened. A dull sound came from above. Shin Mabai looked at the door nervously. There are 2 doors to reach the laboratory. The first door has been opened, and the insurance of the second door is only a matter of time. Monitoring. Yes, monitoring. There is a visual image in front of the second door. As long as it is confirmed that the outside of the visual image is not a Chinese soldier, then destroy everything in the laboratory. Never let his scientific research results fall into the hands of the Japanese pirates. Thinking of this, Shin Mabai's anti-Japanese sentiment from the depths of his heart was high, and his fists were clenched subconsciously. Outside the door, Feng, who opened the underground gate, did not relax his vigilance, but rushed directly into the gate. Hands clasped behind his back, he took out 2 pistols from his pocket and loaded them at the same time, aimed at the direction of the door. The development of the matter was really beyond his expectation, and the sound of the door restarting and opening was too loud. Emergency escape passage. Which damn designer designed this anti-human language prompt system? Feng thought to himself. The door of the villa is not closed, and the outside must be able to hear it clearly. Those Sakura Empire agents will definitely be anxious. A bad response may lead to mission failure, and he cannot be careless. This is a mission related to the future of the country and the people. Outside the courtyard, the Sakura Empire agents who originally planned to attack could not hold back after hearing about the emergency escape passage. In the communication channel, an order sounded. The door of the laboratory has been opened. Don't give them a chance to react. Launch an attack immediately. Be sure to capture the Chinese academician Shin Mabai alive. Chapter 56. Desperate, drowsy Prime Minister, a liability. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots reverberated. Instantly, operatives from the Sakura nation mobilized outside, weapons in hand, firing upon the 2 soldiers who had yet to find cover. Alas, their marksmanship proved deficient. 1 bullet went astray, missing its mark, while the other struck a bulletproof vest, its progress halted by the specialized steel plate within. The soldiers sustained no actual harm. As for heavy machine guns or submachine guns, they possessed none. The People's Republic of China maintained strict gun control. Any weapons circulating on the black market within China dated back to the Second World War. They were obsolete, and only handguns at that. 4 against 3, they were at a disadvantage in every aspect save numbers. It was precisely for this reason that they resorted to a surprise assault. However, with the sound of gunfire, the 2 soldiers reacted swiftly. Having been selected to execute a mission of this magnitude alongside Feng, the king of soldiers, they possessed exceptional capabilities. The Sakura nation's operatives failed to gain the upper hand with their initial shots, forfeiting any subsequent opportunities. Their figures were exposed in the open doorway. Moreover, they wielded rifles against pistols, a mismatch in terms of firing rate and overall performance. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Rifle bullets rained down like fiery serpents. Yet, before they could unleash their barrage, Feng's pistol had already discharged, striking 2 Sakura Nation operatives positioned near the doorway with unerring accuracy. Blood mingled with the blizzard, swirling in from the outside. Whoosh! The fierce blizzard swept in, engulfing the would-be escapees and ushering them into the path of the rifle bullets. As the bullets found their marks, the operatives' eyes widened in disbelief. They had been entrusted with the future of their nation, the hopes of the Sakura Nation's populace. The final chance for the Sakura Nation's resurgence had been extinguished. And why had this accursed blizzard descended upon them without warning the moment they breached the door? It afforded them no opportunity to flee or evade. But their resentment proved futile. On the other side, the drowsy Prime Minister of the Sakura Nation anxiously clenched his fists, watching the passage of time. As the designated hour arrived, he barked, "The time has come. Why hasn't the medium-range strategic transport aircraft taken off? 4 nations military base, 4 nations military base, respond." Silence filled the comms, lasting a full 10 minutes before a response finally came. Medium-range strategic transport aircraft is ready for takeoff. Takeoff successful, destination Tianhai City. Upon receiving this confirmation, an ominous premonition gripped the drowsy Prime Minister. His right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. What was happening? Had the operative team encountered difficulties? He retrieved the communicator and called out once more. "Calling Heavenly Feather Operative Team, calling Heavenly Feather Operative Team. Respond." Once, twice, 3 times. And his back was drenched in cold sweat. A sense of foreboding washed over him. When the reply finally came, it was in Mandarin, leaving him utterly stunned. Failure. The plan has failed. He deactivated the communicator, a profound sense of sorrow and despair engulfing him. What would become of the Sakura Nation in the days to come? Was it doomed to perish under his watch? He had repeatedly declined the premiership, only to be elected even after dissolution and retirement. A true nuisance. He was destined to be etched upon the pillar of human shame. Just as he was succumbing to despair, the communicator on a separate channel crackled to life. "Prime Minister, the blizzard has returned. Our medium-range transport aircraft is lost in the storm. Repeat, Prime Minister, the blizzard has returned. Our medium-range strategic transport aircraft is lost in the blizzard." What? The drowsy Prime Minister, jolted from his near-death stupor, roared into the communicator, "Our nation's only operational medium-range strategic transport aircraft, lost, crashed." The response from the communicator was filled with panic. As the speaker continued, his voice shifted, revealing the full extent of the disaster. They had received news of the crash. At that moment, the drowsy Prime Minister resembled a lifeless pool, slumping in his chair. He murmured, "It's over. All is lost. The Sakura Nation's last hope is gone." Meanwhile, Feng, upon hearing Sakura Nation language emanating from the communicator in his hand, was taken aback. Is this their internal communication device? They truly are incorrigible. With their entire nation's granary plundered, they still covet China. Following protocol, Feng delivered a final shot to the head of each corpse. Then, turning to the other 2 soldiers, he instructed, "You 2 stay here and guard the generator. Do not allow anyone to sabotage it. I and Oppos, am going down to rescue academician Shinmabai." With those words, he strode towards the entrance. The 2 soldiers watched Feng and Oppos' retreating figure, entrusting him with sincerity. Then, "Academician Shinmabai is in your hands." Bang, bang. Shinmabai, engrossed in watching the video feed, was startled by the distant gunshots, which sent a jolt of excitement through him. He thought, could it be that the nation has come to rescue me? Does this mean I won't have to destroy the data and end my life here? Heaven has truly answered my prayers. Filled with anticipation, he cautiously waited near the second door. As the last gunshot echoed, his heart leaped into his throat. He could barely contain his excitement. Our rescuers must have prevailed. Those foreign operatives stand no chance against us on our own turf. Finally, Feng's figure appeared on the video feed. Gazing at Leng Feng on the screen, Shen Mabai's thoughts wandered back to 3 years prior. It was Leng Feng who had escorted him through the snowy wilderness beyond the border. Despite lacking any specialized knowledge, Leng Feng had stayed by his side for 3 days, ultimately saving his life with his newly acquired knowledge of snowy terrain. It was this experience that had left a deep impression on Shen Mabai. To think that his rescuer would be none other than an old acquaintance. Overwhelmed with emotion, Shen Mabai bypassed the need for Leng Feng to test the door code, opening it himself. With a hiss, the door swung open, causing Leng Feng to look up in surprise. A look of confusion washed over his face. Hadn't they said that academician Shen Mabai was near death? His eagerness to open the door didn't suggest a man on the brink of demise. Their eyes met, and Leng Feng's widened in astonishment. A liability. Chapter 57. Must you travel 20 kilometers just to indulge in my hospitality? Upon hearing the way he was addressed, Shen Mabai felt a twinge of guilt. In the snow-covered wilderness, he had disregarded the other's warnings. Captivated by the beauty of the scenery, he had ventured forth, intent on capturing images of the resilient flora standing tall amidst the ice and snow, only to find himself ensnared by the fragile ice beneath him. Had it not been for Leng Feng's swift intervention, gripping the corner of his coat and steadfastly aiding him to ascend, he might never have achieved his current standing. Leng, the valiant warrior, please refrain from jesting with me, Shen Mabai said, as he trustfully produced his meticulously crafted notes and placed them into Leng Feng and Appo's embrace. This tome encompasses all my research on cold-resistant plants. Guard it well. Should we fail to reach the national-level refuge safely, this compendium will assist those who come after us to swiftly comprehend and cultivate methods for nurturing these hardy plants. Understood, Leng Feng replied, nodding gravely as he absorbed Shen Mabai's words. He sensed the weight of the small notebook grow heavier with the gravity of its significance. Once he secured the notebook close to him, he inquired, do any of the plants need to be taken along? Shen Mabai shook his head emphatically. After 48 hours without power, they have lost too much oxygen to survive. However, I have preserved their seeds. They are all here. As he spoke, he retrieved a nondescript white box from a corner of the laboratory. A gentle shake revealed the faint sound of glass clinking within, hardly indicative of a vessel meant for precious items. Leng Feng rolled his eyes at the sound emanating from the box. After all this time, Shen Mabai remained as cautious as ever, often concealing the most crucial items in unassuming containers. Yet, this also spared them the trouble of unnecessary disguise. Do not underestimate these seeds, Shen Mabai exclaimed as he noticed Leng Feng turning towards the exit. He hurried to catch up, enthusiastically elaborating. With these, if we cultivate another generation, we shall yield frost-resistant snow potatoes and snow-sweet potatoes. Leng Feng, however, merely elevated the protection level of the box in Shen Mabai's grasp to S, choosing not to engage further. After all, the intricacies of such specialized matters were best left to experts. His sole responsibility was to ensure their safe passage. As Leng Feng escorted Shen Mabai through the entrance, 2 soldiers promptly saluted the esteemed scholar. After verifying their identities with their mobile devices, they reported through their communicators. The mission objective has been successfully rescued. However, a snowstorm is re-emerging outside, and the helicopter may encounter flight malfunctions. Please advise from higher command. A brief silence ensued on the other end of the line before Leng Feng's phone suddenly rang. He looked at the caller ID in bewilderment. Commander Lu? He murmured. Answering the call, Leng Feng, Commander Lu's voice echoed in his ear. Though this row of villas is on the outskirts, it's scarcely 20 kilometers from your neighborhood, right? I've heard from Xiongli that your security measures surpass even those of a bank vault. Take the others to your place. The storm has just begun. And with your military-grade cold-resistant clothing, traversing 20 miles in a day is certainly feasible. As for provisions, I doubt your little tenant will be stingy, right? I saw the warehouse brimming with supplies during her live stream. If Shen Mabai goes hungry, I shall hold you accountable. Commander Lu continued his monologue without granting Leng Feng a chance to interject, laying out all the gathered intelligence with such clarity that refusal seemed implausible. Yet, could he really return with a gaggle of men, especially when the mission was not yet concluded? Including the pilot, their party consisted of 5 individuals. Bringing 4 unfamiliar men home for a free meal? Even if Jiang Jin consented, it would be inappropriate. And that didn't account for the family of 3 they had agreed to assist in leaving, totaling 7. With these thoughts swirling, Leng Feng firmly declined. I do not. Before he could finish, the line went dead with a series of busy signals. Staring at his phone in disbelief, he realized he had been cut off. Dialing again, he discovered the line was busy, evidently indicating that Commander Liu had blocked his number, while Leng Feng was left in a state of confusion. A hearty laugh from a middle-aged man crackled through the soldiers' communicators. "All right, you all will head to Leng Feng's place for now. It and Appo's not only safe, but also well-stocked with provisions. I hear the ventilation system is military-grade as well. You can begin cultivating your cold-resistant plants there." "Understood." The soldiers, stifling their laughter at Leng Feng's perplexed expression, responded earnestly. After all, they could discern the difference between 20 kilometers and 130. No matter one's stamina. Traversing such a distance in this bitter cold was implausible. They realized that even 20 kilometers would need to be divided into 5 segments. Any unexpected circumstances could easily extend their journey to 2 days. Nevertheless, they secretly hoped to reach their destination swiftly. Given the ferocity of the storm outside, it wouldn't be long before the snow reached their knees, rendering movement increasingly arduous. "Let us gather the materials available from the helicopter and set off." Leng Feng directed the soldiers, glancing at the family of 3 who appeared somewhat uneasy. "Do you have sufficient warm clothing?" he inquired, noting their attire. Without military-grade cold-resistant gear, it would be nearly impossible for them to endure the journey. In response to Leng Feng's command, the soldiers called their comrades and promptly relayed, "We have only 2 pieces, and there is likely nothing suitable for the child. Moreover, the child is merely 10 years old. Her physical condition may not withstand the journey of 20 kilometers." The couple, upon hearing this assessment, felt a wave of dread wash over them. The middle-aged woman nearly collapsed, her vision darkening. She had but 1 child. Should anything befall her on the journey, it would be far more devastating than death itself. The middle-aged man wrapped his arms around his wife, gently pressing against her acupoints while soothingly assuring her, "It will be all right. It's just 20 kilometers. The child can surely manage. Remember when we climbed the Great Wall at Betrayal? Our child completed the round trip on her own, leaving us behind. Have you forgotten?" Jiang Jin, utilizing her positional advantage, listened to their discussions and weeping, her expression one of shock. "You wish to relocate 20 kilometers just to stay at my home? You expect me to care for the esteemed scholar, the soldiers, and that family of 3? Commander Liu, truly, be reasonable. As for whether the family of 3 can reach their destination safely, with their own presence accompanying them, who could truly perish on the journey?" Chapter 58, Calamity Strikes. They were stripped of their garments. Leng Feng directed a soldier, gesturing towards the prone figures of the Sakura Nation operatives near the doorway. Upon hearing Leng Feng's command, 2 soldiers, though visibly perplexed, complied. Soon, the Sakura Nation operatives were divested of their attire, their bare bodies exposed on the ground. The soldiers, however, understood the reason as they examined the garments in their hands. Military-grade, cold-weather gear. The texture was remarkably unique. While perhaps not on par with China and Appo's latest generation of cold-resistant apparel, it still offered considerable protection. Notably, their cold-weather gear included a hood capable of completely covering the head, thereby eliminating the risk of frostbite on the ears. The Sakura Nation, if nothing else, had certainly considered every detail in their designs. The middle-aged man, accepting the cold-weather garments from a soldier, offered a quiet assessment. His words immediately drew 4 pairs of disapproving eyes. Realizing his misstep, the middle-aged man promptly lowered his head, offering a bow of apology to Leng Feng and the others. Shen Mabai, seemingly unable to tolerate the common man's reverence for foreign things, interjected. "The hood design is merely an outdated concept discarded by our own nation. While it offers ear protection, it severely restricts neck mobility, a potentially fatal flaw in many harsh environments. Hence, our nation specifically developed the latest military-grade cold-weather gear, separating the garment from the hood. The reason you haven't seen it is likely because Leng Feng and his team discarded the hoods on the aircraft for the sake of mission efficiency. Wouldn't you agree?" Hearing Shun Mabai's explanation, the middle-aged man apologized profusely. Shun Mabai, at the end of his explanation, directed an inquisitive gaze towards Leng Feng and his team, noticing that they were all instinctively looking away, avoiding a response. He knew he had guessed correctly. He himself had attended the upgrade seminar for this particular cold-weather gear. No one present was more aware of the reasons behind the separation of the hood and garment. As the soldiers guarding the armed helicopter arrived, now re-equipped, Leng Feng and his team quickly stepped forward to retrieve their clothing and hats. After the exchange, the soldier who had remained with the helicopter asked with a grave expression. "There were no instructions regarding the armed helicopter. What should be done with it? Our armed helicopter carries heavy machine guns and armor-piercing rounds. If it falls into the wrong hands, it could unleash considerable havoc within Tianhai City. Hearing his warning, the three men's expressions changed instantly. They murmured softly, surely not. The glass is military-grade, after all. Who could possibly break through it? Besides, once this blizzard subsides, our military district will send personnel to retrieve it. It shouldn't cause too much trouble. Just then, a text message appeared on Leng Feng's phone. He looked down, and the peace of mind he had just regained was shattered once more. Jiang Jin, I've taken care of the armed helicopter for you. You can head straight back. She had followed them. No one but himself knew of her spatial abilities. Yet, he hadn't even realized that she had been using her abilities to follow them all along. So, when the Sakura Nation operatives opened fire, the bullet trajectory veering to the left was also a result of her abilities. Realizing this, he suddenly understood how much he owed her. He needed her help to clean up his messes, even while on a mission. His comrades were already hurrying off in the direction of the helicopter's location. They wouldn't have noticed the subtle changes in Leng Feng's facial expressions. And she couldn't know what Leng Feng was thinking. If she did, she would have stated plainly, she hadn't intervened at all when those operatives attacked. It was simply that the Sakura Nation operatives were poor marksmen. Let's go, Leng Feng said, cutting off the others' ongoing debate. The three soldiers turned to Leng Feng simultaneously. The soldier who had been guarding the helicopter was the most agitated. Colonel Leng Feng, if you don and amp, oppos, T fly the armed helicopter, you won and amp, oppos, T know what the armed helicopter is carrying. Before he could finish, Leng Feng ordered sternly. Move out immediately. That and amp, oppos, S an order. Did he not know how to fly an armed helicopter? He had flown them more than anyone else. How many times had he flown an armed helicopter straight into the battlefield, using the machine gun to suppress the ground forces and pave the way for victory in local conflicts? Now, to be told by a mere non-commissioned officer that he didn't and oppos, to know how to fly an armed helicopter was simply laughable. Seeing this, the soldier had no choice but to comply reluctantly. He hadn't expected Colonel Leng Feng to use a military order to suppress him. Braving the blizzard, the group made their way through the residential area. Any place that offered shelter from the direct blast of the icy wind became a temporary haven where they could quicken their pace. The middle-aged man, who had been complaining about the integrated hood, was now truly suffering. As he walked, he would instinctively lower his head to avoid the snow and wind. However, the attached hood would always pull the garment upwards, causing his buttocks to feel numb with cold. But he was too embarrassed to say anything. After all, it was his own big mouth that had praised the Sakura Nation's hood design, so now he would be ashamed to open his mouth. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The group had only managed to cover a straight-line distance of 1 kilometer. The others looked to be in good shape. It was only the middle-aged man who was suffering from hypothermia due to the hooded garment. A hand gently tugged at Leng Feng's sleeve. Leng Feng's icy gaze instantly turned in response. The frigid aura startled the middle-aged man, nearly causing him to fall. Fortunately, Leng Feng grabbed his wrist, steadying him. Recovering himself, the middle-aged man stammered, I'm feeling a bit hypothermic. Could we find a place to take shelter from the blizzard? I need to warm up. His words became increasingly halting, clearly exhibiting the numbness unique to someone freezing. Seeing this, Leng Feng glanced at the surrounding terrain. Although they had left the villa district, the nearby buildings were well preserved due to the terrain. They had not been damaged by the blizzard. Breaking in would likely lead to a repeat of the incident with the generator. It would be terrible if they encountered a family still living there. Bear with it a little longer. We'll find a damaged building up ahead and take shelter there, Leng Feng said in a low voice to the somewhat hypothermic middle-aged man. At the same time, he reached out to support the middle-aged man's elbow. The man could still communicate normally, indicating that the situation wasn't too dire. If he were truly suffering from hypothermia, he wouldn't be able to form coherent sentences. Before he could finish, a massive snowball fell from above. Chapter 59, Yong Yu and Amp. Oppos. S failed attempt to divert conflict. The lewd hotel proprietor mother. That wretched blizzard is back. In the cramped hotel room, Jiang Dabao bellowed toward Jia Yufeng, who was in the lavatory. Already nauseous from the recent lack of nutritious sustenance, Jia Yufeng, upon hearing Jiang Dabao's pronouncement of the blizzard's return, lost her footing and plunged headfirst into the toilet bowl. Ouch! Jia Yufeng cried out in pain, lifting her head from the toilet. Her hair now sullied with foul-smelling gastric fluids. Disregarding the filth clinging to her hair, she darted out of the lavatory and rushed to the window. Attempting to pry it open, only to find it sealed shut by ice. She discovered that the window was being battered by the blizzard. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to force it open against the wind. Moreover, her reckless attempts to open the window had caused hairline fractures along its edges, though they were concealed by the frost. With the window now firmly shut, Jia Yufeng turned around, and the pungent odor of vomit quickly filled the room. Jiang Dabao, who was standing close to Jia Yufeng, was the first to be assailed by the stench. He instinctively pinched his nose. "Mother, did you vomit on your head?" Jiang Dabao exclaimed, his voice filled with disgust. "The smell is truly overpowering." The displeased outburst, accompanied by spittle, landed on Jia Yufeng's face. Despite being addressed in such a manner by her cherished son, Jia Yufeng did not display any irritation. Instead, she was filled with anxiety about their predicament. "Dabao, we and Oppos, VE sold so many orders. If we can and Oppos, T deliver them on time, will we be held liable for shipping costs?" Jia Yufeng asked, wringing her hands. She looked at Jiang Dabao and Yong Yu with a sigh. Yong Yu noticed that Jia Yufeng, in an effort to avoid offending Jiang Dabao, had moved away from him but had drawn closer to her. The nauseating smell of vomit washed over her, prompting her to instinctively pinch her nose and fan the air in front of her face. When Jia Yufeng's gaze fell upon Yong Yu, the forced smile on her face faltered, and her gentle tone turned sarcastic. "I, the old woman, am useless. Everyone despises my presence. They can't wait to slap me in the face." Yong Yu was incensed by Jia Yufeng's sudden sarcasm, but with brother Zhang missing and the blizzard raging, she felt helpless and unable to confront Jia Yufeng directly. She could only force a smile and remove her hand from her nose, apologizing. "Not at all. I only pinched my nose because I thought my breath smelled bad. How could I ever despise my mother-in-law?" Jiang Dabao, seeing Yong Yu belittling herself, felt a pang of sympathy. He glared at Jia Yufeng with displeasure. "Mother, we don't need to worry about the shipping insurance. Yong Yu had already considered it when we signed the contracts with the partners. The problem is that we're running out of food. We and Oppos, VE been too busy with live streaming and only have the empty plastic bags from the food we ate before. We were hoping that the disaster would pass soon and that the government's relief supplies would arrive in a few days. We have no reserves. Now that the blizzard is back, should we buy some from the hotel owner to tide us over?" Faced with Jiang Dabao's suggestion, Jia Yufeng's anger subsided. She nodded repeatedly. "Yes, my Dabao is so thoughtful. Yong Yu, go and buy 2 boxes of instant noodles from the hotel owner. We'll have to make do with instant noodles for the next few days. Once the disaster is over, I'll treat you to a 10,000 yuan steak." Upon hearing this, Jiang Dabao's face lit up with joy. However, Yong Yu's strained smile froze completely. "Ask me to buy from the hotel owner?" she thought. "That hotel owner is like a lecherous old devil. Every time he looks at me, his eyes seem to want to devour me. Asking me to go see him alone is like sending a lamb to the slaughter. I can't stand that dirty, tasteless old man. A 10,000 yuan steak," she mused. Yes, Jiang Jin could afford a 10,000 yuan meal before the disaster. Yong Yu deliberately reminded Jiang Dabao and Jia Yufeng of their past extravagance while feigning grievance. Her eyes brimming with tears, Jiang Dabao felt sorry for her, but his anger also flared up. "It's all that slut Jiang Jin's fault," he thought. "If she hadn't ordered such an expensive meal, I wouldn't have been forced to pay for it and wouldn't have been arrested by the police for not being able to afford it. That unfilial daughter." Jia Yufeng also gritted her teeth at the mention of Jiang Jin. Jiang Xinjian, the old man, stood aside, disdaining to pay attention to Jia Yufeng and the others. In his view, Jia Yufeng and her companions were too materialistic. They were shamelessly exploiting the popularity he and his daughter had generated online to make money, which was a disgrace to his refined reputation. Seeing that Jia Yufeng's attention had indeed been diverted by her scheme, Yong Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. However, she did not expect Jia Yufeng to shift the blame back onto her in the next moment, scolding her sharply, "Hurry up and buy some food. Otherwise, once everyone realizes it, the hotel owner might refuse to sell it. Even if you go now, it will probably be much more expensive than usual." Yong Yu was taken aback by Jia Yufeng's rebuke. She gave Jiang Dabao a deep look before silently walking out of the room. Jia Yufeng watched Yong Yu's departing figure, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Could Yong Yu be angry with me? She wondered. What if she breaks up with me after the disaster? At this thought, Jiang Dabao instinctively moved to follow her, but Jia Yufeng grabbed his sleeve, preventing him from leaving. Only when the door slammed shut and Yong Yu left the room did Jiang Dabao turn back, looking at his mother with confusion. Jia Yufeng said solemnly, "Dabao, are you stupid? If you go with that woman to buy food, Won't the money come out of your pocket? How much can you buy with the money in your pocket? What if it runs out and our family starves? Faced with Jia Yufeng and Amp, Oppo's reminder, Jiang Dabao belatedly realized the truth. He only had 600 yuan left. If he went with her, would he really end up like Jia Yufeng said? After a moment of contemplation, he sat down on the bed with a strange expression. Jia Yufeng, on the other hand, picked up her phone again and began harassing Jiang Jin. Yong Yu left the room and headed straight for the small storeroom where the hotel owner was located. It was where the hotel kept all of its food and water. He originally did not live there, but he later realized that the disaster would last for a long time. He was afraid that the supplies would be stolen. So he moved in. But his blissful life also began when he moved into the small storeroom. The guests, who had previously ignored him, became incredibly attentive. He was even able to take advantage of them, and they did not seem to mind. Yet all of this vanished after the tempest had ceased. He found himself wishing countless times for calamity to return. Now, witnessing the resurgence of the blizzard, his entire being trembled with exhilaration. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of high heels striking the floor echoed through the corridor. Listening to this familiar and enchanting melody, the innkeeper's eyes sparkled with delight. His heart soaring. She has come. Ultimately, it has come to me. Let me see. Who will be the first to arrive? Chapter 60. Jiang Dabao's and Amp. Oppo's head is greening and oily. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly distinct. The innkeeper's excited breaths became heavy as the owner of the footsteps emerged from the opposite end of the corridor. Facing the small storeroom guarded by the innkeeper, the latter could hardly contain his exhilaration. Yong Yu, this woman, was undeniably the most beautiful guest to ever grace their establishment. Previously, he had only dared to steal glances at her while she passed by, fully aware that he had no chance with her, nor would he ever. The online discussions surrounding Jiang Jin's eccentric family had been rampant, and as a seasoned player in the game of life, he was well acquainted with the internet. Naturally, he had seen the trending news about Jiang Dabao's, the husband of the woman before him. They had garnered a massive following through the fervor of their live broadcasts, achieving sales figures surpassing 100 million in a single session. Such accomplishments would place them among the elite even in times of peace. Individuals devoid of financial concerns or societal status were, in his view, unattainable in this era. Just a couple of days prior, he had lamented that he might never see them again. Yet today, a fierce snowstorm had descended, and she was now walking towards him. Clearly, she was here to procure food. The thought sent a foolish grin across his face, his eyes narrowing as he fixated on Yong Yu. The intensity of his gaze sent shivers down her spine, despite the corridor's temperate climate. The innkeeper, far from being embarrassed, grew bolder at the sight of her discomfort. Yong Yu, perpetually accustomed to being looked down upon, could hardly endure it. She turned to leave, only to realize that the innkeeper was still watching her intently. The commanding tone of Jia Yufeng echoed in her mind, intertwining with her feelings of unease. Caught in a web of conflicting emotions, she bit her lip, the lipstick staining it slightly blue, before finally turning back towards the innkeeper. Upon seeing her turn around, the innkeeper felt a pang of disappointment, believing her back to possess a greater allure. However, as she drew nearer, his fleeting despondency vanished, replaced by the intoxicating aroma that enveloped him, unlocking the desires he had long restrained. Yong Yu trembled under the weight of his gaze, which glimmered with a faint crimson hue. "Beautiful Miss Yang, what brings you to my humble inn?" the innkeeper inquired, extending a somewhat grimy hand towards her. Yong Yu recoiled at the sight of his slightly discolored palm. But for the sake of food, she steeled herself and grasped his hand. She understood that any display of rudeness would render her unable to procure any sustenance. As their hands met, Yong Yu intended for the contact to be brief, yet he seized the opportunity, enveloping her hand within both of his, applying just enough pressure to immobilize her. A forced smile froze on her face as she watched him lean in, inhaling the scent of her hand cream with a perverse delight. The helplessness of witnessing such a brazen display without the power to rebuke or escape filled her with resentment towards Jia Yufeng. "Sir, I wish to purchase some food from you," she stated, her voice steady despite her distress. If he refused, she would turn and leave, sparing herself further humiliation. "Don't rush. Wait a moment," the innkeeper replied, perceptibly reading her impatience. His ambiguous response ignited a flicker of hope within her. She sensed his willingness to sell her food. Otherwise, she would have already withdrawn her hand. "How much longer must I wait?" she asked softly. The innkeeper, eyes closed, remained silent, intensifying her urgency. Yet, she dared not confront him, for he was her only hope of acquiring food after the storm. See? Growing anxious, are we? He teased, his grip remaining unyielding. After what felt like an eternity, Yong Yu could feel the ache in her hand as he finally opened his eyes. All right, what would you like to purchase? He asked, squinting at her. Instant noodles are 1,000 a box, luncheon meat 20,000 a box, and assorted snacks are 1,800 a bag. That's exorbitant, Yong Yu exclaimed, her hand instinctively clutching his wrist in disbelief. The innkeeper, sensing her grip, scoffed, exorbitant? You think this is high? If anyone else were here, I wouldn't sell it for any price, no matter how much they offered. Who knows how long this blizzard will last? If supplies run out, am I to venture into the storm for more? He scrutinized her, noting her hesitation, then issued a veiled threat, Mrs. Yang. I trust you wouldn't want your husband and in-laws to go hungry, would you? His words struck her like a thunderbolt, and she felt an overwhelming force pulling her closer. I don't want that. She instinctively protested, yet her feeble attempts to push him away were futile. With a resounding thud, the storeroom door was closed and locked from the inside, the threat hanging in the air. Yong Yu's pleas for mercy became a haunting echo. Meanwhile, Jiang Dabao and his companions sat in their room, unaware of the turmoil unfolding just beyond their walls. Suddenly, Jiang Dabao sprang from the sofa, pacing restlessly. Sit down, Dabao. Jia Yufeng sighed, exasperated. It's merely a matter of sending Yong Yu to fetch some food and spending a little money. What is there to worry about? We still live in a lawful society. Once the blizzard has passed, capitalizing on our internet fame will be as easy as drinking water. Do you really think Yong Yu would let go of the wealth we possess? Despite his reluctance to accept that Yong Yu was with him for financial gain. Jiang Dabao nodded, albeit dully. That and Appos. Right, mother would never lead you astray. Upon witnessing Jiang Dabao and Appos' nod, Jia Yufeng exhaled in relief and continued her earnest explanation. This course of action is merely intended to temper Yong Yu's arrogance, to diminish her pride. Once you are married, she will no longer be able to wield such control over you. At that time, your position within the household will be considerably elevated. However, as Jiang Dabao absorbed Jia Yufeng and Appos' rationale, his anxiety only deepened. The sense of agitation within him intensified, and before he realized it, his fist collided forcefully against the wall. Chapter 61. Yong Yu, worth only 4 noodles, and Jia Yufeng and Appos' heart-wrenching cry with a resounding and Appos' bang, and Appos', Jiang Dabao and Appos' fist struck the wall, waves of pain coursing through him, compelling him to gently retract his hand. He rubbed it against his clothing, attempting to alleviate the discomfort from the blow. 3 minutes elapsed, and the pain in his fist began to subside, intensifying his desire to seek out Yong Yu. His legs seemed to move of their own accord toward the door. Observing this, Jia Yufeng's face contorted with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. With a creak, the hotel room door swung open, and Jiang Dabao stepped into the dimly lit corridor. The faint illumination, combined with the slightly yellowing wallpaper, cast a subtle, eerie shadow over the environment. After taking only 2 steps forward, he beheld a disheveled woman emerging before him. The silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the Yong Yu he had been yearning for. Her halting steps pierced Jiang Dabao's fragile heart, urging him to quicken his pace and rush toward her, instinctively reaching out to embrace her. Startled by the sound of hurried footsteps, the woman lifted her head, only to be frightened further by the sight of a stranger rushing toward her with the intent to embrace. With a forceful shove, she pushed Jiang Dabao away and fled, crying out, "Pervert! Help!" The commotion echoed through the hallway, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers who peered out from their doors. Upon seeing Jiang Dabao sitting on the ground, disdain flickered across their faces. While many on the internet might be confused about right and wrong, these individuals were acutely aware of the Jiang family's reputation. Previously, they had invited the Jiang family to join them in foraging for food, only to be met with scorn for allegedly hindering their profit-making endeavors. Now, as a blizzard approached, Jiang Dabao was resorting to lewd behavior. "Get back to your room. If this happens again, I and Appos' make sure you regret it. How dare you lay a hand on a girl barely in her teens?" Jiang Dabao was bewildered by the torrent of insults hurled at him. Had he truly committed such a grievous error merely by almost mistaking someone for Yong Yu? Meanwhile, Yong Yu, sensing the commotion, emerged from the storeroom, her weary form clutching 4 packets of instant noodles. Nothing more, nothing less. The noodles were the cheapest variety, encased in transparent packaging. She had capitulated under the promise of being allowed to purchase supplies, only to be met with betrayal after her compliance. The proprietor had tossed her the meager noodles and sent her away, refusing to sell her even a single packet, regardless of the money she offered. Casting one last glance at the avarice reflected in the innkeeper's eyes sent a shiver down her spine. She vowed never to endure such humiliation again in her lifetime. Realizing how desperate she had become in seeking assistance, with a delicate hand pressed against her abdomen, she pondered, Jiang Dabao, after all I've sacrificed for your family, should you dare betray me, I will ensure that peace eludes your household. Lost in her turbulent thoughts, she turned the corner, spotting the disoriented Jiang Dabao in the corridor. Ignoring the surrounding murmurings, she dashed toward him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking an instinctive protective response from him. Did the innkeeper treat you poorly? Did he charge you an exorbitant price? He inquired softly, his vanity momentarily assuaged by her affectionate embrace. As he reached for the small plastic bag she held, his heart sank upon discovering only the 4 unseasoned noodle packets within. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, You only bought 4 packets of noodles? Yong Yu's tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, her sobs echoing her sense of injustice. All her efforts had culminated in such a paltry reward. How could this be? Even a streetwalker wouldn't sell herself for so little. Yet, she had humbly submitted herself for the sake of Jiang Dabao. Enraged, Jiang Dabao exclaimed, How much did that innkeeper charge you? Surely, he couldn't and oppose. He have asked for 10,000 for a single packet? If that were the case, you could have purchased 10 packets with the 100,000 you've saved. He was painfully aware of Yong Yu's savings, knowing her to be rather selfish. Having spent nothing but his money while hoarding her own, she had previously lamented how difficult it was to save that substantial amount, unaware that over 60,000 of it had been transferred from him. Now, hearing her plight, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for how much she had sacrificed for him. Unbeknownst to him, Yong Yu's tears stemmed from the realization of her own worthlessness, having bartered her dignity for mere noodles. As they returned to their room, the onlookers continued to mock them. For packets of noodles? That innkeeper doesn't even sell anything. Did Yong Yu sell herself for those? Jiang Dabao entered the room, seemingly deaf to the ridicule surrounding him. As the door closed behind him, Feng rose from the sofa and approached him. Upon seeing the small white plastic bag in his hand, she gasped in disbelief, nearly stumbling backward. You. My goodness, you foolish spendthrift. I told you not to spend any money. Do you think that paltry sum is enough to feed us through the blizzard? And you stingy miser, what's wrong with spending a little? Must you wait for Dabao to pay for everything? If that innkeeper stops selling tomorrow, are we to starve? Chapter 62. Perilous Situations. The killing intent of cold wind. Yong Yu sat on the ground, overwhelmed by despair. As she listened to Feng and Oppo's incessant tirade of insults and accusations, tears streamed down her face. The injustice was suffocating. She had compromised her own well-being for the sake of others, only to be unceremoniously questioned in return. Seizing the moment, Feng, feeling empowered by Yong Yu's tears, pressed on, crying, Are we? You think this will compel Dabao to settle your debts? What is so wrong with spending a little money? Our family has earned it. You think the betrothal gifts will come at your expense? With these words, Feng unleashed the pent-up frustration that had long burdened her heart. Previously, Yong Yu had manipulated Jiang Dabao into providing financial support with the phrase, Don't let me suffer losses, which ultimately filled her own coffers. Now, with her grievances aired, Feng felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Yong Yu, however, remained silent, only sobbing louder. Jiang Dabao, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, felt a surge of pain. Unable to bear his mother's relentless criticism any longer, he interjected sharply, Feng, enough already. Those 4 instant noodles were purchased with Yong Yu and Oppo's entire savings. Do you have any idea how unscrupulous that hotel owner is? He charged her 25,000 for a single packet. How can you blame her without understanding the situation? Yes, perhaps Yong Yu may have disappointed you in the past, but hasn't she changed now? With that, Jiang Dabao cast a disapproving glare at his mother, gently cradling Yong Yu to soothe her cries. Feng, witnessing this, felt a surge of frustration. The authority she had just established as a mother-in-law crumbled in an instant. All due to her precious son. Why should Yong Yu's change in behavior dictate how she, as a mother, was spoken to? Wasn't her intention to ensure a better life for him after marriage? It seemed foolish to consider his feelings at every turn. With these thoughts, Feng too felt a sense of grievance. Yet, due to her age and status, She could not act out in the same way as Yong Yu without risking ridicule. In her frustration, she stomped on the foot of her husband, Jiang Jin, causing him to yelp in pain. "You old fool. Why are you stepping on me? You should be confronting that hotel owner. With prices like these, we could easily file a complaint with the business bureau," Jiang Jin shouted, igniting Jia Yufeng's fighting spirit. 100,000 yuan for 4 packets of instant noodles? Surely, they could lodge a complaint, and with the evidence of the transaction, that unscrupulous owner would be brought to justice and their money returned. With determination, Jia Yufeng seized Jiang Dabao's hand and declared, "Let us go. We need to confront that hotel owner. 100,000 for 4 measly packets? He must be out of his mind. Our family's money is not to be trifled with." As they marched down the corridor, the sound of their shoes echoed crisply against the floor, reviving the previously subdued hallway. Upon reaching the storeroom door, Jia Yufeng knocked forcefully. Meanwhile, Cold Wind and his companions were faced with an unexpected danger as a massive snowball plummeted from above, threatening to crush both a middle-aged man and Cold Wind himself. The man's eyes widened in horror, frozen in disbelief. Cold Wind, however, reacted swiftly, instinctively shoving the man aside. Chapter 63. Massacre? Cold Feng's ruthless demeanor, this frigid countenance, sent a jolt through Shen Mabai's heart. Subsequently, a dozen figures emerged from the building, braving the snowstorm. They brandished an assortment of weapons, some long, some short. The longer ones were cleavers affixed to wooden sticks, intended for hacking. The shorter ones were simply boning knives pilfered from the kitchen. A veritable rogues gallery. As they approached, Cold Feng's heart turned to ice. He drew 2 pistols from his waist, aiming them at the oncoming horde. The blizzard obscured their vision, preventing them from discerning Cold Feng and Appo's presence until they were mere meters away. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. The final 3 meters. The man wielding the extended cleaver stick was the first to register the dark muzzles of Cold Feng and Appo's pistols. His face contorted in astonishment. Just as he was about to speak, a chorus of urgent voices erupted from behind. "Hurry, kill them, retrieve the goods, it and Appo's freezing out here. Don and Appo's, just stand there. Stab him. Hey, are you getting cold feet?" The cacophony of prodding voices filled his mouth with a mouthful of fierce northwesterly wind, rendering him speechless. Then, a deafening bang reverberated through the air. The sound of the gunshot, though muffled by the raging blizzard, still cut through the noise. The others were caught off guard. Cold Feng had already chambered rounds in both pistols. He aimed at their heads, firing shot after shot. Bang, bang, bang. At such close range, the bullets and Appo's trajectories were virtually unaffected by the blizzard. Each found its mark with deadly precision. The dozen or so individuals, unable to even utter a cry of terror, collapsed into the snow. Fountains of blood gushed from their wounds, only to be instantly frozen by the frigid air. Their bloodstains were quickly concealed by the relentless blizzard. As if nothing had transpired, Cold Feng stooped down, searching their bodies. After confirming that they were all of his own nationality, a shadow of melancholy crossed his face. "I had presumed they were foreign spies. I never imagined," Cold Feng murmured, tossing the recovered identification cards onto the ground. Shen Mabai and Appo's eyes widened as he beheld the discarded IDs. Chinese citizens? Had his own countrymen truly descended to preying on passers-by? The ice and snow disaster had only been raging for a mere 10 days, and the blizzard had even abated the day before. With the nation emphasizing rescue and order, how could they band together to assault and rob others? Was it a tragedy, or had the depravity of human nature become irrepressible? From above, the family members awaiting their triumphant return erupted in cheers, as if celebrating a victory. Cold Feng merely glanced up, uninterested in a wholesale slaughter. Had they been spies, he would have shown no mercy, storming the building without hesitation. But these people, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Besides, without these able-bodied men to carry out their raids, they would lack the means to continue their assaults. This situation needed to be reported to the authorities upon Shen Mabai and Appo's return home. "Let and Appo's go," Cold Feng said softly, leading Shen Mabai toward the area where the iron blocks had struck the ground. The iron blocks had shattered the ice, and the ensuing blizzard had quickly filled the gaps, integrating them into the icy surface. The family of 3, whom he had presumed were doomed, were huddled together, miraculously unscathed. Cold Feng stared at them in disbelief. "Did you save them?" he whispered, the words catching in his throat. As a first-hand witness, he was acutely aware of where the iron blocks had landed. Considering the family's prior location, Even if they had been fortunate enough to avoid the initial impact, it was impossible for them to have emerged completely unharmed. Especially the hypothermic middle-aged man. The iron block had struck precisely where his head had been. Yet, they were alive and well, leaving only one explanation. Jiang Jin, who had been silently by his side, must have intervened to save them. A warmth spread through cold Feng's heart. He addressed the family of three. Let's take shelter in the building next door. Drink some hot water, raise his body temperature, and then continue your journey. Yes, yes. The middle-aged woman replied, nodding vigorously. She attempted to help her husband to his feet, but her strength was insufficient. The man's weight proved too much, and she stumbled, pulling him down with her. Bang, bang. Both fell to the ground, the child caught beneath them. A cry of distress pierced the air. Cold Feng shook his head in resignation as he observed their plight. Alas, they are reaping what they have sown. Bending down, Cold Feng helped the middle-aged man to his feet. The woman, clutching her suitcase, followed Cold Feng through the window and into the adjacent building. A bonfire crackled, casting flickering shadows. Cold Feng boiled water for them, while he consumed his own rations to replenish his energy. After regaining some strength, the middle-aged man turned to Cold Feng and expressed his gratitude. Hello, I and Amp. Oppos, am Zhao Dafu, and I and Amp. Oppos, am grateful for your assistance. This is my wife, Lin Shi. Cold Feng replied, his expression remaining impassive. The man, understanding the unspoken message, returned to his seat without further ado. The warmth of the fire and the revitalizing hot water, combined with the military-grade cold weather gear, quickly restored circulation to their frozen limbs. After consuming some of the food offered by Cold Feng and his companions, they prepared to leave. A series of violent knocks echoed from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Open up, you hear? You brought back food and didn't share it with the rest of us upstairs? You're starting a fire down there? That's right, Du Tianji. Your son is starving. You're hogging all the food? Are you trying to choke yourself to death? And any of you men down there, open the door now. We can smell the aroma. The agitated residents continued their tirade, their pounding on the door growing more intense. Zhao Dafu and his family trembled with fear. These were the very people who had rolled snowballs down from the roof. They had come for them. They glanced at Cold Feng and his companions, who remained calm, continuing to eat their food. Seeing their composure and the array of dark firearms, they were instantly reassured. Cold Feng had dispatched a large group of armed individuals with ease. These were just women. It should be a simple task. After finishing his meal, Cold Feng removed the magazine from his pistol. He meticulously reloaded each bullet before reinserting it into the weapon. Click, click. With a dual report, 2 pistols were primed. Outside the door, the women, receiving no immediate response, hesitated to breach the entrance. Impatiently, they resorted to implements, assailing the door with forceful blows. Bang, bang. Their muttered imprecations grew in intensity. Refuse to open, will you? Hoard the victuals for yourselves. Selfish reprobates, you shall rue this day. The door handle and lock succumbed to another hammer blow, shattering open with a resounding crack. The door splintered, revealing a chasm of impenetrable darkness. Eagerly, the throng of women and their children surged forward, pushing the door asunder. Chapter 64. The crippled Jiang Dabao and the brazen threat within the confines of the hotel. Jia Yufeng rapped upon the warehouse door. From within, a languorous voice emerged. We do not sell supplies. If you wish to purchase, kindly depart. Seeing that the hotel proprietor did not even show his face and had locked the iron door from inside, a surge of inexplicable rage ignited within Jia Yufeng's core. With hands firmly planted on her hips, she bellowed towards the interior. Not selling? I reckon you've accumulated enough ill-gotten gains and dare not earn any more. Am I right? Let the crowd be the judge. This unscrupulous hotel owner is selling instant noodles at exorbitant prices. At this juncture, she hesitated, glancing back at her son. Jiang Dabao immediately understood, raising his voice in tandem with her indignation. For 100,000, you offer a mere 4 packets of instant noodles? Why don't you just rob someone instead? Bullying a vulnerable woman. Spit out the money, or I swear I will end you. The duo and Oppos' vehement denunciation drew the attention of several guests, who peeked out to witness the commotion. Upon recognizing Jia Yufeng and Jiang Dabao, they could hardly contain their amusement. Whispering amongst themselves, are they confronting the hotel owner? 100,000 for 4 packets of noodles? No amount of money could possibly persuade him to sell, I'm sure. I recall a mother who, for her daughter's sake, had to compromise her dignity with the hotel owner just to procure some noodles. Perhaps Yong Yu was too embarrassed to admit she had to submit to the hotelier to obtain her noodles, leading to the misunderstanding that she had paid for them. How amusing indeed. Feng, oblivious to the distant murmurs, felt her confidence swell as onlookers gathered to watch the spectacle. Meanwhile, the hotel owner, perturbed by Feng's tirade, retorted, "Charge you? What nonsense. Since the third day of the blizzard, I haven't sold a single item. The notion that I extorted 100,000 from you is absurd. If you believe I have wronged you, feel free to report me. I am not one to be swayed by greed." This proclamation left Feng momentarily speechless. No sales. His conviction was too compelling to be mere deception, and Jiang Dabao was suddenly thrown into a panic. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Feng, and began to rain blows upon the door with his fists, the sound echoing like thunder. Bang, bang, bang. As he pounded on the door, he shouted with fervor, "Open up. Explain yourself. What do you mean you haven't sold food since that day? What have you been selling? You provided those noodles to Yong Yu. What have you done to her?" The raw intensity of his roar sent shockwaves through the hotel owner, who was hidden behind the iron door. He could sense that, were it not for the barrier, he would have been torn apart by the fury of the man outside. Strangely, the previously inaudible whispers now surged into Jiang Dabao's ears. That woman was his wife? One must admit, it's quite the bargain to trade one's body for 4 packets of noodles. Such a paltry price. Even those on the streets would refuse such an offer. How did his wife consent to such a thing? Though she appears somewhat aged, she still possesses a certain charm. Perhaps we should pool together for 8 packets of noodles. Feng could not discern the ensuing discussions, but she noticed her son's complexion reddened. Feng gazed sorrowfully at her son, who was clutching his ankle with both hands, and wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "My dear Bao Bao, how could the hotel owner dare to assault you so brazenly? This is a blatant violation of the law. Is there no justice left in this world? I shall report this black-hearted fiend, guilty of rape and willful harm, and see him brought to justice." It seemed that the hotel owner, hidden behind the iron door, had grown weary of her lamentations. He threatened her once more, menacingly declaring, "I care not whether you choose to report this or not. If you do not take your son, who is already injured, away, I shall ensure that I break his other leg as well." Chapter 65. A Vengeful Lament. Was Feng a demon of slaughter? Hearing the menacing words from within the armored vehicle, Jiang Dabao was instantly petrified. Thud. The sound of the green turtle with a broken leg. The last thought in Jiang Dabao's mind before his rage consumed him. Seeing Dabao collapsing backward, Feng instinctively reached out to catch him. However, clumsy as she was, her attempt failed, and she was pulled down with him. Her corpulent, elderly frame landed squarely on Jiang Dabao. Already unconscious, Jiang Dabao's eyes bulged from the impact. He succumbed to a second wave of unconsciousness. By the time Feng scrambled off him, Jiang Dabao's breathing was shallow and labored, and she was seized with panic. Frantically shaking him, she slapped his face with considerable force. She swore it was the first time she had ever struck Jiang Dabao. But her anxiety drove her to hit him with excessive force, causing his face to swell. The pain roused Jiang Dabao from his stupor. Seeing him awake, Feng embraced him, weeping uncontrollably. Jiang Dabao, trapped in her arms, struggled for breath, his face turning crimson. Once freed from her grasp, Jiang Dabao gasped for air. Nearly suffocated, he glared at Feng, resentment evident. "We and Oppos, we going back to get your father. We and Oppos, LL come for him as a family," Feng soothed. Jiang Dabao, having momentarily forgotten the hotel owner's insults due to his near suffocation, now recalled them with Feng's reminder. A surge of anger coursed through him as he rasped in a voice nearly lost, "This cannot be allowed to stand." Hearing Jiang Dabao's hoarse, almost inaudible roar, Feng was overcome with sympathy. She nodded repeatedly in agreement. How could a daughter-in-law of the Jiang family be so unchaste? How could she so blatantly cuckold her son? Even with all her affection for her son, Feng would never tolerate such behavior. She had already given up hope of confronting the hotel owner, as they were still residing in his establishment. If he refused to sell them food and then cut off the electricity to their room, they would be truly destitute. Therefore, her animosity was solely directed at Yong Yu, who had lost her virtue. Even if Yong Yu was a victim, it was irrelevant to her. Feng's priorities always rested on the perpetuation of the Jiang lineage. Meanwhile, on Feng's side of the story, the women armed with hammers and other weapons burst through the broken door, children in tow. However, The sight of several dark gun barrels brought them to an abrupt halt. Those in the rear, oblivious to the situation, continued to push forward, shouting, "Keep moving. Don't crowd the doorway. What delicacies have these scoundrels got that have you all mesmerized? Surely not human flesh. Wherein and Oppos? T the frozen corpses supposed to be stored? We Haven and Oppos. T resorted to cannibalism yet." Amidst the exclamations, they squeezed through the crowd, their legs instantly becoming weak. They leaned backward, attempting to retreat, but the women behind them would not allow it. Unusually united, they braced their arms to hold back those trying to escape, even resorting to physical force against those who actively tried to retreat. It was no laughing matter. If they retreated, they would be the ones facing the bullets directly. No one would risk their life. Gulp. The sound of nervous swallowing passed through the crowd of women. "Are you soldiers?" A woman asked Leng Feng and his companions timidly. If they were soldiers, they would at least be safe, regardless of their actions. Even if they had caused someone's death, soldiers would not indiscriminately open fire and kill them, nor would they be so depraved as to occupy the building and imprison them. But if they were not soldiers, but rather bandits who had stolen weapons, they would be doomed. Death might not be the only option, but it would certainly be the ultimate outcome. Leng Feng, observing their apprehension, bellowed, "Get out." At this single word, the women and children scattered like a defeated army. Hammers were dropped on the floor as they turned and pushed each other toward the exit. However, the doorway was narrow, and many of the middle-aged women had gained weight after childbirth, particularly in certain areas, causing them to become stuck. The doorway was blocked. The simultaneous exertion from several directions was ineffective. Forces acted against each other, negating any progress. It would have been easier to simply push forward. However, in their panic, no one had the presence of mind to consider this. Suddenly, the middle-aged women trapped in the doorway began to hurl insults. "Get your fat ass out of the way. You and Oppos, re-blocking me and my child. I told you to lose weight, but you kept talking about and Oppos, secondary growth and Oppos, and told me not to be jealous. Well, I and Oppos am jealous now. Can you please get off the door? Kick her in the waist. If she falls, her ass might get unstuck." As the words were spoken, someone actually kicked. Each of them, desperate to survive, kicked with malicious intent, truly opening the way. Leng Feng stood by, coldly observing their flight. He then turned to his companions and said, "Let's pack up and leave." With that, he turned and walked toward the window, followed by the other 6. Once again, they set out on the road back to Jiang Jin's house. The women, of course, had no time to return upstairs and interfere again. They huddled together, patting their chests. Once they were certain that Leng Feng and his group were not following, they let out a collective sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Luckily, they were soldiers, or we would have been in serious trouble. Indeed, my daughter is only 12 years old. If she had fallen into the hands of those beasts, who knows what might have happened to her? Who kicked me in the kidneys? My back is killing me. Someone, please help me up. Suddenly, a wail arose from the crowd, drawing everyone and Oppos' attention to her. Her voluptuous figure was the object of envy. If there were any adult men present, they would have been captivated by her form. But there were none, and no one was willing to lend her a hand. "Say, where are our men?" As the women averted their gaze, one of them voiced the question that was on everyone's mind, reigniting the tense atmosphere. "Oh, dear God, there were soldiers in that room. Where did my husband go? My child's father is missing. Let's go find them." They couldn't have gone to another building, could they? As they spoke, the women ran outside. The sight of the men lying in the snow filled them with a sense of overwhelming dread. They burst into tears, but their tears quickly froze to their faces. Let them be unable to perceive the world outside. Clutching the lifeless body, she retreated into the building. The ice that had once obscured her vision began to show signs of melting. In the harsh reality of the outdoors, tears were an unthinkable indulgence. In temperatures plunging below 60 degrees, her tears could freeze into ice lumps within her very eyes. Even upon entering the warmth of indoors, those ice formations would take their time to dissolve. Moreover, her eyes would require a prolonged period to recover from the assault of the frost. Gunshot wounds. It was those soldiers, it was them. A woman cried out in horror upon seeing the fatal injury on her husband and Oppos' head. How could they dare to massacre so ruthlessly, leaving not a single survivor? Damn it, I must expose them, a band of savages. As her words echoed in the air, one by one, women feigned victimhood. Grasping their phones, they recorded videos, lamenting their plight. The public discourse of Tianhai City erupted in an instant. The populace was already fraught with irritation due to the sudden onset of a second blizzard. Now, witnessing the military executing individuals indiscriminately in the streets. Their anger had nowhere to channel. All their fury was unleashed online. Some astute women had previously captured candid shots of the soldiers and oppos' faces, which they shared in the comments section, enhancing the credibility of their videos. Seeking justice. Soldiers unleashed slaughter in residential areas, disregarding civilian lives. Clicking through revealed women weeping over their husbands' corpses. Draped in white mourning garments, they tearfully accused the passing soldiers of cold front. They recounted how these intruders forcibly entered, plundered their provisions, and ruthlessly gunned down their men. In their narratives, Cold Front and his men appeared as demons, exceedingly cruel. The comments section overflowed with vitriolic remarks, each garnering hundreds of thousands of likes. Loves to eat bear cookies. Oh my. So that's why I didn't TC any military rescue. They were too busy aiding the wealthy. That's Zhao Dafeng, a renowned entrepreneur in Tianhai City. Mozenren. We were too restrained in our previous views on national rescue. First, they save the affluent, then the common folk. If the wealthy face peril, what significance remains for the lives of the common people? Lulu May's worries. To slaughter civilians wantonly for the sake of the wealthy's lives. This is the people's army. TSK. No wonder I remarked that the blizzard halted for a day and a half without seeing any aid. It turns out I simply don't deserve it. The online discourse thrust the military of Tianhai City into the forefront of public outrage. In Commander Lu's office, fury burned fiercely in his eyes. Look at how the narrative has been twisted by the internet. Cold Front was carrying out his mission for the sake of the entire nation, and now he is being vilified as a murderer of innocent civilians. It is utterly malicious. Chapter 66. Jiang Dabao's new moniker, Grandpa Turtle. Censor and remove the videos. Commander Lu's directive echoed from the military region, swiftly reaching the short video platforms. In Tianhai City, authorities, under immediate pressure, commenced deletion, systematically taking down all related videos. However, such censorship proved futile against the city's residents, who, confined to their homes, took to the internet to voice their grievances with sardonic commentary. The actions only served to further tarnish the image of Feng and his fellow soldiers, with their reputation being further blackened. Fueled by malicious intent, the issue escalated, transcending local boundaries and igniting a nationwide controversy. Trending Topic 1. Soldiers indiscriminately slaughter civilians. Related videos censored. What secrets are being concealed? Trending Topic 2. The destruction of over a dozen families. Should the responsibility fall on the wealthy tycoon or the soldiers involved? Trending Topic 3. Are our tax dollars ultimately being used as bullets aimed at us? These trending topics sent shivers down the spines of the social media platform executives. Regardless of who was instigating the uproar, they dared not endorse it and were forced to intervene manually. Feng and his comrades, struggling through the snow, remained oblivious to the online storm. Meanwhile, the slanderous women, seeking sympathy, refrained from posting videos but transformed into their own online army, relentlessly disseminating evidence and amplifying the incident and oppos' notoriety. Zhuang and oppos' mom. Are we sure this is the right thing to do? Xilinx mom, what are you afraid of? The government's involvement only guarantees us compensation. We've already secured the metal fragments. Any attempt to explain it away will be futile, forcing them to admit to intentional homicide. So, you and oppos, re-saying if we keep the issue alive until the blizzard subsides. We and oppos, receive government assistance? For ourselves, for our children, let and oppos, rally. If they censor us, we and oppos, simply create new accounts. United, their cohesion reached unprecedented levels. Suddenly, a power line, violently ripped loose by the blizzard, crashed down. Crackling, the line sparked upon contact with the snowstorm before quickly burning out. The entire area plunged into darkness. The women, who had been fervently presenting their evidence under the lamplight, were now seized by panic. Zhuang's mom. Do you think the government located us and cut off our power? What? Can the government really pinpoint our IP address and cut off our electricity? That and oppos, ruthless. Without power, our heating will fail, and we and oppos, freeze to death. I told you we should and oppos, antagonize the authorities, I told you. I don and oppos, want to freeze to death. Cries of anguish erupted from their lips. The once unbreakable alliance began to crumble, teetering on the brink of collapse. We can't give in. This needs to be reported. Zhuang's mom declared, her face grim. If we yield, they'll never restore the power. They'll fabricate a story about a circuit malfunction, But do you believe that? The power never failed during the previous days of the blizzard. Now, suddenly, it's malfunctioning because of our online activity? We must unite and expose the government's deliberate act of cutting off our power and attempted murder. Her impassioned words were met with nods of agreement. In the hotel, Jiang Dabao, dragging his battered body, returned to his room. Yong Yu, upon seeing him, hurriedly wiped away her tears and rushed to his side. Asking with concern, "Dabao, what happened to your ankle? Did you sprain it?" Faced with Yong Yu's concern, a trace of crimson blood trickled from Jiang Dabao's lips. His seemingly innocent and naive girlfriend had committed such an act behind his back. Yet, she could still dry her tears and comfort him. He had only thought she had been cheated out of money, but it turned out she had prostituted herself for food. How could she be so cheap? Jiang Dabao lamented inwardly, but he couldn't bring himself to hate her. Perhaps he simply lacked the strength of character. He was only fierce and domineering towards Jiang Pundi and Jia Yufeng. Seeing Yong Yu reach out to embrace her precious Dabao, Jia Yufeng shoved her away with such force that the unsuspecting Yong Yu landed on her backside. Yong Yu fell to the ground, her face etched with confusion and grief, tears threatening to spill. Jiang Dabao felt a pang of sympathy, but Jia Yufeng remained unmoved, her eyes blazing as she scolded, "You unchaste hussy! You dare sell your body for food? Does my family lack your portion? You see how cheap you are, trading. You desperately traded, tarnishing the reputation of the Jiang family, and all you got were 4 pieces of bread. If I were you, I would be so ashamed that I would find a tofu block and bash my head against it. Crying. And you still come back to cry in front of our Dabao, causing our Dabao to misunderstand and confront the hotel owner, only to be humiliated. He even broke Dabao's ankle, calling him a cuckold. All of this is because of you." Her final roar struck Yong Yu's heart like a hammer. The words echoed in her mind, reverberating incessantly. It was all because of her that he had his leg broken and was humiliated by the hotel owner. Tears streamed from her eyes. Jiang Dabao Kuden and Appos, T-Bear to see her distress, and said to Jia Yufeng, "Stop it. Wasn't and Appos, T-Yon you coerced? The only 4 pieces of bread we have were obtained by her. We should unite and confront the hotel owner." Hearing his outburst, Jia Yufeng and Appos' heart raced. Was he really going to take the old man to confront the hotel owner? She doubted that her father, Jiang Xingjian, would agree. Realizing this, she turned to look at Jiang Xingjian, only to find him averting his gaze. This infuriated Jia Yufeng, but she felt helpless. She had known Jiang Xingjian the longest and understood his character better than anyone. "Forget it. The 2 of us women can't possibly defeat the hotel owner," Jia Yufeng sighed. Jiang Dabao, seeing that his mother was forcing him to swallow his pride, widened his eyes in disbelief. He pointed a trembling finger at Jia Yufeng, about to speak. When Jia Yufeng lamented, "If Pundi had delivered the food earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation. Ultimately, this is all Jiang Jin's fault." Upon hearing this, Jiang Dabao, who had been filled with resentment towards Jia Yufeng, was momentarily bewildered. After grasping his mother's logic, his anger reignited. His eyes fixed on the window. "Let's go find Jiang Pundi. If she hadn't withheld the food, Yang, you wouldn't have suffered this humiliation. All of her things were originally mine. But she didn't send them to me, selfishly enjoying them herself. How could I have such a sister?" Jiang Dabao roared, his agitation palpable. Yong Yu was terrified by his outburst. At present, she finds herself utterly helpless, reduced to weeping in Jiang Dabao's embrace, seeking his sympathy. She is acutely aware that had it not been for Jiang Dabao, she might have already been expelled by Jia Yufeng and her ilk. The ultimate fate she would face would likely be to become a mere plaything for the innkeeper, by aligning herself with Jiang Dabao's family. Particularly once she reaches Jiang Jin's side, she can at least anticipate a few months, even years, of a life devoid of financial worries. This thought involuntarily conjures images in her mind of the live stream, showcasing Jiang Jin and Appos' stockpiling of goods, primarily long-lasting canned products. There exists a sufficient supply of rice, flour, and cooking oil, ensuring sustenance even amidst potential power outages. "Let us go," Jia Yufeng remarked, observing her son's furious demeanor, inhaling deeply in response. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingjian, the elder of the Jiang family, upon hearing that Jia Yufeng intended to head to the Inhui garden community where her daughter resided, felt his pupils constrict in disbelief. Shock evident upon his face. Go over there? The blizzard raged fiercely outside, with a direct distance of 2,000 meters ahead. They were surely at risk of freezing to death en route. Contemplating this, Jiang Xingjian parted his lips, poised to object. Yet, Jiang Dabao, Feng, and Yong Yu had already exited the door, denying him an opportunity to voice his concerns. In the corridor, the sound of their footsteps piqued the curiosity of onlookers. And upon recognizing Jiang Dabao's family, one audacious individual could not resist exclaiming, "Oh, is old Turtle about to confront the innkeeper?" Chapter 67, The Frozen Gate. The arrival of Mother Jia upon hearing the derisive remark, Jiang Dabao nearly stumbled. Fortunately, Yong Yu was there to steady him. Though the epithets hurled at Jiang Dabao stirred a dormant malevolence within her, causing a subtle tremor to course through her. Stepping out of the guest house, the frigid blast of the blizzard assaulted them. Jiang Dabao felt the biting cold pierce his very core, instinctively hunching his neck. His head, unprotected, was completely exposed to the tempest. The -65°C gale was simply unbearable for ordinary individuals. Almost instantly, his ears went numb. In a desperate move, Jiang Dabao shoved aside Feng and Yong Yu, who were supporting him, and darted back into the guest house. Although the guest house corridors lacked heating, the occupied rooms had their air conditioning cranked up to a uniform 30°C, barely maintaining a temperature of around 20 degrees. Yet, this was enough to make the corridor feel relatively warmer, given the stark temperature difference. Re-entering the guest house, Jiang Dabao frantically rubbed his hands together, then pressed them against his ears to warm them. Feng and the others swiftly followed suit, clearly suffering from the cold as well. Observing Jiang Dabao and Apos' disheveled state, Feng hastily patted him down, brushing off the accumulating snow. "We can end Apos. Stay out there without a hat," Jiang Dabao exclaimed, punctuating his words with a sneeze. Feng, her heart aching, nodded in agreement. "Mother will make you a hat right away, one that will keep you nice and warm." With that, the family retreated to their previous room, left with no choice but to improvise with the materials at hand. The survivors who had mocked the Jiang family earlier couldn't resist another round of jeers upon their return. Well, if it isn't the Jiangs, who were so eager to brave the blizzard. "What brings you back? You refused to search for supplies when the storm abated, but now you want to venture out? Serves you right for being frozen back. I Don and Apos. Know how people like you even survived the first blizzard." The scornful voices echoed incessantly, causing Jiang Dabao to hang his head in shame. Once the makeshift hat was ready, they cautiously opened the guest house door again. This time, they managed to withstand the blizzard, at least for a short while. As he was being assisted, Jiang Dabao remarked to Feng, "I must say, this hat you made is quite warm. Even though the wind still howls, it and Apos' much better." He was still rambling on when a gust of icy wind rushed into his mouth. Feng and Yong Yu, however, didn't hear him. "What did you say?" they asked loudly, their voices tinged with confusion. Nothing, Jiang Dabao replied, shaking his head and muttering under his breath as they trudged through the blizzard. With each step, Jiang Dabao felt the crunch of the snow beneath his feet reverberate in his ears. The peculiar sensation traveled up through his soles, accompanied by an unbearable chill. Each step was an ordeal, the frigid cold relentlessly tormenting Jiang Dabao's frayed nerves, contorting his face in agony. However, the howling blizzard made communication nearly impossible, and every attempt to speak was met with a mouthful of icy air, exacerbating his body's heat loss. Eventually, he could only grit his teeth and persevere, though his ankles had long since turned purple from the piercing cold. Unaware, he continued to lean on Yong Yu and Feng for support. Huddled together, the trio managed to share a fraction of their warmth, while Jiang Xinjian, isolated and unsupported, rapidly lost body heat. With cautious breaths, Feng pressed on, now a mere 100 meters from the welcoming garden residential complex. Just a little further, he thought, and I can finally rest. Turning to the family, Feng asked with emphasis, "Can you hold on?" The family nodded in unison, their resolve firm. With their affirmation, Feng once again braved the storm, heading towards the complex. Reaching the entrance, he noticed that the barrier, which had once blocked vehicles, had been raised. Furthermore, the area where the barrier would normally descend was encased in a thick wall of ice. Feng refused to believe that it had been formed by simply pouring water. It was too precise. Who would be so bored as to build an ice wall at the complex entrance? To block whom? The wall was only a little over a meter high, and with a few more weeks or months of blizzard, it could easily be stepped over. "Looks like I and Apos LL have to climb the fence," Feng mused, eyeing the iron railing. The accumulated ice had made it easy to scale. He couldn't help but wonder who had the audacity to block the main entrance. Meanwhile, back at her home, Jiang Jin reclined comfortably in her armchair, gently swaying back and forth, her languid posture evoking envy in anyone who laid eyes on her. Retrieving her phone from her storage space, Jiang Jin was immediately bombarded with a flurry of notifications. A glance at the caller ID revealed an astounding 99 missed calls. A quick scan confirmed that they were all from the same number, the Jiang family, still refusing to give up. They still sought to exploit her resources. Opening her messaging app, Jiang Yu Feng and Apos S messages were marked with countless red dots. Clicking through, Jiang Yu Feng and Apos S messages appeared. Jia Yu Feng, that heartless guest house owner is cuckolding your brother. He wanted Apos to get away with this. Jia Yu Feng, your brother and Apos S legs were broken by him. Contact your doctors so I can bring him to you. Jia Yu Feng, we can join forces and get rid of Yong Yu. She doesn't deserve to marry into the Jiang family. Jia Yu Feng, don't play dead. Is it so hard for your mother to ask for your help? Is this how you repay my kindness? Jiang Jin and Apos S jaw dropped as she read the messages. However, she quickly regained her composure. Had she been kept in the dark as in her previous life, she would and Apos T have been able to discern Yong Yu and Apos S true character. But this time, her eyes were wide open. Not only had she caught Yong Yu and her so-called brother Jiang in the act, but she had also glimpsed the true intentions lurking in her heart. She now had a clear understanding of her. It came as no surprise that she was cheating on Jiang Dabao, a man of his ilk. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Jin composed a message and sent it to Jia Yu Feng. Jiang Jin, Don and Apos, T come. No one here will cater to your family and Apos S needs. Closing the messaging app, Jiang Jin casually opened a short video app. The trending topics instantly caught her eye, and the sensational headlines sent a chill down her spine. Chapter 68, Cleansing the Stigma of Leng Feng, a warning shot. In the overcast Tianhai city, how long can one hide the truth? The soldiers' violence against civilians is an undeniable fact, yet an unseen hand obscures the reality. With no avenue for redress, the entire community suffers from power outages, awaiting a grim fate. One incident caught my attention, revolving around Leng Feng and others retaliating against the assailants. However, the narrative they spun transformed the situation entirely, from a desperate counterattack to a calculated massacre for resources. The individuals posting these claims were utterly misguided. Yet, so many believed them. Jiang Jin was increasingly shocked, especially upon encountering photographs of the deceased. It was evident that this was a premeditated attack. Fortunately, she possessed the original video of the ambush on Leng Feng and his companions. Capitalizing on her account and Apos S considerable popularity in Tianhai City, she knew posting it would undoubtedly elevate the discourse, garnering support from detractors and fans alike. To her surprise, those who had previously criticized her for being unfilial and selfish could now serve a purpose. After editing and sharing the full video, Jiang Jin settled in to await the response. Within a mere 10 seconds, the review was completed, and she received a flurry of comments. However, most were meaningless spam, irrelevant chatter, or unabashed insults. Jiang Jin chose to ignore them. She recognized that the engagement from her critics could help amplify her video and Apos S reach. Within 10 minutes, she was astounded to see the view count soar to 5 million. Such rapid dissemination would be remarkable even in times of peace. It seemed the platform was actively promoting her content. Jiang Jin mused, glancing at her video, which had climbed to the top of the trending list. As she began to peruse the popular comments, forever, the reality is that these individuals attacked soldiers on a mission. If it weren't for this video, I might have spent my life being manipulated. Little Pine Nut King. These people are despicable, throwing iron snowballs from above. If they hit, wouldn't that jeopardize the soldiers' mission? How dare they complain online? Stainless steel rod. I wondered why the authorities acted so swiftly. It turns out there were underlying reasons. It was not the soldiers and Apos' fault at all. Jiang Jin observed the improving sentiments in the comments, knowing that most people were thinking critically. However, some were curious about the source of her video. She merely rolled her eyes, choosing not to respond. After all, she couldn't and Apos T disclose her spatial abilities, could she? In an office in Kyoto, Commander Liu was initially troubled. How could he vindicate Leng Feng? He understood Leng Feng well. Had those individuals not posed a threat to his mission, Leng Feng would never have harmed civilians. Protecting the integrity of heroes was his unwavering principle. Otherwise, who would respond proactively to the nation's call for arduous tasks after retirement? Commander Liu clapped his hands in realization. The release of this video was brilliant. To his astonishment, the one aiding Leng Feng and Apos Vindication was none other than his tenant. How intriguing. He was acutely aware of Jiang Jin's identity, a social media influencer embroiled in familial discord, selling her house and seeking loans. She had transformed Feng and Dabao's residence into a military-grade shelter. There was something peculiar about it all. Yet, since it posed no threat to others, he chose to overlook it. Perhaps some individuals are born with foresight, able to perceive certain future events, such as the current calamity. But that was where it ended. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had countless talented individuals, with numerous verifiable precedents. As for the notion of reincarnation, Commander Liu was skeptical. In his mind, he classified Jiang Jin among those with innate knowledge. Someone, Commander Liu bellowed at the door. Immediately, a young man in military attire entered, awaiting orders. Go to the comments under Jiang Jin and Dabao's video and disclose Feng and Dabao's identity and mission. Understood. The young man replied without hesitation and promptly left. Online. The revelation from the military and Dabao's verified account caused Jiang Jin and Dabao's comment section to explode once more. The total number of comments soared from 500,000 to 6 million. It was evident that all survivors were now aware. Military Blue V. The shooter in the video is the renowned soldier Feng, holding the rank of colonel. With a mission classification of SSS, tasked with rescuing the cold-resistant plant researcher, Shenmabe. A brief explanation, coupled with the evidence from the video, resulted in an instantaneous reversal of public opinion. Little gray, what a spectacle. The military has intervened, and those accounts that spread rumors deserve their bans. Ching. So, the power outage in their community wasn't a targeted action by the authorities, but rather a circuit malfunction? Sorrowful celebrity. I thought it impossible for the authorities to isolate a community's power supply. It turns out it was an electrical fault. Those who attacked the soldiers should be condemned. The Mahjong Room, cold-resistant plants. Sounds like a beneficial research endeavor for the country and its people. With this snowstorm plunging temperatures to minus 65 degrees Celsius, who knows what will happen to our food supplies? Jiang Jin, witnessing the influx of comments spurred by military Blue V and Dabao's involvement, felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She leaned back in her armchair, gently rocking into slumber. Her exertions to protect Feng during the mission had drained her energy significantly. Meanwhile, Feng, accompanied by 6 others, had finally returned to the front of the building. Observing the snowstorm that completely obscured the main exit, he pondered, would they have to break a window to gain entry? Whose window would it be? Feng quickly settled on apartment 202, previously occupied by Lei Yongjun and his cohorts. Breaking the window would absolve him of any responsibility. With this in mind, he took action, climbing to the 2nd floor and forcefully pushing against the glass. Bang! The glass emitted a dull thud. Inside, Lei Yongjun and his group, huddled together, looked up in alarm at the noise. Upon seeing the figure clinging to the window, a sense of dread washed over Lei Yongjun. He shouted, "Hey, Don and Dabao's, break it. Open the window and let him in." Upon hearing Lei Yongjun and Dabao's furious command, the surrounding ruffians sprang into action, swiftly unfastening the lock and lifting the window. The combined force of the storm and their efforts flung the window wide open, allowing a gust of frigid wind and a flurry of snow to rush inside, instantly melting upon contact. The temperature within the room plummeted. As Feng entered through the window, brandishing 2 handguns, he leveled them at the occupants, coldly commanding, "Everyone step back. Do not approach the window." As his words fell, to instill compliance and discourage any ill intentions, he fired a shot at the foot of one individual, and Dabao's. Bang! And Dabao's. The bullet shattered the floor tiles, embedding itself into the concrete. The ruffians, startled, scrambled for cover. A gun. A real gun. Chapter 69. The composed cold front and the astonished Shenmabe. "Brother, Don and Dabao's, point the gun at me. Be careful of accidental discharge." Lei Yongjun raised his hands hastily, noticing the muzzle of one of the guns aimed directly at him. What a joke. He was not ignorant of the internet. How could he not recognize Cold Front? The rumors about Cold Front and Dabao's appearance had circulated among the women, especially with the high-definition video released by Jiang Jin. They had seen his visage etched in their minds. Engaging with such a person, the king of special forces executing SSS-level missions, was an act of madness. The gruesome sight of those decapitated bodies still haunted him. As soldiers, accompanied by academician Shenmabe and a family of 3, climbed through the window one after the other. The last soldier finally shut the window. Watching Cold Front and his team move with such swiftness and order, Lei Yongjun's suspicions solidified. Jiang Jin must have military connections. Their arrival could only mean they were searching for Jiang Jin. How else could she have acquired a heavy machine gun? And where did the bullets come from? This was the city. If she were merely the internet celebrity that Cold Ningfang claimed, how could she afford such a fortified residence? It was evident that she had a direct channel to the military, or perhaps she was part of the military herself. Otherwise, how could her account have released a video to clarify matters for these individuals? As this realization struck him, cold sweat streamed down Lei Yongjun's back, soaking his clothes. His eyes were tightly shut, his throat constricted as he nervously swallowed. Huzi and Shuzi were even worse off. They collapsed on the ground, paralyzed with fear, appearing more pitiful than Cold Ningfang after their prolonged torment. Let and amp, oppose, esco. Cold Front gestured lightly, signaling two soldiers to escort Shen Mabai past the crowd. Once they had exited the room, Cold Front cautiously retreated, aware of the group of thugs. Unless they interfered with his mission, he had no intention of shooting them. Downstairs, after leaving the room, Cold Front ordered the few individuals beside him again. Upon hearing the command, the two soldiers advanced, clearing a path downward. When they reached the basement level and beheld the superalloy door, sturdier than a bank's vault, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Especially Shen Mabai, who, in disbelief, rushed forward and gently touched the alloy door, akin to a mother caressing her infant, and oppose, skin. Titanium alloy 9225, superalloy. This security level exceeds that of my laboratory's entrance by 2 grades. Cold Front, you cannot be telling me that this is where you reside. The security level here was astoundingly high. In an ordinary residential building, how could anyone invade and trouble him? Cold Front rolled his eyes at Shen Mabai's astonishment. You lack experience. As he spoke, Cold Front produced a specially designed 5-lock key and gently inserted it into the lock. With a click, the door unlocked, and he pulled the circular handle with force. The door emitted a series of high-decibel creaks as it swung open. Cold Front had mentally prepared for this. After all, the door was indeed heavy, and even a 1-centimeter elevation from the ground could create noise due to its immense weight. If there was one flaw, it was the button connecting the door to its frame. Should it malfunction, the door would crash down. At that point, opening it again would be a challenge. Please, enter, Cold Front said to Shen Mabai. Seeing this, Shen Mabai complied, stepping into Cold Front's abode first. The minimalist design featured only a sofa and a coffee table, alongside a marble dining table. Notably, a projector adorned the wall in the center of the living room, serving as the sole entertainment facility. Turning to the kitchen area, everything was impeccably tidy. Numerous kitchen utensils remained unopened, quietly resting in their designated spots. Upon entering Cold Front's room, the family of 3 was immediately greeted by a wave of warmth. The middle-aged man, Zhao Dafu, could not help but exclaim, I never imagined such a secure residence could exist within an ordinary urban building. Unless I witnessed it myself, I would find it hard to believe. Just then, another exclamation emerged from Shen Mabai. Cold Front, your floor-to-ceiling windows are made from aerospace-grade glass. This piece alone must cost over 1,200,000. What a waste. No, it's simply outrageous. As a soldier, how could you possibly afford to construct such a secure hideaway? Shen Mabai spoke without a hint of emotional intelligence, failing even to acknowledge Cold Front's reaction or expression as he continued to wander around the room. Freeloader, Cold Front snapped, his face stern. Focus on your duties. Gather the supplies necessary to cultivate cold-resistant plant seeds. Do not inquire about matters beyond your purview. Upon hearing Cold Front's reprimand, Shen Mabai felt a twinge of disappointment. I am not asking for much, just some common soil, adequate water, and energy. After careful consideration, he articulated his needs. To him, soil could still be excavated from outside, and water could simply be obtained from melting snow. However, energy, in this weather, it was utterly impossible to venture outside in search of fuel. Thus, he could only rely on the residential electricity supply. Not to mention, the sustainability of residential electricity was questionable. Given the storm outside, it would likely be difficult to last even half a month. Is that all? Cold Front's expression turned peculiar upon hearing Shen Mabai's requests. Shen Mabai, sensing Cold Front's nonchalance, exclaimed, Is this so easy? To procure soil now means breaking through the frozen ice layer outside, then digging for soil beneath the permafrost to bring it back. And energy? This dilapidated community is fortunate to survive even half a month amidst a snowstorm. What will we do for energy then? Do you expect to have a nuclear power station providing you with endless electricity? In response to Shen Mabai's sharp inquiry, Cold Front maintained a calm demeanor. What did you say? Both gasoline and diesel generators will eventually run out of fuel. Before Shen Mabai could finish his sentence, Cold Front's tone remained unchanged. Noting Cold Front's tranquility, Shen Mabai's breathing quickened. He reiterated his earlier question. Are you implying that you possess a nuclear power station to ensure the safe house will always have electricity available? Indeed, that and Appos, that's precisely it. Cold Front affirmed with a nod. I can guarantee you will always have electricity. As he spoke, he silently added in his heart, Jiang Jin. She should have no issues, considering she mentioned previously that she had siphoned the entire oil reserves of Sakura Country. Chapter 70. The Scolded Shen Mo Bai. Jiang Dabao loses temperature. Are you jesting with me about constructing a nuclear power plant in a residential area? Shen Mo Bai exclaimed, his voice high-pitched with disbelief. This apparatus emits radiation, intense radiation at that. Even personnel who handle various radiation-proof materials must don protective clothing around the clock. Not to mention, the construction of residential buildings does not incorporate any radiation shielding materials. The inhabitants here certainly do not wear such protective garments. It merely claims to provide a continuous supply of the energy you require. That is all. Cold Feng observed Shen Mo Bai's serious expression, which was now laced with anxiety, and uttered two remarks that only served to further unsettle him. Shen Mo Bai found himself baffled, unable to fathom how anything other than a nuclear power station could possibly yield an almost limitless supply of electricity. A secret, Cold Feng whispered just as Shen Mo Bai was about to press for more information. He then proceeded to allocate rooms for a family of 3 and 2 soldiers. The family was naturally assigned the master bedroom, while the soldiers settled in the guest room. As for Shen Mo Bai, he found himself relegated to the small study, while Cold Feng, without surprise, took the living room for himself. As Cold Feng surveyed the arranged accommodations, he straightened his attire and strode eagerly toward the basement door. After correctly inputting the code, he gently pushed the door open. A well-lit basement greeted him as he prepared to enter. However, just as he was about to step inside, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Shen Mo Bai. The basement? Shen Mo Bai gasped, eager to rush inside and discover the nature of Cold Feng's so-called power plant that defied his comprehension. Yet, before he could pass Cold Feng, the latter firmly grasped the fabric of his shirt, yanking him back from the basement steps. In the basement, without my permission, none of you are allowed entry. This is a military order. With that, he left Shen Mo Bai standing at the basement door and turned to address the 2 soldiers in the living room. The soldiers nodded in understanding. They were not curious about the basement's contents. Commander Liu had sent them here for a reason, and they recognized their duty was to protect Shen Mo Bai. Although Shen Mo Bai was dissatisfied, he dared not provoke Cold Feng, aware that he was currently under his roof. Upon entering the basement, Cold Feng shut the door behind him, leaving Shen Mo Bai standing at the entrance, staring blankly at the closed door. Knock, knock, knock. Cold Feng approached the other door of the basement and knocked. Hearing the sound, Jiang Jin, engrossed in scrolling through short videos, softly replied, "Come in." Upon hearing her voice, Cold Feng's initial worries dissipated. Before opening the door, he had displayed a hint of excitement, but it vanished the moment he observed Jiang Jin and Appos' slightly fatigued visage, replaced by a pang of sympathy. He had caused her considerable trouble during this mission. Restoring his usual cool demeanor, Cold Feng strode purposefully towards the kitchen. Jiang Jin, quick to notice the change in his expression, chuckled inwardly. What is there to conceal? Nestled in a wingback chair, Jiang Jin soon succumbed to slumber. Utilizing her spatial abilities exacted a tangible toll on both her stamina and spirit. There was no room for pretense. Meanwhile, the Jiang family trudged through the snowstorm, huddled together for warmth. Jiang Xing, who had initially kept his distance from the group, now joined them in a tight embrace. Alas, the biting winds whipped around them from all directions, making it impossible to escape their grasp. The leading figure faced the most ferocious gusts. Regrettably, Jia Feng had volunteered to take the lead for the safety of Jiang Dabao. Behind her trailed Jiang Dabao and Yong Yu. Jiang Dabao, lowering his head and hiding behind Jia Feng, panted heavily. The snow had already enveloped his thighs, rendering movement arduous. After taking a few more steps, he suddenly felt a peculiar warmth beneath the snow. Continuing forward, he deliberately sank deeper into the snow, reveling in the sensation, as if he were immersed in a hot spring. Jia Feng was oblivious to this anomaly, her focus entirely on the path ahead. However, Yong Yu noticed it. Despite Jiang Dabao's height, he was now nearly buried, sinking further down. Tugging gently, she felt him gradually descending. "Dabao!" Yong Yu shouted, her voice nearly swallowed by the wind. The frigid air threatened to freeze her throat. Yet, her cry startled Feng, who turned sharply. Upon seeing her son nearly buried in snow, panic surged through her, prompting her to act swiftly. With a firm slap, her thick, gloved hand struck Jiang Dabao's face, rousing him slightly. Upon recognizing his mother, he offered a foolish grin. "Feng, it feels so warm, you should crouch down too. The snow is like a hot spring." Horrified, Feng's heart raced. "Warm? How could that be? My child must be freezing." She continued to slap his face, urgency palpable in her voice. "Stay awake. Dabao, you must not sleep. We are merely 100 meters away from the Ingbin garden community. You cannot succumb now. Yong Yu, you hold on to Dabao tightly. If anything happens to him, I will not forgive you." Her desperate tone, coupled with wide eyes, instilled fear in Yong Yu, who nodded repeatedly and pulled with all her might at Jiang Dabao, who was on the verge of succumbing to the snow. Jiang Xing, too, was unsettled, joining the effort to pull Jiang Dabao along. They struggled for over 20 minutes to cover the last 100 meters, finally reaching the community. However, their destination was not Block 1, but Block 8. After forcibly entering through a broken window, Feng discovered that another window in the unit had already been shattered, allowing the wind and snow to invade the room. She continued to lead Jiang Dabao out, knocking on door after door. Simultaneously, her hands slipped from the gloves, delivering sharp slaps to Jiang Dabao's already frostbitten face. "Stay awake. Just a little longer, Dabao. Open the door. Why is no one responding?" "Oh, dear Dabao, you must not encounter any misfortune," Feng murmured, nearly in a state of trance. Chapter 71. Zhu Jun spoke. The exorbitant medical fee for 100 boxes of instant noodles. With a creak, the heavy sound of a door opening echoed. Feng instinctively turned her head to look at the open door. A middle-aged man clad in a white medical uniform slowly stepped out, gesturing towards Feng, who was desperately seeking assistance. Seeing this, Feng hurriedly carried her son, Jiang Dabao, towards him. The moment Yong Yu caught sight of the man's face, her expression flickered. By the time she regained her composure, Feng had already walked several meters ahead. She quickly followed, shrinking behind Feng, too afraid to look up. However, Feng remained oblivious, mistakenly believing Yong Yu was being lazy and delaying her son's treatment, and could not help but scold her. "Yong Yu, what time is it? Are you still lounging around? Don't you know to come and help?" Faced with Feng's furious reprimand, Yong Yu wished she could hide her head away. Yet, with her father-in-law, Jiang Xinjian, behind her, there was nowhere to escape. She could only steel herself and walk to Feng's side to assist in supporting Jiang Dabao. Upon seeing Yong Yu's familiar face, the middle-aged Dr. Zhu Jun immediately broke into a faint smile. Feng glanced up just in time to catch that fleeting smile. Thinking to herself, this doctor seems quite approachable. Together with Yong Yu, they carried Jiang Dabao into Dr. Zhu Jun and Appo's home. Zhu Jun promptly utilized a small heating device to provide Jiang Dabao with physical warmth. For injuries caused by frostbite, the most direct method of aid is to use physical warmth to resolve the issue thoroughly. Of course, before that, he needed to conduct some urgent tests. After all, the boy's consciousness had already been significantly diminished. It was imperative to restore a certain level of awareness before the physical warming to maintain rational clarity. Otherwise, there was a high risk of separation between consciousness and body, leading to a state akin to a vegetative one. Watching Zhu Jun diligently working to revive her son, Feng let out a sigh of relief. In stark contrast, Yong Yu felt her heart lurch with a surge of unsettling memories as she observed Zhu Jun's fervent efforts to save Jiang Dabao, a moment of suffocation washing over her, leaving her in darkness. However, she was jolted back to reality by Feng and Appo's voice. "What s with that expression? Can't you bear to see our Dabao being resuscitated?" Feng questioned Yong Yu sharply. People are often like this. Once they harbor discontent towards someone, everything about them becomes irksome. Listening to Feng's scolding, Yong Yu silently bowed her head, offering no response. Feng, like an indignant rooster, seized Yong Yu and Appo's hair, incessantly berating her in her ear. Meanwhile, Yong Yu's mind was besieged by haunting memories. In her recollections, The terrifying man's face bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhu Jun's. Her first love? An indelible pain in Yong Yu's life. She never anticipated that after changing her name and starting anew, she would encounter him again in a completely unfamiliar city. What transgressions had she committed to warrant such a fateful reunion, especially in her and her boyfriend's moment of desperation, seeking help from him? Sensing her insults were ineffective, Jia Yufeng momentarily released her grip on Yong Yu's hair, sitting beside her in a huff, her chest heaving with agitation, clearly incensed by Yong Yu's silence. "All right," Zhu Jun said, removing his gloves and turning to Jia Yufeng and Yong Yu. His gaze settled on Yong Yu, revealing a smile that echoed memories of the past. "Dabao. Has he been resuscitated?" Upon hearing Zhu Jun say all right, Jia Yufeng sprang up from the sofa, rushing to Jiang Dabao's side, gripping his wrist to feel for a pulse. Zhu Jun did not respond, but instead focused on the trembling Yong Yu, the madness lurking in his eyes unabashed, intensifying Yong Yu and Appo's fear. Jiang Xingjian sat in front of the television, seemingly oblivious to the unusual scene unfolding around him. Jia Yufeng was even more engrossed in her son, her heart entirely devoted to ensuring Jiang Dabao's safety, fervently rubbing his body to warm him. "How will we pay for the medical fees?" Yong Yu could no longer withstand Zhu Jun's possessive gaze and spoke up. Her intention was to redirect Jia Yufeng's attention towards herself, hoping to alleviate the doctor's intense scrutiny. However, to her dismay, upon hearing Yong Yu mention the medical fees, Jia Yufeng erupted in fury. "You wasteful creature. What do we have to pay for medical expenses? We can't even secure our next meal. I truly don't understand why Dabao would choose to be with such a squanderer like you." The scathing remarks came from behind Zhu Jun, and rather than diverting his focus, Jia Yufeng's words only intensified the sardonic glimmer in Zhu Jun's gaze directed at Yong Yu. Yong Yu shivered involuntarily, a peculiar switch within her body having been triggered. Doctor. Jia Yufeng stepped away from Jiang Dabao and approached Zhu Jun, gently tugging at his white coat, pleading, "We truly cannot provide food at this moment. However, it's all right, we have money. We can offer you sufficient payment." In response to Jia Yufeng and Appo's assurances, Zhu Jun raised his hand gently, interrupting her, and continued speaking to himself. "Currently, a blizzard rages outside. Medical supplies are critically low. One can say that each item is precious. What makes you think you can use those worthless bills to compensate me?" Unintentionally, his words bore a different meaning to Yong Yu. While Jia Yufeng continued to plead for understanding regarding their dire situation, Yong Yu grasped the underlying implication of his words. His true desire was not for currency or food, but rather to have Jiang Dabao as collateral. The thought sent a wave of dread coursing through her, her body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing that Zhu Jun remained non-committal, Jia Yufeng anxiously proposed, "How about this, doctor? You see, Jiang Pan is my daughter, and we came here to rely on her. We can seek her for food to pay for your services. What would be your price?" As her voice fell, Jia Yufeng anxiously looked up, gauging Zhu Jun's expression. Previously, he had openly priced his medical services at nearly the entirety of his patient's worth, revealing his inherent greed. Now, upon hearing Jia Yufeng disclose her identity and her intent to procure food from Jiang Jin, his eyes lit up. In this frigid disaster, the value of food had surged to an extent that surpassed even that of medicine. However, he would undoubtedly demand a high price. After careful deliberation, Zhu Jun's greed was laid bare. 100 boxes of instant noodles. "What? Are you insane?" Jia Yufeng and Yong Yu exclaimed in unison upon hearing the exorbitant demand, their gazes fixed on Zhu Jun in utter disbelief. Zhu Jun simply shrugged. "Did you suppose his life is worth less than 100 cases of instant noodles? If so, I shall retract my offer of salvation." A blatant threat. Jia Yufeng, incensed, lunged forward, attempting to wrestle Zhu Jun to the ground. However, Zhu Jun was not easily toppled. Besides his professional stability as a doctor, he once held the title of provincial champion in Sanda martial arts during his courtship with Yong Yu. It was this very reason that prompted Yong Yu to flee to another city, assuming a new identity to escape Zhu Jun's grasp. "Get away!" Zhu Jun roared, his voice guttural. With a swift kick, he sent Jia Yufeng sprawling. Her corpulent form collided with the iron bed. "Ouch!" Jia Yufeng cried out in pain. "Murder! The mad doctor is killing someone. Help!" Such histrionics might have been effective in more peaceful times, but she was now dealing with a deranged individual. Zhu Jun, in a fit of pique, brandished a scalpel and bellowed, "Silence!" If you wish to preserve your precious son and Apos' virility, you will hold your tongue. Otherwise, I shall sever his manhood, rendering him incapable for life. He had quickly discerned that she was merely an overindulgent mother, posing no real threat. Moreover, he could exploit her son to coerce her compliance. As anticipated, Feng, who had been wailing, fell silent at the mention of castrating Jiang Dabao. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Yong Yu felt a chilling sense of desolation creep into her heart. 100 cases of instant noodles, no negotiation. Zhu Jun reiterated, his face impassive. He had initially intended to rob them. Upon hearing the name Jiang Jin, he had inflated the price to an exorbitant level. After all, everyone in the Ingben Garden residential complex knew of her. Hoarding an entire basement full of supplies was bound to attract attention. However, he had not anticipated that the person he randomly chose to rob would not only be Jiang Jin's family, but also his former lover, Yong Yu. This naturally justified an even higher price. Only in this way could he justify expelling Feng and Jiang Xingjian, creating an opportunity to be alone with Yong Yu in the room. All right, 100 cases. Seeing Zhu Jun's volatile state, Feng immediately agreed, halting Zhu Jun with her hand. We will ensure Jiang Jin delivers them. Zhu Jun responded with a faint smile. With a flick of his wrist, he deftly severed a lock of his own hair with the scalpel. Feng gasped inwardly, recognizing this as a clear threat. Yet, she had no choice but to acquiesce, lest her precious son suffer. What are you waiting for? Zhu Jun demanded, tossing the severed hair at her face. Hurry up and gather the supplies. Or do you intend for me to kill your son? Without hesitation, Feng scurried out. Jiang Xingjian, who had been watching television, was abruptly pulled to his feet. Turning back, Feng spotted Yong Yu and was about to call out when the doctor preempted her. This woman stays. If you all leave, who will be responsible for him? If I have no one to demand medical fees from, one and Apos, my efforts be in vain? What he said made sense. But Feng still felt uneasy. She asked softly, then, shall we leave him here as collateral? As she spoke, Feng pushed the old man, Jiang Xingjian, forward. Jiang Xingjian waved his hands frantically. No. I and Apos am an old man. I can't and Apos be held hostage anywhere. Hearing Jiang Xingjian and Apos' refusal, Zhu Jun became even more assertive. Absolutely not. What use is an old man to me? You're scheming, aren't you? You intend to abandon your son and leave the old man here for me to take care of? His words caused Jiang Xingjian to look at Feng warily. Years of marital affection were shattered by this divisive remark. Old man, Feng scolded loudly, you're heartless. Everything I've done has been for your Jiang family, for your son, and now you suspect I want to abandon you and Dabao. Jiang Xingjian felt a headache coming on as he listened to Feng's accusations. As Zhu Jun ushered them out once more, the commotion finally ceased. Bang! Jiang Xingjian and Feng exchanged glances as the door slammed shut. Jiang Xingjian turned to Feng and asked, what do we do? Find your good daughter, get the instant noodles, and save him. Feng snapped, rolling her eyes at Jiang Xingjian before striding towards the other building. Building 1, number 101. This information had been leaked online long ago. They only needed to follow the signs. Inside the room, Yong Yu's face was filled with despair as she watched the door close. Are you ready? Zhu Jun turned around, a sinister grin on his face as he looked at Yong Yu. Terrified, Yong Yu stumbled backward, crying out in panic, no. Don and Apos, come any closer. Please. We broke up years ago. Just leave me alone. Yong Yu's voice was hoarse, indicating that she no longer had the strength to scream. Broke up? Zhu Jun chuckled upon hearing those words. As he approached Yong Yu, he whispered like a demon, that was just your unilateral declaration, wasn't it? I never agreed to it. How can that be considered a breakup? Do you have any idea how hard I've been searching for you all these years? With that, Zhu Jun's hand gripped Yong Yu's face. Yong Yu, from beginning to end, looked terrified, shaking her head incessantly. Sweat poured from her forehead, and she could no longer utter a complete sentence. A scream suddenly erupted from Yong Yu's mouth. Her face instantly swelled up. Zhu Jun, as if a child who had made a mistake, apologized profusely. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hit you so hard. He suddenly erupted again, kicking and punching Yong Yu while yelling, you bitch. The abrupt end of our relationship was not mentioned, yet you went behind my back to seek companionship with another man. How could you demean yourself in such a manner? Chapter 73. A feast awaits. As the delectable aroma wafted through the air, Jiang Jin's nostrils flared, and she abruptly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell upon a table laden with an abundance of food, prompting an exclamation of delight. Hearing her astonishment, the usually stoic Leng Feng, busy in the kitchen, revealed an unexpected smile. However, as he spoke, his tone reverted to its customary sternness. It's not ready yet. Wait until it's done before you start eating. Despite his words, Jiang Jin paid him no heed and swiftly grabbed her chopsticks, indulging in a feast. Braised Crucian carp, tender ribs, and savory beef. Oh, how exquisite! She joyfully exclaimed between mouthfuls, her face radiating profound satisfaction. In this bleak, frozen world, the mere act of enjoying such a lavish spread was something Jiang Jin had never dared to dream of in her past life. When the final dish was served, Leng Feng observed her relish in the meal with a surge of joy, yet maintained his aloof demeanor. You continue eating. I'll take some for myself. With that, he casually gathered some untouched dishes into a small bowl. His keen observational skills were unparalleled throughout Tianhai City. He knew that what Jiang Jin cherished, she would certainly savor a second helping of, often leaving only a fraction for him. Conversely, dishes she was less fond of would be meticulously noted for future reference, either to improve or to omit entirely. Fortunately, Jiang Jin had few dislikes when it came to food. Her experiences during the apocalypse had instilled in her a commendable virtue of not wasting any sustenance. Now that her circumstances had improved, she instinctively saved less appetizing dishes for last. With a bowl of food in hand, he departed the room, traversing the basement until he reached his own quarters. There, he spotted Shen Mohite and a few others waiting silently. Especially upon locking eyes with Shen Mohite, he noticed a hint of grievance in his gaze. It felt somewhat off, as if he were a discarded spouse. Let us eat, he said, retracting his gaze and nonchalantly tossing the small bowl of food before them. Ignoring the glances from his family, he returned directly to the basement. With a resounding bang, the basement door closed behind him, leaving Shen Mohite and the others in a state of shock. The two soldiers pondered in disbelief. What could possibly be hidden in that basement? How did Leng Feng manage to emerge with a steaming bowl of food? Fresh vegetables? Surely, ordinary people would stockpile instant meals and preserved goods. Yet this bowl contained an array of off-season vegetables, appearing as if they had been freshly picked that morning. Shen Mohite was equally astonished. No preservation technology could sustain such freshness after so many days. Even in a laboratory, unless there was a hidden garden underground, how could plants thrive without sunlight? Was there simulated sunlight? This basement indeed concealed a profound secret. However, as his gaze returned to the meal, his expression froze. Each dish appeared to be a mere bite-sized portion, as if scraped from a pristine plate. So, did Leng Feng dine in a place brimming with various dishes? Were there other research teams hidden within the subterranean warehouse? As a top-tier academic, he found it absurd to be reduced to scavenging leftovers. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, Shen Mohite's hands were honest, diligently bringing food to his mouth with disposable chopsticks. The two soldiers showed no sign of restraint, their hands moving in a blur. Zhao Dafeng and his family watched in disbelief. They hadn't been informed of the meal, nor had they received an invitation to join. As they observed, half of the bowl had already vanished. The child tugged at Zhao Dafeng's arm, swallowing hard, and asked, "Daddy, I'm hungry. Can I have some?" Caught off guard by his son's inquiry, Zhao Dafeng gazed helplessly at the two soldiers and the researcher. Hesitant to speak up, they were, after all, at the mercy of others, occupying the lowest rung of the social ladder, and dared not openly request anything. Yet, the two soldiers and Shen Mohite heard the child. Their eating momentarily paused, and they exchanged vigilant glances, easing slightly when they noticed the others had stopped as well. "Just grab some chopsticks and eat. We won't hold back," one of the soldiers declared. Upon hearing this, Shen Mohite fixed a piercing gaze on the soldiers, ready for a renewed food battle. Yet, Chapter 74, Jia Yufeng knocks at the door, the malicious neighbor, "Not at all. Do you have another place to dine?" Shen Mohite exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, accompanied by a discontented snort. He firmly believed that the leftovers were merely remnants from someone else's meal. Cold Feng, upon hearing Shen Mohite's reproach, rolled his eyes in exasperation. "This is not a military camp. Do you really think I can't spare a meal for you here?" With that, he strode into the basement, casting a dismissive wave behind him. Shen Mohite, observing Cold Feng's departing figure, could not help but inquire, "Are there other research teams in the basement? I believe we could collaborate." The implication was clear. He expected to be included in their meals. Yet, Cold Feng, with his blunt demeanor, simply shook his head. With a resounding thud, he slammed the basement door shut, unequivocally denying the existence of other research teams. To Shen Mohite, This was a blatant refusal of his desire to join the basement's scientific endeavors. Arms crossed and visibly irritated, Shinmabe resembled a forlorn young bride left alone at home. Has he really left? Shinmabe pondered, staring at the closed basement door for what felt like an eternity. Doubts creeping in. Approaching the door, he discovered it firmly locked, extinguishing the last flicker of hope. Biting his lip in frustration, he muttered, "How infuriating! How can he be so heartless? In this harsh, frozen apocalypse, am I not of equal value to the other esteemed researchers? Dining with them would have been a privilege for them, yet they scorn me." With that, Shinmabe haughtily turned toward the seeds he had brought. He had already seen the soil in the flower pot at Cold Feng's residence. Opening his suitcase, he retrieved the seeds preserved in a deep blue liquid container and gently nestled them into the soil, watering the surface with a portion of the nutrient-rich liquid. The damp earth nourished the seeds, aiding their roots in establishing themselves. However, this process was agonizingly slow. Results would not manifest for at least 3 days. After completing these tasks, Shinmabe felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground in a state of lethargy, left only to wait. Such is the nature of scientific research. One exerts effort and then awaits fate. As for fluorescent cultivation, he had a limited supply of soil and minimal power consumption. Simply plugging into an outlet sufficed. Once conditions improved, he could double the planting with a fresh batch of seeds. The scope of fluorescent cultivation would also need to expand, at which point power consumption would truly become significant. Meanwhile, after shutting the basement door, Cold Feng felt inexplicably perplexed. How could he possibly invite another man to dine at Jiang Jin's home? Wouldn't he that merely introduce a rival? Regardless of his emotional insensitivity, he was not a fool. Especially considering Shinmabe's numerous admirable qualities, he appeared strikingly fair-skinned, presenting a stark contrast to Cold Feng and Appo's own sun-kissed complexion. No way. I absolutely cannot allow Shinmabe to meet Jiang Jin. Cold Feng, lacking any confidence in his own allure, silently resolved to prevent such an encounter. Creaking open, the basement door swung back, and Cold Feng re-entered Jiang Jin's living room. Noticing Cold Feng's troubled expression, Jiang Jin, amidst her meal, glanced up and softly inquired, "What's the matter?" Cold Feng, jolted back to reality by her question, shook his head vigorously. There was no way he would reveal his inner thoughts to Jiang Jin. But feeling the need to justify himself, he offered, "I just noticed that by the time I brought the food, they had already finished eating." Their eagerness reminded me of life in the barracks. Jiang Jin, sensing Cold Feng's reluctance to elaborate, raised an eyebrow but chose not to press further. Returning her focus to her meal. Had Jiang Jin been aware of Cold Feng's concerns, she would have likely laughed out loud. She had seen Shinmabe before. Based on her past experiences, she would not easily stray from her affections. Suddenly, a series of heavy knocks echoed from the door. Who could possibly be knocking at this hour? Cold Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Jin, unfazed, continued her meal. The knocking persisted. "Jiang Pundi, open the door. Let me in." The familiar voice caused Jiang Jin to pause, her hand hovering mid-air, a look of deep confusion crossing her face. Jia Feng? What is she doing here in the Welcome Garden community? Shouldn't they be at the hotel managing their deliveries? Realizing the family's resilience to the cold had been underestimated, she frowned. "Open the door. I know you're inside. If you don't let me in, I'll keep knocking and banging until I break it down." "I refuse to believe you can't hear me." Cold Feng, overhearing the threats outside, raised an eyebrow, silently inquiring what Jiang Jin intended to do. She calmly brushed her hair back, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "Let her bang away. Regardless of what she says, it's over -40 degrees outside. Let her make a ruckus while we enjoy our meal." Jiang Jin continued to savor her food, seemingly unaffected by the disturbances outside. In fact, the rhythmic knocks outside seemed to enhance her dining experience, turning her meal into a delightful performance. Cold Feng, observing Jiang Jin, followed suit, chewing in time with the knocking rhythm. It was a peculiar sensation, entirely devoid of the ravenous behavior typical of military life. In fact, he found that his cooking far surpassed the taste of any ration meal. Meanwhile, Jia Feng, relentlessly banging on the door, was growing increasingly agitated. Her eyes widened as she glared at her frozen, red hands, exclaiming, "You heartless little wretch! I am your own mother. The debt of life is greater than the heavens themselves. How can you bear to let me suffer from hunger and cold outside?" With that, she ceased her assault on the door, collapsing onto the icy ground, wailing dramatically. Jiang Xinjian, standing nearby, showed no inclination to intervene, patiently awaiting Jia Yufeng to compel Jiang Jin to open the door, ready to reap the benefits of their family drama. The commotion was extraordinary, drawing the attention of many in the building, who opened their doors to listen in. Conversations erupted in the community chat group. Unit 302, a grown adult and 2 children. Jiang Jin, at the end of the day, has no heart. Her mother has come to her door, and she won't even let her in for a bite to eat? With so many rooms, can't she support her own mother? Unit 601, 3 adults and 3 children. I feel sorry for her mother. The debt of life is indeed overwhelming. No matter how flawed a mother may be, shouldn't children be a bit accommodating? Where does such cruelty stem from? Unit 202, 2 elderly and 1 child. Thankfully, my child is filial. They often send us things. Otherwise, my spouse and I, along with our grandchild, would starve, unlike Jiang Jin, who has raised a heartless wolf. The chatter continued. Suddenly, someone proposed. Unit 401, 2 elderly and 2 adults. 1 pregnant. Why don't we let Jiang Jin's mother in? If we break down Jiang Jin's door, I refuse to believe she would aim a gun at her own mother. The proposition ignited immediate resonance among the assembly. 402, 1 adult, 1 child. I concur with this notion. Let us proceed accordingly. We shall draw Jiang Jin's mother into the group, offering her counsel. Despite her marksmanship, she possesses vulnerabilities. 2601, 3 adults, 2 children. I reside in a dwelling within Building 1, yet I harbor trepidation regarding venturing forth. Judging by Jia Yufeng's online vehemence, she is a force to be reckoned with. Jiang Jin may struggle to contend with her. 1801, 2 adults. My spouse shall accompany you. We shall convene on the 3rd floor landing. In the interim, 3 families had pledged to converge on the 3rd floor landing of Building 1. Leng Jun, observing the group discourse, experienced an incessant twitch in his right eyelid. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Jiang Jin, after all, possessed affiliations with the military, per the official communique. The individuals they escorted back were esteemed academicians specializing in cold-resistant flora. Their stature was of paramount importance. Should a genuine altercation transpire, Jiang Jin might not even need to intervene. The soldiers themselves would resort to lethal force. His encounter with Feng had left him petrified. A mere glance had sent shivers down his spine, an indelible memory etched into his consciousness. Elder brother, shall we involve ourselves? A recent recruit inquired. His voice hushed as he perused the property management group's exchanges. The prospect of plundering a veritable cornucopia was enticing to all, and with this proposal, all the younger brothers revealed an eagerness. Leng Ning, prostrate on the ground, endured the throbbing ache and fetid stench, her gaze harboring a profound and venomous resentment. Were it not for Jiang Jin, she would not have suffered such a fate. The entirety of today's events was attributable to Jiang Jin. Had she relinquished the grain, they would have seized control of the granary, and she, leveraging her physique and cunning, would have ascended to a position of unparalleled influence. Now, should Lei Yongjun clash with Jiang Jin, she might yet salvage her circumstances. Her gaze, as it fell upon Lei Yongjun, betrayed a faint tremor of anticipation. However, Lei Yongjun merely cast a sweeping glance across the assembly. Subsequently, his countenance hardened, and he barked, "Abstain from interference. No one shall meddle in the conflict with Jiang Jin. Mark my words, should I discover anyone's involvement, I shall forsake all fraternal bonds." His pronouncement sent a jolt through the ranks. Their eyes widened in disbelief. When had their esteemed leader become so timorous? Yet, Lei Yongjun's reputation for ferocity was deeply ingrained, and none dared to challenge him at this juncture. They nodded in acquiescence. Even Leng Ning suppressed her glimmer of hope, lowering her head once more, feigning lifelessness on the ground. Only 2 individuals, upon hearing Lei Yongjun and Appo's decree, were moved to tears of relief. Xuanzi and Huzi. The memory of Jiang Jin's marksmanship and the terrifying spectacle of her brandishing a heavy machine gun still fresh in their minds, harbored no desire to relive the experience. The mere thought of the official pronouncements online was enough to instill fear in them. They dared not approach Jiang Jin again. Furthermore, the daily tribute of provisions to Jiang Jin was a source of constant vexation. The provisions brought by the underlings were barely sufficient for the following day's payment. Without a new source of sustenance, they feared they would face dire consequences. Lei Yongjun, having subjugated his subordinates, exchanged a glance with Xuanzi and Huzi before striding towards his private chamber. Xuanzi and Huzi, reciprocating the gaze, trailed after him. As they entered the chamber, A chorus of dissent erupted from the ranks. What is the elder brother contemplating? Why squander such an opportunity? A veritable subterranean vault of compressed rations. Enough to sustain us for years. Precisely. With such provisions, we could luxuriate in indolence, rather than adhering to this daily rationing. My 8-pack abs are withering away from hunger. 2 weeks ago, I weighed 145 pounds. Now I am a mere 116, racked with hunger pangs and palpitations. The hushed clamor reached Leng Ning Shuang and Appo's ears. As she absorbed their discourse, a flicker of malevolence danced in her eyes. Lei Yongjun, if you lack the courage to confront Jiang Jin, I shall incite your underlings. In the face of cataclysm, the capable ascend, while the weak succumb. Such is the nature of our environment. With this realization, Leng Ning Shuang addressed the assembly. These conditions are untenable. Let us discreetly intercede. Once we have secured the provisions, we shall inform the elder brother. With the bounty in hand, he cannot possibly reprimand us. The erstwhile cacophony of complaints and recriminations abruptly ceased. A dozen pairs of eyes converged upon Leng Ning Shuang, their gaze unnerving, causing her breath to quicken. Finally, one of the underlings voiced his approval. An excellent stratagem. Once we have obtained the subterranean trove of compressed rations, we shall inform the elder brother. He will undoubtedly overlook our disobedience in light of the provisions. Then let it be so. We shall devise a means to monitor the situation in shifts. Once the door opens, we must prevent these original inhabitants from seizing the advantage. Leng Ning Shuang, witnessing the success of her persuasion, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. Within the chamber, Lei Yongjun summoned Xuanzi and Huzi, his visage grave. We possess but a single day and Appo's worth of protection money, Lei Yongjun declared, breaking the silence. If we fail to procure additional sustenance, we may. His voice trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished. However, Xuanzi and Huzi comprehended his meaning. Their faces mirrored his solemnity. After a moment, Lei Yongjun proposed, our numbers are considerable. First, we could directly seize the stored provisions of the residents. I have observed many departing and returning with laden bags. Second, we could venture forth in search of sustenance, our numbers bolstering our chances of success. What are your thoughts? Xuanzi and Huzi exchanged apprehensive glances. Choosing the former path ensured their safety from the frigid calamity. However, opting for the latter would expose them to immediate peril. The mere thought of the icy weather sent shivers down their spines. Their bodies bore the scars of gunshot wounds. Thus, despite the semblance of choice, they were left with no viable alternative. Let us plunder the provisions of our neighbors, Huzi asserted, gritting his teeth. He and Xuanzi nodded in unison. Lei Yongjun, witnessing their resolve, exhaled deeply. Very well. We must uphold our honor. Should complications arise, we shall bear the consequences together. We must not betray our comrades. Elder brother, you are a paragon of honor. Xuanzi and Huzi exclaimed in unison. As the trio prepared to depart, a cacophony of clamor reached their ears from beyond the door. Lei Yongjun's hand froze upon the doorknob. Chapter 76. Burglary, Exploiting Weaknesses. Ma-san, you scoundrel. You pilfered my Oreos. Lu Guizi, am I a scoundrel? Don't make baseless accusations. I didn't steal your darn Oreos. I might as well say you stole my energy drink. With a creak, the door swung open. Lei Yongjun overheard the tail end of their squabble. The rest of the group stood by, egging them on. It was definitely Ma-san who took them. Look at the cream on his lips. It's Oreo filling for sure. He's acting guilty. Look at him licking his lips. Lu Guizi, I didn't realize you had such proclivities. Don't be shy. I'll save the leftovers for you. Otherwise, it's just a waste. Enough, Lei Yongjun roared, immediately silencing the bickering duo. Bickering over food was unheard of in normal times. But with the glacial cataclysm, procuring supplies was impossible. And since he had to provide for Jiang Jin, everyone's rations were strictly allocated. Lei Yongjun felt a pang of guilt toward his comrades. He couldn't simply arbitrate the matter. It would breed resentment among the ranks. Once the clamor subsided, Lei Yongjun emerged from the room and paced before the group. Ma-san and Lu Guizi, who had been trading insults, grew anxious, instinctively swallowing hard. Their quarrel was a charade, hastily concocted and riddled with inconsistencies. If exposed, they'd surely suffer a few slaps and sport swollen faces for days. However, Lei Yongjun merely strolled back and forth before calmly issuing an order. You two, settle it yourselves outside. Don't return until it's resolved. Yes, boss. Ma-san and Lu Guizi responded, glaring at each other as they grabbed each other's collars and headed out. With a resounding slam, the door shut, their figures vanishing. Yet, the commotion only intensified. Are you going to admit you ate my Oreos? You're the one eating energy drinks. Didn't I refuse the Oreos during the ration distribution? Are you deaf? If I wanted them, why would I turn them down and then steal them? The argument faded into the distance, and the sounds of a scuffle grew fainter. Lei Yongjun's face remained impassive. Petty squabbles among his underlings were commonplace. Regardless of the cause, they would inevitably return once they had settled their differences. The priority was securing provisions. Food left in others' homes was vulnerable to consumption, and every bite taken was a bite stolen from him. With a grimace, Lei Yongjun addressed his subordinates with a chilling tone. While they resolve their dispute, we have pressing matters to attend to. Hearing of urgent business, the men immediately perked up. Seeing their renewed vigor, Lei Yongjun solemnly declared, robbery. Break into the homes of those with food, specifically targeting families with children and no men. Focus on households with elderly caregivers. His words were met with a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. Some of the more timid clenched their fists until their knuckles whitened. Robbery was a far cry from their usual tasks of overseeing gambling dens, engaging in brawls, and rarely even brandishing blades. The prospect of confronting people head-on was undeniably unnerving. "Be boss," one of the men stammered, attempting to dissuade Lei Yongjun, only to be silenced by his icy glare. Lei Yongjun bellowed, "Xuanzi Huzi, here." Xuanzi and Huzi responded in unison, standing tall with their chests puffed out. Lei Yongjun continued, "If anything goes awry, Xuanzi, Huzi, and I will take responsibility. You can shift the blame onto us, claiming you were coerced or simply unaware. Understand?" The men's breathing grew ragged as their eyes widened in disbelief. They stared at Lei Yongjun, astounded by his willingness to sacrifice himself. The glacial cataclysm would eventually pass, and the chaos was only temporary. When order was restored, their current actions would surely be met with retribution. "Boss, we can't let you do that. We would never push the blame onto you." One by one, the men knelt, grasping at Lei Yongjun's clothes and crying out in protest. But Lei Yongjun remained steadfast, roaring, "Listen. If anything happens, the three of us will bear the brunt. You all still have bright futures ahead. Enough talk. Let's move out now. Every moment we delay, more of our food could be devoured. It's safest in our hands." "Yes," the men responded, their faces flushed with excitement and anticipation. They surged out of the room in a boisterous throng. Xuanzi, following closely behind, scanned the residents' group chat, specifically targeting elderly caregivers, families with children, single adults, and avoiding the homes of those with fitness enthusiasts to prevent potential retaliation. Apartment 401 in Building 1. 5 of you go there and clear it out completely, Xuanzi instructed as the group dispersed on the 4th floor. Apartment 902 in Building 1. A few of us will head there. It's a single woman. We can take her back if she's attractive. She looks beautiful in the photos. And she's got a great figure. All right. The men responded enthusiastically. The thunderous sound of footsteps echoed up the stairwell. On the 4th floor, a deafening knock reverberated. Bang, bang, bang. The residents of apartments 401 and 402 on the 4th floor both heard the commotion. However, the occupants of 402 remained still, as the knocking was not directed at their door. They had no desire to get involved. Hearing the noise, the elderly woman in 401 cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole, only to be met with a wall of darkness. The peephole had been blocked from the outside. "Who is it?" the elderly woman cautiously called out. At a time like this, she couldn't afford to be careless. She couldn't allow anything to happen to her grandson. "Open the door, old woman, or we and Appos. Break the lock." One of the thugs threatened menacingly. The commotion was loud enough to be heard by the residents of 402, who cautiously approached their door to observe the situation through the peephole. Seeing the thugs surrounding their neighbor's door, the 2 men inside were filled with rage. "Are you crazy? Breaking into homes? Don't you fear the police?" they shouted through the door. Hearing the threat from the other side, the thugs' eyes widened in disbelief. One of them raised an axe and smashed it against their neighbor's peephole. Crash! The peephole shattered, and a menacing voice responded, "Shut up. If you say another word, we'll break into your home and rob you. See if your child can withstand a couple of knife wounds." Chapter 77. Disturbance of Order, Robbery Exposed. Property Group erupts. The violent and frenzied scene left the father and son across the hall in a state of shock. A minor disagreement escalated to the point where an axe was brandished. Furthermore, they had young children at home, and the thought of those 5 thugs breaking in, with 3 or 4 of them restraining the 2 adults while the others turned their aggression toward the women and children, sent chills down their spines. The very idea filled them with dread, rendering them nearly paralyzed with fear. Particularly for the teenagers, filled with youthful vigor, the urge to retaliate was overwhelming. Grabbing a knife from the kitchen, one young man made his way to the door, only to be swiftly stopped by his father, who rushed forward and embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Don't be foolish. Think of your brother and your mother. If you don't eliminate those thugs immediately, they could be in grave danger. Stay calm." With a heavy heart, the youth dropped the knife, which clattered to the ground. "But if we don't stand up now, who will protect us when it's our turn?" The father understood this truth all too well, but was acutely aware that opening the door would jeopardize their current safety. They might be able to take down 5 thugs. But what if more were to come? Could he gamble with his life and the lives of his family? No father could make such a choice. In an expression of helpless frustration, he let out a roar, extinguishing the fire of defiance within his son. Next door, the sound of a door being smashed echoed, followed by a cacophony of excited shouts and desperate cries for mercy. "Find that child and seize him. Have that old woman gather all the food. We want it all. If she hesitates, we and Appos. LL slice a piece off her grandson. No, please. Spare my grandson. We have no enmity. I'll give you what you want. Run, Shouda. Run. You little brat. Arin and Appos. To you fast? I'll break your legs to make sure you can't escape. Please, I beg you, don't harm Shouda. I'm begging you. I'll even kneel." The wails echoed into the hallway, tormenting the 2 men in the apartment across. I'm sorry," murmured the middle-aged man, biting his lip. His weakness had led to this dire situation. If he had possessed even a modicum of courage, the elderly woman's family would not have been subjected to such humiliation. "Stop lingering at the door. Instead of suffering, just block your ears." Meanwhile, the wife, who had been soothing their younger son to sleep, emerged slowly, holding cotton swabs to block her ears. The father and son exchanged nods. In the face of calamity, their priority was to ensure their own safety, to endure another day. The safety of their family was paramount. They turned away from the door and began to reinforce their own, vowing to never use the front entrance again. Should they encounter those thugs, the ones left at home would be in peril. Upstairs, the situation was far more perilous. A group of rogues barged into a bedroom and seized a frail young woman, binding her with ropes. Her struggles proved futile. Simultaneously, the father and son, feeling a pang of guilt, began to voice their complaints in the property group. "A group of thugs broke into our building, damaging the door handles and injuring people. They're robbing us of all our food. Is no one going to do something about this?" Property management Lu Xionyang. The anonymous post sparked immediate panic among the residents. What? Thugs breaking in? Have they lost their minds? This is a society governed by law. Record it, record it. I can't believe it. The power and internet are still functioning. Who would dare commit such an act? My husband is home. We had a gathering earlier. What thugs? What are their origins? I'll help you deal with them. In the midst of the chaos, some bold individuals began to speak recklessly in the group. Lei Yongjun sat at home, his expression darkening as he heard the thud, thud, thud notifications on his phone. With a forceful stomp, he crushed the calf of Ling Ningxuang. She cried out in pain, her scream piercing his eardrums and providing a brief release for his pent-up rage, though the veins on his forehead throbbed ominously. You useless bunch. You've managed to mess everything up. You were supposed to target the homes with fewer people, but now the news of your robbery has spread in the property group? Do you want to bring our doom upon us? With only Lei Yongjun and Ling Ningxuang remaining in the house, she lay nearly unconscious from the pain inflicted by him, thus becoming the outlet for his wrath. As for why she had to suffer, to him, she had become utterly worthless, a mere object for him to vent his frustrations upon. Ding ding ding. Lei Yongjun picked up his phone, scrolling through the contacts until he found Xuanzi's number and dialed it. As Xuanzi rummaged through the belongings of a solitary woman, the sound of her phone ringing filled her with dread. In her haste, she grasped at the phone, but in her nervousness, it slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Picking it up again, she saw the name Military Brother flash on the screen, causing her to instinctively swallow hard. The sense of foreboding intensified. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced, the sound echoing in her ears. In an instant, cold sweat broke out across her body. Hello? She answered. But before she could inquire, a torrent of furious insults erupted from the receiver. There was no need for speakerphone. His voice boomed louder than if it were on loudspeaker. Useless. Look at the mess you've made. Didn't we agree to target the houses with fewer people? Why is there news of your robbery circulating in the property group? Are you trying to hasten our demise? Faced with Lei Yongjun's accusations, Xuanzi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her vision darkening as she nearly collapsed. The worst possible outcome had come to fruition. She was certain that her own location was secure. The residents across the hall had not even raised an alarm, much like an IP address hidden from Tianhai City. The issue lay with those fools on the 4th floor. But weren't they only supposed to deal with an elderly woman and a young child? How could they fail so miserably? With a grim expression, she turned to her 2 subordinates and commanded, "Keep an eye on her. You stay here and continue gathering supplies. You too, come with me to the 4th floor. We need to see what is happening over there." Chapter 78. Catching mice. The narrative unfolds from 2 perspectives. On one side, Jiang Jin finds herself amidst a commotion outside the door. Jia Feng, her neighbor, persistently calls out and knocks, while a gathering of neighbors quietly assembles nearby. Standing beside Jia Feng, one of the men softly inquires, "Auntie, why have you stopped knocking?" Upon hearing the voice, Jia Feng whirls around, her eyes landing on 3 robust men, causing her heart to leap in alarm. "What? Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Panic is etched across her face. After all, this is unfamiliar territory for her, a mere elderly woman. She turns her gaze in search of her husband, Jiang Xingjian. But after a prolonged search, she finds him conspicuously absent. Had he silently slipped away without her noticing? Surely, these 3 men do not intend to cause her trouble. Feeling a twinge of fear, Jia Feng locks eyes with the men, who simultaneously reveal faint smiles. One of the men, Wang Meng, steps forward to introduce himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Meng, a resident and owner here. These 2 gentlemen are also owners. We have come to speak with you regarding your daughter's lack of filial piety. We wish to assist you in opening your door, and in return, we ask for some provisions as compensation. What do you think?" Upon hearing their proposal, Jia Feng exhales in relief. At least they are not here to trouble her. Moreover, their willingness to assist in opening Jiang Jin's door is an unexpected boon. "Absolutely," she replies without a moment and Appo's hesitation. Their objectives align. She seeks food and a way to rescue her son, while they only desire provisions. After all, the goods were purchased by that worthless Jiang Pundi. She commits to their request without a hint of remorse. "What shall we do then?" Jia Feng glances at the reinforced door and lowers her voice to question the trio. As she speaks, the men raise their eyebrows in unison. Wang Meng elaborates, "This is how it will work." Jia Feng and Appo's eyes widen in disbelief as she retreats a step. "As an elderly woman, do not jest with me. This matter is no laughing matter." She scolds Wang Meng, her expression stern. Wang Meng, taken aback, realizes the misunderstanding and hastily apologizes. "Kidnapping and confinement are merely tactics to breach the door and obtain supplies. Given that your door is reinforced to the extent that even a chainsaw cannot breach it, we cannot force our way in. This is the best approach, we assure you. We mean you no harm." Hearing their explanation, Jia Feng's previously anxious heart settles. She nods in acceptance. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingjian, who had initially fled, cautiously peeks out from upstairs. "Let us proceed. This method of hammering on the door is indeed foolish." Jia Feng glares at the emerging Jiang Xingjian, her anger boiling. He had been the first to flee at the hint of danger, and now that the threat has dissipated, he emerges to criticize her. "You scoundrel, Jiang Xingjian," she shouts. "How could you abandon me here? For the sake of this family, I have endured so much. How could you heartlessly leave me behind without even a warning? Do you possess no conscience?" Her lamentations alarm Jiang Xingjian, who wishes to escape the scene. With a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, he retorts, "You shrew, utterly unreasonable. How could you say I abandoned you? I merely stepped away for a moment. You claim I left you behind? And now you call me a shrew." Jia Feng, incensed by his words, responds, "When you sought my hand in marriage, you did not exhibit this attitude. Had I known you were of such disposition, I would never have accepted your proposal. Since my arrival, I have been the one managing everything in this household. Do you have any idea how difficult it has been?" Amidst the clamor outside, Jiang Jin bursts into laughter, the sound echoing from within. Upon hearing her daughter's amusement, Jia Feng nearly loses her breath in fury. "How dare you, Jiang Pundi? Your mother stands outside, calling for you, yet you remain indifferent? You dare to laugh in there? I shall give you something to laugh about." With that, Jia Feng's fist connects with the alloy door, producing a resounding thud, followed by her pained exclamation, "Ah? Cursed be this." Jiang Jin finds herself laughing uncontrollably at the spectacle. After a prolonged fit of rage, Jia Feng finally quiets down. Once she departs, Jiang Jin reclines comfortably in her chair, completely ignoring her buzzing phone. as if she has become deaf to its persistent notifications, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, a father and son duo in apartment 402 glance at the messages in their group chat, engulfed in indecision. "Father, what shall we do?" the son whispers. This predicament originated from his father's disclosures in the property management group, and the consequences of being caught on camera by thugs could be dire. With 2 against 5, their odds are grim, especially considering the repercussions of confronting them. Brother, mother observing his son's clenched fists, the father furrows his brow, lowering his head in silence. "We cannot go out, we must not record." The potential for conflict poses a threat to both his wife and son. In the chat group, Lu Xionyang arrives late and, upon reading the messages, comments, "Is there a robbery? How could anyone dare to commit such an act?" She follows up with, "Apartment 402, adults and children. Come forth and clarify, is this true? If recording a video is inconvenient, audio will suffice." Messages continue to flood in. The father and son in apartment 402 observe the chatter, with the son urging, "Father, reply quickly." The commotion outside persists, prompting the son to insist, "We need to record." Responding to his son's urgency, the father rushes to the door, phone in hand, ready to record. However, before he can begin, a barrage of shouts erupts from outside. "You useless lot. Can't you even handle a simple task? How could you let this information leak in the property management group? Are you all merely useless eaters?" Startled by the accusations, the father realizes they have been discovered. Though he had been discreet, it was easy for others to deduce his involvement. After all, there are only a handful of residents who could hear and send messages in the group. He is the prime suspect, unable to evade scrutiny. Just as he begins to record, the bickering outside abruptly halts. The sounds of approaching footsteps replace the argument. Words fade, and the footsteps cease. Bang, bang. The violent pounding on the door echoed relentlessly, with the peephole already shattered. The father and son inside apartment 402 were completely blind to the situation outside. They were only aware that they had become targets. Thanks to the messages in the property management group chat, they could also discern from the shouts that more individuals had arrived. The doorknob was beginning to wobble precariously under the relentless assault of the axe. The father was overcome with panic, gesticulating wildly in an attempt to urge his son to flee, but the words seemed trapped in his throat. The son, however, reacted swiftly, yelling to his mother, "Take your younger brother and run. Jump. The snow is deep enough to survive the fall." Hearing her son and Apos' urgent cry, the mother, who had been rendered nearly catatonic by fear, snapped back to reality. She grabbed her younger child and, without pausing to gather any belongings, rushed to the window, clutching their heavy winter coats. Time was of the essence. The doorknob sustained 2 more blows from the axe. Clang. The doorknob was dislodged by the assailant. The lock mechanism was also loosening and shaking. We still have time," the father finally managed to shout. "Son, grab our food. We can still escape. We barricaded the door earlier. Even if the lock breaks, it will buy us 2 minutes. We can make it." Following his father and Apos' instructions, the son acted without hesitation. In a matter of seconds, he had dragged out the box containing their emergency food supplies and grabbed a pot, then joined his mother at the window. The mother had already prepared the children's outerwear. As soon as he arrived, she helped him put it on, then tossed the box out the window. She then hoisted herself and her younger son onto the windowsill, where the biting wind and snow assaulted their faces. Looking down, a wave of terror washed over her. They were on the 4th floor. A fall from this height would likely result in severe injury, if not death. The sounds of the door being battered down, along with angry shouts, carried through the fierce blizzard. Bang. He and Apos' barricading the door with heavy objects. "We can and Apos' get through. Come help us," or they and Apos' escape. "Who are you calling a rat?" The cacophony of noise spurred her to action. Closing her eyes, she leaped out the window with her younger son. "Mommy, are we playing a game?" the little boy asked innocently. Her mind went blank. She was overwhelmed with guilt. A mother should be able to protect her children and raise them in safety. This was thud. As she landed in the snow, an intense cold enveloped her. Her face was numb. She gasped for breath. Huff, huff. The warm air mingled with the frigid snow, causing her nose to feel even more numb. Am I still alive? She wondered, attempting to move. But a sharp pain shot through her body. Ugh! A hoarse cry escaped her throat. Mommy, are we going to have a snowball fight? The little boy asked, confused. Please get up, it and Apos' cold on the ground. Seeing her son and Apos' innocent face filled her with a pang of sadness. But she quickly regained her composure. Jumping from the 4th floor, Even with the snow as a cushion, meant landing near the second floor. A fall of that height, landing on her back, was bound to cause injuries. At least her son was safe. She had protected him, at least for now. Thud, thud. 2 more thuds echoed as the others landed in the snow. They had prepared for the impact by bending their knees and curling into a ball. This minimized the impact. Their legs and buttocks were sore. Upstairs, the intruders had finally broken down the door. Brandishing a blade, the leader roared, "Get out here. You and Appos, re-dead for causing trouble in the group chat." But as his words faded, he scanned the room. It was empty. Only an open window remained, allowing the wind and snow to swirl inside. "Damn it," he cursed, rushing to the window and peering down. Spotting the indentations in the snow below, he slammed his fist against the window frame. "You think you can escape me after causing trouble in the group chat?" He growled, his teeth grinding. Turning to his accomplices, he barked, "Get the knives from the kitchen. I want to see if my aim is still sharp." They immediately ran towards the kitchen. Below, the father and older son were helping the mother to her feet. "Mom, Dad, son, I'm here. Your mother is here too. Help me get her up." Coming, they rushed to her side. Seeing her lying in the snow, her face covered in frost, the older son felt a surge of anger. But it was too late for regrets. Together, he and his father lifted her from the ground. The mother, who had initially felt excruciating pain and thought her body was broken, suddenly realized she could move. She tentatively twisted her body, and the pain subsided. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "I'm okay. That's wonderful. It's really wonderful," she exclaimed, tears freezing on her face as she embraced her husband and son. With the pain gone, she held her younger son close. "Dad, Mom, you and Appos, going to crush me," he complained. "It and Appos, stuffy." Hearing his complaint, the family burst into laughter. Upstairs, the leader watched them embrace, his eyes filled with hatred. His phone buzzed. He answered it, his face paling as he saw the caller ID. "Boss," he answered with a trembling voice. An angry voice boomed through the speaker. "Haven't you finished yet? How long does it take to handle such a small thing?" "That busybody in the owner's group has started talking. Don't let them get a chance to reply or gather evidence against you. Make sure this becomes a mystery, at least for half a month. Understand?" Stunned, the leader stammered, I understand." One of his accomplices spoke up. "We've got the knives, boss. 6 of them. They have a lot of knives." His face hardened. The leader hung up, weighing a knife in his hand. He took aim at the family and hurled it with all his might. Whoosh. Chapter 80, A Deadly Feud. A brewing tempest, the cleaver hurtled through the blizzard. Its trajectory slightly askew. It traced a parabola veering to the right, landing in the snow to the right of the family of 3 and vanishing completely. The sound of the cleaver sinking into the snow was utterly insignificant compared to the howling gale of the blizzard, virtually inaudible. Upstairs, Xuanzi meticulously analyzed the arc of his throw, calculating that he had only exerted 7/10 of his strength, reserving the rest. This initial throw was merely to gauge the wind's influence. Swoosh. Another precisely aimed throw sent a cleaver crashing into the embracing family of 3, its blade meeting the full force of the blizzard. With a dull thud, the middle-aged woman embracing the father and son suddenly widened her eyes. A steel blade had pierced her back, protruding sharply from her chest, instantly staining her garments with blood. The blood-soaked fabric quickly stiffened in the frigid air, becoming ice-cold. Ugh! The middle-aged woman gasped, a stream of blood escaping her mouth, momentarily warm before turning into a frosty mist that crystallized on her lips. As if hearing his mother's faint moan, the elder son looked up abruptly, his eyes widening in horror. The blood gushing from her mouth splattered across his face. A fleeting warmth quickly replaced by an icy chill. "Mom," he wailed in anguish. Belatedly, the middle-aged man reached out to embrace his wife, only to feel her body slump against him once more. A second blade, hurled by Xuanzi from above, had found its mark, piercing her heart. With these 2 blows, the middle-aged woman's life was extinguished. Upstairs, the son cried out in agony, gazing upwards to see Xuanzi hurling blades from the window, his face illuminated by the lamplight as he brandished another blade, aiming it in their direction. He was clearly preparing to deliver a 3rd blow. "Dodge! Get down!" The elder son screamed, clutching his mother's waist with one arm and pulling his father with the other, attempting to retreat. However, he had overlooked his younger brother, who was caught between them. The corpse of their mother dragged the younger brother down, causing him to fall into the snow. As he knelt on the ground, his small head tilted upwards, a steel blade struck with deadly accuracy, shattering his skull and burying itself within. He was unable to utter even a sound. The small body that had just risen fell once more. Witnessing his son and Appo's demise, the middle-aged man roared in anguish, Dabao, Dabao, damn those villains. I should have fought them to the death. If only I hadn't and Appo's been so cautious, my wife and sons Wood and Appo's have met such a tragic end. It and Appo's, it's all my fault. The middle-aged man was consumed by boundless hatred. Hatred for his own weakness, hatred for the thugs upstairs. If they hadn't broken down their door and relentlessly pursued them after their escape, his wife and sons would not have suffered this calamity. He also cursed himself for his indiscretion in the group chat. If he had and Appo's assumed that anonymity would protect him from discovery, this tragedy might not have occurred. Dad, run. He has more. The son cried out, summoning every ounce of strength to pull his father away, retreating step by step. His eyes were blurred by tears that had turned to ice, severely impairing his vision. Stumbling and struggling, the father and son managed to retreat several dozen meters. Upstairs, Xuanzi shook his head, observing the 6 throwing knives he had launched. His accuracy had been slightly off, allowing his targets to escape. He was certain to face a severe beating from Jungo. Brother Xian, what do we do? A thug asked from behind Xuanzi. His dim-witted demeanor infuriated Xuanzi, already frustrated. He slapped the thug across the face. My throws were accurate until you kept bumping into me, throwing off my aim. And now you dare ask me what to do? Xuanzi roared, his eyes wide with rage. The thug stared blankly at Xuanzi, speechless. He was being scapegoated. Any attempt to deny it would only worsen his punishment. Having learned from experience, he simply lowered his head in submission. He knew he wouldn't and Appo's face any real consequences with Jungo. The wisest course of action was to avoid further beatings. What are you looking at? Xuanzi yelled at the assembled thugs, his anger finding no outlet. It was this idiot who bumped into me, letting them escape. How unlucky. With these words, Xuanzi stormed out, shouting to those remaining inside, remember to scavenge all the food. Don't leave anything behind. I'll be back to check, and anyone who misses any food will get a slap in the face. The remaining thugs exchanged uneasy glances. Half an hour later, the father and son, having struggled through the blizzard, reached the 3-story property management building. The building was shrouded in darkness. The two were shivering uncontrollably, their bodies nearing hypothermia. Dad, hang in there, the elder son urged, trying to keep his father from losing consciousness. We'll get warm soon. We'll have some hot water and then rest. I can't avenge Mom and my brother without you. His words seemed to strike a chord, triggering a surge of adrenaline. His eyes widened, blood vessels throbbing. Revenge. Yes, I must avenge my wife and son. The father roared, his previously numb limbs regaining their mobility. He led his limping son towards the property management office, switched on the air conditioning, and felt a wave of warmth emanate from it. After a brief search, they discovered a small space heater under a desk. They quickly set it up, and the warm air soon restored their body temperature. In the cozy room, the father and son prepared the instant noodles they had scavenged, devouring them greedily. In the past, when their family of 4 lived in harmony, they would have carefully rationed their food, conserving it for as long as possible while waiting for rescue. But now, their mother and wife had died before their eyes, and their younger brother and son had been killed with a single blow. Their idyllic family had been shattered in an instant. Dad, eat more, the son urged, his voice filled with a newfound resolve. You too, eat more. Our family's revenge rests on us, the father replied, adding a braised egg to his son's bowl. They ate heartily, the warm food and cozy environment quickly lulling them to sleep. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, a series of piercing screams echoed, arg. Following the cessation of the agonizing screams, within apartment 202 of the welcoming garden complex, Leng Jun reclined on the sofa, igniting a cherished cigarette. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke that billowed through the room. Xuanzi and his cohorts passively inhaled the fumes, their faces reflecting a sense of profound contentment. These men were inveterate smokers, and since the onset of the glacial apocalypse, tobacco had become a scarce commodity. Opportunities to partake were rare, and the cravings often had to be endured. Purchasing cigarettes was out of the question, as there were no vendors. The recent raids on 2 households had yielded no tobacco. Leng Jun exhaled another cloud of smoke, as his subordinates eagerly inhaled. He perused the stagnant group chat on his phone, his anxiety gradually subsiding. Brother Jun, Xuanzi interjected, his gaze fixed on the silent chat. Even if the family wasn't slain by my throwing knives, they've likely succumbed to the freezing temperatures. Otherwise, the residents' chat wouldn't be so quiet. Leng Jun grunted in agreement, tacitly acknowledging Xuanzi's assessment. The current temperatures were so low that exposed skin would quickly freeze. Prolonged exposure would result in limbs becoming brittle and easily fractured. Without advanced cold weather gear, ordinary down jackets were insufficient. The absence of updates for half an hour suggested that the family had indeed perished. Disperse, Lei Yongjun commanded, gesturing to his henchmen. Continue gathering supplies. The thugs armed themselves and scattered. Having witnessed the destruction of doors and communication devices in the previous 2 households, they resumed their collection efforts. Moving upwards from the first floor, time was of the essence. They needed to secure the provisions before the residents could unite and demand their return, which would make future raids considerably more challenging. Upon awakening, Jiang Jin surveyed the neatly stacked provisions at her doorstep, a satisfied expression gracing her features. With a wave of her hand, she transferred them into her interdimensional storage. A thought flickered through her mind, and she activated her spatial translocation ability, transporting herself directly to the corresponding location on the second floor. The apartment on the second floor was shrouded in darkness, punctuated by the occasional cries of a woman in distress. Jiang Jin, having witnessed such atrocities in her previous life, was no stranger to oppression and exploitation. Even if she intervened, the woman in Dapao's fate would likely remain bleak unless she took her in, an added burden she was unwilling to bear in these end times. Thus, Jiang Jin feigned ignorance. Her high heels clicked softly against the living room floor, but the slumbering or otherwise preoccupied thugs remained oblivious to her presence. She proceeded to the master bedroom, gently twisting the doorknob. The locked door yielded effortlessly, the lock cylinder having been discreetly removed and deposited into her storage space. Entering the room, Jiang Jin snapped her fingers, illuminating the space. Through the manipulation of her spatial abilities, the light was refracted and distorted, creating an intense beam that targeted Lei Yongjun's eyes. The sudden heat caused a sharp pain, and as he opened his eyes, the blinding light overwhelmed his vision, inducing temporary blindness. "Ah!" Lei Yongjun exclaimed, recoiling from the light. As his vision returned, he cautiously looked up, his gaze drawn to the radiant figure hovering in midair. Bathed in light, she appeared almost divine. The fact that she was suspended in the air defied explanation. Lei Yongjun lowered his head in fear, his posture shifting from a slouch to a kneeling position. "I don't know which deity has descended," he cried, "but Lei Yongjun prostrates himself before you." He repeatedly cowed out, his actions a mixture of reverence and terror, much to Jiang Jin's amusement. This was the warlord who had dominated the welcoming garden complex in her previous life, the administrator who had demanded a 30 tithe from all scavengers. Indeed, the world was governed by the strong, who dictated the rules. In this new life, reborn with potent spatial abilities, she would become the new overlord of the welcoming garden, perhaps even the entire world. Enough with the kowtowing. Jiang Jin's cool voice echoed through the room. Lei Yongjun, as if granted a pardon, cautiously straightened up, wiping sweat from his brow with a trembling hand. Her voice sounded familiar. Had he heard it somewhere before? As he pondered this, Jiang Jin's voice cut through the air once more. "From today onwards, your daily tribute will increase to 150 pounds. The realization struck Lei Yongjun like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Jin. He recognized her. He vividly remembered the machine gun mounted at her door. And now, she had returned, abruptly awakening him with blinding light and demanding an increased tribute. His mind raced. Could it be that the arrival of the soldiers and scientists had depleted their resources, prompting them to increase his contribution? A thought occurred to him, and he earnestly vowed, "I will do everything in my power to meet the daily quota." He was no fool. Aligning himself with Jiang Jin meant aligning himself with the military. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, he might even be secretly protected. Jiang Jin saw through his machinations, but chose not to expose them. After all, she had made no promises or guarantees. It was all his own conjecture. As Lei Yongjun waited anxiously, Jiang Jin's icy voice, tinged with a chilling menace, resounded once more. "I do not want you to do everything in your power. I demand that you meet the quota without fail. Failure to do so will result in the same fate as before. This is an order." Chapter 82. Exploitation, a cycle of cycles. As Lei Yongjun listened, cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. He nodded repeatedly, assuring, "Certainly, certainly, I will pay the required amount punctually every day." Observing Lei Yongjun and Dapao's earnest promise, Jiang Jin nodded with satisfaction. "I will sell you these military-grade thermal suits from Sakura Nation," Jiang Jin continued, casually waving her hand. From her storage space, 30 military-grade thermal suits were retrieved. She had an abundance of these items, Even outfitting an army of 10,000 would pose no trouble. Each suit could be regarded as equivalent to 10,000 pounds of supplies. You now owe me 300,000 pounds of supplies, in addition to the daily food payments. You will also need to provide me with an extra 10,000 pounds of supplies each month as interest. As for the principal, you need not repay that just yet. As her words lingered in the air, Jiang Jin's gaze bore down on Lei Yongjun, imposing immense pressure that made him bow his head, not daring to raise it. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the military-grade thermal suits illuminated by the light behind Jiang Jin, leaving him silently astounded. Understood. Lei Yongjun struggled to respond. 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds each month. This was more than double his daily consumption of 150 pounds or his monthly food requirement of 4,500 pounds. Seeing Lei Yongjun acquiesce, Jiang Jin offered no further response. With a thought, she transported herself directly from the second floor back to her bedroom on the first floor. Comfortably reclining in her grandmaster chair, she stretched her limbs. Having completed the important tasks, it's time for a short nap, Jiang Jin murmured, her eyes already closed. After all, breakfast was no concern of hers. Feng would come to prepare it. She only needed to wait for her meal. Of course, Jiang Jin did not require an excessive amount of food at every meal. For instance, breakfast? She only needed a symbolic portion sufficient for 10. After a night of rest, there was little physical exertion to warrant a substantial intake of energy. Meanwhile, upstairs, while Jiang Jin departed, Lei Yongjun, residing in the master bedroom 202, was left utterly dumbfounded. The ability to float in midair and control the direction of the room's lighting. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? His mind was now completely alert. Just as he pondered how to secure and fulfill Jiang Jin's demands, a sudden squeak echoed in his ears. Followed by a loud thud, the sound of a metallic object colliding with the tiled floor reached Lei Yongjun's ears. Turning to look, he was shocked to see the doorknob of his bedroom door had fallen to the ground, and the door itself was ajar. Outside, the sound of a woman's pained moans drifted in. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, Lei Yongjun felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. His eyes slowly rolling upwards, attempting to discern whether Jiang Jin had left. Cautiously, he raised his head slightly, and finally saw that the spot where Jiang Jin had been seated was now empty. He attempted to rise from the bed, only to bump his head against something. Bang! A muffled groan escaped his lips. He found himself unable to stand. Something was blocking him. It was a bedroom, and the ceiling was in plain sight above. Yet, he did not possess an extraordinary height to collide with the ceiling while standing on the bed. Attempting once more, he still struck his head against the void above. The pain was unmistakable, amplifying his fear. Jiang Jin had departed, but the spatial folding techniques or refractive mediums she had manipulated remained. This predicament proved troublesome for Lei Yongjun. Regardless of the angle or position from which he stood, he would bump his head. At times, he struck sharp edges, the stinging pain jolting his entire nervous system, causing him to remain frozen in place for several minutes. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon his attempts. Lying back down on the bed, he cautiously twisted his body toward the edge of the bed. Surprisingly, this maneuver allowed him to evade the spatial mediums left behind by Jiang Jin. Once he finally navigated to the door, he was taken aback by the fallen doorknob. The door lock was nowhere to be found, yet the outer doorknob remained intact. The power of the supernatural. There was no doubt that it was the work of supernatural forces. How could mere technological means achieve such extraordinary feats? As for the thought of picking the lock, he never even considered it. Who would steal the lock cylinder after successfully picking a lock? Wasn't he that counterproductive? Moreover, Jiang Jin didn't he strike him as someone skilled in lock-picking? The bizarre state of the room left him utterly perplexed as to the method employed. Turning back to glimpse where Jiang Jin had previously sat, the magnificent beams of light still lingered, presenting a captivating sight. He reached out to touch the light switch. Click. The enchanting beams vanished. Turning it back on. Click. The lights reappeared, once again dispersing in that peculiar refracted manner, forming an outline that resembled a silhouette. Astonishing, Lei Yongjun murmured softly. Stepping out of the room, he heard the sounds of pain and pleading, and he retrieved a cigarette. Lighting it. Military-grade thermal suits. After inhaling deeply from the cigarette, he whispered, "Robbing neighbors is not a sustainable strategy. Perhaps I could engage in lending activities, utilizing the military-grade thermal suits to send others out in search of supplies, thereby employing them for my own benefit." With this thought, a spark ignited in Lei Yongjun's mind. 30 military-grade thermal suits, If he charged 100 pounds of supplies per day, would amount to 3,000 pounds multiplied by 30, yielding a total of 90,000 pounds. This figure far surpassed the required tribute. However, 100 pounds might prove excessive for those venturing into the wilderness. He could opt for half-day rentals. After all, even with military-grade thermal suits, no one could endure the harsh outdoor conditions for an entire day. Having devised a plan to utilize the suits, Lei Yongjun's gaze fixated on the clock hanging on the living room wall. As it struck 8 in the morning, he seized the loudspeaker he had scavenged and bellowed, "Rise and shine." His booming voice resonated throughout the entire house, awakening even the inhabitants of the neighboring room 201. What is happening? What is going on? Military brother. Urgent voices echoed from the 2 rooms, followed by the sight of a dozen individuals emerging from their rooms, some standing, some bouncing, in utter disarray. Yet, Lei Yongjun had long since grown accustomed to this chaos. Casting a casual glance at the crowd, he announced, "The scavenging business is not a long-term solution. I have procured some thermal clothing. Perhaps we could trade with other families in need of supplies." Chapter 83. The kidnapped Jiang Feng. Upon witnessing Lei Yongjun's intention to alter the existing plan, the crowd's eyes widened in surprise. Renting clothing? This venture seemed promising. However, it paled in comparison to the swiftness of their current looting efforts. Moreover, they had only abducted a few women. It was simply insufficient. Last night, they nearly tortured one to death. Lei Yongjun appeared to sense the group's resistance. His brow furrowed as he glanced at Fuji, who chuckled awkwardly and declared, "I wholeheartedly support all of Brother Jun and Appo's initiatives. However, Shuden and Appo's, we at least finish plundering this building before proceeding? This way, we would have more provisions at hand, and the brothers could indulge in greater pleasures." Upon hearing Fuji's reminder, Lei Yongjun finally grasped the situation. He nodded. "All right, let's first clean out this building. I will also share the rental information in the property group chat. Renting clothing would likely prove more challenging, so we shall advance together." Listening to Brother Jun, Fuji responded enthusiastically, and the rest of the gang had no objections. After dispersing, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Lei Yongjun pulled out his phone and opened the property group chat, only to find it eerily quiet, devoid of any conversation. As he prepared to send a message, a video suddenly popped up. The speaker was a resident of Unit 402. "The damned beasts have broken into my home, killing my wife and children," the resident exclaimed. These were their words before they broke in. By now, many in the building have likely met a tragic fate. I urge everyone to unite and not let these outsiders bully us. After sending his message, he tagged the property manager, Lu Xionyang, who was busy feeding her grandson breakfast. The sudden ding of her phone startled her. With a puzzled expression, she muttered complaints about being disturbed so early. Yet, her hands instinctively reached for the phone. Upon seeing the mention from Unit 402, her heart raced. She was well aware of the events that had transpired in the group chat yesterday. Some residents had indeed heard the sounds of destruction but were unable to record anything, and no one was willing to investigate the source of the noise. Ultimately, it had been left unresolved. However, without clarification from the family in Unit 402, she feared that the intruders might come for her home. With only her grandson and herself, how could they withstand such marauders? With a swipe, she opened the group chat and was immediately confronted with the messages from Unit 402. Below, other residents had begun to respond en masse. Unit 802. What about the family next door? An elderly woman and her grandson? Have they been killed? Why haven't they responded? Unit 601. Do you know which floor they reside on? We could confront them. I refuse to believe that the men in our community can't handle a few thugs. Unit 902. My wife and I practice martial arts. Together, we could take down 5 of those ruffians. The initially hopeless pair, who had placed their hopes for revenge solely on themselves, felt tears welling in their eyes upon witnessing the outpouring of support within the chat. It seemed that kindness still existed among many. Ding, ding. The notification sound interrupted the moment, and the once lively chat fell silent. Property manager Lu Xionyang, Unit 402. I heard the recording. Do you have any further information? Where are the captives? Property manager Lu Xionyang, Unit 402. What about their residents? Surely you noticed the food delivery? Property manager Lu Xionyang, Unit 402. Any useful information would be appreciated. Seeing Lu Xionyang's responses in the chat, the father and son exchanged glances, their faces reflecting deep bitterness. They truly had no idea which floor or unit the assailants occupied, and they couldn't even confirm if they were indeed from their building. Unit 402, apologies. We have no further useful information. In fact, we have been forced out of our unit and do not dare return. Unit 402, however, gathering everyone to search the building, starting from our unit, will surely help us locate them. After responding, the father and son anxiously awaited replies. If they could rally more individuals to seek out the thugs, their chances of success would increase. If it was just the two of them, the likelihood of failure was too great. They might only manage to take down 2 or 3, and even then, it would cost them dearly. How could this be considered revenge? They wouldn't even be able to eliminate the killers, merely some underlings. Ding. Moments after their message was sent, responses began to flood in. Unit 1102. Beasts. You've driven them out. Where are they now? They're pushing people to their limits. Unit 901. Come to my place for now. We'll deal with those thugs, and then you can return home. Unit 802. My father and I are going to find those scoundrels. They deserve to die for their crimes. Each response brought tears to the already desperate father and son. Humanity still held its warmth. Lu Xunyang, observing the messages in the property group, felt a spark of inspiration, a second chance to unite everyone. With her influence, she and her grandson would surely avoid suffering and hunger amidst the calamity. Protecting her grandson became her priority. With this thought in mind, Lu Xunyang composed a message. Everyone, a group of intruders has infiltrated our welcome garden community, perpetrating kidnappings and home invasions that pose a grave threat to us all. I invite everyone to unite and search the first floor together. Everyone, households able to do so must send adult men armed and ready to gather in the building. The responses poured in without pause. The father and son, witnessing the surge of support, quickly gathered their belongings, especially food. Once they left, it was unlikely they would return, and if they didn't take provisions with them, they risked leaving it for others. Meanwhile, Jia Yufeng found herself bound tightly with climbing ropes in a sealed room, her mouth stuffed with a torn sock. In the distance, chilling voices echoed, Jia Yufeng? Jia Yufeng, I never imagined you would be so foolish and easily deceived. Chapter 84. Ensnared in the quagmire of kidnapping now that I've abducted you, I refuse to believe Jiang Jin can remain indifferent, as she appears to be online. The sharp voice echoed. He reached out and removed the foul-smelling cloth from Jia Yufeng's mouth. Jia Yufeng retched violently. After the dry heave subsided, she erupted in a torrent of abuse. You bastard. You deceived me, and stuffed my mouth with a stinky sock. Do you even realize that kidnapping is a criminal offense? I'll report you. Her words were met with a resounding slap across the face. The impact silenced Jia Yufeng. Her face contorted. She glared at Wang Ming with murderous intent. Wang Ming, far from being perturbed, responded with a smile. This video is perfectly recorded. I and Oppos. LL send it to Jiang Jin using your phone. I eagerly anticipate her reaction upon seeing it. Jia Yufeng scoffed. She'll react? She probably won't even see the message I send her. Wang Ming sneered, standing before Jia Yufeng. He gently lifted her wrinkled, plump face with his palm, tapping it lightly as a warning. You better pray she reacts. If she doesn't, I'll keep you tied up here until you die. Wang Ming retreated, wary of Jia Yufeng's potential to lash out and bite him. Her cautious demeanor only fueled Jia Yufeng's resentment. Searching through the phone, Wang Ming struggled to find Jiang Jin's name. He did, however, spot Jiang Dabao and Jiang Pundi. Frowning, he questioned Jia Yufeng, where and Oppos, Jiang Jin? Why can and Oppos, Ti find her? Jia Yufeng shook her head, refusing to cooperate. Instantly, another sharp slap rang out. The intense pain numbed one side of Jia Yufeng's face. Her teeth loosened, and she was utterly stunned. Wang Ming roared at Jia Yufeng once more. Where's Jiang Jin? I won't ask a third time. Wang Ming raised 3 fingers, lowering them one by one. When only one remained, Jia Yufeng's heart skipped a beat. Just as Wang Ming was about to strike, Jia Yufeng abandoned her usual arrogance, squeezed her eyes shut, and screamed, Pundi. Jiang Pundi. That's Jiang Jin. The expected slap never came. Jia Yufeng cautiously opened her eyes to find Wang Ming and Oppos' raised hand gone. Wang Ming furiously tapped on the phone. 2 messages were dispatched to Jiang Jin using Jia Yufeng's phone. Then, Wang Ming commenced a protracted wait. Jia Yufeng, sensing an opportunity, plastered a thick smile on her face. Can you untie me now? Our goal is to get food from Jiang Jin. You can just move it first. Wang Ming met Jia Yufeng and Oppos' request with a derisive laugh. Stay put. If I untie you, you old hag might try to escape. Who would we complain to then? I won't run. Jia Yufeng hastily assured him. Simultaneously, she scanned the surroundings, searching for her husband, Jiang Shijian. She had, and Appos, seen him since arriving. Perhaps Jiang Shijian and the previous group had sensed danger and found a place to hide. If so, she might still have a chance to escape. Her eyes gleamed with a flicker of excitement. She refused to believe that after all the previous abuse, Jiang Shijian would abandon her and flee alone. Wang Ming seemed to read Jia Yufeng's thoughts, sneering, "Are you waiting for your husband to rescue you? Don't hold your breath. We threw him out of the building. His frail body probably couldn't withstand it." Jia Yufeng's last hope shattered, and she felt a surge of despair. "He's already so old. How could you do that?" A torrent of curses spewed from Jia Yufeng and Appos's mouth. Wang Ming ignored them. Half an hour passed. Jiang Jin had not replied. The kidnappers grew restless. Anxiety etched on their faces. The longer it took, the more panicked they became. If Jiang Jin reported the video to the police, they would search the area. They couldn't withstand that scrutiny. This was a residential building, and the layout and size of the rooms made it easy to analyze. He paced back and forth like a cat on a hot tin roof. He reviewed his chat history with Jiang Jin, but it was all in vain. Jiang Jin ignored him. He frantically sent another message to Jiang Jin, threatening her. Another half hour passed. Jiang Jin was at home, leisurely enjoying a meal prepared by Feng. She completely ignored her phone, especially since Jia Yufeng was blocked. She wouldn't even receive message notifications. Expecting Jiang Jin, who wasn't obsessive-compulsive, to actively check for new messages was a pipe dream. On the other side, Jiang Jin's continued silence eroded Wang Ming's patience. Especially Wang Ming. This was his home. If he was caught, he would be branded as the mastermind. "Jia Yufeng, tell me the truth. Why hasn't it Appos?" Jiang Jin replied. "Even if you're not on good terms, it shouldn't be this bad, right? Seeing you kidnapped, she wouldn't say a word? Answer me, or I'll beat you to death." The ruthless gaze bore into Jia Yufeng, instilling fear in her heart. She blocked me. You need to create a group chat to receive messages. Dabao told me that. Yes, Dabao told me. Follow that method, and it will work. Her words were laced with fear, her teeth chattering. The collision with other teeth exacerbated the pain from the slaps, and one of her few remaining teeth fell out. "Consider yourself lucky, you old hag," Wang Ming snarled. "If you had delayed even a second, my slap would have landed." Jia Yufeng's face was etched with terror. She was filled with lingering fear. Her plump body trembled, and a stale, elderly odor emanated from her. Wang Ming, having obtained the information, promptly created a group chat and began a barrage of text messages. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The incessant message alerts would annoy anyone. Jiang Jin frowned. She no longer used the previous phone card. Why was someone contacting her? Was it because of her loans? Were they still working during the disaster? Jiang Jin pondered, and with a thought, the phone materialized in her hand through her spatial ability. Upon retrieving the phone, Jiang Jin discovered that the message alerts were from a group chat, and it involved the person she loathed most, Jia Yufeng. Chapter 85, The Second Abducted Victim. What devious scheme was she plotting now? Jiang Jin pondered, her brow furrowed. Nevertheless, she tapped on the newly emerged group chat. To her astonishment, the messages contained a video of Jia Yufeng in captivity. Who would bother imprisoning the parasitic and foul-mouthed Jia Yufeng? Truly gratifying. Jia Yufeng, Jiang Jin. I know you can see this. Jia Yufeng, your mother is in my grasp. Surrender half of the supplies in your room to ransom her back. Jia Yufeng. Otherwise, I shall sever her hand. I shall sever her hand. Jia Yufeng. Threatening messages flooded the group chat. Yet Jiang Jin remained unmoved, even amused. What was Jia Yufeng and Appos' suffering to her? Maternal bond? Filial piety? Those ties had been severed before her rebirth. She had diligently scavenged for supplies, minimizing her own consumption to ensure the family and Appos' sustenance. She had even prioritized warm clothing for the quartet, only to be heartlessly cast out into the blizzard. It was now Jia Yufeng's turn to experience the perils of the outside world. Ignoring the messages, the kidnappers grew increasingly frantic. A third group chat emerged. Jiang Jin nonchalantly tossed her current phone into her storage space, dismissing them entirely, retrieving a pristine tablet. She immersed herself in foreign films. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, Jia Yufeng's captor, was seething with rage. Damnation! Damnation! He had initiated 6 group chats, yet she remained unresponsive. She must have seen them, he was certain. At this hour, he refused to believe she was asleep. His roar shook Jia Yufeng to her core. As Wang Ming and Appos' gaze fell upon her, she stammered, Wang Ming, Don and Appos, be absurd. How could Jiang Jin not be asleep at this hour? She's incredibly lazy, sleeping for 13 hours each day, sometimes even 15. I'm her mother. Surely I know her habits? She'll respond once she awakens. Jia Yufeng nervously swallowed, avoiding Wang Meng and Appo's gaze, fearing he would detect her deceit. These were, of course, fabrications. During Jiang Jin and Appo's time at home, she had been responsible for all the cooking, cleaning, and laundry, leaving her no time for idleness. However, Wang Meng was none the wiser, finding some credibility in Jia Yufeng's words. 2 hours. I'll wait 2 more hours. Wang Meng declared, issuing Jia Yufeng an ultimatum. If I cannot reach Jiang Jin within 2 hours, I will sever one of your hands and deliver it to her. Understood? Faced with Wang Meng's ultimatum, Jia Yufeng dared not breathe, meekly nodding in acquiescence. Then, may I have my phone? Jia Yufeng hesitantly inquired. Wang Meng, realizing Jia Yufeng's persistence in seeking her phone, retorted, do you take me for a fool? Give you your phone so you can alert the authorities? As for contacting Jiang Jin, I refuse to believe she hasn't seen the messages upon waking. Or do you have another means of contacting her? Wang Meng and Appo's brow furrowed as he posed the question, a hint of anger in his tone. Jia Yufeng, ever the shrewd manipulator, sensed Wang Meng's ire and immediately shook her head. No, nothing. I simply wished to send more messages, hoping she would see them and hasten her arrival to redeem me. That's what I thought. Wang Meng scoffed, exiting Jia Yufeng's prison. Outside the room, 2 men with anxious expressions eagerly approached. Wang Meng gestured for them to follow him to a more secluded spot near the entrance. What now? Jiang Xinjian has absconded. We can't catch him, nor can we discern his escape route. One of them lamented to Wang Meng. That old codger is as slippery as an eel. We can't get a hold of him. Wang Meng pondered for a moment before responding. There's no need to fret. The old man isn't the priority. His escape is inconsequential. As long as we have Jia Yufeng in our grasp. The key is to prevent any interaction between the old man and Jiang Jin. Understood? Wang Meng and Appo's gaze swept over them, noting their perplexed nods. He sighed, tapping his forehead. If you Don and Appo's, understand, just say so. You two will take turns guarding the stairwell between the 1st and 2nd floors. Prevent Jiang Xinjian from descending and contacting Jiang Jin. Is that clear? The 2 men nodded in unison. With their instructions clarified, they opened the door and headed towards the stairwell, where they silently took up their posts. With their orders clearly defined, there was no room for misunderstanding. As for Wang Meng's potential for embezzlement, that was of no concern. After all, transporting Jiang Jin and Appo's supplies would necessitate traversing the stairwell right under their noses. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinjian returned to the vicinity of Dr. Zhu Jun and Appo's residence, his hand poised to knock. However, his hand froze in midair. He and Jia Yufeng had departed together, yet he had returned alone. How would he answer his son and future daughter-in-law when they inquired about Jia Yufeng and Appo's whereabouts? Furthermore, he had yet to repay Dr. Zhu Jun and Appo's consultation fee. Without Jiang Jin's provisions, he had no means of settling the debt. Having abandoned Jia Yufeng, he found himself in dire straits on all fronts. Inside the residence, Zhu Jun had secured Yong Yu's limbs to the bed, brandishing a gleaming scalpel. He approached her slowly, emitting a sinister cackle. At that moment, Yong Yu's long-dormant nightmares resurfaced. Her body trembling with terror, Zhu Jun reveled in her fear, his own body quivering with excitement. He leaned in, inhaling the scent of her hair, a perverse smile spreading across his face. My. After all these years, your scent has changed, Zhu Jun whispered. The scalpel descended towards Yong Yu's face, causing her to pale with horror. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. No. Please, no. Yong Yu pleaded, but the scalpel had already made contact. A bead of blood welled up and trickled down her face, and Yong Yu felt a slight pain. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted. Do not. Chapter 86. The charm of Zhang's father at the entrance, Jiang Xinjian, who initially intended to leave, halted abruptly upon hearing the panicked cries of his daughter-in-law. He approached the door, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. Inside, Yong Yu's desperate pleas echoed. Please, let me go. I have my own life now. My boyfriend is right here. My in-laws have gone to demand treatment fees from their daughter. Please spare me. I beg you. Her words were punctuated by sobs that sent chills down Jiang Xinjian's spine. Had he unwittingly wandered into a den of danger? Yong Yu was acquainted with this doctor, who had taken advantage of Jiang Xinjian and Jia Yufeng's absence to bind her, intending to engage in unspeakable acts. Knocking? He was no match for the towering doctor. Leaving? Where could he possibly go now? With his ear pressed against the door, he found himself in a predicament. The pleas from within grew fainter. Yet the scene in his mind became increasingly vivid. Sighing deeply, Jiang Xinjiang finally withdrew his ear from the door and stood upright. This is all Jiang Dabao's fate. Who told him to fall for such a woman? He pulled out his phone, scrolling through his chat list. A few names caught his eye. Square Dance Lu Meili, Impending Garden Community. Yanga Team Li Lily, Impending Garden Community. Tango King Wang Piao Piao, Impending Garden Community. He first selected Lu Meili, with whom he had danced previously. After waiting in vain for a response, he reluctantly turned to Wang Piao Piao. Among the three, she was undoubtedly the youngest at 41, claiming to be the youngest grandmother in the tango group, often chatting with him about trivial matters alongside her eldest granddaughter. However, after sending the second message, 10 minutes passed without a reply, deepening Jiang Xinjiang's frustration. The absence of any response left him with no place to turn. He couldn't possibly remain in the cold corridor indefinitely. As for why he hadn't messaged Li Lily from the Yanga team earlier, it was because she had an annoying habit of inappropriately touching him during their encounters, and she was rather close with several older men, which he found off-putting. But now, with time slipping away and no responses from the other two, he had no choice but to open Li Lily's chat page and send a message. Jiang Xinjiang. Hey, I'm currently at Impending Garden Community. May I stay at your place temporarily? Li Lily's response was nearly instantaneous. Li Lily. Of course. Li Lily. Room 401 in Building 6. Come over. Li Lily. I'm home alone, so come by yourself, and keep it discreet. Don't let her know. Li Lily. Otherwise, I want to open the door. Faced with Li Lily's enthusiastic reply, Jiang Xinjiang hesitated. Venturing there felt like walking into a lion's den. Yet, if he chose not to go, what would he do? Waiting here would likely result in either starvation or freezing to death. Neither outcome promised survival. Returning to his first wife, Jia Yufeng, was out of the question. 3 adult men posed far too great a threat. He refused to put himself in harm's way. Ultimately, Jiang Xinjiang sighed, lifting his foot towards Building 6. Worst case, he would lose his virtue to an unattractive old woman, but it wouldn't cost him too much. Given her invitation, she must have plenty of food stored away. As he traversed the corridors of Impending Garden Community, Jiang Xinjiang reflected on its merits. The long corridors between buildings made it easy to navigate. Knock, knock, knock. Upon locating Building 6, he headed straight for room 401. He knocked on the door, and within, Li Lily rushed to the entrance. Peering through the peephole, her excitement surged upon recognizing him. However, for her safety, she cautiously surveyed the surroundings before confirming it was safe to unlock the door. With a click, the door creaked open, but only partially. A wrinkled hand reached out and firmly grasped Jiang Xinjiang and Appo's clothing, pulling him inside with a decisive motion. Jiang Xinjiang, caught off guard, was swiftly drawn into the room. Li Lily. He felt a twinge of discomfort as he took in her attire, or lack thereof. She wore sheer silk that left little to the imagination. Sensing his hesitation, she took his hand and affectionately said, "Oh, brother Xinjiang, don't be so formal. Just call me Lily. By the way, are you planning to stay here for a while? I have plenty of food stored if you intend to make this a long visit. You're welcome here." As Jiang Xinjiang met her direct gaze, a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. He nodded in agreement, for he truly had nowhere else to go. And his stomach growled in protest. "Are you hungry, brother Xinjiang?" Li Lily asked, helping him out of his heavy coat while hanging it up. Without waiting for a detailed response, she dashed to the kitchen. "I'll make you a bowl of noodles. It's quick and easy. So it won't delay other matters." In the midst of her words, she cast a teasing glance at his midsection, startling Jiang Xinjiang. Yet, for the sake of survival, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Meanwhile, the property manager, Lu Xionyang, was fully dressed and stepped out of her home, her demeanor as spirited as ever. She strode confidently towards Building 2, where they had arranged to gather before proceeding to inspect another building. On her way, she was greeted warmly by residents, which filled her with a sense of superiority. The homeowners who had invested so much in their properties now regarded her with such respect. As long as her grandson was safe, she secretly wished for the calamity to persist. Upon arriving at Building 2, ready to assemble her team, a sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. "Look at the homeowner group." Chapter 87. You are too unattractive. Lacking any allure. As the exclamation subsided, the crowd, both astonished and bewildered, refrained from inquiring about the matter at hand. Instead, They retrieved their mobile devices and opened their chat interfaces. Building 1. Apartment 202. Military-grade thermal clothing for rent or sale, capable of withstanding external temperatures as low as -65 degrees Celsius, requiring 50 kilograms of supplies daily. Building 1. Apartment 202. First come, first served. Only 40 pieces available. Selling price, 15,000 kilograms of food. Any loss or damage requires property collateral. Building 1. Apartment 202. Display image of military-grade thermal clothing. Upon receiving this information, the group that had intended to confront the thugs erupted in excitement. Military-grade thermal clothing? Capable of withstanding -65 degrees? Does that not pertain to the external temperature? Moreover, if it is indeed military-grade, how could it possibly be in the hands of ordinary individuals? The daily rental fee of 100 pounds of food seems excessively steep, does it not? With such attire, would we not be able to venture out in search of food? I have seen online explorers at shops, although they ended up spending some money. We could simply take what we need without broadcasting live. In a cacophony of voices, they entirely forgot their initial intention of confronting the thugs. Observing this, Lu Xianyang felt a surge of urgency. Clearing her throat, she addressed the crowd. Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down. The rental and sale prices are indeed exorbitant. It is not worthwhile for us to rent individually. Let us first resolve the issue with the thugs, and then we shall unite as a group to negotiate a lower rental price. As her voice fell, the once tumultuous crowd gradually quieted. Someone among them spoke up, and soon others nodded in agreement. Yes, let us first apprehend those thugs. I believe 10 pounds a day is a reasonable price. We can then have Manager Lu negotiate. Hearing their consensus, Lu Xianyang's previously tense expression softened. However, when she heard someone suggest reducing the price to 10 pounds a day, a vein throbbed on her forehead. She was merely seeking to organize a group purchase, not to resort to robbery. How could one expect to reduce the price from 50 kilograms to 5? It would be utterly nonsensical for them to agree. Fortunately, she had established herself as the leader among the owners. They would start their investigation from apartment 201. With a decisive gesture, Lu Xianyang began to speak, but her mind flashed back to the 2 welded alloy doors on the first floor, sending a shiver down her spine. She quickly changed her direction of thought. The crowd, too, had no objections, as many had already suffered from the misfortunes associated with those alloy doors. The incident with the flying wheel had nearly struck them all, and the lifelong disability of Wang Ji had left him harboring resentment towards both Jiang Jin and Manager Lu. Armed with weapons, dozens of individuals gathered outside apartment 201. Lu Xianyang called out loudly, "Residents of 201 and 202, if you are living in this building, please open the door. Otherwise, do not blame us for breaking it down." As her voice echoed, someone beside her lowered their tone to caution, "Manager Lu, we broke the door of 201. There are no residents inside." Upon hearing this, Lu Xianyang and Appo's eyes widened, her mind racing with indignation. "What do you mean we broke it? It was clearly you." However, this was not the time for disputes. She merely scoffed and turned her attention to the resident of apartment 202. Inside apartment 202, Lei Yongjun, upon hearing Lu Xianyang's call, furrowed his brow. Fortunately, his subordinates had all dispersed during the looting. As for the kidnapped women, they were securely bound and hidden away in a cabinet, with no opportunity for them to create a disturbance. The door to apartment 202 creaked open, just as Lu Xianyang's eyes met Lei Yongjun's. The oppressive aura emanating from him struck her with full force, causing her to feel diminutive in comparison. "You," Lu Xianyang hesitated. "It seems you are not the resident of 202? Responding with calm demeanor, Lei Yongjun replied, "Now I am." One could say that after the onset of the second snowstorm, Lu Xianyang chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, she pushed past Lei Yongjun and addressed her companions. "Regardless of how you reside here, we must conduct a search of your property. A gang of thugs has infiltrated our Welcome Garden community, and for our safety, your cooperation is required." As her words echoed, Lu Xianyang and Appo's previously anxious heart calmed somewhat. The disparity in pressure was immense. "Of course, search as you please," Lei Yongjun replied, stepping aside. Lu Xianyang and her entourage surged into apartment 202. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Xuanzi, Huzi, and Leng Ningxuang seated in the living room. The 4 individuals matched the descriptions provided, but Xuanzi and Huzi appeared strikingly familiar to the crowd. One resident, who had preserved a viral video, promptly retrieved his phone and played the footage. As they recognized the individuals in the video mirrored those in front of them. Gasps filled the air. Isin and Apos. This just the pair that Jiang Jin shot? At this revelation, the crowd quickly connected the dots. No wonder they felt a sense of familiarity. It was indeed them. To their astonishment, the residents of apartment 202 turned out to be these unfortunate souls. However, they remained uncertain whether the heavy machine guns they spoke of were genuine. If so, Jiang Jin was truly formidable. The murmurs swiftly spread through the stairwell, reaching the two men hiding on the first floor. Their hearts sank as they exchanged hushed words. What if this leads back to us? Kidnapping and extortion are serious crimes. Even as accomplices, we could face 7 years in prison. Where can we possibly hide? Besides, I sense that Wang Ming has no intention of letting that old hag, Jia Feng, off the hook. Should we flee instead? As they conversed, footsteps approached from the second floor. Startled, the two men cautiously descended, concealing themselves behind the corner of the stairs on the first floor, holding their breaths. The approaching footsteps paused at the stairway, and one of them peeked down, curious. Lu Xionyang and her group conducted a cursory search of the room, ultimately fixing their gaze upon the military-grade thermal clothing in apartment 202. She subtly tugged at Lei Yongjun's sleeve, signaling for a private conversation in the restroom. However, Lei Yongjun merely assessed her with disdain, shaking his head in disgust at her unappealing appearance. You are far too unattractive, lacking any allure. Chapter 88. Jia Feng. What unexpected surprise does this phone hold? Lu Xionyang's expression stiffened upon hearing Lei Yongjun's response. Not interested? No. Lu Xionyang hurried to explain. But the disdainful glances and looks of aversion from Lei Yongjun left her grasping for words. I meant to say, nothing piques my interest. Lei Yongjun interrupted Lu Xionyang, his face set in a stern refusal. His aloof demeanor, combined with the air of a ruffian, deflated Lu Xionyang's urgency to explain, causing her to lower her head. She turned to the others and commanded, let us finish this house inspection and move on to the next. The crowd shuffled noisily up to the third floor. The commotion startled two individuals hiding in the stairwell on the first floor, who trembled in fear, dreading an approach. As the noise gradually faded, the two concealed figures swallowed hard, exchanging relieved glances, their faces reflecting the joy of having escaped a calamity. Meanwhile, inside room 201 on the second floor, a man who had been anxiously pressed against the door breathed a sigh of relief. They searched here. What sheer luck. If one were to observe closely, they would notice steam emanating from room 201. As for Jia Feng, she felt a heaviness in her chest, her breathing becoming increasingly labored. Shouting, that was out of the question. Wang Ming had seen the messages in the group chat and had preemptively silenced Jia Feng with a pair of foul-smelling socks. Although he was not in the same building, there were others returning home from the search who might hear the commotion. This was not a prearranged act of mock abduction. It was a genuine kidnapping and extortion. There was no turning back. 2 hours had passed. Jia Feng, didn't you say Jiang Jin was asleep? It's already 10 o'clock. She hasn't woken up? Speak. Have you hidden something? Wang Ming, seething with anger, confronted Jia Feng, his eyes bulging with fury. Jia Feng trembled in fear, shrinking backward and twisting, but the post to which she was bound could hardly withstand her weight, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Ouch! Jia Feng cried out in pain, but Wang Ming was relentless. He bent down and yanked her up. As she was lifted, the post pressed against her, pushing her body in the opposite direction, making it nearly impossible for her to breathe. Huff! Huff! Wang Ming continued to jerk her around, and Jia Feng found it increasingly difficult to inhale, her complexion paling. Chapter 89. Frantic Call, Seeking 201 anew. The crisp sound of the phone connecting echoed in her ear. Instantly, elation illuminated Jia Feng's countenance as she bellowed, Jiang Jin, I command you to amass provisions at the doorstep. I and Apos, V been abducted. Didn't and Apos, you witnessed the video the captors disseminated? He intends to murder me. Even if you harbor resentment towards my favoritism of Dabao, you shouldn't remain impassive at a moment like this. I am your mother, after all. The concluding exclamation, tinged with a tremor of dread, articulated her innermost sentiments, as if Jiang Jin were culpable for the prevailing circumstances. Evidently, she was the one deprived of affection, the one genuinely denied treatment as a daughter. Fortunately, Jiang Jin had not answered the group voice call. Her cellular device lay sequestered within the storage space, impervious to external communication, rendering the voice call inaudible. On the other end of the line, Zhu Jun, with the speakerphone activated, appeared momentarily dazed upon hearing Jia Feng's vehement outcry. As her tirade subsided, Zhu Jun turned towards Yong Yu, murmuring softly, "Your mother-in-law has been kidnapped? What an uncanny coincidence. You've also been abducted. Shall we allow your mother-in-law to hear your dulcet tones?" While uttering these words, Zhu Jun, phone in hand, retraced his steps towards Yang Yu. Meanwhile, Jiang Dabao remained supine on the bed, as inert as a corpse, utterly motionless. Even were he to awaken at this juncture, he would be rendered impotent, capable only of futile struggle or impotent rage. After all, with his limbs shackled to the iron bed, no matter his strength, he would be incapable of liberation. As Yong Yu observed Zhu Jun approaching her, phone in hand, tears streamed down her cheeks. She shook her head vehemently, her voice a hoarse whisper, "No. I implore you, desist. I genuinely aspire to wed Jiang Dabao. Do not undermine my matrimony. Relent now, and all can be rectified. I shall not report you, nor shall I press charges. Spare me," Yong Yu pleaded, employing the gentlest of forceful entreaties. Yet, these words, upon reaching Zhu Jun's ears, only served to incite his frenzy. "Accuse me? Report me?" Zhu Jun's eyes widened, ablaze with fury. "Did you not engage in such actions in the past? What? Now that you aspire to marry a virtuous man, you dare not repeat such deeds? Lest your past be unveiled, that shall not transpire. Your current plight must be made known to your in-laws." With these words, Zhu Jun forcefully seized Yong Yu's chin, wrenching her mouth open while simultaneously positioning the phone near her lips. He subjected her to violence while hurling invectives, "Cry out for me." As perverse as Zhu Jun was, Yong Yu bit down on his finger, enduring in silence. Not a word escaped her lips. Yet, the preceding exchange had not escaped Jia Feng and Appo's notice. She heard and comprehended. Initially, upon hearing a male voice, she displayed an expression of astonishment. However, upon recognizing her son and Appo's avatar on the call screen, she was immediately stunned. Subsequently, the content emanating from the earpiece shattered her perception. Yong Yu harbored such a scandalous and concealed past. No wonder she maintained such wariness and fastidiousness towards Dabao, insisting that he spare no expense for her sake. Evidently, she had been deprived of much in the past. At this realization, Jia Feng was consumed by incandescent rage. She was about to erupt in a torrent of invective when the phone was snatched away. Raising her gaze, Jia Feng locked eyes with Wang Ming. The words that had been poised on her tongue now lodged in her throat, causing her discomfort. Wang Ming, observing the word son displayed on the group call, was consumed by fury. "Jia Feng, did I not instruct you to contact Jiang Jin? What is the meaning of surreptitiously contacting your son, Jiang Dabao? Do you intend to denounce me? To seek assistance? The police cannot possibly arrive at this juncture, and I shall ensure your demise before your son can locate us. Do not indulge in fanciful dreams of escape." As Wang Ming spoke, she gripped Jia Feng's throat, subjecting her to another agonizing episode of asphyxiation. Jia Feng's face flushed crimson, yet she was incapable of uttering a single word. She could only glare at Wang Ming, her eyes conveying her distress, seemingly provoked by the lack of provisions. Wang Ming released her grip after several seconds. The vast chamber was filled only with the sound of Jia Feng's labored breathing. "Breathe, breathe." Wang Ming, too, composed herself. She terminated the call, utterly indifferent to anything that might have been said on the other end. After all, Jia Feng was unaware of the building and flat number in which they were located. The Yingbin garden complex was so vast that it would exhaust him to locate their residence. He was not a police officer, and neither he nor the other residents were obligated to cooperate with the investigation. "Contact Jiang Jin. Let there be no further unpleasantness." Wang Ming lightly patted Jia Feng's cheek, issuing a threat. "Are we not both merely seeking provisions? It is only for survival. An excess of machinations serves no purpose." Upon hearing these words, Jia Feng cautiously glanced at Wang Ming. Observing that Wang Ming and Appo's countenance was not entirely amiable, she refrained from disputing. She merely nodded silently. "I understand." With these words, Jia Feng redialed Jiang Jin's number. When initiating the group voice call, she had deliberately excluded Jiang Dabao, refraining from summoning him. Yet, each attempt resulted in no response, mirroring the previous attempts. This caused Jia Feng increasing agitation. Previously, this method had invariably elicited a response from Jiang Jin. Why was she now unresponsive? The fate of her own life rested in her hands. Meanwhile, property manager Lu Xionyang and her cohort were ascending the floors, searching diligently. The thugs were plainly visible, yet they were easily outwitted by the thugs, who disguised themselves as families with women and children. After all, the thugs wielded knives. threatening to commit suicide if the women and children failed to cooperate. To preserve their lives, no one dared to deviate. This posed a significant impediment to Lu Xionyang's investigation. The search yielded nothing. The crowd observed Lu Xionyang's face, transitioning from initial tension and excitement to mounting dissatisfaction. Lu Xionyang, you claimed that the group of individuals was located in Building 1. Now, we have scoured Building 1, and we have yet to locate them. What do you propose we do next? With the blizzard raging outside, those thugs cannot have ventured far. If we fail to locate them, we shall be in grave peril. We cannot possibly search every building. That would be an immense undertaking. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xionyang's lips twitched. Her mind raced. Suddenly, a room materialized in her mind. A room that she had not yet investigated. With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, she clapped her hands together and exclaimed, I know. 201. That group must be concealed within 201. We have not yet searched that room.